Chapter 861 Showing Affection with Sister Yu. It was evening. The sky at the border was unusually dark because of the black clouds in the distance. The air also became extremely turbid. Dao Ling was wearing silver armor. Her silver hair tied into a ponytail. Riding on a tall horse. Carrying a big sword on her shoulder. Looking heroic and majestic. Her cold eyes looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou stopped and waited for Sister Yu to come over before continuing to walk forward and whispered. "That's my senior sister. I met her in Mo City." Yu Yao looked cold. Dao Ling suddenly shouted at someone on horseback. "Where did you come from? You little thief. You are sneaking around. Are you a spy sent by the demon tribe?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Yes. General. Do you want to dismount and fight?" Dao Ling snorted coldly, patted the warhorse under his crotch, raised his chin and said, "I am a knight. I live on the horse and die on the horse. How can I degenerate and dismount to be with a little thief like you?" Luo Qingzhou came closer and raised his fist. Strong wind swirled, and a master's aura emanated from his body. The warhorse under Dao Ling's crotch suddenly began to retreat uneasily. Dao Ling was shocked. "You have broken through to the Grandmaster level?" Luo Qingzhou said indifferently. "It happened a long time ago." Then he said, "Senior sister, why don't you get off the horse and kneel down?" Dao Ling was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with complicated eyes, turned over and got off the horse. Muttering, "What a monster." Luo Qingzhou deliberately asked, "What is your current cultivation level, senior sister?" Dao Ling froze for a moment, turned his head to look at the girl in white dress beside him, and said, "Chu Feiyang? This is..." Then he immediately said, "Okay. I understand. She is so beautiful. Why do I need to ask?" Luo Qingzhou coughed and said shamelessly, "It's good that you understand. Then I don't need to introduce her. You can call her Miss Yu." Dao Ling rolled her eyes at him, then put away the knife, bowed and smiled. "I am Dao Ling, Chu Feiyang's senior sister. Miss Yu is naturally beautiful and elegant, just like a person walking out of a painting." Yu Yao lowered her head slightly as a response. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that it would be difficult to explain, so he could only whisper, "Senior sister. She had a disease when she was a child. She can't speak anymore, and her ears are not very good." Dao Ling was slightly startled when she heard this, then glared at him and whispered, "I feel pity for such a girl. How dare you seduce her?" Luo Qingzhou whispered. She took the initiative. Dao Ling didn't believe his nonsense at all, and was too lazy to listen to his quibbling. She turned around and led the horse and said, "Let's go. Master Yuing is still waiting for you in the camp." Luo Qingzhou was about to follow behind, but suddenly turned his head and looked at his side. Yu Yao was staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou said guiltily, "Sister Yu, let's go." Yu Yao's pretty face was cold, and she stood there without moving. At this time, Dao Ling turned around and urged, "Chu Feiyang, Miss Yu, hurry up. Master Yuing is very busy. After seeing you, he still has to deal with other things." Luo Qingzhou grabbed the cold little hand of the girl beside him and pulled her forward. Yu Yao struggled for a while, but failed to break free, so she had to follow him forward, pinching his palm with her nails. Luo Qingzhou had no reaction, still holding her soft little hand tightly. Dao Ling glanced at the two of them, and muttered in her heart, "This guy actually came to the military camp to show his affection. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death?" She led the horse into the military camp, handed the horse to the guard beside her, and then took the two of them to the central army tent. Luo Qingzhou looked at the soldiers around him, all of whom were full of blood and qi, and had strong physiques. They were obviously warriors. Outside the tent, there were 2 rows of female guards wearing silver armor. Yuing's guard team had a total of more than 200 people, all women, and all warriors. Dao Ling was also one of them. Luo Qingzhou led Sister Yu, walking and watching, and could clearly feel the powerful blood and qi in the military camp. No wonder it is said that even if a master of thunder tribulation is trapped in a warrior army, his strength will be greatly reduced. If the number of warrior soldiers is large enough, they can even use the blood and qi storm to trap the opponent alive, or even beat him to death. Powerful qi and blood are the nemesis of all soul practitioners. Dao Ling stopped in front of the tent and said respectfully, "General, Chu Feiyang and his wife Miss Yu are here." As soon as this was said, Luo Qingzhou and Yu Yao looked at her. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt the little hand in his palm tremble slightly, and at the same time, it began to struggle again, and then began to pinch him hard again. The tent was quiet for a while, and Ying's cold voice came, "Let them in." Dao Ling lifted the curtain. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, gave her an appreciative look, and then walked in with the girl beside him. In the middle of the tent sat a cold girl wearing a black skirt and a long ponytail. The two sides looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou let go of the girl's hand beside him and bowed and said, "Lord Yuing." Yuing suddenly stood up from the chair, looking at the girl beside him, and the cold expression on his face turned into astonishment. Luo Qingzhou quickly explained, "This is Huagu's body. In fact, Huagu is not dead, but her soul cannot return to her body for the time being." He briefly explained Huagu's situation. After listening, Yuing was stunned for a long time, and then looked at the familiar girl in front of her with complicated eyes and said, "Can you really help her come back to life?" Yuao looked at her coldly without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou said affirmatively, "Yes." Yuing's eyes moved, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Then she lowered her head and looked at the map spread out on the table and said, "If you must find the Golden Clam Demon Lord, I suggest you take the third way. Although the third way is farther and needs to pass through the places where other demon tribes are stationed, it is relatively safer and easier." Luo Qingzhou walked over and also lowered his head to look at the map on the table. Yuing pointed to a blue dot on the map and said, "This is the swamp. The team of the Golden Clam Demon Lord should be stationed here. This is the first route. Although it is the shortest, there are sentries and magic here, here, and here. At the same time, the demon army defending the front is the largest and the strongest then." She pointed to another line. "This is the second route. Go around from the right. But there is a pass here. Although there are only a few hundred demon soldiers stationed, they are all very powerful. Once something happens, the alarm will be sounded. Here and here, there are demon troops stationed, and they can rush over to rescue in a very short time." Luo Qingzhou frowned. It is indeed difficult to pass through these two roads. Yuing pointed to the third road and said, "The last road is to pass through this mountain forest and go around to the back. It is the most concealed and the most unexpected, of course. If it is a military operation, it will definitely not work. There are too many people, and they will definitely be discovered. The other party has a demon eagle controlling the air. If there are only two of you, it will be easier. After you pass through the mountain forest, you can kill the two demon scouts first. Pretend to be them. Deceive the demon eagle's eyes. And go around the military camp behind. Because it is going from the back. The Golden Clam Demon Lord will definitely not have time to react. After all, there are other demon troops stationed behind." Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped, looked at the young man in front of her and said, "That Golden Clam Demon Lord should be a demon lord who has experienced more than 3 thunder tribulations. His strength is comparable to that of a martial artist in the late stage of the Grandmaster. Or even higher. He also has venom. And there are other demon guards around him." Then he said, "You should have just broken through the early stage of the Grandmaster realm not long ago. Right?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "When Lord Yuing left, I had indeed just broken through the Grandmaster realm not long ago. But now I have broken through to the late stage of the Grandmaster realm." Yuing. Luo Qingzhou continued to look down at the map on the table. Yuing stared at him for a long time, and couldn't help asking, "How did you break through? I haven't been out for a month yet?" Luo Qingzhou looked up at her again and said, "It should be possible." "Right?" Yuing said with a complicated look. "No. 1 day short." Luo Qingzhou nodded, thought for a while, and said, "After Lord Yuing came out, I also went out for a trip. And then I got some opportunities in an ancient ruins. So I broke through." Yuing was stunned and said, "Break through 2 levels in a row?" Luo Qingzhou said lightly, "Yes." Yuing fell silent again. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and continued to look at the third route on the map. He must write down everything on this route on the map. And at the same time, he must also write down the positions of the nearby demon army. This time he is not going alone, but with Sister Yu. So, he must be careful and cautious. And nothing can happen. "What do you want that Golden Clam Demon Lord for?" Yuing was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked again. In the past, she would never say so much, and would never ask such things. Luo Qingzhou silently memorized the marks on the map and said, "Practice." Yuing looked at him, and tried to hold back, but still couldn't help. "Do you want to practice magic? Or is there any other use?" Luo Qingzhou didn't want to explain too much to her, and said directly, "Sprint to the Grandmaster realm." Yuing. The tent suddenly fell into a long silence. After a moment, Luo Qingzhou memorized the routes and marks on the map one by one in his mind, and bowed his hands and said, "Lord Yuing, thank you very much. Then we will take our leave first. Ying was silent again, handed him a jade plate on the table, and said, "This jade plate can indicate the direction, and you can use it by inputting internal force or soul power. Once you step into the place where the demon army is stationed, you may not be able to tell the direction, or even see the road clearly. If you encounter that situation, it should be able to help you." Luo Qingzhou heard this, and realized the importance of this item. He immediately took it, and thanked her again. Just as the two were about to leave, Ying suddenly said, "It would be best if you can arrive before dawn tomorrow morning. We will pretend to attack to tire out the enemy, and attract the attention of the demon army to create conditions for you." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Thank you." Ying still said coldly, "Your Majesty asked me to protect you. I hope you can come back soon." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again, said nothing more, and led Sister Yu out of the tent. Dao Ling sent them to the outside of the military camp, and told them with concern, "Be careful. If you are discovered, come back immediately. It is better to fail than to die." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Senior sister, please help me take care of my second brother and my father-in-law." Dao Ling said speechlessly, "Lord Ying is taking care of him. Because of you, they can't go to dangerous places at all. But your second brother is very stubborn. He wants to make achievements and serve His Majesty. He has been asking for permission to go to the front to kill monsters and enemies." Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered and said, "Senior sister, I heard that you were injured. How are you now?" Dao Ling shrugged and said, "It's a minor injury. It's healed a long time ago." Then he asked in confusion, "Who told you? Go back. No need to send me." Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and left with Sister Yu. Dao Ling stood in front of the military camp, silently watching the backs of the two people gradually walk away. Suddenly, she saw that guy suddenly stop there, and turned into an ice sculpture. The girl in the white dress beside him didn't even look at him, and walked away coldly. When Dao Ling returned to the central army tent, Ying called her in, looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "You have known him for a long time, right? Has his cultivation speed always been so fast?" Chapter 862 Sister Yu's Playfulness. Heading west, the two quickly entered the westernmost mountain range, then quickened their pace and climbed up. The demon eagle's vision is very terrifying. When they hover in the sky, they can see everything on the ground within 100 miles. Of course, the premise is that there is no formation to cover it, and there is no other smoke. So Luo Qingzhou and the others can only walk over the mountains. But for them, even walking to climb the mountain is still very fast. There used to be many wild beasts, even demon beasts, in these mountains. But after the war between humans and demons, most of them fled and left this place of trouble. The two rushed all the way. They encountered a few wild beasts on the road, and they were scared away by the powerful aura of the two before they roared and pounced out. The two climbed to the top of the mountain at the fastest speed, climbing high and looking far. At this time, you can clearly see the location of the swamp. But above that piece of land, there was a black cloud of demonic energy covering it. No matter how good your eyesight was, you couldn't see the situation on the ground. At the same time, several black spots appeared in the night sky, circling around. That should be the demon clan's air guards and sentries, the demon eagles with extremely amazing eyesight. The two found the right direction and began to go down the mountain. Then they continued to climb towards the second peak in front. One mountain is higher than another, and one forest is deeper than another. Half an hour later, the two climbed over the third mountain range. During the period, they encountered a demon beast and several poisonous snakes, all of which were killed in one blow. There is also the last mountain range. When they came to the foot of the mountain and saw the more majestic mountains ahead, Luo Qingzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned his head, and looked at the girl beside him. The two climbed over the mountains and ridges with their footsteps and internal strength, without stopping for a moment. Although the speed was very fast, it was also very physically demanding. The girl beside him also had sweat on her fair and smooth forehead. The hair on her temples stuck to her slightly red cheeks. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her breathing was clearly audible. She was obviously a little tired. Luo Qingzhou took out the handkerchief she had given him and stretched it out to wipe her sweat. The girl glanced at him and stepped back to avoid him. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her wrist and held the handkerchief in his other hand to forcibly wipe the sweat from her forehead. Seeing the coldness in her eyes, he hurriedly said with a thick face, "Freeze me into an ice sculpture, just in time for me to cool down." The girl's fingertips had just condensed frost and wanted to poke him. But she paused when she heard the words and put them away again, glaring at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to see it and wiped her cheek again. Fong stopped when he saw that it was going well and said, "Thank you, Sister Yu, for your mercy. Let's go." Continue. The girl paused where she was and followed him. The two quickly climbed up the mountain again. This time, the swamp not far away was clearer than before, but there were still dark clouds covering the sky. At the same time, pairs of scarlet eyes in the night sky were getting closer and closer, and there were more and more of them, constantly patrolling the ground. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, "Sister Yu, what is your current cultivation level?" The girl next to him was silent for a moment, and said, "The late stage of the distraction realm." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Then he understood. Sister Yu's spirit can only exert the strength of the late stage of the spirit separation realm in Huagu's body. Right? Yu Yao looked at him and said lightly, "I am just a wisp of spirit separation. This time you have to rely on yourself." Luo Qingzhou. "Okay. Let's be careful." He said nothing more and walked down the mountain. As soon as the two arrived at the foot of the mountain, they suddenly saw a bonfire in the woods not far away. At the same time, a noisy sound came. The fire illuminated several hideous faces and their strong bodies that were different from humans. Some had horns on their heads, and some had tails behind them. The skin and hair also showed various colors, including green, red, blue, etc. It seemed that there were about 7 or 8 figures, all of whom were members of the demon clan. At the same time, in the night sky hundreds of meters above, a huge demon eagle was circling back and forth, with scarlet eyes, patrolling here coldly and sharply. Luo Qingzhou hid behind a big tree, watched carefully for a while, turned his head and whispered, "Sister Yu, there are open spaces on both sides ahead, with low and sparse trees, and there are demon eagles patrolling in the sky. We should not be able to sneak around from the side. So, I may need to kill the monsters in the woods ahead." Yu Yao looked ahead, then looked up at the demon eagle above her head, and said, "We need to lure the demon eagle away first." As soon as the words fell, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said in unison with her, "I will lure it away." The two looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingzhou said, "I will go." Yu Yao did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the monsters in the woods ahead again, and then looked up at the demon eagle hovering in the night sky. Suddenly, he took out the little fire fox from the storage ring and whispered, "Go. Lure the demon eagle above your head away. It would be better if you can lure it down." Yu Yao. The little fire fox looked up and got excited immediately. It hadn't been out for a long time, and now that it had the opportunity to run and have fun, it was naturally very happy. Be careful. The demon eagle's claws and beak are very sharp. If you encounter danger, hide in the dense forest or between the rocks. It is large in size and has large wings, so it is not easy to fly in the dense forest. If you run on the ground, it will definitely not catch you. Luo Qingzhou whispered again. The little fire fox nodded and gave him a "don't worry" look. Then, with a whoosh sound, it jumped to the right, when it ran out of the woods and ran on the open space. The demon eagle in the night sky immediately found it. At first, the demon eagle had no interest. However, when the little fire fox suddenly started jumping up and provoking it with its teeth bared, its arrogant temperament immediately couldn't help it. When it found that this little fire fox was not an ordinary little animal, it became more interested, and immediately chirped and swooped down. At this time, several monsters in the woods in front heard the sound and immediately came out to watch. Then he muttered something and returned to the woods. The demon eagle had been circling in the air and patrolling, and its body was exhausted, so it would come down from time to catch food to eat. So these monsters were naturally used to it. The little fire fox continued to run forward. The demon eagle swooped down very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it had already reached the ground, when its claws were about to approach the little fire fox. The little fire fox suddenly jumped forward and jumped dozens of meters away. The demon eagle pounced in vain, and immediately flapped its wings and chased after it. At this time, Luo Qingzhou concealed his warrior aura, walked out from behind the big tree, and walked directly to the forest in front. Since he was standing guard here, there was naturally no big demon, as long as the demon eagle in the air did not sound an alarm to notify the monsters elsewhere. It would be easy to solve. Yu Yao followed behind him. When the two walked to the open space without any cover, the monsters in the forest in front immediately discovered them. "It's human." There was a green-haired monster who spoke a strange human language. The The monsters immediately stood up from the campfire, took out their weapons, and made strange noises. But before they rushed out, Luo Qingzhou had already flashed and swept in. Bang! 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 With a few muffled sounds, the leading monsters were smashed in the chest by him and flew out. Seeing this, the other monsters were about to escape, but a flying sword suddenly appeared above their heads, and with a flash of cold light, the heads of the monsters fell off. The strength of the late Grandmaster and the late spiritual realm is outstanding even among the monsters. These monsters had no power to resist and died. Luo Qingzhou felt a little too relaxed, worried about a trick. He split his soul out of his body and checked around. Seeing nothing unusual, he was relieved. These monsters are probably just outposts, or they act as ordinary exploration teams. Just like ordinary soldiers in the human army, naturally they don't have much strength. After Luo Qingzhou's exploration, he took out the corpse powder and destroyed the corpse. But he left 2 clothes. When he finished dealing with the corpse, picked up the 2 clothes, and prepared to let Sister Yu wear them, he suddenly found that Sister Yu was gone. He was startled and looked around. Sister Yu. There was silence all around. No response. His face changed. And when he was about to rush out of the woods to look for her, a figure suddenly walked out from behind the big tree next to him. He was wearing a black robe, a black hat, and a black veil on his face, revealing only a pair of dark and bright eyes. The whole person seemed to have suddenly merged into the night. Not only could he not see clearly, but he didn't even emit a trace of breath. Sister Yu. This is invisibility cloak. Yu Yao replied lightly, throwing him another large black robe. Luo Qingzhou was immediately delighted, and immediately put it on, and then put on the hat like her, and immediately found that he seemed to have merged into the night. Good stuff. He couldn't help but admire it, and suddenly said, Sister Yu, do you still have a veil? I'll wear one too. Yu Yao said lightly, you don't need it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and asked in confusion, why? Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, because you have no shame. Luo Qingzhou. I didn't expect to see Sister Yu's sharp tongue and sarcastic side. It's worth it to come out this time. Luo Qingzhou found a step down by himself, thought about it, and suddenly took out the black tiger mask from the storage ring and put it on his face. In this way, the whole cheek also merged with the night. Perfect. Let's go and find the little fire fox. If we had known that these monsters were so useless, we should have helped the little fire fox kill the demon eagle just now. Luo Qingzhou immediately walked out of the woods. Who knew that at this moment, the little fire fox suddenly ran back from the open space on the right, and it seemed to be holding something in its mouth. When it ran closer, Luo Qingzhou was surprised to find that it was holding the eagle head of the demon eagle. Squeak! Squeak! The little fire fox ran closer and threw the eagle head in its mouth on the ground, proudly asking for credit. At the same time, it burped, indicating that the remaining corpses of the demon eagle had all entered its stomach. Luo Qingzhou praised generously, great. Then he looked at it and asked, I let you out. Why didn't you take the opportunity to escape just now? The little fire fox squatted on the ground and rolled his eyes at him. It's so chaotic outside, and there are dangers everywhere. There are food, drinks, and fun inside, and you can practice quickly. Only a fool would run away. Luo Qingzhou understood what it meant. However, why practice quickly? Is it because of the mysterious little tree? Huagu Soul, from knowing nothing to becoming more and more powerful now, may also be because of the mysterious little tree. If the little tree really has this effect, let alone them, even he would want to hide in it and not come out. Also, you can help me survive the thunder tribulation. The little fire fox suddenly looked into his eyes again and squeaked. So that's it. It seems that you all treat me as a lightning rod. Right? Luo Qingzhou ignored it and immediately put it into the storage ring. Then he turned around and asked, Sister Yu, you saw in my storage ring that the spirits of Little Fire Fox and Flower Bone could practice quickly in it. Do you know the reason? Is it because of that little tree? Yu Yao's thick eyelashes moved and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, Sister Yu, do you really not know what that little tree is? Yu Yao was silent for a moment and said, I know. Luo Qingzhou was immediately delighted and hurriedly asked, What is it? Tree, Yu Yao said, and walked forward coldly. Luo Qingzhou. The two of them passed through the woods and continued to move forward. Because it was dark, there was black fog floating above their heads, and the two of them were wearing invisible cloaks. So they had a smooth journey. the demon eagles hovering above their heads, and the scattered sentries on the road never found them. But if they dared to fly, even if they were not discovered by those demon eagles, they would be discovered as long as they touched the black demon fog in the high places. As for the earth walking technique, it was even more useless. Humans and demons were fighting, and nearby cities and lands, even the underground of the mountains, were covered by large formations, making it impossible to enter. Luo Qingzhou was not afraid of the formation, but he was afraid of alerting the demons hiding underground. Moreover, there must be many traps buried underground to prevent the human army from breaking through the underground roads and sneaking in. It was the fourth watch. The two had quietly bypassed the place where the two demon armies were stationed. The unique smell of corruption in the swamp ahead came with the night wind. It was already very close. At the same time, the black fog around them began to become thicker. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that the two would get separated, so he immediately held the hand of the girl beside him and slowed down. At this time, he dared not let his soul leave his body. To let his soul leave his body, he needed to activate his soul power. And in that case, he would emit the breath of a human. If he was detected by the treasures of the demon clan, it would be troublesome. The reason why the two could walk here quietly was not only because of the invisible cloak on their bodies, but also because of the breath-retaining technique. So they must not release any breath unless it was absolutely necessary. Soon, the two saw the low trees in front of them, and the quagmire under the trees. At the same time, the strong damp and corrupt smell came in waves, which made people sick. The two held their breath and continued to move forward. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came from a big tree on the right. Huh? Luo Qingzhou was startled, and when he was about to take action, he suddenly heard Sister Yu's voice in his ears. Close your eyes, hold your breath, and don't move. Luo Qingzhou did it immediately. The two stopped where they were, closed their eyes, held their breath, and did not move. Darkness and fog enveloped them. The black robes on their bodies seemed to be integrated with the night, and also looked like a ball of black fog. The big tree on the right suddenly shook its branches and made another hoarse sound. Ho ho! At the same time, a scarlet vertical pupil opened from its middle trunk. It was actually a tree demon. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. The tree demon didn't seem to see anything, but always felt that something strange was nearby. So the branches on the branches began to grow quickly, crawling and extending around. Groping carefully, Yu Yao stood on the right side of Luo Qingzhou. Soon, a dark branch twisted and crawled over from the ground. When it was about to touch her feet, Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his eyes and stomped over suddenly. With a bang, he stomped heavily on the tip of the branch. Zzz. A flash of lightning. A purple lightning whoosh sounded, and it jumped towards the big tree along the branches on the ground. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou's hand flashed with a cold light, and he threw the black and white sword directly at the place on the tree trunk where the sound came from. All these actions were done in an instant. Before the tree demon could react, the purple lightning had already swept onto its trunk and directly penetrated its soul. Puff! At the same time, the black and white sword just happened to be inserted into the trunk, directly piercing through the entire trunk. Then, the black flying sword suddenly became larger and pierced directly into the scarlet vertical pupil in the middle of the trunk. The tree demon didn't even have time to scream, and his whole body trembled and died completely. The branches and leaves that extended out withered instantly, and from its trunk, a faint smell of burning floated. The purple lightning not only instantly destroyed its soul, but also burned the middle of its body. Luo Qingzhou saw it was completely dead. Then he retracted his flying sword and black and white sword, and snorted coldly, Sister Yu's feet. I haven't even touched them yet, and you dare to plot against me. You're courting death. The cold girl standing behind him twitched her eyebrows slightly. Chapter 863 Fight. Ho! At this time, several strange cries suddenly came from the swamp in front. They seemed to have discovered the fluctuations of the atmosphere here. When Luo Qingzhou was about to rush over to take the initiative, Yu Yao, who was beside him, suddenly pulled him and swept behind a big tree next to him and stuck there. Swish! At this moment, a scarlet beam of light suddenly shot out from the swamp in front. The black fog floating in the air seemed to be suddenly pierced through. The beam of light swept back and forth around. Luo Qingzhou and the other person held their breath, stuck behind the big tree, and did not move. Several times, the beam of light swept past the two of them. At this time, a strange voice came from the black fog in front. Ho ho ho! Then, it became quiet. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl beside him. lowered his head again, and looked at the hands of the two people holding together. Then, he raised his head again and looked at her. Yu Yao let go of his hand. When he looked over, she had already looked at the black fog in front of her. She said coldly, "That's the three-eyed demon wolf. It can detect human breath and breath fluctuations." It just said there was nothing unusual. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, "But I just took action. And the tree demon died. It didn't detect it?" Yu Yao looked ahead and said lightly, "The tree demon has taken root in the land, and its breath has long been integrated with the surrounding breath, making it difficult to detect. As for the breath you just took action, it has been frozen by me." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly looked at the place where he had just taken action. On the soil on the ground, there were indeed some densely packed small crystals, which were melting rapidly. The scarlet beam just now only swept the high place, not the ground. "Sister Yu is so powerful," Luo Qingzhou praised sincerely, and then boldly added, "So careful and considerate." Yu Yao narrowed her eyes, retracted her gaze to the front, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou turned his head away and looked ahead, saying, "This swamp looks very large. I don't know where the Golden Clam Demon Lord is hiding. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find it." After saying that, he took out the jade plate that Yuying gave him and checked the direction. When he put away the jade plate, he found that the girl next to him was looking down at the message in her hand. Luo Qingzhou moved his eyes silently. Yu Yao put away her eyes and looked at him and said, "Pick a leaf out." "Leaves?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, looked around, and asked in confusion, "What leaves?" Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, "Leaves of the tree." Luo Qingzhou, he reacted immediately, and immediately picked a leaf of the mysterious little tree from the storage ring and handed it to her. Yu Yao took it and looked up at the sky. Luo Qingzhou was curious, but did not dare to disturb her. A quarter of an hour later, just as he couldn't help asking, a noisy and angry shout suddenly came from the swamp in front of him. At the same time, farther away, the drums of war sounded like thunder. The shouts of the human army and the roars of the demons were faintly heard with the wind, because there were too many people. Some of them could be heard even from such a long distance. Luo Qingzhou looked up. Only then did he realize that it was almost dawn. Yuying said that before dawn, he would lead the army to pretend to attack, attract the attention of the demon army, and create opportunities for them. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Sister Yu, the demons in front should have run out to see the situation on the battlefield ahead. Let's go now." Yu Yao didn't say anything. She held a leaf in her hand and walked forward for a distance. Suddenly, she stopped under a tree with a huge crown. A light flashed in her hand, and the leaf flew up to the crown. Luo Qingzhou found that the leaf was wrapped in frost and was slowly melting. Yu Yao looked at him and said, "Pick another one." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to ask more questions, and immediately picked another leaf from the storage ring and handed it to her. Yu Yao took it and walked in another direction. Hundreds of meters later, she put the second leaf on the crown of a big tree. But this leaf was not wrapped in frost. "Let's go!" Yu Yao led him to the side, stopped in the bushes hundreds of meters away, and hid inside. At this time, the shouts and screams of human soldiers and demon army in the distance continued. Luo Qingzhou could clearly feel that a stream of demonic energy swept out from the swamp in front and rushed towards the front battlefield. Will that Golden Clam demon suddenly go to the front battlefield? He just asked, and then immediately denied it. There are other demon troops stationed between this swamp and the front battlefield. If the battle is fierce, other demons will naturally go. The Golden Clam demon is stationed here, and should be responsible for guarding the rear. At this moment, he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. He moved his nose and immediately looked at the big tree hundreds of meters away. The second leaf was placed on the crown of the big tree. After a while, the fragrance became stronger and stronger and began to drift everywhere. Ho! Ho ho! At this time, a long-tailed monster about 7 or 8 meters long suddenly crawled out of the black fog on the right, while holding its head high and screaming strangely. It crawled towards the tree that emitted a fragrant smell. Ho ho! At this time, another green-faced monster about 3 meters high suddenly walked out of the black fog in front, with a puzzled look on its face. The two monsters looked at each other, and both made strange noises, as if they were communicating something. Then, they crawled towards the tree together, because the leaf was hidden in the dense canopy of the tree and mixed with other leaves. The two monsters came under the tree, looked up and looked for it, but did not find it, and then began to circle around the whole tree, while making low strange noises. They seemed to suspect that there was something wrong with the tree. Wow! At this moment, a two-headed black snake more than 10 meters long suddenly jumped out of a mud pit dozens of meters away from Luo Qingzhou and the others, and quickly crawled towards the tree, raising its head and spitting out its tongue. Looking very excited, the three monsters began to communicate. Soon, the other two monsters became very excited. When the two-headed black snake was about to climb up the tree, the green-faced monster suddenly roared, waved his fists and shouted, as if to tell it not to touch the tree. Although the two-headed black snake was a little dissatisfied, it did not continue to climb. At this time, the long-tailed monster suddenly moved its nose, turned its head, and looked in another direction. It seemed to smell something again. Ah! At this time, two more monsters rushed out from the black fog in front. Seeing that more and more monsters gathered here, Luo Qingzhou and the others immediately stood up from the bushes, retreated, and then walked carefully towards the center of the swamp. The battle in front attracted most of the monsters in the swamp, but there were still some monsters hiding in various places in the swamp. At this time, they were attracted by the smell of the two leaves one after another. Luo Qingzhou became more and more curious about the mysterious tree. Judging from the excitement of the monsters just now, the two leaves were not simple at all. It can be seen that the mysterious tree in his storage ring was even more extraordinary. The mysterious tree was originally just a dying tree root buried under the soil of the ancient space ruins. After he brought it back, he accidentally used spiritual liquid to revive it, and then took root and sprouted, growing into its current thriving appearance, and even produced a flower bud. Judging from the skeletons in that ancient space, there should be a battlefield where a very fierce battle had taken place. The battle between humans and the demons. Everything there was destroyed and turned into ruins. Only this tree root buried underground still had some vitality. He felt that this tree root was not simple at the beginning. Now it seems that it is very likely to have a great attraction to the members of the demons. Sister, you must know. Otherwise she would not have asked him to pick two leaves directly to lure out the demon sentries hiding in the dark. He glanced at the girl next to him and couldn't help asking again, Sister, you. My little tree. It's a tree. Before he finished speaking, the girl next to him said coldly again. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and said, I know it's a tree. What tree? Sister, you. Can you tell me? The girl paused, looked ahead and said, Little tree. Luo Qingzhou. Quack. At this moment, a loud cry suddenly came from the black fog in front. With anger, and there was a sense of fear that made people tremble. Luo Qingzhou's expression moved, and he immediately stabilized his mind and looked at the girl beside him. Yu Yao nodded slightly. The two of them immediately stopped where they were, and did not move again, waiting for the other party to emerge from the black fog. But nothing came out of the black fog. At the same time, the chirping sound just now did not sound again. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that the other party would escape, so he immediately walked forward carefully. When he passed through the black fog, he suddenly found a large pool of water in front of him. At the same time, a cold chill came over him. There were some low shrubs growing around the pool, and it looked normal. In the pool, the water surface was as calm as a mirror, without any ripples or anything. Luo Qingzhou stopped not far away, not daring to get closer. He turned his head and looked at the girl behind him, but suddenly found that she had disappeared. At this time, a strange fragrance came. He immediately followed the fragrance and found that there was a black figure on a low tree on the right, which could not be seen at all without careful observation. At the same time, a wisp of fragrance floated out from her hand and drifted towards the pond in front. Above the pond, the cold air turned into mist, making it hazy. After a moment, the water's surface suddenly moved, and then, a strange fish with a blue body, 4 or 5 meters long, and 2 front limbs, suddenly crawled out of the pool and crawled towards the low tree not far away. When it came under the tree, it immediately raised its head and looked up. There was nothing above. Just as it was wondering, there was a sudden wow sound in the pool, and another monster with a human body and a fish head flew out, holding a steel fork, walked quickly in front of it, and looked up. It seemed to be confused for a moment, and suddenly raised the steel fork in its hand and threw it fiercely at the tree. Ding! The steel fork seemed to pierce something, making a slight sound. The fish-headed monster was immediately startled, and without time to retract the steel fork, it immediately turned around and ran towards the pool. Boom! Luo Qingzhou acted decisively, immediately rushed out from the side, and punched it on the head. With a bang, the fish head suddenly exploded. The human body fell to the ground, but continued to crawl towards the pool. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, and he immediately took out the black and white sword. The sword flashed with purple lightning, and with a swish, it pierced into its heart. At this time, the half of the human body trembled all over and died completely. When Luo Qingzhou held the black and white sword and looked under the big tree, the strange fish with a blue body had been frozen into an ice sculpture, and then it broke into pieces with a click. Yu Yao fell from the tree and walked directly to the pool in front, saying, "The guards are coming back soon, and we must fight quickly." Luo Qingzhou immediately held the sword and followed behind. Wow! The two walked to the edge of the pool and jumped in without any hesitation. Under the pool, it was dark and deep, and extremely turbid. The two people's vision was blocked, and they were not afraid of alerting the snake. They directly used their divine thoughts to spread and search around. The pool was about 10 meters deep. In addition to the silt at the bottom of the pool, there were many weeds and many stones. There were piles of bones beside the stone. Upon closer inspection, they were all human skeletons. As soon as the two landed on a stone, a sharp black tentacle suddenly jumped out from the pile of rocks next to it, like a sharp arrow, piercing Luo Qingzhou's back. Luo Qingzhou did not draw his sword, nor did he dodge. A protective light shield condensed around his body, and at the same time, a layer of golden dragon scale armor condensed on the surface of his skin. Snap! The sharp tentacle stabbed heavily on his back, but was blocked by the dragon scale armor. Just as it was about to retract quickly, Luo Qingzhou had already grabbed it, and then his body swish spun in the air, and his arm suddenly pulled hard. Boom! Pulling out a black monster hiding under the pile of rocks. A closer look revealed that it was a strange fish with a black body. On both sides of the strange fish's mouth, there were two long whiskers, which were as long and sharp as tentacles. And the tentacle he was holding was one of the whiskers of the strange fish. The strange fish suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of black venom. Luo Qingzhou put away the black and white sword, stomped his feet on the stone, and flew to the side at a high speed. At the same time, he still held the whiskers of the strange fish tightly in his hand, and suddenly pulled hard again. The body of the strange fish was suddenly turned over by him, and the venom in its mouth lost its accuracy. Luo Qingzhou took this opportunity and immediately rode on its back. With a flash of cold light in his hand, the black and white sword pierced into the spine on its back with a swish sound. Then he let go of the strange fish's beard, held the hilt of the black and white sword tightly with both hands, and then the airflow around his body rotated, and the whole person swept in the opposite direction. After the strange fish was pierced into the spine by his sword, it trembled in pain, and then swam forward desperately, trying to break free. One person and one fish, swimming hard in opposite directions. Wow! The entire back and abdomen of the strange fish were suddenly cut open by the sharp black and white sword. Its entire tail was also cut into two halves. The internal organs immediately gushed out with blood. It swam forward frantically in pain, and only the bottom part of the two halves of the body were still stuck together, and it swayed and rushed forward at the same time. The huge impact force soon separated its bottom body. Its head, with its two completely separated halves of empty body, rushed forward for dozens of meters before it was completely killed. Luo Qingzhou put away the black and white sword and found that Sister Yu suddenly swam into a cave in front. He immediately followed. The two entered the cave one after the other, and after swimming forward for another 7 or 8 meters, their feet suddenly landed on the ground. There was no water in front. At this moment, something like a sharp arrow suddenly flew out from the wall on the right, piercing the throat of the girl in front like lightning. Luo Qingzhou was startled, but it was too late to rescue. The girl flashed and avoided the sharp arrow, but the sharp arrow whooshed and retracted from the wall again. Boom! Luo Qingzhou smashed the wall with a punch and rushed over directly. Gua! At this time, the loud cry sounded again. Luo Qingzhou had just passed through the wall when a large ball of green venom suddenly rushed towards him. The fishy smell hit him in the face, and he suddenly felt dizzy. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough, and he woke up instantly. He punched out, and the fist light and strong wind blew away the venom. A golden clam, with its legs upright, instantly fled to the dark passage in front. Luo Qingzhou immediately chased after it. Yu Yao also followed behind. When the two left, the green venom that was dispersed by Luo Qingzhou's punch suddenly turned into small insects with green wings, gathered into a group, and chased the two from behind. Luo Qingzhou just chased to a corner. Who knew that the golden clam demon suddenly jumped out from the corner, with a cold light flashing in his hand, and a green spear appeared, swishing through the air and stabbed him. A terrible spear light lit up. Luo Qingzhou had no time to dodge, and punched directly. Bang! The black fist light and the green spear light collided heavily. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a huge force coming, and his body shook, and he was directly thrown back by this powerful force and the blast. This scene happened very quickly. Bang! He suddenly hit a soft place, and then flew back against the soft place, and then fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 864. Congratulations on getting the demon pill. Great achievements on the border. Swish! The tip of the spear pierced the air, and a sharp whistle was heard. The demon clam sank at the waist and stabbed out the second shot. Luo Qingzhou immediately jumped up from the ground, and a black shadow flashed in his hand, and a black wooden stick appeared. Jung! The wooden stick hit the tip of the spear, and sparks flew. The spear light was instantly smashed, and the spear in the demon clam's hand also shook violently. But the spear was still intact. Ha! The demon clam suddenly let out a strange cry, and the spear in his hand instantly stabbed out hundreds of moves. The spear flowers suddenly covered the entire passage. Luo Qingzhou had no way to retreat, and the black wooden stick in his hand suddenly rotated and swung out, performing the bull demon stick method of whipping thousands of flies. For a while, the wind whistled, and the shadows of the sticks were heavy, instantly sealing all the spear lights. The spear tip and the stick collided with each other with a clanging sound, which was dazzling. The real spear and stick could not be seen at all. Sparks flew in the passage, and the air flow was chaotic. After a series of harsh noises, the spear in the demon clam's hand actually clicked, and the entire spear tip broke into pieces. Luo Qingzhou flew and spun again, sweeping across the army with a stick, directly breaking the remaining spear shaft, and then hitting it hard on its bulging belly. Bang! A muffled sound. The demon clam was hit, and flew out by a stick. Before he landed, Luo Qingzhou had already rushed up and hit him hard with another stick. Wow! At this moment, the demon clam suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a large mouthful of dark green venom. The venom was extremely sticky, and it seemed like a living thing. As soon as it touched the stick, it immediately stuck to the whole stick. The force of Luo Qingzhou's swing was suddenly blocked. Just like swinging a stick in deep water, the speed became extremely slow, and the force became weaker and weaker. The clam took this opportunity to turn over and jump up, turning around and running. Swoosh! It rushed into the corner, but suddenly hit a thin layer of moon-white light wall, and was bounced back directly. Luo Qingzhou flicked the wooden stick in his hand suddenly, and a ball of fire ignited in his hand, instantly wrapping the whole wooden stick. The sticky venom on the wooden stick immediately sizzled and made a strange cry. At the same time, a burnt smell filled the air. Sizzle! Luo Qingzhou released lightning again, entangled on the stick. The sticky venom was finally cleaned up. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to use the wooden stick again, and immediately put it away and punched it directly. The black fist light was accompanied by lightning. At the same time, a shadow of a demon bull suddenly appeared behind him. The moment the fist was thrown, a thunderous mooing sound was heard. The demon clam actually raised its big belly to welcome his fist. Bang! With a loud bang, Luo Qingzhou's fist hit its huge belly hard. However, at the moment it was knocked away, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out of its mouth, which turned out to be its tongue. The speed was extremely fast. It pierced Luo Qingzhou's throat. Luo Qingzhou was startled and had no time to dodge. While retracting his fist, he concentrated all his defense on his neck. Puff! The tongue, as sharp as a sharp arrow, instantly pierced through the protective wind and protective light shield in front of him, and fiercely pierced his throat. His throat was about to be pierced. A layer of golden scales suddenly appeared on his neck. Dragon scale armor. Ding! The tongue hit one of the golden scales hard. Sparks flew. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a heavy blow on his neck, as if he was hit by a crossbow. Although it did not pierce his throat, the strong impact directly knocked him back. A sharp pain suddenly came from his neck, and his larynx was almost broken. He raised his head, stood firm, and hurriedly opened his mouth to breathe. He was dizzy for a moment, and almost fell down. And the punch, he concentrated all his strength on the belly of the demon clam, directly knocked the demon clam out, and the bulging belly suddenly sank in. ZZ. Red lightning climbed from the belly to its whole body. The demon clam hit the wall at the corner heavily, Just as it fell to the ground and had not yet recovered, a moonlight sword suddenly fell silently and pierced into its belly. Its whole body was covered with shields and armor. Only the belly was just pierced by Luo Qingzhou's bull demon fist with red lightning. So, the moonlight sword was inserted into its belly smoothly. The demon clam screamed immediately, then raised its head, and its tongue like a sharp arrow in its mouth suddenly stabbed the sneak-attacking figure furiously. Yu Yao succeeded with a sword, and his figure flashed, retreated behind the corner, and disappeared. At the corner, there was a moonlight wall, and the demon clam couldn't get through it all, while the demon clam was stabbed by a sword and couldn't get up on the ground. Luo Qingzhou endured the pain in his neck and swept over. The fist in his hand flashed, and boom punched it at its wound. This time, his entire fist penetrated the demon clam's belly. At the same time, the fist storm and the purple lightning on the fist all penetrated into its body. Gwa! The demon clam suddenly let out a shrill and desperate scream, and its whole body suddenly expanded. Then with a bang, it exploded. Countless flesh and blood and the dark green venom in the body, like dense and sharp arrows, shot towards the two people. At the same time, in a ball of blood mist, a demon clam phantom suddenly held a golden demon pill and shot out towards the side wall, as if trying to drill through the wall to escape. Hua! Who knew that at this moment, a moonwhite light wall suddenly appeared on the wall, blocking its way. Luo Qingzhou punched away the blood arrows and venom that were shooting at him, and when it was about to drill towards the top of the cave above, his arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed it. Z! A flash of purple lightning. The demon clam's soul screamed and turned into nothingness. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to delay, and immediately put away the demon pill and said, "Sister Yu, let's go! If the monsters above come back, it will be difficult for them to get out again." The two of them immediately rushed out from the passage. When the two swam to the surface, they just saw a big-headed monster with a green face and fangs, carrying a big knife and walking back with a gibberish in his mouth. The two sides suddenly met. The big-headed monster was stunned for a moment, and for a moment it seemed that he didn't react whether the two were enemies or friends. Ho! Ho ho! Luo Qingzhou suddenly imitated the monsters before and screamed a few times, then walked over quickly. The big-headed monster was stunned, and seemed to react suddenly, and immediately opened his mouth to sound the alarm. Swish! Luo Qingzhou's flying sword, which had been ready for battle, suddenly shot out and pierced directly into its mouth. Then, the flying sword suddenly became larger and instantly pierced through its entire head. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's fist suddenly hit its throat, because he was afraid that the sound would be too loud and attract other monsters. He did not use the fist light, but only relied on the power of the late Grandmaster to directly smash its throat bone. The big-headed monster was shocked. His eyes widened, and he fell to the ground, dead. Luo Qingzhou directly poured the corpse powder to destroy the corpse. Then, the two of them quickly left from the bushes they had just come from. At this time, the leaves on the two big trees had been swallowed by a big snake and a demon monkey. The other monsters yelled and cursed for a while, and had to return. The two encountered many monsters along the way, and they all hid quietly. The sounds on the battlefield ahead had stopped. Those demon clan members seemed to find that the human army was just bluffing and not really going to attack. So they all came back one after another. As soon as Luo Qingzhou and the other two walked out of the swamp, they suddenly heard a burst of angry roars coming from the pool. It seemed that a demon had discovered something unusual. Then, in the swamp, there were more and more roars and strange cries. At this time, the sun had risen. Although the sky was shrouded in black fog, the light was much brighter than at night. The black robes on Luo Qingzhou and the other two suddenly lost their effect. Above their heads, it seemed that a demon eagle had discovered them and immediately screamed in the air, "Run!" Without any hesitation, the two immediately ran towards the mountains ahead. Ah! There were more and more strange cries behind them. At the same time, more and more demon eagles gathered in the sky. Several demon eagles began to dive down, and after diving for a distance, they immediately flew up, repeating this to locate the positions of the two for other demon clan members. Luo Qingzhou looked up while running. After discovering that two demon eagles had reached the range of the flying sword's attack, he immediately drove the flying sword into the air and shot at one of the demon eagles. The demon eagle reacted very quickly, and with a flash of its wings, it immediately rose up, and at the same time tilted its body to glide, narrowly avoiding the attack of the flying sword. But it was also startled and dared not hover at low altitude. The alarm issued by the Demon Eagle caused several waves of demon troops stationed in front to immediately surround them with murderous intent. There are pursuers behind and blockades in front. The two are at least 50 miles away from the mountain range in front. And it seems that they can't escape. There are more and more demon eagles gathering above their heads. The footsteps and strange cries behind them are getting closer and closer. While running, Luo Qingzhou quickly played the routes and locations he saw on the map yesterday in his mind. In the current situation, it is almost harder than climbing to the sky to return from the original route, even if they are lucky enough to escape into the mountain range in front. There will be countless demons chasing them. The other side has a large army of demons. Underground, land and air forces, and monsters with various magical powers. The two of them need to cross several mountains to escape, which is obviously impossible. How can human physical strength and speed be compared with monsters? Moreover, there should be some monsters in the enemy army that are stronger than them. So returning the same way is undoubtedly tantamount to seeking death. For now, the only way is to take them by surprise and find another way. In his mind, a place marked by Yuing with a red dot suddenly appeared, Black Cloud City, the granary of the monster clan. He suddenly stopped and turned to look in another direction. The granary was 7 or 8 miles ahead. Even through the fog, with his eyesight, he could vaguely see the outline. Yuing had already told him yesterday about the troops of the monster clan distributed in various places. There are only more than 200 monster soldiers in this Black Cloud City, including more than 300 human captives, who are used as coolies to transport food and grass. The general with the highest cultivation in the city is only a monster lord who has experienced 2 thunder tribulations. After all, this city is right behind several waves of monster army, and the monster army is also protecting the side. So there is no need to waste too much manpower. Who would have thought that humans would suddenly pass through several waves of demon army and come to the granary quietly? If there were too many people, they would not be able to fail to notice. And if there were too few people, it would be useless. Therefore, these demons did not need to send heavy troops to guard Black Cloud City, but only to set up some advanced formations to protect the city, even if an abnormal situation occurred. As long as the city defense formation persisted for a while, the demon army station nearby would arrive quickly. But what Luo Qingzhou was least afraid of was the formation. So, he made a prompt decision, took another look at the demon eagle hovering in the air, immediately grabbed the girl beside him, and rushed to the low-lying woods next to him. Sister Yu, we can't escape into the mountains ahead. Even if we escape, we can't get rid of the monsters. So, I want to change direction and go to Black Cloud City over there. That's the monster army's granary. As long as we go in and burn the granary by surprise, the monster army will be in chaos. At that time, they will definitely rescue the granary first. Even if there are monsters who continue to chase us, they will be much less than now. In that case, our chances of escaping will be greater. Moreover, if something happens to the monster granary, the monster army in front will definitely not remain indifferent. General Yuqi and Lord Yuing will definitely find out. If they take the opportunity to attack, the monster army will definitely be defeated. Then we may be able to take advantage of the chaos and leave. As Luo Qingzhou said this, he pulled her into the woods. Then he threw a ball over his head. Bang! The ball exploded and turned into a cloud of smoke, covering the figures of the two. Luo Qingzhou immediately took out the jade rat, performed the earth walking technique, and took Sister Yu into the underground, and then quickly moved towards the direction of Black Cloud City. There were already several monsters chasing them underground. The two immediately sank to the deepest part of the underground, then restrained their breath, held their breath, hid in the dark soil, and stopped moving. The monsters that were moving quickly underground had just received the news that the two humans were fleeing towards the mountains ahead. So they did not expect the other party to suddenly change direction. So they continued to chase them quickly. After the monsters left, Luo Qingzhou immediately took Sister Yu and continued to move towards the direction of Black Cloud City. There was indeed a formation arranged underground. For safety reasons, Luo Qingzhou took out Debao and Erbao directly from the storage ring and hung them on his body. In this way, the two of them shuttled through the formation without any hindrance and silently. The demon army chasing on the ground was past and continued to chase towards the mountains in front. And the demon eagles hovering in the air swooped down anxiously, screamed over the woods, and then looked around. The demon army immediately surrounded the low woods, but found that there was nothing inside. The two humans are missing. The demon army immediately sent people to investigate. The demons underground also got the news and began to search underground. The demon eagles in the sky also dispersed immediately, looking for the traces of the two humans on the ground. Soon, Luo Qingzhou and the others had arrived underground. Only 2 miles away from Black Cloud City, Luo Qingzhou distributed all the various oils that had been prepared to Sister Yu, and gave her several large bags of pollen, and reminded her, the most important thing is to set fire. Don't waste time killing those monsters. Remember to sprinkle these pollens as soon as you go in. The more the better. Then he stuffed her a pair of pink silk stockings and said seriously, take this sock with you, so you won't be poisoned by the pollen. This pair of pink silk stockings was naturally snatched from Bailing. Bailing said that as long as you have her scent on your body, you won't be poisoned by her flowers. He had tested it several times before, and it was indeed the case. Yu Yao looked at the silk stockings in her hand, and the tip of her eyebrows twitched slightly. Before she could speak, Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly changed, and he said, be careful. Then he punched forward. Bang! A huge monster with scarlet eyes and a pangolin-like appearance appeared. They were discovered. Sure enough, traveling underground. Even if Dabao and Erbao broke the formation, they would soon be discovered. After all, the demon tribe has all kinds of monsters that are good at underground activities, with many skills and hard to defend against. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate at all, and immediately pulled the girl beside him out of the underground and came to the ground, and then whoosh and rushed to the Black Cloud City in front of him at the fastest speed. A demon eagle searching in the air immediately found them and began to scream. At the same time, the defenders on the Black Cloud City also found them. Hee hee. Hee hee. The defenders on the city wall immediately screamed loudly. Shwa! The entire Black Cloud City was suddenly turned upside down by a huge green light shield. At this time, many golden runes suddenly appeared on the city wall, and instantly condensed into another golden light shield, covering the entire city wall. At the same time, the defenders on the city wall began to pull crossbows and other weapons. When the defenders found that the enemy was only 2 humans, they all breathed a sigh of relief and began to scream again, as if saying, only 2 humans. Only 2. Seeking death? Shwa, who knew that when the monster on the city wall was about to shoot a crossbow, the 2 humans below suddenly went underground again and disappeared. When they appeared again, they had actually passed through the 3 underground defense formations and entered the city. The monsters on the city wall were immediately shocked. Hee hee. Hee hee. The demon commander roared angrily and rushed towards the 2 with the demon guards. The 2 suddenly separated, ignoring their pursuit, and began to throw lamp oil and set fire. Boom! The houses began to burn violently. Soon, Luo Qingzhou came to the granary and killed 2 demons with 1 punch. Seeing that many humans were wearing shackles and carrying grain in the granary, he immediately shouted, everyone run! The Great Yin Border Army is here to rescue you. While shouting, he threw kerosene at the granaries. At the same time, he drove the flying sword to quickly cut off the chains on the human captives' bodies and feet. The human captives all stayed there, at a loss. Luo Qingzhou didn't care about them anymore and ignited the fire directly. At this time, several more demon guards came and were beaten to pieces by him. The human captives were shocked to see how powerful he was. Several brave people started running immediately. After Luo Qingzhou used his flying sword to kill another monster, he shouted, everyone, set fire to the city, and we will have a chance to escape. After that, he went straight to the demon general, who was rushing over. It seems that only by killing this demon will the remaining demon guards be afraid, and these human captives will have the courage to help. Time is running out. Boom! He accumulated all the energy in his fist, and at the same time, the 3-color lightning in his body burst out. With just 1 punch, he directly knocked the aggressive demon away. He then flew up like a shadow, and boom punched it on the chest again, directly hitting its entire chest into a dent. Boom! The last punch brought 3-color lightning and sent it to the west. The dignified demon general didn't have time to perform a move, and was killed by him with 3 punches. The other demon guards, who came from all directions, were originally murderous and shouting, but when they saw the scene, they immediately fled in fear. At this time, the human captives woke up. Run! Set fire! Help set the fire! Some people fled in panic, and some people helped to set the fire bravely. Luo Qingzhou continued to rush forward, throwing lamp oil and lighting the fire. In a moment, half of the city was on fire. At this time, A wave of demon members had already arrived in front of the city gate. But the whole city was covered by the formation. And the demon lord who was responsible for opening and closing the formation, as well as a guard, happened to be killed by Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou just used a bow and are about to pass through the formation. So the formation was still intact. This caused the hundreds of demons who rushed to the city gate to only roar loudly in front of the city gate, but could not get in. The leading demon had to start using brute force to break the formation. The demon eagles in the sky came the fastest, but they were also isolated outside by the formation above the city, screaming anxiously. In the city, the raging fire quickly spread everywhere. The granaries and houses were all burning. The more than 300 captured humans were untied from their chains and shackles, and began to set fires and flee everywhere. Boom! After a while, a senior demon general came and directly broke the formation with brute force, roaring and ordered all the demon members to put out the fire and save the food. It was full of murderous intent, and took several masters to find the two hateful humans. At the same time, Yuying, who was stationed at the border, got the news of the destruction of the demon tribe's granary at the first time. Seeing that the demon army confronting them suddenly began to retreat, she made a prompt decision and immediately ordered the cavalry to prepare for pursuit. At the same time, she hurried to Yuji Ling and asked the old general to send troops to pursue immediately. Yuji Ling was a little hesitant when he heard it. Maybe it's a trick of the enemy. The Black Cloud City is located behind the demon army. How could it be suddenly burned down? Seeing that he was unwilling to send troops, Yuying knew that time was fleeting. So she immediately returned to the barracks, put on armor and mounted her horse, and ordered 8,000 silver-armored cavalry and 30,000 infantry to pursue quickly without stopping. Boom! Under her leadership, the 8,000 silver-armored cavalry immediately galloped forward with great momentum. 30,000 warrior infantry followed behind with spears in hand. Seeing that she attacked so hastily, Yuji Ling hurriedly sent a message to the queen. As a result, the queen immediately replied, "Chase. This is a rare opportunity, and it cannot be missed. Anyone who does not chase will be killed without mercy." Seeing this, Yuji Ling had no choice but to give an order, "Everyone attack." The demon army that was originally confronting them immediately retreated in panic when they heard that the granary in the rear had an accident, preparing to rescue. Of course, when they retreated, they also left behind a false army and defensive forces. However, under the fierce attack of Yuying's 8,000 cavalry, they were actually vulnerable and fled in an instant. Then, those demon armies that were originally just retreating suddenly panicked, and the retreat quickly turned into running away. Panic began to spread, and the army began to be in chaos. The scolding and roar of the demon generals had no effect, when the silver-armored cavalry dispersed the fog with a powerful blood storm, and the iron hooves appeared in front of them like thunder and lightning. The entire demon army was completely in chaos. Kill! 8,000 cavalrymen rushed into the demon army like a torrent of steel. Their iron hooves were like heavy hammers. Their fierce impact force, and their spear's sharp penetration due to their speed instantly killed the fleeing demon soldiers, causing blood to splatter and flesh to fly everywhere. And they fled in a 1,000-mile panic. Chapter 865 The First Scholar Warrior of the Yin. Progress with Sister Yu. The demon army was defeated. In Black Cloud City, the demon soldiers who came to rescue all rushed in and tried their best to put out the fire. For any species, food is the most important thing. This is especially true for the strong and energy-consuming demon members. In order to keep them in good order, cohesion, and combat effectiveness, all the food of the demon soldiers was collected and stored here. Only the brave soldiers were qualified to enjoy delicious food. However, who could have expected that humans would suddenly sneak in here and set fire to the food? At this time, the fire had spread throughout the Black Cloud City. The air in the city was full of the smell of burnt food. The demon soldiers' eyes suddenly turned red. Seeing that the fire could not be put out, they immediately began to snatch the remaining food. Pieces of burnt meat and mutilated animal carcasses were all scrambled to collect. The military regulations that no soldier was allowed to hide food before the war had become a dead letter at this moment. Even one of the demon generals rushed into the fire and collected the charred animals one by one. There are also a large number of members in its family who need food. The demon clan does not have much territory. It has been suppressed by humans for so many years. It has only recently begun to emerge. So food is naturally scarce. What's more, because the news that the ancient demon clan capital may be in the territory of the Yin has spread, a large number of demons from all over the Jojo continent have begun to flock here. and the already scarce food is even more insufficient to be divided. It is because they join the army that they have stable food. So they actively join the army. However, at this moment, the food is burned. How can they not panic? So at this moment, the mood of panic, looting, and fleeing quickly spread throughout the demon army. At the same time, the defeat of the demon army in front also destroyed their last line of defense. More and more demon soldiers poured into Black Cloud City. But they all forgot to capture the enemy, and began to loot the remaining food, and even began to kill each other for food. Several senior generals of the demon army first scolded, then roared, and then began to draw their swords and kill them, trying to wake them up and restore order. However, these demon members seemed to be crazy, only concerned with fighting for the last food, and did not even look at them. A bunch of stupid beasts. There will be more food if we defeat the human army. At this time, a hysterical and angry voice of a human suddenly came from the chaotic demon army. The man was in armor, tall, with a short beard under his forehead, eyes as sharp as an eagle, looking majestic, surrounded by dozens of human guards. It turned out to be the Tai King who fled after the defeat. At this moment, he looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes were red, and he looked desperate and sad. I thought I could rely on the powerful demon army to make a comeback. But these beasts didn't have the order and will of the human army. They would run away at the slightest sign of trouble. Now they are being chased, and they are fighting and killing each other for a little food. Haven't they made any progress in all these years? No wonder they are so strong and powerful that they were pressed to the ground by humans and almost exterminated. Now that the dead ashes have been revived, the situation looks good, but in fact they are still all idiots. De Yin was busy with internal fighting and suppressing rebellion at the beginning, so it gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. Now that he has freed up his hands to deal with them, they instantly showed their true colors. Waste. A bunch of waste. Mud can't help the wall. The Tai King cursed and cried bitterly. A prince with 100,000 soldiers was only one step away from ascending the throne to become an emperor. But now, he has ended up in this situation. At this moment, he even wanted to commit suicide. Who knew that at this moment? A voice came from nowhere. Look! Those humans in armor are spies in our army. They brought humans to burn our food. Kill them! As soon as these words came out, the demon soldiers who were in chaos all looked at the Tai King and his party. These humans stood out among the demon members, not only in their appearance and aura, but also in their indifferent and standing still. Everyone was scrambling for food. Only they stood there motionless. Spies? They are indeed spies. We are all trying to put out the fire. Only they are standing there motionless. And they are deliberately fanning the flames with their internal strength. Their army will soon arrive. They are not afraid of not having food at all. At this time, the previous voice sounded again. Ah! The surrounding demon soldiers were furious when they heard it, and immediately rushed towards the King of Thailand and his guards with a roar. The King of Thailand was immediately shocked and shouted in a hurry, "We are not spies. We are not. You have fallen into the trap. The person who just spoke is a spy of the human race. General Wei, save me." However, no demon listened to his explanation, and the demons around him rushed forward with red eyes and screams. "My lord! Let's go!" The dozens of loyal guards immediately escorted the King of Thailand and fled out of the city. At this time, the last wave of the defeated demon army in front escaped. Before they could enter the city, the iron hooves were thundering and rolling in from a distance. "Human cavalry is coming. Run!" someone shouted, and all the monster soldiers in the city scattered. Soon, Yuying came with the cavalry. But they did not enter the city, but continued to chase and kill the fleeing monster soldiers. Some of the infantrymen following behind entered the city and began to search for the remaining monsters in the city. Luo Qingzhou and sister Yu were still hiding underground to rest and did not come out. Just now, there was a chaos in the city, and they hid underground directly. At the beginning, there were monsters chasing them underground, but they were all killed by the two. When there was a chaos above, those monsters began to fight for food, and no more monsters appeared underground. It is estimated that all the monsters hiding underground also went out to fight for food. Another half an hour passed. After the two recovered their strength, they came out from underground. At this time, the entire Black Cloud City had become a ruin, and some human soldiers were cleaning the battlefield. At this time, Yuying also returned victoriously with the silver-armored cavalry. The message can also be transmitted by the communication treasure. Yuying asked about his location, and then rushed to Black Cloud City with hundreds of female guards to meet the two. When the two sides met, they were sizing each other up. Luo Qingzhou spoke first. Congratulations, Lord Yuying, for defeating the demon army and making an unprecedented contribution. Yuying didn't say anything. Got off the horse, led a horse herself, walked up to the two and said, "Get on the horse." Luo Qingzhou didn't refuse. Got on the horse, then stretched out his hand, looked at the girl under the horse, and whispered, "Sister Yu, come." Yu ignored him, and looked at the other war horses with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped off the horse, put his arms around her slender waist, carried her directly onto the horse's back, then got on the horse and sat behind her, hugging her tightly from behind. Yue struggled hard for a while, but couldn't get away. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she had to lower her head slightly and calm down. Yuying glanced at the two, turned around, and got on her war horse. Hundreds of silver-armored guards surrounded the three people, left the city, and returned to the camp. Yuying rode slowly with the two men. After walking for a while, he said, "Why did you suddenly think of burning the granary?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "Actually, before I came here, I saw the red dot marked by Lord Yuying on the map, and I guessed that Lord Yuying might want to start from here, but there should be no chance. At that time, I secretly made up my mind that if there was a chance, I must help Lord Yuying after all. As a man of the Yin and the husband of the queen, it is my responsibility to kill monsters and enemies." Yuying turned her head, looked at him, and said expressionlessly, "Can you tell the truth?" Luo Qingzhou, "Well, the truth is we were discovered by the monsters, surrounded and blocked, and there was no way to escape. It happened that I thought there was a granary here, so I came here with all my heart, ready to set fire to create chaos, but I didn't expect that those monsters were so useless TSK at this time." A female guard behind him suddenly sneered. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the woman with silver hair and ponytail, a broad sword on her shoulder, a slender figure, a pair of long straight and strong legs, and a rather majestic chest. The whole person was heroic and had a heroic beauty. "What are you laughing at?" Dowling rolled his eyes and ignored him. Yuying was silent for a while, looking at the two of them, and said, "I will report to you two for this great victory on the border. What is the name of this girl?" She knew that the girl's body was a flower bone. She was asking about the soul. This was also what His Majesty asked her to ask. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl in his arms and said, "No need to ask for credit for her. She doesn't need it." Yuying glanced at the two of them again and said, "When two armies fight, no matter who wins or loses, any important link must be carefully reported to His Majesty. Moreover, in this great victory, you went deep into the rear of the demon army and burned the demon army's granary, which is crucial. You should be the first to make the first contribution. Naturally, I must inform His Majesty of the situation of the two of you without missing a single detail." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Lord Yuying, I will tell His Majesty about this matter myself. As for the credit, neither of us cares." Seeing his firm attitude, Yuying's eyes moved and she didn't say anything more. After a while, a cavalryman ran over quickly and reported the results of this battle in her ear. After the cavalryman left, she spoke again. "This time, we killed about 20,000 demon soldiers. The rest fled into the desert in the north, and made bypass here and enter the cities occupied by the demons, because the demon army here was defeated. The demon armies in Yanqing and Yunqing behind abandoned the cities and fled. Now we still have 3 cities occupied." Luo Qingzhou asked, "How many demon troops have gathered at the border? How did they capture so many cities?" Yuying frowned and said, "At the beginning, there were only 30,000. But their fighting power was very strong and the border troops could not resist. At that time, King Tai was in charge of the army here and did not go to rescue. So the demon army captured several cities. The 7 Kings Rebellion broke out in the country, so it has been delayed until now. Now, some demon troops from neighboring countries are also gathering here. It is estimated that there are 60,000 demon troops now." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "From the situation of this battle, the individual combat power of the demon members should be relatively strong. But as for the army, it seems they lack cohesion, faith, and fighting spirit. No matter how many they are just a pile of loose sand. As long as we find an opportunity, we can easily defeat them." Yuying nodded and said, "That's true. The demon army is not united. Even when they are facing our army, they still fight and kill each other from time to time." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, In this case, we must fight quickly and defeat them completely. If an excellent leader appears in their tribe, unites them all, sets faith and goals for them, and makes them all united. Come! I guess it will be difficult for us. Ewing nodded and said, I think so too. Next, we will concentrate our forces to attack the next city until we recapture Machang and completely destroy them. Luo Qingzhou said, with a general like Lord Ewing at the border. These are definitely not difficult. No wonder His Majesty is so relieved in Kyoto. After a pause, he said, also, I think His Majesty should concentrate all the military power on the border to Lord Ewing, so that he can better allocate it. Although General Yuchi is a famous general, he is said to be good at defense. For this kind of active offensive strategy, he only afraid of the lack of understanding. Is it just a martial arts? Ewing suddenly interrupted his words, and looked at him complicatedly. How do I listen to the moon dance and say, you are still talented? Luo Qingzhou, soon. Several people returned to the barracks. Sister-in-law spoke in front of him and whispered, I don't see your father-in-law and the second brother. Luo Qingzhou said, it's gone. It's not convenient. When the two arrived at the hillside, they immediately sent a message to Long Air. Long Air quickly flew out of the jungle in front. The three of them did not delay for a moment, and immediately boarded the spaceship and returned to Kyoto. It was noon now. Half of the 5 days had passed. There were still 2.5 days left. Tomorrow evening, we should be able to get back to Kyoto. And then, there would only be 2 nights and 1 day left. Time is very urgent. So, on the way back, Luo Qingzhou not only had to take the Golden Clam Demon Pill, but also had to continue practicing with Long Air. The Demon Pill cannot be taken directly. After Sister Yu took the Demon Pill, she helped him refine it, and then returned it to him. Then left the spaceship and flew to the front. There were only 2 people left in the cabin. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay, and immediately took the Demon Pill and began to operate the internal skills. As soon as the Demon Pill entered the body, a scorching airflow rose from the elixir sea. After a while, he opened his eyes. At this time, Long Air, who was sitting next to him, trembled slightly, bit his lips, and said weakly, Young master, Long Air is afraid of you. Chapter 866 Shura Field in the Palace. Sister Yu and the Queen meet, running fast all the way. At night, it rained lightly, and the sky was gray. Occasionally, there would be a few muffled thunders. The spaceship did not dare to fly too high, and landed below the clouds, rising and falling, flying slowly. In the canopy, the red rope bell tied to the snow-white jade feet kept ringing, and it continued all the way. In the early morning, Luo Qingzhou rested in the cabin for a while, took out the communication disc, and checked the news on it. Just now when he was practicing, the communication disc kept ringing. Sure enough, there were a lot of news. The Queen sent several messages. In addition to praising him for burning the granary of the demon army, she also questioned him, who occupied Huagu's body. Luo Qingzhou confessed directly, Sister Yu. Master also sent a message. I received the news that the day after tomorrow, all the masters and practitioners above the level of the spiritual realm of our 5 major sects will go to the border with the court to negotiate with the Piaomu Immortal sect. You should come to the sect earlier, and then we will go together. Uncle Master also sent a message. Will you come tomorrow? Luo Qingzhou first replied to the master. Okay. Then, he replied to the Uncle Master. No. I still need to practice in seclusion. Uncle Master, take good care of yourself. After sending the message, he glanced outside. The sky was gloomy, and it was still drizzling. Sister Yu didn't know where she went. He got up and walked out, looked around, and when he was about to send a message to Sister Yu, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of the boat awning. The girl in a snow-white dress was standing there silently, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou suddenly froze for a moment before he said, When did you come back? The girl on the boat awning looked calm and said in a light tone, I didn't leave. Luo Qingzhou. The air suddenly became quiet. Silence for a moment. Luo Qingzhou suddenly flashed, swept onto the boat awning, and stood in front of her. The girl looked at him, turned around, and was about to go down. Luo Qingzhou shook his body, blocked her way, and said, Sister Yu, can I ask you a question? The girl stopped where she was, and looked at him again with her charming and cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou looked at her eyes, paused, and then asked softly, Are you still practicing that kind of martial arts recently? The girl was silent after hearing this. Luo Qingzhou slowly reached out his hand, held her soft jade hand, and whispered, I know that once I stop, all my previous efforts will be in vain. I don't expect anything. Nor do I dare to expect anything. Sister Yu is smarter than me, and naturally knows how to choose. Therefore, I am not qualified to persuade you. I just want to tell Sister Yu that I will definitely work hard to practice. If one day, Sister Yu doesn't want to practice that kind of practice anymore, don't worry about it. Just give up. Even if Sister Yu gives up that kind of practice and loses all her cultivation, I will definitely protect Sister Yu even if it's for a lifetime. The girl looked at him quietly, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, Will I be your concubine for life? Or a maid who sleeps with you at any time? Luo Qingzhou froze. Of course not. What is that? The girl narrowed her eyes. Luo Qingzhou suddenly couldn't answer for a moment. Let go, the girl said with a cold look. Luo Qingzhou let go of his hand awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. Yes, if it's not a concubine or a maid, then what is it? Legal wife? Of course not. Friend? If he dared to say these two words now, he would want to punch himself to death. So, what is it? He couldn't answer. The sky was drizzling. He stood alone on the cold boat awning, stunned for a long time. When it was dark, he returned to the boat awning. Longer was still lying on the soft couch, her hair messy, sleeping soundly, and the snow-white little foot tied with a red rope bell was exposed from the blanket. Luo Qingzhou sat down beside her, held her tender little foot and stroked it, and put it into the blanket. Sister Yu sat opposite with her eyes closed. It was unknown whether she was practicing or resting. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and also sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The true dragon energy in his body merged with the Yuanli in the Danhai, and with the energy brought by the demon pill of Jinhead Demon Lord. Every time he practiced the exercises, the meridians and acupoints in his body, as well as his internal organs, would feel a tearing pain. He knew that this was tempering his body. He had just rested for a while, and now he felt much better. So he continued to practice. A stream of scorching air flowed slowly along his meridians, rotating around his body, passing through various acupoints and internal organs. The domineering energy brought by the dragon blood and the demon pill burned and tempered his body in the most violent way. The pain came again. His forehead soon oozed out shiny sweat. The skin of his whole body gradually began to become hot and red. A stream of hot air emanated from his pores. At noon, the pain in his body began to slowly ease. At the same time, the energy of the dragon blood and the demon pill seemed to have been absorbed and consumed. At this time, his clothes were soaked with sweat. When he opened his eyes, he found that the girl who was sitting opposite him had disappeared. Outside the cabin, a girl in a white dress was standing quietly at the bow, looking into the distance, wondering what she was thinking. When he turned his head and looked at the couch, he found that Longer had woken up. Poor little dragon girl was lying there quietly, looking at him with big eyes, looking stupid and absent-minded. When he looked over, she was stunned for a while. Then her pupil shrank, and she immediately closed her eyes again, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she began to pretend to sleep. Luo Qingzhou reached into the quilt, held her slender and smooth feet, and gently stroked them. Long Air suddenly shuddered, and had to open his eyes, looking at him pitifully, begging in a trembling voice, Master, Long Air doesn't want it anymore, never again. Luo Qingzhou immediately teased, when you didn't succeed, every time you saw me, you said sweet words, saying that you wanted to be in love with me. But now that you succeeded, you start to despise me? Long Air said in a crying voice, Master, Long Air doesn't despise me, but I'm just afraid. What are you afraid of? Luo Qingzhou said, You are a real dragon body. Don't embarrass the real dragon. Longer pouted and said, Sir, I am not a real dragon body yet. I just have the blood of a real dragon. Then she whispered, When Longer cultivates into a real dragon body in the future, I will give you a hard time. The two talked for a while, and Longer yawned several times. After a while, she fell asleep again. Luo Qingzhou took out the spiritual liquid, dripped 2 drops on his palm, and continued to practice. In the evening, when the clouds on the horizon were dyed red by the setting sun, the spacecraft finally arrived over Kyoto and began to slowly descend. The landing place was actually in the Imperial City. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the boat awning, looked down, and found that the location of Yaohua Palace was below. He was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the girl beside him and said, Sister Yu, why are you landing here? Yu Yao ignored him and looked down with a cold gaze. In the square in front of the main hall of Yaohua Palace, Her Majesty, in a fiery red dress, was standing there alone, welcoming them. I don't know why. Luo Qingzhou looked at this scene and suddenly felt like he had entered a Shura field. Longmer also had messy hair, thin clothes, bare white jade feet, and walked out of the boat tent with sleepy eyes. Ah! Who knew that just as she walked out of the boat tent, her legs suddenly softened and she was about to fall to the ground. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, and he hurried over to support her. At this time, the spaceship just landed slowly. Nandong Huiyue's cold and majestic eyes just looked at the two of them. On the corridor not far away, Yuewu, in a pink dress, was also standing there gracefully, looking at them quietly. Chapter 867 True Dragon and Little Dog. Big Moon and Little Moon. The sun sets. The air after the rain is filled with the fragrance of soil. The sky is clear and blue. There are many people standing in the square in front of the main hall of Yaohua Palace. But it is strangely quiet at this time. Luo Qingzhou got off the spaceship and immediately went to the queen to pay his respects. However, Nandong Huiyue didn't even look at him. Her eyes were always fixed on Hua Gu. Luo Qingzhou knew that Yuying had told her, but she still explained it again, and said it more carefully. After that, he whispered again, for Hua Gu. This is a good thing. It can help her warm up her body. And for Miss Yu Yao, she can also avoid the sight of those people from Piao Miao Xian Zone and do many things in secret, which is the best of both worlds. Nandong Huiyue stared at the girl in front of her for a long time, then turned her head to look at him, with a hint of sarcasm and sneer on the corner of her mouth. Miss Yu Yao? Did she even tell you this name? Luo Qingzhou immediately said embarrassedly, It's not her who said it. I heard it somewhere else. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, suddenly raised a jade hand, stretched it in front of him, and said coldly, Help. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say more, so he had to lower his head to support her. The moment their hands touched, Nandong Huiyue's nails pierced his palm fiercely. Luo Qingzhou's cheek twitched, and he didn't dare to say a word. Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly again, then looked at the cold girl in front of her, and a hypocritical smile suddenly appeared on her face. Miss Yao, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I am sorry. I am sorry. As she said that, she went over and took her hand affectionately, and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's go inside and talk. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Sister Yu. The other party was still as cold as snow, and there was no other emotion on her face and eyes. The three walked towards the corridor. Longer followed behind in a green dress, and the bells on her feet rang lightly, cheerful and pleasant. She had put on shoes and socks on her feet without knowing when. Luo Qingzhou helped Nandong Huiyue up the corridor and looked at Yuewu, who was standing respectfully beside her. The other party also looked at him, then lowered her head again, her cheeks slightly red. Several people took off their shoes and entered the study. In the study, cigarettes curled. The heating was lingering, and the floor was covered with luxurious carpets. When Luo Qingzhou was about to look down at Sister Yu's feet under her skirt, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. He immediately retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and looked at his feet, and the feet under the red skirt next to him. Miss Yu Yao, please sit down. Nandong Huiyue walked to the table and sat down at the main seat. Still smiling, Yu Yao sat quietly opposite her in a white dress. Long Air stood behind her, looking at the Great Yin Queen in a fiery red dress opposite her unscrupulously. Nandong Huiyue also glanced at her, but ignored her. She turned her head to look at someone next to her and ordered in a cold voice, Pinch me. Luo Qingzhou stood behind her and pinched her shoulders. Nandong Huiyue looked across and said with a smile, Miss Yu Yao, I heard that you went to the border with my husband this time and burned down the granary of the demon army. You made the first contribution to the victory of our Great Yin army. I am very pleased. The women of our Great Yin are indeed as brave as men. They serve the country and the people just as well as men. Then she smiled and said, It is not in vain that after I ascended the throne, I have resisted the pressure from the ministers and spoken for the women of the world. As she spoke, she took out a book from the table, handed it over, and said with a smile, Miss Yu Yao, you can take a look. I have revised some of the regulations in this Dian marriage law, although the revisions are not too much. It is a great improvement for us women of Dian. Yu Yao paused, took it in her hand, opened the page, and read quietly. Nandong Huiyue stared at the expression on her face and smiled. The biggest change is the wife and concubine regulations. After the change, outstanding men in dying can marry 2 wives at the same time. At the same time, the status of some concubines has been improved, and private transactions and gifts are not allowed. Longer suddenly wondered, why is it changed to 2 wives? Nan Donghuyue smiled faintly when she heard this, but did not answer. Instead, she turned her head and looked at someone behind her and said, "You answer for me." Luo Qingzhou secretly complained in his heart, but said seriously, "Of course, it is for the better development of the family. In any industry, it is not a good thing for one family to become big. Without threats, they will become arrogant, lazy, and do worse and worse things. The road they take is getting crooked. Anyway, her position is very stable, and she is fearless. But if there is one more competitor, it will be different. She was afraid that others would do better than her, surpass her, and eliminate her, so she could only continue to do her job well. In this way, what they both did would become better and stronger. The same is true for the family. If there are 2 wives, the man as the head of the family will naturally be served better, and no one dares to slack off. In this way, the man can serve the country more attentively outside." After saying that, he said cautiously, "Your Majesty, is my answer correct?" Nan Donghuyue smiled and said, "Yes." "No." At this time, Longer suddenly said, "What the young master said is not right at all. How can the things at home be compared with the things outside? If there are 2 wives, the family will be in chaos, and there will be intrigues and deceptions every day, and there may be tragedies." Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the queen and quietly gave her a thumbs up. Nan Donghuyue said calmly, "The situation described by this girl is naturally possible. But if such a thing really happens, it is not a bad thing. In this way, men can immediately see their character and divorce them as soon as possible to avoid endless troubles. If they are 2 wives with good character, they will naturally respect each other, live in harmony and friendship, and bring greater benefits to the family." Then he smiled and said, "This girl, do you think what I said is right?" Long Air actually picked up the book from the table and threw it at her with a swish, angrily saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Sister is too lazy to pay attention to you. But I won't let you go. You just ascended the throne, relying on yourself as the emperor, selfishly seeking benefits for yourself. You are a tyrant at first glance." "Pa!" Nan Donghuyue reached out to catch the book flying towards her face. Her eyebrows raised, and a flame mark suddenly lit up between her eyebrows with a whoosh. Her red skirt moved without wind, and her eyes flashed with cold light. A bright red dot suddenly appeared between Longer's eyebrows, and her long hair and aqua green dress fluttered gently. "Want to fight? I'm not afraid of you," Longer sneered, and a series of real dragon phantoms condensed by dragon energy suddenly appeared around her. This little licker actually asked the young master to serve her in front of her and her sister, and even dared to provoke her sister in person. She couldn't help it. Nan Donghuyue stood up suddenly, seeing that the situation was tense and the battle was about to break out. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly shouted, "Longer, stop! Your Majesty, you sit down too." As he said, he directly pressed the queen's shoulder and forced her to sit down. Nan Donghuyue immediately glared at him. "Are you helping her or me?" Luo Qingzhou certainly didn't dare to answer. He and the queen were officially married, and the other party gave everything to him. No matter when, he would help her. But Long Air was also his, devoted to him, and was helping him practice before coming back. So of course, he had to help him. So, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Your Majesty, can't you two respect each other and live in harmony and friendship?" Nan Donghuyue's eyes suddenly stared at him coldly. "Let's talk business." Luo Qingzhou quickly changed the subject. "We will go to the border to negotiate the day after tomorrow. In addition to us and Senior Bai. Are there other people going?" Nan Donghuyue stared at him coldly for a moment, and then said coldly, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "The Piaomu Immortal Sect will definitely take advantage of its power to bully us. Bite back, saying that we killed their people, and then ask for more benefits. Even if we bring the most powerful practitioners in the entire Diyin, it is estimated that it will not be enough for them. Therefore, we must rely on the power of the other 2 major immortal sects. At least let them consider some face in front of the other 2 major immortal sects, and not be too excessive." Nan Donghuyue glanced at the opposite side, and said indifferently, "The other 2 major immortal sects. Since, of course, they will also favor them." Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course there will not be absolute fairness. However, They are known as the three major immortal sects in the Jiuzhou continent, so they will naturally have some face. When the time comes, we will call more people over. And it is better to call some people from other countries over. With more people, they will naturally consider the face and image of the big sect and will not go too far. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while and said, Dean Bai also said so, and he has notified other countries. But the final negotiation result still depends on our own efforts. And, speaking of this, she paused, looked at the girl opposite, and said, the Piaomu immortal sect came to the border this time, not only for negotiations. They also want to capture someone back, and they have enough reasons to capture her. The study was quiet for a moment. The girl who had been silent all this time finally said, I can go back with them. Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly and said, Then I'll go with you. The girl raised her head and looked into his eyes. Her expression still calm and calm. You are her husband. Why are you going with me? The queen also turned her head and looked at him and said, Yes, you are my husband. Why are you going with her? Luo Qingzhou looked calm and spoke in a light tone, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Nothing. I just want to accompany you. The room was quiet for a while. The girl didn't say anything. The queen suddenly said coldly, How dare you? How dare you say sweet words to another woman in front of me? Have you told me? Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, If your majesty is in trouble, I will do the same. The queen's eyes were cold. You and I are husband and wife. What is she to you? Long Air suddenly sneered. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. They fly away when disaster strikes. Humph. What is husband and wife? Nandong Huiyue looked at her. Did I talk to you? Long Air responded, I didn't talk to you. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, ridiculing, a little fairy. Dare to want to be in front of me. The difference between licking the dog and the real dragon. Nandong Huiyue's face suddenly changed, and the fists in the sleeves slowly clenched. The spin was immediately loosened. Luo Qingzhou saw the two of them beating again, and quickly said, Your Majesty, there is not much time for the ministers. Hey, you above or below? Luo Qingzhou lowered his voice. Below. Nandong Huiyue heard the words, and seemed to be relieved. Whispered, If you want to be below. Luo Qingzhou lowered his voice again. His Majesty. Can you yell girl together? Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment. Then he clenched his fist in his sleeve, and flames began to burn deep in his pupils. Luo Qingzhou whispered again, I know that the spiritual mind underground is very important, and other people can't go down casually. But now the situation is critical. I need Miss Yuyao to help me perform the exercises, and use the heart of the spiritual mind to practice. At this point, he asked in his tone, Your Majesty, if possible, I hope you can be flexible once. If your Majesty is afraid of something going wrong, you can watch it yourself or let Yue watch it from below. Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a few seconds, and the fist in his sleeve slowly loosened, and the flames in his eyes gradually dissipated. He was silent for a moment again. She said calmly, You know, even the ancestors of your Lingxiao sect are not qualified to enter the underground. Luo Qingzhou said, I know. After a pause, he said, If it really doesn't work, I'd better go in alone. I'll ask Miss Yao later to see if I can practice in that way myself. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said calmly, I haven't finished what I said yet. You are my husband. Since it is for your practice, I can naturally be reluctant and make concessions once. However, you have to promise me two things. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty, please speak. Nandong Huiyue narrowed his eyes and whispered, Next time, you are not allowed to use lightning in my cave. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, I obey your order. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and said seriously, Go to the border the day after tomorrow. Don't be stubborn. You must listen to my orders. You do whatever I tell you to do. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Nandong Huiyue stared at him and waited silently for a while. Seeing that he still didn't answer, she suddenly laughed at herself and sighed softly. It seems that I and the child in my belly are not as good as a woman outside. Chapter 868 The Queen is Pregnant. Her tone was calm, but her words were like thunder, exploding in someone's mind. The room suddenly became silent. Luo Qingzhou froze in place, motionless, with a dull and confused expression on his face, as if he didn't hear her words clearly. Or maybe he heard them clearly, but just couldn't believe it. He was stunned for a while. He said in a trembling voice, What did you just say? Yu Yao also raised her head. Nandong Huiyue glanced at her, raised her chin slightly, and said in a light tone, "Nothing was said. Forget it if you didn't hear it clearly. I never say anything a second time." TSK. Longer suddenly sneered and said, "Sir, don't believe her lies. She is a liar." Nan Gonghuiyue narrowed her eyes and said, "What did I lie to you about?" Longer sneered, "You lied to the young master. You lied before you got married. You have been lying all the time." "Humph. Do you believe me? I will tell you your secret now." As soon as these words came out, Nan Gonghuiyue's face changed immediately. Long Air snorted coldly, and when she was about to say something, the girl sitting in front of her suddenly said, "Long Air, go back first." Long Air immediately said, "Sister, Long Air won't leave. If Long Air leaves, this little licker will bully you. She has a poisonous mouth, and you can't argue with her." Luo Qingzhou also hurriedly said, "Long Air, you go back first. I still need to practice." Long Air pouted her lips and said, "Then Long Air will wait here." "Humph. Follow her." Nan Gonghuiyue sneered, stood up, lifted her red skirt, and said coldly, "Let's go. Go underground." Long Air snorted coldly, "Don't run if you have the guts." Nan Gonghuiyue ignored her again, muttered childish, and went out directly. "Sister, you. Let's go." Luo Qingzhou fell a few steps behind and shouted in a low voice. Yu Yao followed quietly. Nan Gonghuiyue took the two into the practice room and prepared to go underground from the practice room. After entering the practice room, she stopped, suddenly turned her head, looked at the girl in white dress behind her and said, "Miss Yu Yao, this cave is where I usually practice, and my husband often comes here to accompany me." Yu Yao looked at the misty bath next to her. Nan Gonghuiyue smiled and said, "This is where we take a bath." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I don't have much time. Let's go. Let's go down." After that, he immediately got into the stone door and walked down the steps quickly. Nan Gonghuiyue's mouth curled up slightly, and stretched out his hand behind him and said, "Miss Yu Yao, do you need me to help you?" Yu Yao walked past her calmly and entered the passage. Nan Gonghuiyue glanced at her back and followed behind. The stone door slowly closed. The three of them soon came to the underground. The pure vitality emitted by the spiritual mind rushed towards them. Luo Qingzhou stopped under the heart of the spiritual mind and looked up. The huge heart of the spiritual mind was flickering gently in the center of the entire spiritual mind. Without him, perhaps it could maintain this spiritual mind for many years. But after he is consumed, its lifespan will be reduced by half again. Using the spiritual mind heart to cultivate, the cultivation speed will indeed be much faster. But for the entire spiritual mind, it will cause irreversible damage. Few countries would ruin the inheritance and future of the warriors of the entire country because of one person's practice. Even the three major immortal sects that hold a lot of spiritual minds would probably not let their disciples practice directly with the heart of spiritual minds. Sects pay attention to inheritance. If the spiritual minds are destroyed, what is the point of talking about inheritance from generation to generation? This is even more true for countries. But at this moment, De Yin has no way to retreat. The queen made this decision after a long ideological struggle. Rather than benefiting the Piaomu immortal sect and letting the entire De Yin fall into an irretrievable situation, it is better to give it a try. She placed her hopes, and the hopes of the entire De Yin on him. So, how could he let her down? "Your Majesty, when do we leave for the border?" He suddenly turned around and asked. Nan Gonghuiyue stood by and watched him silently. After hearing this, she said, "President Bai said that we can arrive at noon the day after tomorrow. Other sects have already set off, so we can go later. It's still in time to set off after midnight the day after tomorrow. President Bai has a magic flying sword, and it will be there in a few hours." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Then Your Majesty, please come back at midnight the day after tomorrow." Nan Gonghuiyue's face darkened when he heard this. "Why? Do you dislike me disturbing you two here?" Luo Qingzhou said softly, "No. I just want to concentrate on practicing and don't want to be distracted. I feel that this breakthrough may be more difficult than. It is more difficult than before." "So, breakthrough?" Nan Gonghuiyue was stunned when she heard the words. And then her heart was shocked. "You are going to break through again? You just broke through a few days ago. And you broke through 2 levels in a row. How come? Wait. Is it the soul that is going to break through? Or the root of the thunder spirit?" Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. "Of course, it is the physical body. Didn't Miss Yuing tell you? I am going to sprint to the realm of the Grandmaster this time. And I went to the border to get the golden clam demon pill to prepare for the breakthrough. Nandong Huiyue was shocked and froze in place, with a buzz sound in her mind and a blank. Grandmaster. How could it be? So soon. She thought that the two of them came to practice underground, just to use the spirit mind to practice some powerful exercises, or that the senior sister wanted to teach him some secret skills. Who could have known that he would break through again? And it was Grandmaster. But he just advanced 2 levels a few days ago. I guess Yuing thought he was bragging, so she didn't report it. If she hadn't been listening to him in person, and if her senior sister wasn't here, she probably wouldn't have believed it, let alone others. He had just advanced 2 levels, and within a few days, he was going to break through another realm. Who would dare to believe it? Your Majesty, this time is really important, and I can't guarantee that I can successfully break through. After all, it's a great realm, and I really just advanced not long ago. But anyway, I want to try, Luo Qingzhou said with a firm look. Nandong Huiyue came back to her senses and hurriedly said, Fei Yong, I believe you can definitely break through successfully. Believe in yourself. You are my Nandong Huiyue's man, the hope of my great yin. You can definitely do it. You can't say no. After that, she looked at the girl next to her again, with a complicated look. She knew that the reason why he could practice and advance so quickly was because she was helping him. To him, she is indeed much more important than her. At this moment, Nandong Huiyue's heart was not only excited, happy, and relieved, but also envious, jealous, sad, and frustrated. Sure enough, no matter where she is better than her. Miss Yao, I will leave him to you. After saying this, Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and then looked at her and said, as long as he can succeed, no matter what you do, I will support you. After saying that, she did not stay any longer, looked at the young man in front of her, smiled slightly, and said, Fei Yong, I'm waiting for your good news outside. After that, she turned and left. Luo Qingzhou looked at his back and suddenly said, Your Majesty, I have one more thing to ask you. I hope you can tell me the truth. Nandong Huiyue paused, turned her head and looked at him, and whispered, Ask. Then he said, No matter what it is, as long as I know, I will tell you. Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes and said, Your Majesty said before that you and the child in your belly. I lied to you. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, I was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. After that, she left quickly in her red skirt. She quickly walked up the steps and entered the training room. Yue was wiping the table in the room. Seeing her come back, she said respectfully, The spirit mine is so important. Isn't your Majesty watching it there? Nandong Huiyue sat down at the table, was silent for a moment, looked at her and said, The most important thing there is not the spirit mine. Yue looked at her puzzledly. The spirit mine is the inheritance of the entire Great Yin warriors, and the hope of the entire Great Yin. How could it not be the most important? Your Majesty, what is the most important thing there? She was very curious. Nandong Huiyue's slender jade fingers gently stroked the teacup in her hand. Her eyes flickered, and she said with a complicated expression, The most important is naturally him. He? Yue was stunned. Nandong Huiyue said confidently and proudly, With him. Even if the spiritual mine is destroyed, my great yin will still have hope. Ugh. Who knew that she had just finished speaking, and suddenly retched. Yue hurriedly said, Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, and a look of doubt appeared on her face. She muttered to herself, Strange. It was indeed what I said just now. Not that licking dog, Celia. Why would I feel sick again? Her eyes suddenly looked at the fruit plate on the stone table in the corner. When she saw the golden oranges, she suddenly swallowed her saliva and immediately ordered, Yue, go and bring the fruit plate. Yue was slightly startled, and immediately agreed, put down the things in her hands, and went to bring the fruit plate over, and said softly, What does your Majesty want to eat? Yue will peel it for you. No need. Nandong Huiyue stretched out her jade hand and took an orange from the fruit plate, but did not eat it immediately. She frowned and looked at it, then slowly put it under her nose and sniffed it. Strange. Why did she suddenly like to smell this smell? Startled, she peeled the orange, looking at the tender and juicy orange flesh inside. She swallowed her saliva, immediately broke off a petal, and put it in her mouth. So sweet. She squinted comfortably, and quickly finished one. Yue stood aside, looking at her in confusion. At the same time, under the heart of the underground spiritual mine, Luo Qingzhou just sat down and prepared to start practicing the technique. The girl sitting in front of him suddenly said in a cold voice, "Take off your clothes. Take them off completely." Chapter 869, Cultivation with Sister Yu. Piaomu and Peng Lai. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and stared at her in a daze. Clothes off? All naked? He was indeed very hot now. The spirit mineral heart on his head enveloped him with pure vitality. At the same time, the residual energy refined by the dragon blood and demon pill in his body was still burning his meridians and internal organs. His body was like a furnace, and the energy in his body was burning and tempering. The two sat face to face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. Without hesitation, while taking off his clothes, he said, "Sister, you looked at my body, and you have to be responsible for me." Yu Yao sat in front of him, her face cold, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou took off his shirt, revealing his strong body, and took another look at the bottom, and asked, "Do I need to take it off?" Yu Yao did not speak again, and slowly closed her eyes. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, "If I take off all the clothes, it should include the lower body, but what kind of training method requires me to take off all the clothes below? Sister Yu, do I have to take off all the clothes below?" he asked again. Yu Yao did not answer, and a wisp of moonlight aura suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, the aura quickly condensed into a moonlight vortex and began to rotate slowly. Swish! She stretched out her slender fingers and tapped lightly. The moonlight vortex suddenly broke and turned into more and smaller moonlight vortices, which suddenly dispersed and stuck to Luo Qingzhou's body. The pure and rich vitality around him immediately gathered. "Let's start." Her eyelashes moved slightly, and she spoke coldly. Luo Qingzhou immediately closed his eyes, waved away the messy thoughts in his mind, and began to practice the exercises. The aura in his body flowed rapidly. Soon, a transparent aura vortex appeared above his head. Not long after, a stream of pure energy began to flow into his body from all directions, from the top of his head, and from all over his body. If it were before, the meridians and acupoints in his body would definitely not be able to bear it. But now these organs in his body have just been tempered and transformed by the energy of the dragon blood demon pill and the spiritual liquid. So they are naturally fearless. Come on! Let the storm of energy come more violently. The pure energy around him continued to flow into his body. He increased his speed and shouted in his heart. The pass of this sprint is a super large realm, which is not comparable to the difficulty of the previous small realm. Therefore, he must sprint with the most ferocious and powerful force. The energy in his body was quickly refined. The Danhai, acupoints, and various organs were quickly accumulating strength to prepare for the sprint later. An hour later, his skin suddenly turned red and hot. At the same time, it seemed as if there was a flame burning in his body, and all the meridians and acupoints felt a burning pain. A huge amount of pure energy poured in, and all the organs in his body were working continuously and quickly. Coupled with the continuous impact of these powerful energies, even though his physique had been tempered to be very strong, he still couldn't bear it. At the same time, he suddenly found that his pants were actually starting to melt. Just as he was about to stop and take a rest, a trace of cold air suddenly touched his chest. Then, it slowly spread from his chest. Then, a trace of coolness entered his body, and began to cool down his burning body slightly. Hiss! He shuddered in comfort. But this trace of coolness only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. He opened his eyes and looked. The girl sitting in front of him just retracted her slender jade fingers that were condensed with frost. His whole body was red, and he said with red face and ears, "Sister Yu, continue." And more. Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, "You need to bear it yourself and continue to temper the endurance of your organs in your body. Otherwise you may lose all your efforts when you break through, because the temperature during the breakthrough will be higher. I can only help you a little when you really can't bear it." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, and immediately closed his eyes and continued to practice. Since you have chosen to take a shortcut to break through, you naturally have to endure the pain that ordinary people cannot bear. If you can't even bear this little pain, how can you save Sister Yu? How can you protect the queen and the entire Dian? Continue. The vortex around him spun rapidly. The rich vitality flowed into his body again, like a tide. Half an hour later. Damn. He felt like he was really naked this time. No wonder Sister Yu didn't answer when he asked her if she wanted to take off her pants. It turned out that he didn't have to take them off himself. Focus on it. Focus on it. Continue practicing. Continue practicing. Sister Yu is not someone else. Just look at it, he won't suffer any loss. If he looks at it, she shouldn't have any reaction after looking at it. Be calm. Calm. Lower your head. Lower your head. The hot breath in his body quickly drowned out his wild thoughts. Continue. Boom. The vitality flowed into the Danhai like a tide, and was quickly refined into a stream of burning power, which merged with the Yuanli in the Danhai and began to flow along the meridians and flow through his limbs. It's so hot. He trembled all over, but still gritted his teeth and persisted. Just when he was about to be unable to bear it, the familiar cold breath touched him again. This time, the cold fingertips touched his abdomen, the location of Danhai. Hiss. He couldn't help but moan again in comfort. But the coolness only stayed for a few breaths and then disappeared. He took a deep breath, endured the burning heat in his body, and continued to absorb and refine the pure vitality that continued to flow from the heart of the spiritual mind. It was already night outside. In the training room, after reviewing the memorials, Nandong Huiyue felt sleepy and soon fell asleep on the soft couch. Yue covered her with a blanket and blew out the lights. Then he sat alone by the bathtub in a daze. At the same time, the Piamu immortal sect, thousands of miles away, in the main peak, in the hall, the sect master Mei Chongqing and the 7 peak masters, as well as the 12 elders, were gathered together to hold a general meeting of the sect. Many people gathered on the corridor, outside the hall, and on the square outside. In addition to the elite disciples of the inner sect, there were also disciples from various peaks, elders and deacons, etc. At this time, someone seemed to be arguing in the hall. There is nothing to say about Yu Yao, since she broke the rules and did not abide by the contract she signed. We must catch her and punish her to serve as a warning to others. After all, our disciples and other sects are watching, and we must not lose face for our Piamu Xianzong. But about dying killing our sect elders and disciples. Humph. Master Yefeng, you can't blame others for this. A tall and thin old man in a gray robe said coldly. As soon as these words fell, Yu Yonglu, the head of Lucin Peak, said calmly, Does Elder Lin mean to blame me? Lin Wanli, as one of the 12 elders of the main peak, was naturally not afraid of him. He sneered when he heard it. Who should be blamed? Master, you knows it clearly. Why ask even though you know it? You Lucian Peak has been planning to attack Dian for a long time. You clearly know that our 3 major immortal sects have established rules and signed contracts. But you still disregard the face of our sect for that little bit of profit, and do some sneaky and immoral things. Even if it was done by your subordinates. Don't you, as the head of the peak, know it at all? At this time, Jiang Qingxian, the head of Qinglian Peak next to him, also said coldly, This matter is indeed not considered by senior brother Yu. You let Yu Yao abide by the rules and the contract. You stayed in the immortal peak but disregarded the rules and the contract. Don't you feel ashamed to tell others about it? Moreover, this rule was established together with Pumlai Fairy Island and Jiutian Yao Tai. For a mere yin, such a little benefit. Let the people of the other 2 major immortal sects and the practitioners of the world laugh at us. At this time, another burly elder Zhou Yuanshan said, Master Jiang, this is wrong. The matter of Yu Yao cannot be confused with this matter. Everyone has reached a consensus on the matter of Yu Yao. So let's not talk about it. And this matter, Elder Zhou. Jiang Qingxian suddenly interrupted him and said coldly, The everyone you are talking about definitely does not include me. Nor does it include Senior Sister Su, Elder Ning, Elder Tian, and the inner and outer gates. More disciples. Right? We didn't reach a consensus with you. You forced Yao away, and you asked her to sign the contract. From the beginning to her departure, we didn't agree with your approach. At this time, a woman in white said coldly, Now you want to punish her. I still don't agree. We did teach her. But what she did for our Piamu Xianzong was double the favor. And we have repaid her. Since she wants to leave, why should we use such harsh rules to restrict her? With her character, even without those rules, she would never betray our sect. Now you say that she helped the sect of Dian to kill our Piamu Xianzong. People are just making up stories without any evidence. Even if there is evidence, what does it matter? They are from Dian. You bully the weak. Take advantage of your power. Secretly send people to slaughter their sect. Can't they resist? Humph. It's embarrassing to tell others. Yu Yangla looked at the 2 of them without changing his expression, and said, Junior Sister Jiang, Junior Sister Su, Yu Yao's matter is not decided by me alone. You don't have to vent your anger on me, no matter whether what we did was right or wrong. Since we have already done it, and other sects have already known about it. Then since she broke the rules, we should punish her. Otherwise, let alone people from other sects, even the disciples in our own sect will despise our rules in the future. As for the killing of the elders and disciples of my sect by Dian, I admit that I was wrong and shouldn't be too greedy. But I agreed to their request for the development of the sect. The spiritual minds of Dian may not be worth mentioning, but no one dares to underestimate their warrior army. Also, it is said that the capital of the ancient demon clan is in Dian. I do covet Dian, but I don't feel ashamed. Jiotian Yaotai and Pumlai Fairy Island. Are they all clean? They hold more spiritual minds and countries than us. Are those countries willing to follow them? The dirty things they do in secret are no less than us. Everyone is for the sect, development and interests. What's shameful about that? This world is originally a place where the strong are respected. Among the 3 major immortal sects on this continent, our Pyamyu immortal sect is the weakest. If we don't find a way to develop and become stronger, we will be left far behind by the other 2 major immortal sects one day, or even swallowed up. Now that there is an opportunity to develop and grow, how can I turn a blind eye? The news of the ancient demon clan capital was first obtained by me, Luxianfeng, and never revealed. Therefore, I naturally want to control it first. If Jiotian Yaotai and Pumlai Fairy Island know this news, can you guarantee that they will not covet it? After saying this, there was silence in the hall for a moment. Jiang Qingqian suddenly snorted coldly, still with disdain on her face. You said it so high-soundingly. Everything is for the sect. But you have been hiding this information. If it weren't for the incident now, would you have said it? Who knows what you are thinking? Anyway, Wei Qingyan Peak will never interfere in this matter, and Yu Yao's matter. We can go there the day after tomorrow. But we will never do it. The white-clothed woman Su Xian also said coldly, Wei Yaoxian Peak will not interfere either. Then he bowed to the stage and said, Master, Wei Yaoxian Peak only grow medicine and refine pills. We have never done, and will not do things like robbing cultivation resources and killing people. If you think that I am not suitable as the peak master, just remove me. It just so happens that I also want to practice in seclusion, and don't have to worry about these messy things. The burly Zhou Yuanshan suddenly sneered and said sarcastically, Master Su Feng said it is really righteous. Lin Ran, the sex affairs have nothing to do with your Yaoxian Peak? Then I would like to ask, where do the rare spiritual medicines on your peak, as well as various rare alchemy instruments, and even the spiritual veins under your peak come from? Did they grow by themselves? You despise us for robbing cultivation resources and killing people everywhere. Indeed, your Yaoxian Peak has not done anything bad. But may I ask, where do you get the food and things you use from? Su Xian's face was immediately full of anger. The foundation of my Yaoxian Peak was all left by our ancestors in exchange for alchemy. And it has nothing to do with you. Zhou Yuanshan, you have killed thousands of people outside in these years. Right? The women you have ruined are countless. Others who rob people's cultivation resources. At least they would not kill them all. What about you? Even a 3-year-old child was not spared. It's a disgrace to be with you. Su Xian, don't be arrogant just because you are the disciple of the ancestor. Zhou Yuanshan was immediately furious. The sect master is still here, and you are starting to split the sect, saying that the sect's affairs have nothing to do with your Yaoxian Peak. If the sect master is not here, wouldn't you just say that the people of your Yaoxian Peak are not my Pyamyu Xinzong's people? You're talking nonsense. Here you go. Both of them were glaring with anger, ready to fight. Everyone hurriedly separated them. Mei Chan Qing, the sect master of Pyamyu Xinzong, who was sitting on the high platform of the main hall, had to say, okay, let's take a step back and say less. Today we are here to discuss going to dine the day after tomorrow. Not to quarrel. Since the incident has already happened, let's think about how to solve it. What's the point of quarreling? The matter of Yu Yao is over. No matter who was right or wrong at the beginning, don't mention it again. Now that she has broken the rules, she will naturally be brought back. As for the matter of Dian killing the elders and disciples of my sect, it will naturally be properly resolved. The day after tomorrow, Pumlai Fairy Island and Geo, everyone in Tainyatai will go. And there are other people in the gate. We must not make others feel that we are bullying. And even a small country is impossible. Many people have fallen this time. What are the requirements for you? Although it is proposed to Dian. Yes, in addition to Penglakshan Island and Jiotianyao, there will be other Zongmen and Sancho, which may go. We can appropriately show the strength of our young disciples, in addition to attracting more excellent practitioners. We could also take the opportunity to let Jiotian Yaotai and Penglation Island continue to deepen our cooperation. The great elder Xiang Tian suddenly said, "It is said that Jiotian Yaotai and the 5 major immortal sects on other continents discovered a Guangxiantai in the North Sea some time ago. It was recorded in ancient books that the Guangxiantai was the place where immortals comprehended the way of heaven before ascending. If practitioners like us can sit there and comprehend for a few days, it is equivalent to decades of practice, and can even directly break through the bottleneck, but such a good thing is not our turn now. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity to deepen our relationship with Jiotian Yaotai." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall had different expressions and whispered. Mei Changqing glanced at everyone and said, "I have discussed with several elders. We will gather at the border of Deyan the day after tomorrow. The top 10 disciples on this year's Piao Miao list will be brought back. At that time, we will create opportunities for them to gain the favor of Jiotian Yaotai or Penglai Fairy Island based on their own abilities. It would be best if we can form a marriage alliance with them." Zhou Yuanshan sneered. "At that time, those practitioners in Deyan will be the touchstones for the talented disciples of our Piao Miao Xinzong." Another elder laughed and said, "The top 10 disciples on the Piao Miao list are all the most outstanding and evil disciples of our Piao Miao Xinzong. I'm afraid those practitioners in Deyan are not even qualified to be their touchstones. At most, they are stepping stones." Zhou Yuanshan laughed and said, "Yes, it is a stepping stone, but it is the kind that will break when stepped on." Ha ha ha. In the hall, there was another long discussion. In the early morning, the crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. The disciples waiting outside also followed their masters to leave. Lan Ling and his companions lowered their heads and followed behind Yang Tower and returned to Lucin Peak. The group came to the hall. Yu Yangla sat on the chair and pondered for a moment. Then said, "Inform Suanyuanyu, the holy son of Penglai Fairy Island, about Yuao. I heard that he is in seclusion, and their sect should not disturb him." Lan Ling's eyes flashed, and he bowed his head respectfully and said, "Yes." Peak Master. Yu Yangla suddenly sneered again. "Of course they are not in a hurry. So many people died in Lucien Peak, and we lost the Dragon Scale Sword and Dragon Roar Sword of the sect, as well as the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan. These must be compensated with the resources of our Lucien Peak. The small Dian has made our Lucien Peak lose so much face in the sect. If I don't get it back, won't everyone in Lucien Peak laugh and despise me in the sect?" Lan Ling said with a cold face, "My 2 souls were also killed in Dian. This time, I finally have a reason to go there in person. I want to capture Yao in person, and I hope the Peak Master agrees." Yu Yangla looked at her and said, "If she resisting, did you hit her?" Lan Ling's eyebrows twitched a few times and bowed their heads. She dare not. Yang Tower stared at her appearance and figure a few times, saying, "Lan Ling, you are the 5th place in the list of this year. At that time, you may have other things to do. Penglai Xiandao deepened the relationship. In the future, your achievements may not be lower than her. This is the location of the sect of Penglai Fairy Island, one of the 3 major immortal sects in Jiuzhou continent. At this time, on the main island, in a cave, a young man in white clothes was looking down at the communication certificate in his hand with a calm expression. Standing next to him was a hunchbacked old man in a gray robe. After seeing him finish reading, he said respectfully, "The news just sent from Piao Miao Immortal Sect. I didn't want to disturb you from practicing, but I saw that it was about that woman, and it was the day after tomorrow. So I didn't dare to delay and came in to report to you." The young man in white took another look at the news on the communication certificate, his face still calm, and returned the communication certificate in his hand to him, saying lightly, "Her affairs have nothing to do with me. Piao Miao Immortal Sect sent a message at this time, probably wanting me to go over and see how miserable she is now, but whether she is doing well or not. What does it have to do with me? I'm not that dark and boring." The hunchbacked old man took the message with both hands, looked at him and said, "Young master, Piao Miao Xianzong said that she had killed people from Piao Miao Xianzong. If she dares to resist the day after tomorrow, she will probably be killed on the spot. People from Jiotian Yaotai will also go this time. And I heard that Fairy Qinyao will also go with her disciples. Do you really not want to go?" The young man in white was slightly startled when he heard this. Fairy Qinyao will also go? According to her personality, she should not participate in such occasions. Right? Is there something else? The hunchbacked old man said. It was said by Master Jia himself. The young man in white had a flash of eyes, and he hesitated for a moment, and said, "When will Master Jia and his men set off?" The hunchbacked old man said, "Tomorrow." The young man in white thought for a while, looked at him and said, then tomorrow? Let's go and see. Then he said lightly, I remember that Fairy Qingyao valued her very much at the beginning. Perhaps this time, it was for her. If this is true, it would be wonderful. The hunchbacked old man smiled and said, it will definitely be wonderful. If Jiao Tian Yao Tai really protects her, she will naturally be fine. At that time, she may join Jiao Tian Yao Tai. At that time, young master, you think too much. The young man in white shook his head and said lightly, based on my understanding of her, she will not join other sects again. At most, she will repay them with other things, like she did to Piao Miao Xianzong before. However, Jiao Tian Yao Tai may not care about this kind of thing. After all, it is the matter of Piao Miao Xianzong, and it is not easy for outsiders to interfere. The master and servant chatted for a while. The hunchbacked old man took the communication treasure and bowed to leave. The cave door closed. The young man in white quickly closed his eyes and continued to practice. At this time, under the ground of the Great Yin Palace, under the heart of the spiritual mine, Luo Qingzhou's skin was red all over, and his clothes disappeared. Under his skin, blood vessels were clearly visible, and it seemed that even the blood inside had turned fiery red and was extremely hot. Just as he was trembling, a slender jade finger with frost condensed on it touched his hot skin again. Hiss! A trace of coolness melted on his skin. Luo Qingzhou trembled all over, moaned comfortably, and couldn't help opening his eyes, looking at the girl in front of him and said, sister you, can I stay a little longer this time? The girl hesitated for a moment, and her fingertips stayed for 2 more breaths. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Sister Yu is also practicing? Why is your face red? The girl closed her eyes and didn't answer. Luo Qingzhou looked at her trembling eyelashes and beautiful face, and smelled the sweet breath coming from her body. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and the burning in his body suddenly became more fierce. Sister Yu. His eyes were fixed on her pink little mouth, and his mouth was dry. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva again, and said in a trembling voice, I'm thirsty. Chapter 870 Kiss with Sister Yu. Really thirsty. His body was burning. His throat was smoking, and even his eyes were red. He couldn't help swallowing another mouthful of saliva. But saliva couldn't quench his thirst, but made him even thirstier. His eyes were always fixed on the pink little mouth of the girl in front of him, and he felt that he was about to explode with thirst. Sister Yu, let me drink some water, he begged in a trembling voice. The girl's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her cold eyes, looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou was overjoyed, and when he was about to pounce on the food like a hungry wolf, the girl took out a water bottle, handed it to him, and said, 1 mouthful. Luo Qingzhou paused, sobered up, took the water bottle and said, Can I drink it all in 1 mouthful? The girl said lightly, Yes. All the previous efforts will be wasted. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he had to open the cork and take a small sip. The cold water went into his throat, and he felt extremely comfortable. He couldn't help shivering all over, although he wanted to drink all the water in the kettle in 1 breath. His reason told him that he had to continue to endure. At the most critical moment of forging iron, you can't add water. It doesn't quench your thirst at all. Luo Qingzhou returned the kettle to her, looked at her little mouth again, and said with a dry mouth, Sister Yu, can I make another unreasonable request? The girl took the kettle and said coldly, No, I haven't said it yet. No matter what you say, it's not allowed. Continue to practice. The girl said coldly. Luo Qingzhou sighed and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes again and said, Sister Yu, I feel that my internal organs are burning, and I may not be able to bear it. The girl looked at him coldly. So? Luo Qingzhou swallowed his saliva and said, I think if Sister Yu can let me kiss, I may be able to continue for a few hours. The girl narrowed her eyes, and a touch of frost suddenly condensed on her fingertips. Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up, and his face was full of expectation. Come on. Sister Yu, punish me. Don't pity me. Girl. At this time, a majestic and cold voice suddenly came from the door. Let me punish you. How about it? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, immediately closed his eyes, and continued to practice. Shua! The vortex on his head and around his body suddenly rotated faster. Streams of pure and rich vitality, like waves, poured into his body. He endured the burning in his body and continued to absorb it quickly. Nandong Huiyue. wearing a fiery red dress, stood at the door, looking coldly at his red body and proud head, and then looked at the girl in the white dress sitting in front of him. Her eyes flashed, and she wanted to speak, but held back. Humph, she snorted coldly, turned around, and dragged the red dress away. Bastard. Out of sight. Out of mind. A night passed in the blink of an eye. After dawn, after Nandong Huiyue finished attending the morning court, he reviewed the memorials in the study for a while, and then couldn't help but come to the underground. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already started to break through the barrier. The redness on his body had faded a lot, but the pain on his face was increasing. The sweat on his body was shining brightly under the illumination of the spirit mineral heart above his head. A vast energy rushed through his body, rushing towards the path leading to the next realm. His whole body suddenly trembled. The blood on his face gradually faded. Obviously, he did not rush through this time. He was accumulating strength again and continuing the next sprint. From the late stage of the Grandmaster to the Grandmaster, there is a path that makes all practitioners tremble. Most practitioners cannot rush through in their entire lives. Some people even prepared for many years to attack this pass. But in the end they failed. Some people were unwilling to fail and forced to sprint continuously. As a result, the meridians in the body were all destroyed. The acupoints were broken, and the years of cultivation were destroyed. To break through this pass, a strong physique, vast energy, and tenacious willpower and determination are indispensable. But once you feel that you can't break through, you must give up decisively, and there must be no hesitation or stubbornness. Otherwise, you will be disabled at the least and killed at the worst. Nandong Huiyue was actually very worried and uneasy in his heart. After all, he had just broken through 2 levels in a row some time ago. Now he took a shortcut and forced his way through. If he failed, the consequences would be disastrous. But at this moment, it was too late for her to dissuade him. She could only watch him silently, not even daring to say a word or make a sound. The girl sitting in front of him also sat there quietly, motionless. Time suddenly passed very slowly. In a blink of an eye, half a day had passed. After hundreds of sprints, Luo Qingzhou was now exhausted. With pain all over his body and sweat all over his body, he opened his eyes, panting, and took a short rest. The girl in front of him handed him a jade bottle, which contained the spiritual liquid he gave her. 2 drops, she said softly, and the coldness in her eyes seemed to soften. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his palm, looked at her and said, "A few more drops. I feel that the energy is still a little insufficient. When I broke through the barrier before, the barrier became weaker and weaker. But I feel that this time, the barrier is not moving at all." The girl silently tilted the jade bottle and poured him 3 drops. Then looked at him and said, "This is how the great realm is. The further you go, the harder it is. If you really can't hold on, then give up. And there will be opportunities in the future." Luo Qingzhou absorbed the spiritual liquid, clenched his palm, looked at her and said, "If I give up, will I have a chance to practice with Sister Yu in the future?" The girl was silent for a while, and said, "You can practice with others. Anyway." She looked at him and said, "There are many people waiting around you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply, "But it's different." The girl looked at him and asked, "What's the difference?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's different." The girl didn't speak again. The scene suddenly became silent. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, then suddenly reached out and held her 2 jade hands, then pulled her into his arms. And before she could break free, he hugged her tightly, then lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. At this moment, hot and cold, strong and weak, red and white, pressed tightly together, the girl struggled in his arms. But soon, her cold lips and heart gradually melted under his hot kiss and deep love. She leaned softly against his arms, tilted her face up, closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttered, and was quiet, and he kissed her more affectionately. Above his head, the crystal clear heart of the spiritual ore was still flickering slowly, and streams of pure vitality were still pouring into his body. He suddenly felt that he had not stopped practicing. On the contrary, the burning and discomfort in his body suddenly eased a lot. So, he stopped suppressing himself and continued to kiss the girl in his arms. The feelings that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time burst out at this moment. At the door not far away, Nandong Huiyue, dressed in a fiery red dress, stood there, watching the scene quietly. At first, her face was gloomy, but gradually, she regained her composure, looked for a while, and then turned and left. It doesn't matter. She has no place as one of the two wives. When she enters the house, she will have to kneel on the ground and call me sister. There is a world of difference between a concubine and a wife, no matter how powerful or favored she is. She can't compare to my status. Humph. You ignored him and divorced him with a divorce letter. Have you ever thought about today? Arrogant woman. I really want to see you lower your arrogant head and kneel in front of me and call me sister. Of course. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. But you will definitely lower your arrogant head and kneel in front of him. Right? At that time, I will take out the communication treasure and take a good photo of you, so that you can see your embarrassed and humble appearance. I don't know why. Thinking of these scenes, she felt excited, but the scene just now still made her feel sick. Ugh. She retched again, covering her mouth and wondering, is it really that disgusting? Then he snorted coldly, pretending to be pure and innocent, noble and white, and inviolable. But what's the result, Humph? A hypocritical woman. Ugh. In the evening, when Nandon Huiyue was sleeping in the study, Yue reported at the door. Your Majesty, Dean Bai is here and waiting outside. Nandon Huiyue opened her eyes and immediately put on her clothes and went out. In the corridor outside, a middle-aged man in white clothes, with his hands behind his back, was thinking about something while looking at the clouds in the distance. Nandon Huiyue hurried out and said respectfully, Why is the dean here now? Are you leaving? Bai Yishan turned his head and glanced at her, slightly startled, and said in a gentle voice, Your Majesty looks a little tired. Didn't you get enough rest? The state affairs are busy, but you must also take care of yourself. Nandon Huiyue was slightly startled when she heard the address for herself, thinking that he called her the wrong name. Bai Yishan looked at her gently, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, I heard that there was a great victory on the border, and 2 cities that were taken away by the demons were also recaptured. The rebels of the 7 countries and the Tai King have also surrendered, and the other princes have also returned to their own fiefdoms. Your Majesty was able to quell the domestic rebellion and defeat the demon army in a short period of time, so that the officials and the people regain their confidence in the court. It is indeed extraordinary. Nandon Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, These are not all my credit. In fact, these things, I know. Bai Yishan nodded slightly, with a gentle smile on his face. These are all Fei Yong's help to you. Your Majesty is a man of great talent and strategy, impeccable in military affairs, and excellent in state affairs. But the most powerful thing is vision. Your Majesty is blessed to be able to choose Fei Yong as your husband. And I, Dian, am also blessed. Nandon Huiyue's cheeks were slightly reddened by the praise. She felt uncomfortable when she thought that the guy who was praised might still be kissing other women underground. Bai Yishan suddenly sighed. When you ascended the throne, no one believed that you could sit in this position forever. After all, there has never been a precedent of a daughter being emperor in Dian. I also thought it was absurd at the time, when the princes of the 7 countries and the king of Thailand attacked you together. Everyone thought that you would be driven off the throne in a few days, and I was the same. But in the end, within a few days, you easily quelled the rebellion under the circumstances of internal and external troubles. Then, you repelled the demon tribe on the border and recovered the lost land. At this point, he sighed again. In the past few days, I have visited all over the country. Although everyone is talking about you taking the throne with your daughter, which is really wrong. They also admire you. Those princes who were originally arrogant were all scared. The courage to take the initiative to reduce the army and divide the territory at the same time. No one dares not to comply with the policies for the people issued by Your Majesty. Your Majesty? He looked at the girl in front of him with satisfaction and said, You are indeed the most qualified person to sit in this position. In fact, we are all pedantic, whether it is a man or a woman. As long as she has the ability to benefit the people of Dian and can govern Dian better, we should support her. Nandon Huiyue looked at his gentle and kind eyes, listened to his sincere encouragement, as if she saw her father back then. Her eyes were misty, and she whispered, Thank you, Dean. Bai Yishan said softly, Don't worry. All the rumors will disappear because of your strength. Those who slander you and look down on you will eventually disappear because of you. I was silent and impressed by your strength. Then he said, We will set off tonight in the early morning. After arriving there, I will meet a few friends to test the waters. Their help should be indispensable for this negotiation. Nandon Huiyue nodded and said, Yes. Bai Yishan paused and asked, Have you notified Miss Yao? If she doesn't go, The people of Piaomu Xinzong will have a reason to bring people directly into our Yin to arrest people. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while and said, Dean, can she escape? Escape from the Yin and go somewhere else. Bai Yishan was slightly startled and said, What about her family? Escape together? Nandong Huiyue said, You can let them hide their identities and hide together in a place where no one is. Bai Yishan shook his head and said, They can't escape. The power of Piaomu Xinzong. It's not as simple as you think. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, except for Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island, they are the strongest. There is no use running away for this kind of thing. You can only find a way to face and solve it. Nandong Huiyue frowned and said, But how to solve it? Once she goes there, she will definitely be captured by the people of Piaomu Xinzong. At that time, Bai Yishan asked in confusion, What will happen then? Nandong Huiyue lowered her head slightly. At that time, many people will not be able to help but save her. Bai Yishan glanced at her and said, When we discuss the conditions with Piaomu Xinzong, we will try to take a few steps back, and I will try my best to protect her. Piaomu Xinzong just thinks that she broke the rules and made the other party lose face. In fact, if she took the initiative to apologize and give in front of the three major immortal sects, things might be much easier. Nandong Huiyue immediately smiled bitterly. It's probably harder to make her apologize and surrender than to climb to the sky. Bai Yishan looked at the sky and said without saying anything more, Your Majesty, go back and rest for a while. I will come to pick you up when the time comes. I still have some articles to write, so I will go back first. Nandong Huiyue bowed and said, Sorry for bothering the dean. Bai Yishan's figure flashed, and he flew into the air and disappeared. The sunset quickly set. Nandong Huiyue stood on the corridor for a while and went underground. I hope that guy can hold back and nothing happened with that hypocritical woman. Otherwise. Huh? Chapter 871 Sister Yu reveals her feelings. Underground. It was silent. The heart of the spiritual mind was still shining. Waves of pure vitality were emanating. Below, Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, his expression solemn, and was making a new round of sprint. The vast energy surged out from the Danhai, rushed through the meridians, and rushed towards the solid pass with great momentum. Boom! This sprint still ended in failure. He did not stop. The vortex of vitality above his head was still spinning rapidly, and waves of pure vitality quickly poured into his body. He was accumulating energy again and continuing to sprint. And in front of him, a delicate girl in a white dress was sitting there quietly, with her eyes closed, motionless. Nandong Huiyue quietly came to the door, looking carefully. Although her hair was a little messy, her dress was intact, and there was no trace on the pure white dress. Her charming but cold face was still as cold as snow, not like she had just had sex. And she could still sit, and was still awake. She knew how powerful the guy was. Even if this woman was powerful, it was impossible for her to be so calm and intact. Obviously, nothing happened between the two. While Nandong Huiyue was relieved, she felt a little regretful inexplicably. In her mind, she had already imagined this hypocritical woman lying on the ground. Her eyes were blank, and she looked embarrassed as if she was about to die. She actually wanted to see that scene. Xiaoya, you are so perverted. She didn't dare to stay any longer, and turned around and left quickly. Underground, it was still silent. One could even vaguely hear the roar of the energy in Luo Qingzhou's body surging and hitting the pass. When Nandong Huiyue left, Yu Yao slowly opened her eyes, looking at the solemn and painful face in front of her. Thinking about the kiss just now, a trance appeared in her eyes, and two blushes gradually appeared on her beautiful and cold cheeks. Is this the pleasure between men and women? She lowered her head slightly, looked at her fingertips, and felt the breath in her body. Sure enough, there was no frost. What if it was her own body? Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly raised her eyes and looked at the boy in front of her again. Then, with red cheeks, she looked at his strong chest. It was so warm there. Boom! At this moment, a fierce roar suddenly came from his body. After the roar, two bloodstains suddenly appeared on both sides of his cheeks. He frowned and his body was shaking. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, which just fell on her flawless white cheek. She still sat there, motionless. Blood slid down her cheek, drop by drop, and fell on her snow-white dress, like plum blossoms in full bloom. Delicate and beautiful. Luo Qingzhou breathed heavily, and the blood color on his face faded and turned pale. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him. He was stunned for a few seconds. And then his face changed. Sister Yu. I'm fine. Her eyes became soft. And her tone became unusually gentle. What about you? Luo Qingzhou felt the disordered breath in his body. And a trace of frustration appeared on his face. It feels like there is no effect. I can't break through that barrier. And there is no sign of loosening. Then he looked at her and said, Sister Yu, is there something wrong? Or, it is impossible for me to break through so quickly. The girl looked calm and did not answer immediately. Luo Qingzhou looked at the blood on her face and quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped it for her carefully. She drooped her eyelashes slightly and was quiet, without avoiding or refusing. After a while, she raised her eyes and looked at him and said, Can you still hold on? Luo Qingzhou clenched the handkerchief in his hand and said firmly, Of course I can. Then he put away the handkerchief and said, Sister Yu, I will continue. The girl shook her head gently and said softly, Forget it. Time is a bit rushed after all. You should have reached your limit. If you continue, you will probably get hurt. It's not worth it. But Luo Qingzhou still wanted to hold on. The girl said softly, Even if you break through, what can you do? They are a sect. Not just one or two people. Luo Qingzhou fell silent, clenched his fists and said, No matter how powerful they are, I will try. No matter what. I will not let anyone take you away. The scene became quiet. At this time, Nan Gonghuiyue's faint voice suddenly sounded at the door. If she can put down her pride and take the initiative to admit her mistakes, maybe we still have a chance. Yu Yao did not speak. Luo Qingzhou looked at the door and said, Sister Yu is not wrong. It's their fault. Why do you want Sister Yu to admit her mistake? Nan Gonghuiyue frowned and looked at him coldly. Chu Feiyang, why are you so smart in other things, but you lose your mind when it comes to her? In this world, the strong are respected, and whoever has the bigger fist is always right. Now, it's their Piaomu Xianzong who has the bigger fist, and what they say is what it is. Look at the ants on the ground. Will you admit your mistakes to it? Even if you deliberately step on a few of them to death. It's because it blocked your way. It's its fault, not your fault. Don't you understand this? Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Nan Gonghuiyue looked serious. Only if she takes the initiative to admit her mistakes to Piaomu Xianzong in front of those people, and takes the initiative to accept the punishment, we will have a chance to save her. Piaomu Xianzong is one of the three major Xianzongs. And in such occasions, they will naturally care about their face. If she takes the initiative to admit her mistakes, the other party will have face. If we sacrifice some interests and take the initiative to give them some compensation, they will naturally not be aggressive in front of so many people. Chu Feiyang, if you really want to do good for her, and really don't want her to be taken away, you should persuade her instead of saying that you have to support her with your meager strength. No matter how powerful you are, how can you be the opponent of Piaomu Xianzong? A real man can bend and stretch. Only then can he have the opportunity to become stronger, and have the opportunity to wash away the humiliation he once had. If you blindly rely on your passion to confront the strong, will there be a future? With your talent, are you still afraid that you can't retaliate against them in the future? To die for her is actually the simplest and stupidest way. Only by doing everything you can to protect her, and protect yourself, can you have a future. And, speaking of this, she paused, looked at him dimly and said, Have you ever thought about me? What should I do if you die for her? I have given you everything, even the fate and future of the entire Great Yen. Do you deserve me by doing this? Also, are you worthy of the second lady of the Qin family, and those of you who are waiting for you to return home? Chu Feiyang, I hope you can stay rational and think about it carefully. The chaotic breath in Luo Qingzhou's body suddenly surged again and rushed to his throat. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood again. This time, he was prepared and spit on the ground next to him. Nan Gonghuiyue felt a pain in his heart and did not speak again. Yu Yao slowly took out her handkerchief, looked at him softly, and said softly, She is right in fact. I thought so just now. If it still doesn't work, I am willing to leave with them. But don't worry. I will help them like before to make up for them. You practice well at home and wait for me. Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, raised his head and looked at her. Yu Yao lowered her head slightly and whispered, Okay? Silence for a while. Luo Qingzhou slowly stretched out his hand, took the snow-white handkerchief in her hand, and held it tightly in his palm. At this time, Nan Gonghuiyue, who was standing at the door, suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked, What do you mean by just now? What did you do just now? The two of them were silent, and neither of them spoke. Humph. Nangong Huiyue snorted coldly, glanced at the two of them, and suddenly said, "We are about to leave. Chu Feiyang, why don't you go home to see your wives and concubines?" Luo Qingzhou was startled when he heard the words and stood up. Suddenly felt a little dizzy. Nangong Huiyue frowned and wanted to come over to help him. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, this guy had just kissed, touched and said sweet words to this hypocritical woman in front of her. As the dignified queen of Great Yin, she also has dignity, temper and backbone. Luo Qingzhou recovered quickly and couldn't help but sighed. A little frustrated, "Sister Your Majesty, I am useless and have failed your trust. I didn't expect that this time. Not only did I not break through, but my body seemed to be injured." Nangong Huiyue moved her lips and wanted to comfort him. But when she saw that his eyes were on other women, she couldn't help but tease him immediately. "I'm afraid it's not that you are useless, but that you are not useful in cultivation. Humph. You are full of someone's saliva. How can you still think about cultivation?" Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and bowed his hands and said, "I'll go home first." After that, he lowered his head and left in a hurry. After he left, the underground secret room fell into silence. After a long time, Nangong Huiyue said coldly, "It seems that you have given up that kind of skills, right?" Yu Yao looked at the empty space in front of her and said nothing. Nangong Huiyue looked at her back, and was silent for a moment, and said, "Don't worry. I won't hand you over casually just because you seduced my husband. You are my Great Yin people. I will naturally protect you." Yu Yao turned his head to look at her, was silent for a while, and said lightly, "He seduced me." Nangong Huiyue, "Okay. You can go back now. I know you want to see him in your true identity. But unfortunately, no matter how beautiful your identity is, it's useless. He has no interest in you at all. You ignored him and divorced him at the beginning. You probably never thought that you would fall in love with him now. Right? I don't love him. Who just stuck to his arms and kissed him? Eating his saliva? Huagu. You are even more shameless than me. Bah. And Xiaoye. Ha ha ha. Qin Mansion. It was late at night, and the mansion was pitch black. Luo Qingzhou entered the mansion directly from underground, because he was afraid of scaring the second lady. He came out from the ground in the small courtyard. In the small courtyard, Zhuer was practicing flying knives. When Zhuer saw him suddenly drill out from the ground next to her, she was so scared that she threw the flying knife at his head and was about to scream. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, covered her mouth, and flicked the flying knife away with a finger. "You bold girl. How dare you assassinate my son-in-law?" Luo Qingzhou let go of his hand and said fiercely. Zhuer saw that it was him, and she trembled and said, "Aunt sister, I'm sorry I was wrong." Luo Qingzhou saw that she was very scared, so he stopped joking with her and asked, "Is the second young lady asleep?" Zhuer said pitifully, "Sleep, sleep." Luo Qingzhou walked to the window, gently opened the window, and took a look inside. The bed in the inner room was quiet and silent. A weak figure lay in the curtain, hazy, and thought she had fallen asleep. He didn't go in to disturb her, and his eyes looked at the sun and moon treasure mirror on the table. When he left a few days ago, he put the sun and moon treasure mirror here and asked the second young lady to help collect spiritual liquid every morning and evening. After all, there was too much spiritual liquid given away, and it was not enough. So he had to collect some more quickly. At this time, his eyes fell on the treasure mirror, and suddenly found that the black spiritual liquid condensed on the mirror surface had changed again. Many tiny crystal threads appeared inside the spiritual liquid, like veins. At the same time, the smell of the spiritual liquid became stronger. Has the spiritual liquid mutated again? He was delighted and immediately took out a clean jade bottle and collected it. Then, he looked at the innermost corner of the table. There were 2 jade bottles there, which should have been collected by the second lady in the past few days. He quickly used the object control technique to take it. When he opened it, he found that the spiritual liquid inside was actually mutated spiritual liquid. The smell was much stronger than before, and there seemed to be light flashing inside. He was moved and secretly said, otherwise, try to sprint with this mutated spiritual liquid again? However, it seems that there is not enough time. He thought carefully and thought that they should have some time after they reached the border. He might be able to find a secret place there to try. Thinking of this, hope was rekindled in his heart. After collecting the spiritual liquid and putting away the sun and moon treasure mirror, he took another look at the inner room, then closed the window and prepared to leave. Zhuer stood in the yard, looking at him timidly. Luo Qingzhou walked over and his voice became gentle. Little Mantu. The uncle is going out for a few days. Take good care of the second young lady, and wait for the uncle to come back. Zhu'er lowered her head and said, Oh! Come back. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he left the courtyard wall. Zhu'er stood in the small courtyard for a long time. Luo Qingzhou came to the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace and listened to the movement inside, but did not hear the sound of Chan Chan practicing sword. He stood for a while and prepared to leave. At this time, the gate of the courtyard suddenly creaked and slowly opened. Xia Chan appeared in the door, and her dark eyes looked at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou's eyes instantly became gentle, and he whispered, Chan Chan, haven't you slept yet? Xia Chan whispered, Are you going to leave again? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled. How do you know? Xia Chan bit her lip and pleaded with her eyes, Take Chan Chan. Together. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Uncle will be back soon, and the family needs your protection. If you go with Uncle will worry about the family. Xia Chan lowered her head and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou walked over, held her cold little hand, and said softly, Don't be sad. Wait for the uncle to come back, and then take you out to play. Okay? Let's go to West Lake, East Lake, Lingxiao Sect, and Qingyun Temple. Okay? Xia Chan lowered her head, bit her lips, and whispered, But Chan Chan wants to help you. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms and said softly, Uncle knows. But this time I'm sorry. Uncle can't take you. Xia Chan didn't say anything else. Her cheek pressed against his chest, and she hugged him tightly. The two hugged quietly, silently smelling each other's scent, and didn't say anything. The night was quiet. The moonlight tonight was particularly gentle. In the corridor not far away, a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was standing there, watching this scene quietly. But her thoughts didn't seem to be here. The bright moonlight fell on her body and her flawless face, as if she was coated with a layer of white and holy radiance. Beautiful as a dream. Deep in her beautiful and deep pupils, there seemed to be familiar scriptures flowing slowly. The sky is long and the earth is long. The reason why the sky and the earth can be long and long is that they do not produce themselves, so they can live forever. Therefore, the saints put themselves behind, and their bodies are ahead. Put themselves outside, and their bodies survive. Chapter 872 Swords Fly in the Sky. Yu Yao's Tao Te Ching and Tao. In the early hours of the morning, Luo Qingzhou left the Qin mansion and returned to the palace. Yaohua Palace. On the corridor, Nandong Huiyue, dressed in a fiery red dress, was standing with Yu Yao, dressed in a pure white dress. The two were quiet. Neither of them spoke, and they seemed to be thinking about something. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two and walked over quickly. Nandong Huiyue looked at him, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. So soon? There are so many wives and concubines at home. Are they equally treated? Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear and asked, Is Senior Bai not here yet? Nandong Huiyue said lightly, He went to Lingxiao Sect to help you pick up other concubines. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he dared not say anything. Yesterday, his master and uncle sent him a message saying that Dean Bai would pick them up, so he didn't have to go to Lingxiao Sect anymore. The queen is angry now, so he'd better not make excuses. Humph. Miss Yu Yao, did you see that? He has acquiesced. The people of Lingxiao Sect are all his concubines. Nandong Huiyue sneered. Luo Qingzhou still ignored her. Yu Yao stood there coldly and quietly, not knowing what she was thinking, and ignored her. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and suddenly said, Sister Yu, don't you need to go with your real body? Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes. The scriptures in Yue's pupil shrank, and then she came back to her senses, was silent for a while, and said, No. Paused. She said again, If I want to leave, I will take my real body with me. The implication is that she will not take Huagu's body with her. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and asked in confusion, Why doesn't Sister Yu use her real body? Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and deliberately said, Yes. Why doesn't Miss Yu Yao use her real body? Do you think her real body is too ugly? Yu Yaochen said calmly, The real body will be bound. Bound? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. Nandong Huiyue seemed to have understood, with a hint of teasing at the corner of her mouth. Are you afraid of being recognized by some people? Yu Yao was silent for a while, and said, It's because of the practice. As soon as these words came out, Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, and then woke up. That kind of practice? Your real body doesn't have. Yu Yao looked at her. Nandong Huiyue stopped talking, looked away, and said in a light tone, "It seems that you are still unwilling to bow your head." Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Sister Yu is not unwilling to bow her head. But she knows those people of Piaomu Xinzong better than your majesty. Maybe even if Sister Yu takes the initiative to admit her mistakes and accept the punishment, they will still not let it go. Your majesty should know that they have long coveted the interests of our great yin, and they can just use this matter to ask for greater benefits. If they open their mouths too high, will your majesty satisfy them?" Nandong Huiyue fell silent. Luo Qingzhou said, "So, we have to prepare for the worst." Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, "I know. The dean said so too. So this time, we brought almost all the masters of Great Yin. If their demands are too much, I will naturally not agree." Then he said slowly, "How is your health?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's okay. I think it should be fine." Nandong Huiyue's expression softened, and said, "Don't worry. I expected that you didn't break through this time. After all, you just broke through 2 levels in a row some time ago. Even if you take shortcuts, it's impossible to break through so quickly. Practice for a while, and settle down. You should be able to break through next time." Luo Qingzhou nodded. While the two were talking, a white light suddenly flew from the horizon. It arrived in an instant. Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved and said, "The dean is back." At this time, a huge flying sword slowly descended from midair. There were actually 2 houses on the flying sword. As the flying sword descended and shrank, the 2 houses also shrank rapidly. Bai Yishan, wearing a snow-white Confucian robe, stood at the front with his hands behind his back. He was elegant and graceful. Zhuang Jian stood beside him and was talking to him. The flying sword quickly landed on the ground. Nandong Huiyue walked over with a few people. There was no one else behind him except Yuewu. Luo Qingzhou walked up to the flying sword and said respectfully, "Ancestor." Senior Bai. Then he bowed to the 2 people behind him and said, "Master." "Uncle Master." Then he asked doubtfully, "Master, are these the only people from our Lingxiao sect going?" Fairy Zixiao was particularly serious when there were outsiders present, and said lightly, "Your Uncle Wu and Uncle Mo need to stay at the sect. If they all go out, if the sect is attacked by someone like that night, it will be troublesome." Zhuang Jian also said, "There is no need for everyone to go. We are mainly going to negotiate, not to fight. Even if we have to fight, it will be useless for us to go no matter how many people we have." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Ancestor is right." After the greetings, the few people looked at the girl in the white dress behind him. Seeing that the queen did not introduce herself, Luo Qingzhou had to introduce himself. "This is Miss Yu Yao. For special reasons, she uses the body of Her Majesty the Queen's maid." Yu Yao? When this name came out, Zhuang Jian and the others all looked at each other with different expressions. Zhuang Jian carefully looked at the cold girl in front of him and said in surprise, "It turned out to be the genius saint of Piaomu Xinzong." At that time, when he was about to talk about some news he heard, he suddenly came to his senses. This girl is now in such a situation. She definitely doesn't want to recall the past. "I heard from Dean Bai on the way. Don't worry. Miss Yu Yao is from our Dain people. We will naturally not stand idly by," Zhuang Jian said in a gentle voice. "Let's go. It's time to set off. Everyone can talk on the way. We still have to pick up the people from Xianyan Pavilion." Bai Yishan pointed his finger, and the flying sword on the ground suddenly flashed and slowly flew up. At the same time, it began to grow larger. Zhuang Jian glanced at him, tried to hold back, but couldn't help asking, "Brother Bai, have you made an appointment with Fairy Luo?" Bai Yishan smiled slightly and said, "I just told them in advance. It's on the way to the border, so I'll give them a ride." Then he added, "Originally, I was going to bring the other 3 major sects with me, but they all went there early yesterday morning." Zhuang Jian paused and said, "I heard that the 500 warrior students of your academy and the 3,000 guards of the princess all went there in advance?" Bai Yishan nodded, then turned to look at him and said, "Brother Zhuang, the eldest princess has ascended the throne, and her ability is obvious to all. I think she should be a good emperor." Zhuang Jian was silent for a while, and said, "Brother Bai should talk to other sects about this matter. Regarding internal affairs, our 5 major sects have always been consistent. If they agree, I will agree too." Bai Yishan smiled and said, "When the border issue is resolved, I will invite them to gather in my courtyard, and Brother Zhuang must come at that time." Zhuang Jian said, "Of course." The 2 were talking outside, and the others had already entered the house. As soon as Luo Qingzhou was in the room, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. So he immediately sat down in the corner and closed his eyes, indicating that he wanted to practice. Nan Donghuyue sat with him, looked at the other three and said, "Sit down. You're welcome." Yu Yao did not sit down, and went into the room alone. After she left, Fairy Zixia asked curiously, "Your Highness, what kind of skills did Miss Yao practice that she couldn't even use her real body?" Nan Donghuyue shrugged and said, "Who knows? It should be some strange secret method." But she turned her head and looked at someone beside her, saying, "Fei Yang has a good relationship with her. Last time they went to the border together and made great contributions. I guess he should know." After saying this, the three people looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to open his eyes and said, "I don't know either." Fairy Zixia said indifferently, "Disciple, do you have a good relationship with Miss Yao? How good is it? Is it as good as your relationship with your uncle?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he quickly closed his eyes and said, "Master, I want to practice. Don't disturb me at the critical moment." Fairy Zixia snorted coldly. "You just broke through 2 levels in a row. What critical moment is there?" Then she said in a faint tone, "Disciple, do you disrespect your master because your eldest princess is here?" Luo Qingzhou had to open his eyes and said, "Master, I really don't know Miss Yao very well. As for my relationship with her," seeing that his uncle was staring at him intently, he could only say, "It's just SOSO. SOSO. Fairy Zixia raised her eyebrows and said, "What do you mean by just so? SOSO? Good is good. Bad is bad." Luo Qingzhou said, "Good." Fairy Zixia narrowed her eyes and said, "How good? How does it compare with your uncle?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "By the way, Master, I got a lot of good things in that ancient ruins last time. Please help me see what they are useful for. If you like, you can use them." After that, he immediately took out the 3 items of the demon sect from the storage ring and threw them over. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment, took it in her hand, and said in surprise, "Such a strong demonic energy." Nan Donghuyue said solemnly, "Thousand Ghost Banner, Soul Guiding Flute, Soul Snatching Rope, are all treasures of the demon sect." Luo Qingzhou said, "You can give that flute to your uncle." Fairy Zixia rolled her eyes at him and said, "Your uncle likes to play the flute, not the flute. And this is a thing of the demon sect. Be careful that your uncle will blow it at you, and you will lose your soul." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at his beautiful uncle, and secretly said in his heart, "Even if it is not a thing of the demon sect, I will still lose my soul." Several people began to study the 3 magic sect treasures seriously. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, thinking secretly in his heart whether he should go to the room inside to try the newly mutated spiritual liquid now. At this moment, a snow-white figure suddenly walked out of the corridor next to him and said, "Come in." As soon as these words came out, several pairs of eyes that were studying the 3 treasures also looked at her. Yu Yao looked cold and said calmly, "I have something to ask you." Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up and walked towards her. Nan Donghuyue also stood up immediately and said, "Can I go with you?" Yu Yao looked at her and said, "No." After that, he turned and entered the room. Nan Donghuyue's face sank. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly whispered, "Your Majesty, I'll be back soon." After that, he hurried into the room. Sister Yu rarely took the initiative to look for him. Whenever she took the initiative to look for him, it was definitely something important. Nan Donghuyue snorted coldly and sat down again. Of course, she also knew that this was not the time for them to talk about love, and that woman must have something important to talk to him about. But in front of outsiders, her husband entered another woman's room, which naturally lost her face. Fairy Zixia asked in confusion, "Your Highness, Fei Yang seems to listen to Miss Yao." "Right?" Nan Donghuyue sneered and said, "More than obedient." He came to her with a glance. "You are his master. Don't you know his lustful nature?" Fairy Zixia was a little embarrassed and said, "Your Majesty, I admit that Fei Yang is indeed a little lustful. However, he also looks at people. No matter how beautiful some women are, he may not look at them more. Men are all like this. Your Majesty will discipline him well in the future." Nan Donghuyue snorted coldly, "I can't control him. And I dare not control him. He is now a master-level expert, and he has your Ling Shao sect as a backer. How can I dare to control him? This is very much like a man taking his wife back to his wife's family." And then the man began to complain about his grievances to his wife's family. Fairy Zixia immediately said, "If it's because of lust, Your Majesty, Just punish him. We will definitely help your majesty. Right, Qingnu? She looked at the junior sister next to her. Ling Hu Qingju didn't answer, but got up and walked out and stood outside. A green dress fluttered gently in the wind. Inside the house. After Luo Qingzhou entered the room, he closed the door and asked, Sister Yu, if you have anything, just ask. Yu Yao walked to the window, looked outside, pondered for a moment, and then looked at him and said, Can you tell me the Tao Te Ching you told me before? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and immediately said, Of course. Yu Yao looked at him and said, Not a word is missed. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Sister Yu, don't worry. I will definitely not miss a word. After speaking, he first recalled it carefully in his mind, and then began to speak word by word from the beginning. The Tao that can be told is not the real Tao. The name that can be named is not the real name. Time passed quietly. Nandong Huiyue came to the door secretly once, and after hearing the voice inside, she immediately left quietly. She was relieved that it was not that kind of voice. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, Yu Yao's pupils flickered, and she was quiet for a moment, then looked at him and said, Do you have poems about swords? Or articles about righteousness? Or about fighting? After a pause, he said, Anything with momentum is fine. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and said, How much does Sister Yu need? The deep light in Yu Yao's pupil suddenly shone, and the whole person's cold temperament seemed to have suddenly changed at this moment, and whispered, How many do you have? Chapter 873 Heaven and Earth have righteousness. From ruthless to affectionate. Heaven and earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast. The sun and the moon wax and wane. The stars are lined up. A sword comes from the west. Thousands of rocks are arched, and demonic shadows are everywhere. As the mirror is not a platform. The Bodhi is not a tree. The state is caused by the heart, and it can be clearly distinguished. I have fought for 3,000 miles, and my sword has been 1,000,000 masters. Luo Qingzhou's sonorous voice rang out in the room. The whole room seemed to suddenly have a strange atmosphere and momentum. An hour later, the voices in the room gradually quieted down. Yu Yao stood in front of the window. Her pupils were dilated, motionless, and the whole person seemed to be immersed in a state of selflessness. Luo Qingzhou was thirsty from reading, took out the kettle, drank a few sips of water, and asked, Is this enough? Yu Yao looked dazed, as if she had not yet recovered from a certain state. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and then said, If it's not enough, I have more here. Then he said, By the way, didn't Sister Yu just say that she wanted another article about righteousness and momentum? I just thought of another very powerful one. Yu Yao seemed to finally come back to her senses, looked at him with complicated eyes and said, Read it. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and drank a few sips of water, as if he was drinking wine, then cleared his throat and read aloud, The heaven and the earth have righteousness, which is mixed and flowing. Below are rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. As soon as this sentence came out, his whole momentum seemed to change suddenly. The air in the room seemed to suddenly solidify. Deep in Yu Yao's pupils, the light trembled, and somewhere in his soul suddenly boomed, and a roar that shook the soul was emitted, like a thunderbolt, like a Taoist marrow cleansing. At this time, Bai Yishan, who was standing outside with Zhuang Jian preparing to welcome the people of Xianyan Pavilion, suddenly moved his breath, as if he was pulled by something. His face changed, and he immediately turned his head, looked around, and suddenly looked into the house. But before he could catch it, the breath had already disappeared in an instant. A trace of suspicion appeared in his eyes, and when he was wondering, a spaceship suddenly flew over from below. Luo Ling from Xianyan Pavilion brought Luo Shang and others by boat. Bai Yishan came back to his senses, felt it carefully again, and didn't feel it again, so he looked down and bowed to greet. Luo Ling looked cold, just glanced at him, and ignored him. Several people got on the flying sword. Zhuang Jian saw that the atmosphere between the two was not right, and he was confused. Luo Ling just nodded to him lightly, and then took his disciples into the house. Zhuang Jian wanted to follow in, and saw a room full of women, and was afraid that he would be laughed at by the younger generation in his heart. So he had to give up. Brother Bai, did you make Fairy Luo angry? Zhuang Jian couldn't help asking. Bai Yishan was carefully recalling the breath he had just felt. He was slightly startled when he heard this and said, No, I only came here once last time, asked about the situation and left. I didn't talk much with Fairy Luo. Zhuang Jian seemed to understand something when he heard this. After Luo Ling entered the room, He bowed slightly to Nangong Huiyu as a greeting, and then sat down in the corner with a cold and unfriendly look. Luo Shan greeted several people with a warm face. Liu Li, who followed, also greeted them respectfully one by one. After Bai Wire came in, she sat behind Luo Ling without saying low to anyone. Hey, Zixia, is your beloved disciple here? Luo Shan looked around but couldn't find her. Fairy Zixia pursed her lips and said, she's talking to someone in the room. Luo Shan looked at the room over there and asked curiously, is there anyone else in there? Someone from the palace? Or someone from your Lingxiao sect? Neither, Fairy Zixia said indifferently, with no other emotions on her face. Seeing her mysterious, Luo Shan became more curious. Who is that? It must be something special for your disciple to hide in the room and talk to her. I guess it must be a woman. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at her. Nangong Huiyu said with a cold face, is that guy's lustful nature known to everyone? Luo Shan laughed puff, full of charm. No. Don't misunderstand me, princess. In fact, I saw that the atmosphere was not right and your faces were not very good. So I just guessed casually. But it seems that my guess should be correct. Then he looked at the room over there and said, who is it? I am getting more and more curious. It is not easy to make the three women in this room look cold. Zixia Fairy saw that she was almost going to see it herself. So she had to say, Aunt Luo, you also know that person. But you may not have seen him. Who? Zixia, don't keep it a secret. Tell me. Luo Shan urged immediately. Zixia Fairy sighed and said, the peerless genius saint of Piamu Xinzong. Yu Yao. As soon as these two words came out, Luo Shan was shocked. Luo Ling, who was sitting in the corner, also slowly opened his eyes. And Bai Wire, who was sitting behind her, was shocked. Luo Shan was surprised. Yu Yao? It's her. It is said that after she returned to Dian, she changed her name and never appeared again. How could she be here today? Fairy Zixia sighed again and said, according to Senior Bai, the people of Piamu Xinzong are unwilling to let her go. They may send someone to catch her this time. Luo Shan frowned and said, why catch her? I heard that she did a lot for Piamu Xinzong in the past. And she has already paid back what she deserved. Fairy Zixia said, it is said that she violated the contract she signed at the beginning and helped us in Dian to kill the people of Piamu Xinzong. Luo Shan was surprised and said, no way. She shouldn't. At this time, Luo Ling, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly looked moved and said coldly, is it because of what happened that night? When several people heard this, they all looked at her. Luo Shan was puzzled. Uncle Master, what are you talking about? Luo Ling said coldly, that night, our Xianyan pavilion was ambushed by the people of Piamu Xinzong, and almost all the sect was massacred. And then, they were saved by a formation. Luo Shan was shocked. Uncle Master, didn't you set up that formation? Luo Ling glanced behind him, and said, it was Wei who set it up. And Wei's formation. Bai Wei bit her lip and lowered her head and said, yes, my sister taught me. Luo Ling said with a complicated expression, Wei's life was also saved by her. And Wei's set of skills was also taught by her. Luo Shan's face was full of shock. Then, Luo Ling sighed softly. That night, the enemy could not break through the formation set up by Wei. One of them seemed to recognize this formation and probably sent the message back to Piamu Xinzong. So they thought it was her who did it. Luo Shan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said angrily, they are biting back and blaming others. They clearly sent people to slaughter us. And we just protected ourselves. Even if Miss Yu Yao really helped me, it was not her fault. Why should they take her away because of this matter? Fairy Zixia sighed and said, Aunt Luo, don't you understand? They are deliberately taking the opportunity to find fault. Luo Shan thought of what happened in the ancient ruins, and suddenly became more angry, bullying the weak. Despicable and shameless. Unworthy of the immortal sect. The room was silent for a moment. Bai Wei suddenly begged, Master, Uncle Master, don't let them take my sister away. It was me who did it. Not my sister. Let them take me away. Luo Ling looked at her lovingly and comforted her softly. Don't worry. Wei, without Miss Yueya's formation, our Xianyan pavilion would have ceased to exist that night. So no matter what, our Xianyan pavilion will stand with Miss Yao this time. Luo Shan also clenched his fist and said, Uncle Master is right. No matter what, we will never allow those people to take Miss Yao away. This border negotiation is not a major sect of his Piamu Xinzong. They first violated the rules and entered our great yin to attack and kill people, and even bit back. We must let other sects know their shameless behavior at that time. Fairy Zixia said. Senior Bai also said that for Miss Yue's sake, our great Yang can take a few more steps back in this negotiation. Luo Shan looked at the queen who had been silent all the time and said, Your Highness. What is Miss Yue's attitude now? She should not want to leave. Open. Do you know what she is doing now? The identity of the virgin was coming. The method of merit is very powerful. And it is estimated that it will not be opened. Luo Chang sighed. Is she directly determined? Nandong Huiyue was silent, saying, if it was before, she should not. But now she may bow her head for her family. Liu Li suddenly asked, Your Highness, is senior brother Chu on good terms with Miss Yuao? Then, they remembered that there was not only Miss Yuao, who was brilliant but had a rough fate, but also another person in the room. Nandong Huiyue's face turned cold after hearing this. How would I know? Ask him yourself. Several people immediately heard the dissatisfaction in her tone. Liu Li was a little embarrassed and secretly regretted that she had said too much, so she didn't dare to say anything more. Luo Shan quickly changed the subject and said, Zixia, has Fei Yang made any progress since he broke through the late stage of the spiritual division realm last time? Fairy Zixia hesitated for a moment, laughed dryly and said, I don't know either. He seldom practices in this sect. After that guy came back from the ancient ruins last time, he suddenly broke through 2 levels in a row, except for a limited number of people who knew about it. Even the elders of their Lingxiao sect didn't know about it. She really didn't know how to start. If she wanted to blame someone, she should blame the guy's practice speed. It was too abnormal. She was really afraid of irritating others, especially those elders who had been stuck in the bottleneck for decades. Luo Shang sighed with envy. At such a young age, he is already a master of the physical body and the late stage of the spiritual division realm. With his practice speed, it is estimated that in another year or 2, he may directly break through to the spiritual transformation realm. Hey, Zixia, you are really lucky. Fairy Zixia didn't dare to say anything. Luo Shang said again, by the way, Zixia, have you helped him plan the direction of his future major? His soul realm is higher, and cultivating the soul is the general trend, and he will make faster progress. He should give up the cultivation of the physical body and focus on the soul, so that he can go further with one heart and one mind. Once the physical body reaches the Grandmaster realm, it is basically difficult to make further progress with our cultivation resources. If you continue to cultivate both the body and the soul, the progress will be even slower, which will hinder the cultivation of the soul. Zixia, you are mainly cultivating the physical body. You should know it best. You have been stuck in the middle stage of the Grandmaster for a long time. Do you think it is difficult to break through? Aunt Lu advised you at the beginning. Aunt Lu, I have already broken through. I advised you to focus on the soul when you were a great martial artist, although your physical body is more talented. But what did you just say? Luo Shang was talking to herself, and suddenly stopped, staring at her blankly. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Aunt Luo, I broke through some time ago, and now I am in the late stage of Grandmaster. Luo Shang. Fairy Zixia smiled. In fact, I just found out that I didn't find the right trick, so I was stuck there. After my change you reminded me. I have found the trick now. I feel that I should be able to continue to make progress in the future, and there will be no bottlenecks. Luo Shang's heart was shocked, and she opened her mouth, stagnant for a few breaths, and hurriedly said, What trick? Then she hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, Zixia, tell Aunt Luo quickly. What trick? Is it elixir? Or technique? Or something else? Fairy Zixia glanced at her junior sister next to her, and deliberately imitated someone's tone at the time and said, Both techniques and elixir are needed. Of course, the most important thing is your own physique and talent. Ling Hu Qingju suddenly stood up and walked outside with a cold look. His cheeks were slightly hot, and his slender and straight legs under his skirt moved slightly. When Luo Shang was about to continue asking questions, the flying sword suddenly began to descend. Bai Yishan said outside, We're here? Everyone in the room stood up with a daze. Nandong Huiyue immediately walked to the door of the room inside. First pricked up her ears to eavesdrop, then wanted to raise her hand to knock on the door, but held back and could only whisper, Fei Yang. We're here. Aren't you finished yet? As soon as the words fell, Luo Qingzhou had already opened the door and walked out. His cheeks were red. His forehead was covered with sweat, and there was a burning breath on his body. Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes immediately looked inside the room again. In the corner of the room, A girl in a white dress sat there quietly, motionless. Nandong Huiyue's eyes carefully observed her face, and then gradually moved down, landing on her chest, slender waist, and the white dress below. Then, it was on her legs. Finally, it fell on the pair of slender feet under her skirt, and looked more carefully. Fortunately, they were all clean and spotless. There was no dirt. What are you doing in there? She suddenly looked at someone in front of her, with a majestic and cold look on her face. Luo Qingzhou exhaled a hot breath and said, I took the spirit liquid again and tried it. Nandong Huiyue frowned. Her pretty face turned cold and she said, Don't you want to live? We clearly agreed that if it doesn't work, just give up decisively. There will be opportunities in the future. Why are you in a hurry? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing more. Nandong Huiyue looked at his hard-working and depressed appearance, and thought that he must have endured a lot of pain just now. His heart softened and his tone softened. Okay. Don't worry. There will be opportunities in the future. As for your sister I will definitely help you save her. Don't do these stupid things that hurt yourself next time. Understand? I feel bad. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyes and looked at her. After a moment of silence, he whispered, Well, let's go. Nandong Huiyue directly took his hand, looked at the house again, and said, Miss Yuyao, it's time to go. Yuyao slowly opened her eyes, and the light emitted by the words in the depths of her pupils gradually faded. She stood up from the corner, and her cold figure seemed to suddenly have a mysterious Taoist charm. But it was fleeting. Chapter 874 The Fruit of Confucianism and Taoism. The Genius Boy in Bai Mountain Pass. It was dawn. At the border of Dian, many people had gathered on the wide plain at the top of Giant Ape Peak. In addition to the large and small sects in Dian, the sects of neighboring countries and more distant countries, and even some aristocratic families or cultivation forces that were not exposed to the light, also came after hearing the news. Dian alone naturally could not attract so many practitioners. They mainly wanted to see the demeanor of the disciples of the top 3 immortal sects on this continent. Maybe if they were lucky, they could make friends. Maybe they could even encounter some good opportunities. After all, the scene of the 3 major immortal sects gathering together is rare to see once in hundreds of years. As for the fate of Dian, few people would care, having offended Piamu immortal sect, one of the 3 major immortal sects. It is said that they were not afraid of death and killed many of the other party's disciples. The consequences can be imagined. Therefore, when Bai Yishan's flying sword slowly landed, except for the sects in Dian who came to greet, other forces all watched coldly and did not approach. In the current Dian, whoever touches it will be unlucky. This time, the 5 major sects of Dian gathered here. The master of Qingyun Temple, Yunshang Daoren, the abbot of Jinshan Temple, Ningyuan, Luo Shan of Xianyun Pavilion, Zixia Fairy of Lingshao Sect, and Ma Chenzi of Huashan Sect. All came with their masters in person. The heads of some other sects and families also brought people to cheer. Although the opponent is a giant of the immortal sect, it is undoubtedly like an egg hitting a stone for Dian to compete with the opponent. But as people of Dian, now that Dian is in trouble, they should come to help. It is worth mentioning. Last time at the ancient ruins, Ma Chenzi of Huashan Sect and his disciple Lin Yuan did not get into trouble and returned safely. At this time, the most senior people from several major sects were surrounding Bai Yishan and Zhuangjian and greeting each other. Then, they whispered and asked about the situation of the negotiations with Piamu Xinzong. The younger generation also gathered together to greet and introduce each other. This time, in addition to the top leaders, each sect brought the best disciples in the sect to the border, ready to let them come out to broaden their horizons. Although the negotiations with Piamu Xinzong were full of crisis, it was also a good opportunity for young disciples to broaden their horizons and grow. Moreover, this was a major event concerning the fate of the country. As the young blood of Dian, they should naturally know these crises and their responsibilities early. In this way, they will be more motivated to practice hard in the future, no matter how these sects had been at odds with each other in the past. This time, everyone naturally stood together firmly. As Dian people, facing foreign enemies, they naturally rose together and fell together. They must unite and fight for themselves and the country. Don't worry, Dean Bai. These minor conflicts between our sects are not worth mentioning in the face of national affairs. This time we are fighting for justice and for the country. Although our strength is small, we all have a pure heart to defend the territory and the country. This time we came to the border with the determination to sacrifice our lives for the country. As long as they dare to fight, we will naturally dare to fight back. Even if we die, we must die with dignity, and never do anything that sells out the interests of the country. Ahmed Ba. What Master Ma said is that if the other party bullies us too much, we can't retreat again and again. The interests of the country are above everything else. It is better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. When a common man gets angry, blood will splatter 5 steps away. What do we cultivators have to fear? For the sake of the country and the people, we cannot retreat. In front of Baishan, the heads of the major sects of Dian were angry, and shared the same hatred. Baishan nodded with satisfaction, and persuaded in a gentle voice, I admire everyone for being so passionate and united to face the outside world. But things may not reach that point yet. Since people from Pumlai Fairy Island and Jyotian Yaotai are here, we must naturally focus on peace talks, and try to avoid bloodshed. Then he sighed again. After all, the other party is indeed too powerful. At this time, a man in a grey Confucian robe suddenly walked out not far away, smiling and said, Brother Bai. Long time no see. Baishan took a look, and was immediately surprised. He bowed and said, Brother Zhu, I didn't expect you to come too. The man in the Confucian robe sighed and said, There are only a few of us Confucian Taoist friends left. Brother Bai is in trouble this time. How can you not come? Baishan hurriedly thanked him, and then went to talk. At this time, 2 other men in Confucian robes with elegant temperaments came over with laughter. The 4 people met, and were particularly happy. Brother Zhang, when Bai left last time, you said you were polishing a good article. It should have been polished now. Right? Brother Zhu and Brother Tang are here. Brother Zhang, please take it out for us to see. Haha. Brother Zhang is so confident. It must be a really good article. If it can stimulate the literary energy in our bodies, our Confucianism may be revitalized. The middle-aged man named Zhang Wenruo waved his hands and sighed. Don't mention it. The article was just finished a few days ago, and I tried to stimulate the literary energy, but there was no reaction. I read it again these 2 days. Hey, it's worse than shit. Zhu Tingyuan smiled and said, If Wenruo said so, we will be even better. I was strange. It's bright, truth? Baishan smiled bitterly, saying, ashamed, there are indeed a few poems in Bai, and it is really exquisite. Unfortunately, it is not made by Bai, but my talented. Oh! Listen. At this time, the white light suddenly flew from the sky in the distance. In the blink of an eye, it was already near. Immediately, the white light gathered. A silver-haired woman wearing a skirt and a fairy. It's the fairy Lian Xue from Jyotian Yaotai. Someone immediately recognized the identity of this woman. Hey, why did she come here alone? I heard that she is the only fairy who practices Confucianism and Taoism in Jyotian Yaotai. And her status in the sect is also quite special. Everyone was talking in a low voice. Baishan and others hurriedly bowed and greeted. Fairy Lian Xue landed in front of several people in a fluttering white dress. She looked beautiful, and only in her 20s. But her deep eyes showed the traces left by the years. She smiled and greeted several people. The relaxed atmosphere just now suddenly became a little restrained because of her arrival. The 4 middle-aged men with elegant manners and gentleness were a little uncomfortable at this moment. With a woman present, some words cannot be said casually. Moreover, this woman is extremely talented, noble, and from Jyotian Yaotai. Moreover, several people had pursued her at the beginning, but she rejected them all. So, how can it not be awkward? I haven't seen you for many years. Fairy Lian Xue is still as charming as ever, and she looks younger and younger. Hey, we all look older and older, but the fairy looks younger and younger. Several people greeted each other stiffly, not knowing what to say. Fairy Lian Xue had a warm smile on her face, which made people feel like spring breeze. She whispered, What were you talking about just now? Brothers? You look very excited. Several people remembered the business at this time. Zhu Tingyuan said quickly, Brother Bai has some good poems, and he is about to read them to us. Oh! Fairy Lian Xue looked at the middle-aged man with gray hair in front of her with her bright eyes, and smiled softly. Did Dean Bai write a good poem again? It's a coincidence that I came here today. Baishan said awkwardly, It was not written by Bai, but by the talented man of Dian. Bai just thought it was good, so we just talked about it. Fairy Lian Xue's eyes moved, and said, Since even Dean Bai thinks it is good, it must be a good poem. Dean Bai might as well read it out loud, so that we can appreciate it? Baishan nodded, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, I will read one of my favorite poems first. This poem is bold and unrestrained, with a unique conception and unconventional style. When I first heard it, I was also shaken and amazed. After saying that, he first cast a spell to isolate the noise around him, and also isolated the sounds inside and outside. Then he closed his eyes and read aloud, When will the bright moon appear? Asked the blue sky with wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky. When this sentence came out, the four people were shocked. The smile on the face of Fairy Lianxue froze, and she immediately held her breath. I want to ride the wind to go back, but I am afraid that the jade buildings are too cold. Dancing with the shadows. How can it be like being in the human world? The four contemporary scholars were all shocked at this moment, and the literary energy in their bodies could hardly be suppressed. People have joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes, and this is something that has never been perfect. I wish you a long life, and we can share the beauty of the moon even though we are thousands of miles apart. When Bai Yishan finished reading the last paragraph, the four of them froze in place, silent and silent, as if they had turned into wooden sculptures. In the depths of their eyes, there were golden words floating and flowing. After a while, Fairy Lianxue was the first to come back to her senses, her voice trembling a little. This poem Dean Bai. Who wrote this poem? Can it resonate with the literary spirit of heaven and earth? Zhang Wenru exclaimed. Such immortal words can definitely resonate with the literary spirit of heaven and earth, and even cause greater visions. Bai Yishan sighed bitterly and said, It's a pity that it was born in my great yin. In my great yin, there is still the literary spirit of heaven and earth. Besides, the author of this poem is not a Confucianist. When these words came out, several people looked at him in amazement. Zhu Tingyuan immediately said, How can such a Confucian genius be wasted? Didn't Brother Bai fight for it? Bai Yishan smiled bitterly and said, When I heard this poem, I wanted to accept the young man as my disciple. But what? The four looked at him in confusion. Bai Yishan sighed and said, The other party is actually a martial arts genius, even a soul genius. So I have little strength here. How can I have the nerve to accept him as my disciple? My great Yan's literary luck has long been exhausted. If I force him to change to Confucianism, wouldn't it harm him? I can't do such a thing. The four sighed when they heard it. What a pity. What a pity. The world's literary luck is scarce, and the literary spirit is thin. What can I do? At this time, Fairy Lianxue suddenly asked again, Dean Bai, did the young man only write this one poem? Bai Yishan said, Not only that. There are several more, all of which are excellent works. At least I think they are all rare treasures. Oh! As soon as these words came out, the four people were shocked and immediately excited. Brother Bai, read quickly. Read quickly. Even Fairy Lianxue couldn't help but urge, Dean Bai, read quickly. Bai Yishan glanced at her, and then said, Then Bai will read another poem. The tone of this poem is generous and tragic, with infinite meaning. It is heart-wrenching and amazing to read. After that, he read aloud with great momentum. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure are all in vain. The green mountains are still there, and the sunset is read several times. As soon as this sentence came out, the literary spirit in the bodies of several people seemed to suddenly roar, and their souls were shaken. Bai Yishan's voice was close at hand, but it seemed to be far away in the sky. Those words, seemed to have a mysterious power that made their whole souls tremble. What was rushing away seemed not the rolling water of the Yangtze River, but the ruthless history. History rises and falls. Life rises and falls. Deep in their hearts, they seemed to be sighing with vicissitudes of life. And in the sighs, there seemed to be something looking for the eternal value of life. Bai Yishan had finished reading, but the consciousness of several people did not know where to go. It seemed to have floated in the river of history, following the rushing river, watching the ups and downs of history and life. Several people stayed where they were, motionless. Some resonance also sounded in the depths of Bai Yishan's heart. In fact, he recited these poems for selfish reasons. The young man was the husband of your majesty, and he would definitely fight for Dian. Moreover, he seemed to have a good relationship with the girl Yu Yao, and he would definitely not watch her being taken away by the people of Piao Miao Xianzong. Therefore, he must have offended Piao Miao Xianzong. The entire Dian might also have a deadly feud with Piao Miao Xianzong, or it could be said that it had already been formed. Then, this poem is very important at this time. He hoped that these Confucian and Taoist friends would value this young man because of these poems. And he also held a glimmer of hope that the fairy Lianxue of Jiutian Yao Tai would be moved by the young man. If the fairy Lianxue was moved by the desire to cherish talent, she would naturally speak for them during the negotiation later. The words of the fairy Jiutian Yao Tai were very important. Even a large sect like Piaomu Xinzong would never dare to ignore it. As long as she protected the young man, there would be a chance for things to turn around. Thinking of this, he glanced at the four people again and said, "The young man's poems are more than just these two. If you want to hear more, I will read them one by one." As soon as these words came out, the four people hurriedly said, "Read. Read quickly." Beside the broken bridge outside the post station, lonely and ownerless, thousands of hammers and chisels cut out the deep mountains, and the raging fire burned as if it were nothing. The thin clouds are playing tricks. The flying stars convey hatred, and the Milky Way is far away and dark. The bright moon rises over the sea, and the world is at this time. The body of the fairy Lianxue was already trembling slightly, and her eyes were shining with unbelievable light. The other three people also stopped breathing and were shocked. The literary energy in the bodies of several people was like a tide, surging and stirring. Of course, Baishan still kept one poem that he didn't read, because he broke through with that poem. And that poem has become his new skill. When the poem first came out of the mouth of the young man, he happened to be there, and happened to absorb all the literary spirit and rhyme in it. After listening to it, he immediately went back to retreat, broke through the bottleneck, and his strength increased greatly. And he just came out of retreat some time ago. After coming out of retreat, he learned that the young man had become the husband of the queen, and his martial arts and soul cultivation had advanced further. So, he didn't bother him anymore. He didn't want to expose the other party's peerless talent and let the other party develop quietly into yin. But now, he had to expose it. Of course, he only exposed his literary talent. The few people in front of him are the few remaining fruits of Confucianism. I believe that after listening to these poems, they will immediately understand how important the young man is to the dying Confucianism. "Brother Bai, is the young man here?" Zhang Wenrua asked excitedly. The other people were also very excited. Fairy Lianxue's eyes sparkled, and she said directly, "With him, our Confucianism may be able to revive." Seeing this, Baishan smiled bitterly and sighed, "I'm afraid that young man will not be able to protect himself this time." After these words came out, the four of them were stunned. Tang Yinji immediately said in a deep voice, "Brother Bai, what do you mean by this?" Zhu Tingyuan couldn't help but urge, "Brother Bai, just say what you want to say. Don't keep us waiting." Baishan could only sigh. "That young man is the most loyal minister of my great Yin Queen. He came to the border to negotiate this time with the determination to die." Chapter 875 Confucianism. Yu Yao and the Holy Sun. The morning sun is rising. A ray of light cuts through the darkness and falls on the towering peak of the giant ape peak. The trees are lush and green, and the flowers and plants are covered with dew. The cool breeze in the morning blows slowly, carrying the breath of warm sun and the fragrance of grass and trees. Everyone bathed in the golden morning sun. And suddenly there was silence for a moment. What a beautiful scenery. Someone looked at the rising sun and sighed. However, this beauty and tranquility were soon drowned in the noisy sound. They didn't come here to see the scenery. The senior leaders of various sects gathered together to talk, and the disciples also gathered in twos and threes to make friends. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the girl bathing in the morning sun. There was no emotional fluctuation on that originally charming but cold face. And the pair of eyes that were originally touching became so cold and alienated at this moment. Many people wanted to come over and talk to her, but before they got close, they left in embarrassment. Her temperament and demeanor had already kept people at a distance. Bai Wire stood silently behind her without saying a word, and was in the same daze as her. The two of them were dressed in white dresses, cold and lonely, and looked so similar. "Does it look good?" A gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Luo Qingzhou nodded subconsciously and said, "It looks good." After saying that, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. Turning his head, he saw that Her Majesty was staring at him with eyes like knives. Luo Qingzhou quickly changed his words. "What I said is that Your Majesty looks good." Nan Donghuiyue pinched him hard again, gritted his teeth, and said secretly, "Remember, you are my husband. Don't embarrass me in front of so many people." "Yes." Luo Qingzhou agreed respectfully. "Hold it." Nan Donghuiyue put her hand into his palm and ordered coldly. Luo Qingzhou gently held it and stroked it, then looked at Dean Bai and whispered, "Your Majesty." The people who talked with the senior all looked like scholars. Like Senior Bai, They all practiced Confucianism? Nan Donghuiyue glanced over there and said, "It should be." Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "How to practice Confucianism? Where to start?" Nan Donghuiyue was slightly startled when she heard this, and looked at him and said, "Why? Are you interested too?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No, I'm just asking." Nan Donghuiyue looked at him with a complicated look and said, "In fact, with your talent, you are quite suitable. However, it's too late. After all, your physical and spiritual realm is already very high. Moreover, the cultural veins of my great yin have long disappeared, and there is no cultural veins in the world. Qi. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only Dien Bai left in Confucianism." Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, "The literary qi between heaven and earth. How is it different from the heaven and earth vitality we practice?" Nan Donghuiyue pondered for a moment and said, "I don't quite understand. But it should be not much different. We need to breathe in and out the heaven and earth vitality when we practice. And they need literary qi. We have the vitality veins in Dian. And although the vitality between heaven and earth is thin, it also exists. As for literary qi, it has long been gone. Dien Bai should have obtained it from some ancient articles when he practiced. According to my father, the literary qi of Confucianism can be obtained from poems, songs, and other articles in addition to obtaining it from heaven and earth. But those works must be excellent articles that can arouse the literary qi in the body, and even resonate with heaven and earth." Luo Qingzhou listened carefully. After Nan Donghuiyue finished speaking, she looked at him and said, "Although your poems are also very exquisite, they are not necessarily useful. Moreover, you have no literary energy in your body, and you have never practiced any Confucian and Taoist techniques. So even if you can write such an article, it will not produce any strange visions, let alone any feelings." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved slightly, and he whispered, "It sounds very simple. As long as you comprehend the literary energy in your body, and then practice the techniques that can absorb and induce the literary energy, then you can use the literary energy to practice. Right?" Nan Donghuiyue rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's very simple? You are so arrogant. Just the first one, comprehending the literary energy of heaven and earth, and establishing a connection between the body and the literary energy of heaven and earth. It is difficult for you to do it, let alone those complicated exercises. Let me tell you, it is much more difficult than cultivating martial arts and cultivating souls. When my father showed me an article with literary flavor, I was completely confused. I knew the words on it, but every word was so important that I could not recite it coherently, and I could not even remember it all in my mind. It was as complicated as it could be." Luo Qingzhou listened to her complaints and couldn't help muttering, "Is your majesty too stupid?" What did you say?" "No, nothing." "Humph." When the couple were holding hands and talking in a low voice, not far away, Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, stood under a green pine and watched silently. Fairy Zixia came over and also looked over there, whispering, "Are you envious?" Lenghu Qingzhu had no waves on his face and didn't speak. Fairy Zixia looked at the cold figure in a white dress and asked in confusion, "Have you noticed that Fei Yang is particularly concerned about Miss Yao? Since he came down from the flying sword, he has peeked at her 72 times. Look, he has peeked again. The 73rd time. He is talking to the princess. But he is still peeking at her." Linghu Qingzhu paused, turned his head, and looked at her. Fairy Zixia retracted her gaze and looked at her, stunned for a moment, and said, "What's wrong?" Linghu Qingzhu did not speak. Fairy Zixia blinked and said, "Why are you looking at me like this? I didn't kiss your Fei Yang." The morning sun showed half of its cheek from the horizon, dyeing the clouds red. At this time, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Look, the people from Penglai Fairy Island are here." As soon as these words came out, the noisy voices on the top of the peak suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked up. A huge spirit turtle, riding on the clouds, appeared from the high clouds, and then slowly descended here. Before they got close, everyone felt a huge spiritual pressure coming towards them. The spirit turtle slowly landed on an open space not far away. Several old men in blue robes, with a group of young men and women, came out of the house on the back of the spirit turtle and landed on the ground. Then, the huge spirit turtle shrank quickly. Bai Shan and the 4 Confucian and Taoist friends around him immediately stopped talking and greeted them. At this time, a middle-aged man in a blue Confucian robe immediately walked out of the group of people on Penglai Fairy Island, bowed to the 5 people, and laughed loudly. "Brother Bai, Brother Zhu, Brother Zhang, Brother Tang. You are here. Fairy Lianxue. I really didn't expect that you would come today too. This man's name is Su Zhi. He is an elder of Penglai Fairy Island, and a person who practices Confucianism. Penglai Fairy Island is located in the ocean, where there is still a lot of cultural atmosphere. So his cultivation speed has always been the fastest among the few people. Brother Su. Several people bowed and greeted him. Baishan exchanged a few words with him, and then immediately went to meet the leader of Penglai Fairy Island this time. Jia Sun, the owner of Wuhua Island, today. Senior Jia personally brought people to preside over justice. Bai is very grateful. Jia Sun was much older than him. He nodded slightly and said, I came here today, not just to help you solve the conflict. The disciples all want to come out to travel and broaden their horizons. Baishan glanced at the young man and woman behind him and smiled. Young people, it's time to come out and see. At this time, an old man with a long beard behind Jia Sun suddenly said in a cold voice, Baishan, you De Yin are too bold. Aren't you? You killed so many people from Piao Xian Zong at once. One of them was the family of my disciple. Baishan's eyes fixed, looked at him, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Senior son, I'm sure Brother Su has already told you the ins and outs of this matter. I, De Yin, just protect myself and fight against invaders in my own territory. So I am not at fault. The old man with a long beard looked cold. And when he was about to speak, Jia Sun frowned slightly and said lightly, Elder son, let's discuss this matter after the people from Piao Xian Zong come. We will decide who is right and who is wrong later. The old man with a long beard snorted coldly and said nothing more. Jia Sun walked forward, bowed to the Fairy Lianxue in a snow-white Confucian robe, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Fairy Lianxue would come too. I heard that Fairy Luyun was leading the team in your sect this time. So why did I only see Fairy Lianxue? Fairy Lianxue bowed her head slightly as a greeting, and said with a gentle look, Senior Sister Luyun is still behind, and I came here first. Jia Sun smiled and said, I heard that Fairy Qingyao is here this time? Fairy Lianxue nodded and said, Junior Sister Qingyao is indeed here, and she is probably tired of staying in the sect. So she came out for a walk. Jia Sun smiled and nodded. If it weren't for the retreat, it would be boring to stay in the sect for a long time. Then he sighed and said, some time ago, my young master went to your sect and wanted to invite Fairy Qingyao to visit my Penglai Fairy Island for a few days. But unfortunately I didn't even see her. Fairy Lianxue smiled slightly and said softly, Junior Sister Qingyao should be in. She is busy practicing new skills, so it is difficult for us sisters to see her. We are actually very surprised that she took the initiative to ask to come out this time. The two laughed and talked for a few more sentences. And Jia Sun suddenly said to the back, why don't you come and meet Fairy Lianxue? As soon as the words fell, a tall and handsome young man in white came out from the back and bowed and said, Xian Yuan Yu. Meet Senior Lianxue. Fairy Lianxue smiled and looked at him for a few times, and said, the demeanor of the Holy Sun is getting more and more outstanding. I guess your cultivation has improved a lot during this period of time. Right? Xian Yuan Yu said modestly, the junior has spent a lot of natural materials and treasures of the sect, and only made a little progress. So I can't compare with the seniors. Fairy Lianxue said in a gentle voice, Holy Sun, there is no need to be modest. With your talent and cultivation speed, there are few people in this Jiuzhou continent who can compare with you. Even those people in my Jiotian Yaltai can't say that they can surpass you. Jia Sun suddenly said in a joking tone, Yu has always admired the fairies of your sect. He is not young anymore. I wonder if Fairy Lianxue can help arrange a marriage for my Yu. After hearing this, Fairy Lianxue was slightly startled, and then smiled and said, Master Jia, you have to tell my senior sister Liyun about this matter. I have always been a loner and never meddle in other people's business. Jia Sun smiled heartily and said, okay. When Fairy Liyun comes later, Jia will mention it again. However, Fairy Lianxue must help us say good things, so as not to make Fairy Liyun unhappy. Fairy Lianxue nodded slightly. At this time, Xian Yuan Yu suddenly said respectfully, Uncle Jia, please talk to Senior Lianxue first. I want to go somewhere else. Jia Sun glanced at him and said, don't go too far. Fairy Liyun and the others should be here soon. Xian Yuan Yu nodded, walked to Baishan, and said with a bow, Senior Bai, I want to ask, didn't Miss Xia come? Baishan looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, of course she came. Oh! Xian Yuanyu's eyes turned to the great flame cultivator over there again. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on the two girls in white dresses with cold temperaments. So that's it. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then he bowed to Baishan and walked towards the two girls in white dresses alone. When he came closer, the two girls looked at her. Xian Yuanyu exchanged glances with the two of them, and then fixed his gaze on the face of the cold girl in front. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Miss Yue's body is injured?" Yue did not answer, turned around and left coldly. Xian Yuanyu's eyes moved, and he said again, "Miss Yue, don't worry. I didn't come here to laugh at you. I just want to apologize to you. The incident at the beginning was also caused by me." Yue seemed to have heard nothing, walked under a big tree, and stood there coldly. Xian Yuanyu looked at her figure, sighed slightly, did not continue to entangle, and turned away. When he returned to the place where everyone was in Penglai Fairy Island, a hunchbacked old man came over and whispered, "Sir, that woman is Yu Yao. Could it be that because she married a mortal, she felt that her original body was dirty, so she didn't bring her original body? Or something happened to her original body?" Xian Yuanyu glanced at the snow-white figure under the big tree and said lightly, "It has nothing to do with me. I went to see her just to apologize to her for what happened in the past. After all, it is my fault that she is in such a situation now." The hunchbacked old man immediately said, "How could it be caused by you? She just doesn't know what's good for her. If you want to blame those people in Piaomu Fairy sect for wanting to curry favor with us. It has nothing to do with you." Then he sneered, "I guess she is full of regrets now? At the beginning, she was the most beautiful fairy in the world. But she was blind and fell into depravity, and went back to marry a mortal. What's the result? Now she is in trouble. And her husband? I guess he can't even climb this mountain. If she had married you, who would dare to bully her now?" Xian Yuanyu looked calm and didn't say anything. The hunchbacked old man's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Young master, do you really have no feelings for her at all? She is in trouble now, and will soon be captured by the people of Piaomu Xianzong. It is hard to predict whether she will live or die. If you ask, maybe you can ask for her from Piaomu Xianzong." At this point, he laughed sinisterly and said, "At the beginning, she was proud and looked down on you. When the time comes, you will ask her to be a slave. Let's see how she can still be proud." Xian Yuanyu frowned slightly and looked at him and said, "Am I so boring?" Then he looked up at the sky, his eyes shining. "My Xian Yuanyu's woman must be the most noble and outstanding woman in the world. At the beginning, she did have the qualifications. As for now, in the past few years, she has lost the resources of Piaomu Xianzong, and she has abandoned her future and practiced that kind of skills. It is estimated that her current cultivation is not as good as those of my junior brothers and sisters. How can I, Xian Yuanyu, look down on such a woman?" Chapter 876. Bullying is too much. Fighting for the country. On the giant ape peak, the morning sun finally rose completely, and the light fell on the peak, dispelling all the darkness. A ray of light came from the west. It flashed with colorful light in the sun, like a gorgeous rainbow shadow. The noise on the peak suddenly became silent. "The people from Jiotian Yaotai are here." Everyone looked up at the sky. Xian Yuanyu also raised his head. That handsome face and outstanding temperament, in the sun, among the crowd, stood out like a crane among chickens, and was particularly dazzling. The cloud boat flashing with colorful light slowly descended from the clouds. The high-level officials of Bai Mountain and Penglai Fairy Island all greeted it. As for the others, they were not qualified to approach. Xian Yuanyu looked at the cloud boat with burning eyes, and did not go over immediately. The cloud boat slowly landed in an open space. Some practitioners, who were originally standing around the open space, immediately took the initiative to step away, although they also wanted to see the demeanor of the fairies in the first fairy gate of Jojo continent. They knew their own limitations. Moreover, the pressure emanating from the elders of Penglai Fairy Island was extremely terrifying. They simply could not bear it. The cloud boat landed smoothly on the open ground, and the flickering rays of light slowly dissipated. A woman in a purple fairy dress, with 5 young boys and girls, walked down the stairs from where the cloud boat landed. Baishan and the others who were nearby could see their true appearance, but the practitioner standing a little further away could only see a few hazy figures even if they opened their eyes wide. They were all covered by a thin layer of rays of light. Hazy, like phantoms. Jia has met Fairy Luyun. The fairy's visit today is a pleasant surprise to us all. Jiasun of Pumlai Fairy Island immediately stepped forward to salute. The purple-dressed woman had a young face, and her age was hard to tell. But her eyes were shining with divine light, and her aura was unpredictable. She was the fairy Luyun from the Nine Heavens Yao Tai. Baishan also stepped forward to greet her. The elders from Pumlai Fairy Island also bowed their heads in greeting. Fairy Luyun smiled warmly and nodded slightly, saying, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Jiasun glanced behind her and said, "Fairy Lianxua has come in advance. Didn't she say that Fairy Qiniao would also come today?" Fairy Luyun said softly. "Junior sister Qiniao and her disciples are resting in the cloud boat. Today's matter is decided by me, so she doesn't need to come out." Jiasun smiled and said, "Fairy Qiniao finally came out once, but she didn't come out to see the excitement." Fairy Luyun smiled and said, "Junior sister Qiniao never likes excitement." After a pause, he said, "Haven't the people from Piamio Immortal Sect come yet?" Jiasun smiled slightly, looked up, and snorted, "Today they are here to negotiate. I guess they are deliberately putting on airs to make Dian wait a little longer." "Fairy, wait a moment. I will ask." Fairy Luyun didn't say anything else. Jiasun immediately stepped back and took out the communication treasure. The message was sent out just a moment ago. A spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. In the blink of an eye, it was already close. But the spaceship did not dare to fly over the heads of the crowd, but landed in an open space near the cliff not far away. As soon as the spaceship landed, several elders came with a group of young disciples and hurried over. Before they arrived, the elder Gong Yongyan apologized. "Something happened on the way and delayed me for a while. I'm really sorry for keeping you fairies and brothers waiting for a long time." Several elders also came nearby and apologized again with apologetic faces. Yu Yanglu, the master of Lucent Peak, also lowered his head at this moment, with a humble look on his face. At this time, the three major immortal sects have arrived. The cultivators gathered at the top of Giant Ape Peak were all talking in low voices, and they all looked very excited. "Today, I can see people from the three major immortal sects at once, so this trip is naturally not in vain." Suddenly, everyone quieted down. The people of Piamu Xianzong, who were humble and respectful in front of Jiutian Yao Tai and Pumlai Xiandao, immediately regained their cold and arrogant faces when they looked at Baishan. I don't know what the two sides said, and the voices suddenly became intense. The crowds gathered around to watch the excitement were not afraid of big things, and even secretly hoped that the two sides would have a bigger conflict, and it would be best if they could fight, so that today would be more exciting. An old man from Piamu Xianzong said coldly, "Baishan, no matter what you say, it was you, Dian, who killed people, and my Piamu Xianzong has more than a few disciples who died. If you, Dian, don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, none of you who came today will leave." Yu Yanglu also said in a deep voice, "My disciples and elders of Lucian Peak were slaughtered by your Dian sect. The treasures of my sect, the Dragon Scale Sword, the Dragon Song Sword, and the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan, were all taken away by you. Dian, our request today is not excessive. Those disciples and elders who were killed by you consumed a lot of our sect's cultivation resources. Source, you must compensate for these cultivation resources. You don't need to pay double or multiple times the compensation, just the original price, and the funeral expenses of their families must not be less. In addition, our treasures must also be returned and compensated at the original price. At the same time, hand over the murderers who killed our disciples and elders and let us take them away. Finally, in front of everyone, apologize to our Piamu Xianzong and sign a guarantee to ensure that such a thing will never happen again." When the people from Piamu Xianzong finished speaking all their demands, the gentle and calm expression on Baishan's face suddenly disappeared. Standing behind him, Zhuang Jian, Luo Ning, Ma Chenzi, Yunshang Daoren and Master Ning Yuan were all angry. Zhuang Jian was immediately furious. "You are the wicked who complained first and then blamed others. You invaded my great Yan, killed people and set fires, and you don't allow us to resist? You killed so many people in Xianyan Pavilion, and you pretended that nothing happened? As a dignified Xianzong, you did so many shameless things, and now you are still righteously asking us to compensate and hand over people. You can't say that." Ma Chenzi directly sneered coldly. "Did you forget to bring your face when you came out this time? Since everyone has torn their faces and made enemies, what is there to be afraid of? How dare you? Zhuang Jian, Ma Chenzi, who are you two? Dare to be so presumptuous in front of my Piaomyu Xinzong? The elder of Piaomyu Xinzong, Wei Wuchang, was furious. Zhou Yuanshan and others standing behind him all had murderous eyes. Bai Yishan stood in front of them, blocking the pressure from several people. And his tone remained calm. Elder Wei, we came here this time to talk to you in front of the other two major immortal sects and the practitioners of the world. I believe everyone has already understood the ins and outs of the matter. I believe everyone should also know who is right and who is wrong. If anyone still disregards his face, reverses black and white, and ignores right and wrong, then he can only be shameless and make people laugh. Yu Yanglu's eyes turned cold, looking at him and said, Bai Yishan, who do you say is shameless? Bai Yishan looked at him, his sleeves fluttering, and said lightly, whoever reverses black and white is shameless. Yu Yanglu's eyes flashed with coldness. It seems that you, De Yin, don't want to negotiate peacefully. Bai Yishan bowed to the others, and said in a gentle and calm tone, it is precisely because we want to negotiate peacefully that we invited the other two major immortal sects and practitioners from other sects. As we all know, your sect is powerful, and is one of the three major immortal sects on this continent. Compared with your sect, our De Yin is naturally insignificant. Therefore, we want to negotiate peacefully more than anyone else. Of course, although we want to negotiate peacefully, we will never allow others to bully us. Even if I didn't say these conditions proposed by your sect, I believe that the other people present. Others can tell whether it is reasonable after hearing it. At this time, Suja from Pomlai Fairy Island said, Master Yu, the conditions you mentioned are indeed a bit too much. We all know what happened. Your Piaomyu Fairy sect did lose a lot of people. But you know better than anyone how they died. So when you put forward the conditions, I hope you can make some sense. As soon as the words fell, another old man with a long beard from Pomlai Fairy Island suddenly said, Junior Brother Su, you can't just accept what others say. We all know that you have a good relationship with Dean Bai. But you only heard about this matter, and don't know the details. Situation. Suja glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said with a bow, Senior Brother Sun is right. I just heard it. But Piao Miao Xinzong broke the rules set by our three major Xinzong first. And it is indeed wrong. Sun Ming said lightly, one thing is one thing. Piao Miao Xinzong broke the rules, and should be punished. But he De Yin killed so many people from Piao Miao Xinzong and took away their treasures. So naturally he should give them an explanation. Suja's lips moved. And when he was about to speak, Jiasun said, okay, brothers, don't argue. Suja and Sun Ming both bowed their heads slightly and stopped talking. There was silence in the field. The great elder Gong Yongyan of Piaomyu Xinzong slowly said, this time, my Piaomyu Xinzong is indeed at fault. We failed to manage strictly, and let the disciples break the rules, and go to Dian. We apologize for this matter first. And we can also take a step back. If Dean Bai thinks that any of the conditions mentioned by Junior Brother Yu is unreasonable, we can discuss it again. Bai Yishan bowed and said, thank you, Elder Gong Yang. Then he pondered for a moment and said, the first one requires us to compensate those disciples and elders for the cultivation resources consumed. Sorry, our Dian family is small and can't afford to compensate. Besides, we just encountered an invasion to protect ourselves, and we did nothing wrong. As soon as these words came out, a burly old man standing next to Yayang Tower said angrily, you killed so many people from our Piaomyu Xinzong, and you still dare to say that you are not wrong? Bai Yishan, do you think that you have other Confucian and Taoist friends to support you? And my Piaomyu Xinzong is afraid of you? Debts must be paid back, and killings must be paid with lives. If you can't afford to pay for cultivation resources, then pay with your life. One life for another. We don't mind the lives of you dying people. As long as you are a dying cultivator, anyone can be. Zhuang Jian suddenly looked at him and sneered, Zhou Yuanshan, you went out for a walk and fell down because you were too proud of yourself. And you still blame the uneven ground? Shovel up the whole earth. You stole someone's chickens and dogs and got bitten. And you blame them for not keeping the chickens and dogs properly. And asked them to compensate you? In your eyes, it's all other people's fault. Right? You are the elder of the Piaomyu Immortal Sect. And you can actually say such things. It's really funny to me. Zhou Yuanshan was furious. Zhuang Jian, you old man dared to shout in front of me. Zhuang Jian sneered. Who is shouting and who is angry? Everyone can see it clearly. Zhou Yuanshan's face flushed. His eyes widened. And he clenched his fists, ready to fight. He has always had a bad temper. No one in his own sect dared to talk to him like this. Not to mention that the person opposite was just a small figure like an ant. Old man, dare you fight with me? He shouted angrily. Zhuang Jiyan shook his head and said directly, I dare not. Okay. Then let's do it. Zhou Yuanshan was stunned for a moment. And then the muscles on his face twitched continuously. He saw his robe bulging, as if he wanted to take action forcefully. At this time, the people from Jiutian Yaotai and Pengli Fairy Island all looked at him. The eldest elder of Piamu Xianzong, Gong Yongyan, immediately scolded, Junior brother Zhou, don't be unreasonable. Zhou Yuanshan clenched his fists and said, Senior brother. Back off. Two cold rays suddenly appeared in Gong Yongyan's eyes. Seeing that he was angry, Zhou Yuanshan had to grit his teeth, loosen his fists, lower his head, and retreat. Gong Yongyan's face was gloomy. He stared at him for a while. Then he quickly apologized to the fairies of Jiutian Yaotai and the people of Pengli Fairy Island, saying, Junior brother Zhou has always had a bad temper, and he has practiced the Raging Vajra technique, so he is easily angered. I was really rude just now, and I made the fairies and brothers laugh. Jiasun of Pengli Fairy Island waved his hand and said, It's okay. You can continue to negotiate. Gong Yongyan looked at the white-clothed scholar in front of him and said, Dean Bai. So, the first point that Master Yufeng just said, you Great Yin rejected it all, right? Bai Yishan's eyes flashed, and he bowed his hands and said, Of course not all of them were rejected. Since your sect is willing to come to negotiate with my Great Yin, my Great Yin will naturally not be unkind. For those disciples and elders of your sect who have fallen, my Great Yin is willing to take care of the aftermath and give certain compensation to their families. As soon as these words came out, the people of Piamu Fairy sect all snorted coldly. Bai Yishan pondered for a moment, and then said, I am willing to give 5 more magic weapons and 1 spiritual treasure as compensation. Yu Yanglu immediately sneered and said, Dean Bai, do you know how much effort and cultivation resources those elite disciples and elders have consumed in our sect? What can you do with your little supplement? Bai Yishan looked at him and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Of course, it is not enough to do anything. Your sect will naturally not look down on Bai's compensation. But this is also Bai's heartfelt gift. Yang Tower seemed disdainful of talking to him anymore and looked towards his own elder. Gong Yongyan pondered for a moment and said, They were at fault first. Dean Bai's compensation is indeed thoughtful. However, several of the disciples' brothers and sisters are also practicing in my sect. I hope Dean Bai can compensate them with another 50 low-level yuanshi. This should not be too much. Right? Bai Yishan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and nodded. Okay. Bai agrees. Gong Yongyan looked at him and said, What about the second one? Bai Yishan bowed and said, As far as Bai knows, your sect's Dragon Roar Sword and Dragon Scale Sword have been destroyed in the battle. I believe your sect has already received feedback. As for the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan, Bai personally tracked it down and found no trace of it. Your sect said that it was taken away by my people from Dian. Do you have any evidence? A woman in a blue skirt suddenly walked out from behind Yang Tower and said with a cold face, The Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan is with my junior sister Gu, and my junior sister Gu was killed in Dian. So naturally, in your Great Yin. Bai Yishan looked at her and said, Miss, do you have any evidence to prove that your junior sister Gu was killed in my Great Yin? No evidence is needed. Even if she sent you a few words. Or there is a treasure that can locate her position. Or my Great Yin has any items or traces left by her. After saying this, the blue-skirted woman paused for a moment and said coldly, There is no trace at all. Obviously, her body has been destroyed, and even her soul has been destroyed. Bai Yishan said in a gentle tone, In this case, the girl can't prove that your junior sister Gu was killed in my Great Yin, let alone prove that the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan is in my Great Yin. Maybe she just came to Great Yin once, and then went somewhere else? The blue-skirted woman immediately said, Impossible. Bai Yishan said, Why is it impossible? Could it be that she went to my Great Yin for an important mission? The blue-skirted woman was speechless. Everyone looked at her meaningfully. Gong Yongyan said, Put the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan aside for now. The Dragon Scale Sword and Dragon Roar Sword are both treasures in our sect. Since they are destroyed, Dean Bai will naturally give an explanation. Bai Yishan paused, and did not argue anymore, saying, Okay, I agree to this one. But for the third one, I'm sorry, I can't agree to it. I don't have any murderers in Yin. Only warriors who resist invaders. so we don't have any murderers to hand over. The cultivators not far away listened, and they all admired him in their hearts. At the same time, they also sighed at his courage. I thought that the two sides came to negotiate today, and as the weaker party, De Yin would tolerate and humiliate in various ways, and would apologize and please in various ways. I didn't expect that he would directly confront and start to toughly negotiate conditions. This Bai Yishan is really brave. No wonder he dared to take the enemy's head in the midst of thousands of troops with his own strength. Now De Yin and Piao Miao Xianzong are probably completely enemies. Having offended Piao Miao Xianzong, De Yin will probably not exist for long. Do you really think Jiao Tian Yao Tai and Peng Lai Xian Dao will always protect them? Scholars are just stubborn. But unfortunately, they don't have enough strength behind them. Everyone sighed inwardly. Bai Yishan. Yu Yangla's face suddenly darkened, and he said, "Don't go too far. You didn't agree to any of the 3 conditions I proposed. Do you think that my Piaomu Xianzong came here today to bargain with you? We are here to collect debts." Bai Yishan bowed his hands and said, "You can collect debts. But Master Yefeng must be reasonable. It is natural to pay back debts. But whether our great yin owes debts or not, and how much we owe, I believe you know better than us. I will give what I should give, and I can also give in on what I shouldn't give. But if your sect asks for too much, my great yin can't afford it. So I naturally dare not agree." Wei Wuchang sneered. "We just want you to hand over the murderer, not your great yan's land and spiritual minds. If you killed our people, we won't pursue other things. It's not too much to just ask you to hand over the murderer. Right?" Bai Yishan looked at him and said, "Brother Wei, if someone invades your Piaomu immortal sect, your disciples are not afraid of life and death, and go forward to intercept and kill several enemies. Then the enemy sends people to your sect the next day to ask you to hand over the murderer. Do you think it's too much? Do you think he is a murderer who should be punished? Or a hero who should be praised and protected by the sect? Of course, if Brother Wei feels that the enemy is too powerful and must hand over the disciple in exchange for safety, then Bai Mao has said nothing. Anyway, Bai Mao will never do such a despicable thing." At this time, the fairy Lianqiu of Jiutian Yaotai suddenly said, "Dean Bai said it well." Although several other Confucian scholars also wanted to speak up for support, they had to give up when they thought of their own background. They are all small families, and cannot afford to offend Piaomu immortal sect. Although they are not afraid personally, they don't want to implicate their country or sect. The muscles at the corners of Wei Wuchang's eyes twitched. He wanted to scold, but when he saw the people from Jiutian Yaotai speaking, he could only hold back his anger and sneered. "You, Bai Yishan, are a scholar. You can spit out swords from your mouth and kill people with your tongue. Naturally, I can't argue with you. But today, if you, Dian, don't give us a satisfactory explanation, we will never let you go." Bai Yishan ignored him and looked at Gong Long Yen, bowing his hands and saying, "Elder Gong Long, do you think what Bai said makes sense? Is this 3rd condition reasonable?" Gong Long Yen's eyes flashed, and he said, "The 3rd condition is invalid. But there is one person you must hand over." Bai Yishan fell silent. Gong Yongyan looked at him and said, "Yi Yao violated the contract she signed with my Piao Miao Xianzong. So today, we must take her away. Dean Bai, you should have no objection to this matter. Right?" Bai Yishan bowed and said, "Elder Gong Yang said that she violated the original contract. Do you have any evidence?" Gong Yongyan's face sank, and he said, "Of course there is evidence. But you, Bai Yishan, are not qualified to see this evidence. This matter is a private matter between our Piao Miao Xianzong and her, and you have no right to interfere." Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and said, "I have heard about what happened back then. No matter who is right or wrong, if the girl really violated the contract, I naturally have no right to interfere. However, can we let her come out and apologize to your sect? And I am willing to help her compensate your sect for another spiritual treasure." After a pause, he said, "Add 10 mid-level yuanshi and 3 magic weapons?" After these words came out, there was silence in the room. Bai Yishan sighed and said, "That little girl is a pitiful person. I hope Elder Gongnan will show some mercy. I only have these things now. If they are not enough, I can sign some more debts. Yuanshi or other treasures are fine. I will find a way to get them together within a month." When Gong On Yen was thinking, Ye Yang Lu suddenly sneered. "What do you think our Piaomu Xianzong is? When we signed the contract with her, people from Jiutian Yaotai and Peng Lai Xiandao were present. Since she violated our contract, she should be punished. This is related to the face and rules of our Piaomu Xianzong. And no one can break it, no matter how many treasures you give. It is impossible. Wei Wuchang and other elders also said. You are right. No one can break the rules of our Piaomu Xianzong. If we show some mercy to her today, what will other disciples in our sect, who have been punished, think? Gong Yin paused and said, Dean Bai, you must hand her over, and let us take her away. Bai Yishan was silent. At this time, a young man suddenly walked out from behind Zhuang Jian and said, Senior Bai, let them talk about the first and second compensations first, and see how much they need us to pay. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. At this time, on the cloud boat parked not far away on the Jiutianyao Tai, several heads suddenly popped out from a window. Master, look, it's him. Senior sister, your chest is pressing on my head. Another window on the cloud boat slowly opened, and a pair of cold eyes looked at the young man in the crowd. Bai Yishan also turned his head and took a look, nodded slightly, and looked at Gong Yin and said, Elder Gong, can you first tell me the specific compensation you need? Gong Yin looked at Yang Tower next to him and said, Master, you can tell me. You Lucian Peak suffered losses, and you should decide the compensation. Thank you, senior brother. After thanking him, Yang Tower looked at the dying Confucian scholar in front of him, with a gleam in his eyes, and said first, in addition to the 50 low-level yuanshi, 5 magic weapons, and 1 spiritual treasure that Dean Bai just promised, he also needs to give some aftermath compensation to the families of my disciples. Not much. 50 mid-level spiritual stones, and 100 epitaphs written by Dean Bai himself. After these words came out, Bai Yishan's face changed slightly, and his tone was still calm. Bai has been running around for many years, and there are only 10 pieces here. Intermediate level spirit stones. Your clan must also know that my great yin only has 1 spirit mine, which is impossible to produce intermediate level spirit stones. So I can't afford these 50 intermediate level spirit stones. As for the 100 epitaphs, sorry, that's even more impossible. I will never make a fuss for any enemy who invades my great yin. Not even one. Then he looked at him coldly and said, Master Yufeng, are you deliberately making things difficult for me with these compensations? Yu Yonglu sneered and said, You didn't agree to the 3 conditions I said. And our Piao Miao Xianzong has already made a lot of concessions. If you still don't agree to this condition, then we have nothing to talk about. And the second condition, the Dragon Scale Sword and the Dragon Roar Sword are both treasures of my sect. You and Great Yin must at least pay 10,000 low-level spirit stones as compensation. Not one less. As soon as these words came out, not only Bai Yishan, but also Zhuang Jian, Taoist Junshang, and other practitioners of the yin at the back all changed their expressions. Zhuang Jian immediately said angrily, You are deliberately making things difficult. Yu Yangli glanced at him indifferently and said, Of course. I don't have to ask you to pay now. There are so many practitioners in the yin, and you should be able to get them together in 3 to 5 years or 10 years. Right? We can sign a contract today, and then you can pay it back slowly. Pay it back once a year, or pay it back all at once in 10 years. After saying this, Zhou Yuanshan, Wei Wuchang and others behind him all sneered. At this time, everyone in Yin understood that it was no wonder that the other party gave in so readily to the 3 conditions mentioned before. It turned out that the traps and conspiracies were set here. This is to make all the practitioners and people in Yin enslaved by them. Bai Yishan could no longer suppress his anger. Does your sect want to exterminate all of our great yin? Zhou Yuanshan sneered and said, Not really. It's only 10 years. With so many practitioners in your great yin, if they work together and fight, they will soon be enough. Bai Yishan slowly clenched his fist in his sleeve. At this moment, the chests of all the people in Great Yin were burning with anger. At this time, Jia Sun, the island owner of Wuhua Island in Penglai Ferry Island, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, How about this? Since both of you are not satisfied with this result, then follow the rules of our Jiuzhou continent, where the major sects use to resolve conflicts, and decide the result by fighting. Whoever wins has the final say. There was silence for a moment. The young disciples of Piaomu Xianzong could no longer bear it, and their faces were full of expectation and excitement. It was naturally their dream to be famous in front of the other 2 major immortal sects and the practitioners in the world, especially so that the people of Penglai Xiandao and Jiutianyao Tai could see their performance. The 10 disciples that came today are all the best disciples of Piaomu Xianzong this year. If they can get the favor of Penglai Xiandao and Jiutianyao Tai, they will naturally have a bright future in the future. After Jiasun finished speaking, he first looked at the people of Jiutian Yaotai and smiled. What do you think? Fairies? Fairy Luyun nodded slightly. People who practice cultivation. Since they can't make sense, then let's decide the winner by strength. The conflict between the two sects is resolved by fighting, which has been passed down in our Jiuzhou continent until now. Master Jia's idea is very good. However, we must try to be fair. Jiasun smiled and said, That's natural. Then he looked at Gonglong Yin and others of Piamu Xinzong and said, Elder Gonglong, what do you think? Gonglong Yin bowed and said, We have no objection. The other elders of Piamu Xinzong behind him also immediately agreed. It's just right that they can show the strength of their Piamu Xinzong in front of the world sects. Jiasun looked at Baishan again and said, Dean Bai, what do you think of the Yin? Baishan frowned slightly, but did not answer immediately. He looked at the young disciples of Piao Miao Xinzong. This kind of competition is naturally a competition between young cultivators. The Yin lacks cultivation resources, and talented young cultivators have already gone elsewhere. If they really want to compete, they are no match for Piao Miao Xinzong. Dean Bai, this is the best result I can get for you, Jiasun said lightly. Bai Yishan was still hesitant. If they lost, they would have to agree to the harsh conditions of Piamu Xinzong, and the entire Yin people would be in debt. But if they didn't agree, they would have no chance. At this time, the young man who had just spoken behind him suddenly said, Senior Bai, add Miss Yao to the conditions of victory or defeat. If we win, they can't take Miss Yao away. Bai Yishan was slightly startled when he heard this, and turned his head to look at him, as if he suddenly saw the flames burning deep in his eyes. He was inexplicably determined in his heart, and his eyes looked at the girl in white standing at the back, and then at the other young people of the Yin behind him. At this moment, he seemed to see the burning flames in their eyes and hearts. Fight for the country. He suddenly felt a surge of blood that he hadn't felt in many years. He looked at the sneering and complacent faces of the Piamu immortal sect in front of him, and no longer hesitated. Okay. We and the Yin agree too. Chapter 877 Great Yin's Warriors. Yu Yao's Battle. There was a moment of silence in the field. Bai Yishan looked at Yiyang Tower, then at Gonglong Yin, and said, However, Bai has another condition. Yiyang Tower's eyes turned cold, and he said, Bai Yishan, don't go too far. Gonglong Yin said, Let's talk about it first. Bai Yishan cupped his hands and said, If our Great Yin wins, I hope that Miss Yu Yao's matter will end here. Gonglong Yin narrowed his eyes and said, What if we don't agree? Bai Yishan said calmly, Bai is just mentioning it. If your clan is really unwilling to agree, then it will be regarded as Bai's nothing. Paused. He added, Bai just feels that the outcome of this competition is related to the fate of everyone in my Great Yin. And she is also from my Great Yin. If our Great Yin wins by chance, but fails to protect our people here, it is really unreasonable. So Bai has the audacity to add this request. Of course, whether your sect agrees or not, Bai has nothing to say. Zhou Yuanshan behind Ganjianjian immediately sneered. Win by chance? You, Bai Yishan, are really arrogant. Do you think my Piamu Xinzong is one of those inferior sects in your Great Yin? Bai Yishan looked at him, his attitude still polite. I hope Elder Zhou will read the word luck a few more times when he goes back. Then he looked determined, bowed to the people around him, and said in a deep voice, This time, my Great Yin is betting on the fate of the country, and the fate of all its people to fight with Piamu Xinzong. If it loses, the country will no longer be a country, and the people will be enslaved. So Bai dared to use the words win by chance. Not something arrogant and conceited. As everyone knows, Bai knows better than anyone that it is like an egg hitting a rock for our Great Yin to fight against the Piao Miao Xinzong. But now that things have come to this, we can only fight to the death. Today's matter was decided by me. Bai. So please be a witness. If my Great Yin loses, Bai is willing to split his body here, destroy his soul, and apologize to my people of Great Yin. After saying this, he saw his white clothes flying, bowed deeply 3 times to the Great Yin territory, and then with a wow, the golden font between his eyebrows flashed, and he raised his palm to swear, if this battle is not favorable, it is all my responsibility. Bai Yishan, I am willing to sacrifice my body to the sky of Great Yin, and my soul to the river of Great Yin, and apologize to my people of Great Yin. If I violate it, I wish that the heaven and the earth will destroy me, and the world will punish me together. Boom! As soon as this oath came out, A roar suddenly sounded in his body and in the sky at the same time. And the golden font between his eyebrows suddenly broke open, turned into stars, and merged into his body. Confucianism and Taoism's death oath. Those who violate it will have their mind broken, their body and soul shattered, and will be reduced to ashes and never enter reincarnation. When this oath was made, all the practitioners around were moved. Even the people from Pyamyu Xianzong changed their expression slightly. Everyone looked at this middle-aged man with gray hair and a proud heart in silence, with different expressions. There was complete silence in the field. After a few breaths, the great elder Gong Yongyan of Pyamyu Xianzong sighed slightly. Since Dean Bai is so determined, we can't say anything more. We, Pyamyu Xianzong, will agree to all of Dean Bai's conditions. If you win, the matter of Yu Yao will end here, and we will never pursue it again. But, if you lose, although I admire Dean Bai's character, I will never give in to the interests and reputation of the sect. Bai Yishan bowed and said, Thank you, Elder Gong On. If my great yin loses, Bai will not dare to embarrass your sect again. At this time, Jia Xuanfang of Pumlai Fairy Island said, Okay, now that the conditions have been agreed, let's start. The fairies of Jotian Yaotai and the people of our Pumlai Fairy Island, as well as all the friends present, will be witnesses. After both sides win or lose, they cannot regret it. As for how many matches are needed to determine the winner and who will compete, you can decide for yourself. Rules. It was still the old rules. Before everyone went on the field, they signed a life and death contract. After they went on the field, they had to fight without eyes. Life and death were their own responsibility. There was no limit to the skills or weapons. They could use deception, poison, or anything else. The only thing that mattered was winning or losing, not the means. Of course, if the other party surrendered, you need to show mercy. Both sides should try to avoid major casualties in principle. The disciples participating in the competition on both sides should not be over 35 years old, and give more opportunities to young people. The disciples who won a victory can continue to the next competition if they are willing. The practitioners around were silent. Listening carefully to the rules of the competition, he said, It has been a long time since the Jiuzhou continent has had a competition of this scale. What's more, in this competition, one side is the Pyamyu immortal sect, one of the three major immortal sects, and the other side is the unknown small country Dian. Whether the Pyamyu immortal sect wins or loses, it will not have much impact. But if Dian loses, it may be the destruction of the country and the family. One side is just for some interest in face, while the other side is gambling on the fate of the country and the people. So this competition will definitely be very exciting. Jiasen finally finished his words. Yayang Tower of Pyamyu Xianzong's eyes flashed, looking at Baishan, and said, 10 young disciples from our Pyamyu Xianzong came today. So you suggested that we have 10 competitions, so that the young practitioners from both sides can have a good exchange, and let everyone watch the excitement. Dean Bai, what do you think? Baishan frowned slightly. 10 games? In his mind, the faces of those young practitioners in the yin behind him flashed, and he thought secretly. Seeing his hesitation, Yu Yangla said, If there are 3 or 5 games, everyone will come all the way to watch the fun, and they will not be satisfied. Besides, 10 games will be more beneficial to your great yen. The more games, the more chances you have. Also, our Pyamyu Xianzong can take a step back. As long as your great yen wins 5 games, it will be considered that your great yen wins. At this time, the old man with a long beard behind Jiasen said coldly, I think 10 games are just right. If Dean Bai feels that there are not enough young practitioners in Great Yin, he can also go out in person. It just so happens that we all want to see Dean Bai's Confucian and Taoist skills. Yu Yangla said lightly. If Dean Bai wants to go on stage in person, Yu is naturally willing to accompany him. However, we will only play 1 game. No matter who wins or loses, we will leave. We can't bully young people in front of the practitioners of the world. Bai Yishan was silent for a while, knowing that things had come to this point and could no longer be changed. So he nodded and said, Okay, then 10 games. Then he bowed and said, But Bai needs to select people first. Yu Yangla said, Please go ahead. Bai Yishan bowed to the others again, then turned around, looked behind him, and said, Let's go. We'll go there first. The leaders and disciples of the major sects in Dian followed silently. Yu Yangla glanced at their backs, turned around, and walked towards the 10 disciples behind him. The others around him all dispersed on their own initiative. Zhou Yuanshan sneered and said, Brother you. The disciples we came here today are all the top 10 disciples on the Pyamia list this year. The lowest cultivation level is also the middle stage Grandmaster cultivation level. And they are also practicing both soul and body. The top leaders of the 5 most powerful sects in Dian don't have many Grandmasters. Let alone those young people. Let's see what they have to say later. I guess they can't even choose 5 people. Yu Yangli glanced at him and said, Brother Zhou, you must not be careless at any time. Zhou Yuanshan smiled and said, Brother, if Baishan Sour Scholar wants to play later, you should rest and let the master. How about I go up to meet him? Yu Yangli pondered for a moment, looked at his burly body and the light in his eyes, and said, he has been in seclusion for many years, and his cultivation may have improved a lot. I'd better go up. Zhou Yuanshan sneered and said, Confucianism has long been in decline, and he has no cultural heritage in Dian. Even if he practices hard, how much can he improve? Don't worry, brother. I have practiced new skills and obtained a magic treasure in this period of time. I promise not to embarrass the sect. Yu Yangli did not reply, and looked at the elder Gong Yongyan next to him. Gong Yongyan pondered for a moment and said, It's okay to let junior brother Zhou go up to practice, but we must be absolutely sure in this competition. Baishan's skills are profound and unfathomable, and he has rarely used them in recent years. I don't know how strong he is now. So for the sake of safety, if he wants to go up to compete, then you should go up for the last few games. At least you have to make sure we will win first. Yu Yangli nodded and said, That's right. The elder, Wei Wuchang, walked over and whispered, We need to let the disciples. He moved his hands quietly. A few people looked at him and didn't say anything. Yu Yangli said calmly, Elder Wei, do you think that the disciples and elders of Lucian Peak should die in vain? Wei Wuchang sneered and said, I think so too. Baishan really thinks he is a big shot and keeps bargaining with us. If it weren't for the fairies of Jiotian Yaotai and the people of Pumlai Fairy Island, I would have taken action long ago. Is it worth us to make such a big fuss about a mere Dian? Donjianjian suddenly asked, Do you know which disciples they will send to fight? Several people looked at Yu Yanglu. The affairs of the Yin have always been handled by Lucian Peak. Yang Tower looked at the blue-skirted girl among the 10 disciples and said, Lan Ling, you are more familiar with the various forces in the Yin. You come and tell the elders. Lan Ling bowed and said respectfully, As far as I know, only the 5 major sects in the Yin and the Dragon and Tiger Academy can send disciples to participate in the war. But there are not many young disciples who have reached the Grandmaster level. On the Dragon and Tiger list of the Dragon and Tiger Academy this year, the top 3 should all be Grandmasters Huixin and Huiran of Jinshan Temple, Yangyan Qinglian of Qingyun Temple, Zixia and Linghu Qingzhu of Lingshao Sect, Chu Feiyang, the Luoshang and Lui sisters of Xianyan Pavilion, and Su Chasheng of Huashan Sect. They should all be under 35 years old. And these are the people who may participate in the competition that I know. Of course, there are also some cultivators from aristocratic families and independent cultivators in Diyin, and a few people may suddenly appear. However, as far as I know, the highest cultivation among them is only in the middle stage of Grandmaster, or the middle stage of Spiritual Severing Realm. Of course, this is just the news I got before. Maybe someone has suddenly broken through during this period. After hearing this, several people felt relieved. Zhou Yuanshan sneered, Don't you even have disciples in the Spiritual Transformation Realm, or Grandmaster? Wei Wuchang sneered, Let alone the Spiritual Transformation Realm and Grandmaster. I'm afraid there are no people in the late stage of Spiritual Severing Realm and late stage of Grandmaster. It's great that Diyan can cultivate these young people with its cultivation resources. Another elder smiled and said, Then there is no suspense. Among our 10 disciples, the one with the lowest cultivation can crush them. 10 games. Let them win 2 games by chance. I guess it's the best. Several people laughed. Gong Yongyan's face also became relaxed, and he reminded lightly, Everyone should restrain themselves a little, and don't be too proud, so as not to be underestimated by people from other sections. This time we let the disciples of the sect come out to show their strength, not just to attack the Yin. People from Pumlai Fairy Island and Jiotian Yaotai are here, so you still have to pay attention to your image, especially junior brother Zhou and junior brother Wei Shang. Talk less, let alone say something vulgar and rude. Zhou Yuanshan and Wei Wuchang both smiled and nodded in agreement. On the other side, on the cloud boat of Jiotian Yaotai, 5 girls with different colored dresses stood in the window, and another cold girl sat quietly on the futon. At this time, The 5 girls came to the window together and secretly looked out. Master De Yin will definitely send him to participate in the competition. Last time at the ancient ruins, his soul had already broken through to the late stage of the spirit-severing realm. This competition is related to De Yin's fate. He will definitely use lightning later. Master will know it at a glance. Senior sister, it is not necessarily obvious. I guess we need to explore his body. Several girls chattered non-stop. Lan Yu, wearing a blue dress, stood there quietly, looking at the crowd outside. After a moment of silence, she turned her head and looked at her master and said, Master, Yu Yao should be here too. If the people from Piao Miaoxian Zone really want to take her away after the competition, will Master stop them? Fairy Qin Yao closed her eyes and did not answer. Hong Yuan turned her head and said, Yu, it was Uncle Liyun who made the decision to come out this time. Her eldest disciple is the granddaughter of the second elder of Piao Miaoxian Zone. Didn't you see it just now? Piao Miaoxian Zone put forward such harsh conditions. Only Uncle Lianxue spoke for Dean Bai. Uncle Liyun said nothing. Their current competition is also very unfair. Piao Miaoxian Zone is obviously bullying the weak. But Uncle Liyun and the people of Penglai Xiandao did not say anything. Although our Jiutian Yao Tai is much stronger than Piao Miaoxian Zone, there are also many relatives and friends of Piao Miaoxian Zone in this sect. And Dian. Anyway, Master will definitely not interfere in Yu Yao's affairs. After all, it is the affairs of the other sect. Hong Yuan did not say anything more. Lan Yu's eyes turned to the outside again. At this time, the practitioners from the 5 major sects of De Yin and other sects all gathered together. Bai Yishan cast a spell to cover everyone inside. From the outside, it was hazy inside, and it was not clear to see clearly, and no sound from inside could be heard. Bai Yishan looked at the young man from Dian in front of him with a gentle and soft gaze, as if he was looking at his own child, and said in a deep voice, for this competition, a total of 10 young people need to be selected, and they must at least be grandmasters and spiritual sorrow realm. But I have to tell you in advance that the 10 disciples of the other side are not very old. But they are all the best young disciples in Piaomixian Zone. Their cultivation is estimated to be at least above the early stage of Grandmaster. And there may be disciples of Grandmaster or spiritual transformation realm. You should have heard the rules that Senior Jia just said. There is no eye on the field. And life and death are at your own risk. The disciples of the other side not only have higher cultivation than us, but also have better skills and magic weapons than us. And more than us. Also, they may take the opportunity to kill them. In other words, the disciples who go on the field to compete this time may never come back. Therefore, Bai will not force anyone to participate in this competition. If you are willing, you can take the initiative to sign up. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. Going back to defend your homeland is just as glorious. Please think carefully. There was a moment of silence in the field. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand first and said, Senior Bai, I am willing. Bai Yishan looked at him, but did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Nangong Huiyue behind him. Nangong Huiyue was silent for a moment and said, Let him go. Bai Yishan nodded, looked at the young man in front of him gently, and asked, Fei Yang, are you willing to compete for the country, for the family, or for something else? Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl opposite. Yao was also looking at him. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I am for the country, for the family, and for Miss Yao. Of course, I am also for your majesty and all the people of Dian. Humph. A cold snort and a mutter came from behind. Hypocrisy. Bai Yishan nodded slightly and said nothing more. At this time, Fairy Zixia also said, Senior Bai, I am also willing to contribute to the country. Bai Yishan looked at her and said gently, Zixia Sect Master has this heart. Bai admires it very much and is very grateful. However, today's competition is a life and death struggle, and it is difficult for us in De Yin to win. Therefore, we must leave some seeds back. Zixia Sect Master is young and has a promising future. He is also the Sect Master of Lingxiao Sect, so it is better not to go up. Speaking of this, he glanced at everyone and said, the 5 major sects of De Yin, and the Sect Masters, Family Masters, or young practitioners who are about to inherit the positions of Sect Masters and Family Masters of other sects and families, do not need to go up to compete. Fairy Zixia hurriedly said, the sect still has my Uncle Master. If the junior really gets into trouble, I can let my Uncle Master find another person to inherit the position of Sect Master. Bai Yishan still shook his head. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but say, Zixia. Since Fei Yang is gone, you don't have to go. Fairy Zixia said, but Fei Yang will inherit the position of the leader of our Lingxiao sect in the future. Nan Gonghuiyue suddenly said, he is different. He is not only a disciple of your Lingxiao sect, but also my husband. So, this is his responsibility. He must go. Fairy Zixia didn't say anything else. At this time, Lenghu Qingzhu, who was standing behind her, said, Senior Bai, I am willing to. Bai Yishan looked at her, was stunned, and said, what realm is Linghu Peak Master now? Linghu Qingzhu lowered his head slightly and said, middle stage of physical master, middle stage of soul separation realm. When this was said, not only the people of Lingxiao sect were shocked, but also the people of Xianyan Pavilion and other sects were all shocked. Even Zhuang Jian was shocked. Qingzhu, when did you advance again? Luo Qingzhou also felt incredible. Uncle Master, this is too fast. He is almost catching up with him. Fairy Zixia also opened her eyes and said, Qingzhu, didn't you advance some time ago? How come and why is there no abnormality at all? Linghu Qingzhu lowered his head slightly, and didn't speak. In fact, she also felt unbelievable when she broke through again. But the fact is that she broke through. And the breakthrough was silent. As simple as eating and sleeping. And she broke through easily. In addition to the understanding of the sword. Of course, it was because he helped her practice in the woods in the back mountain that day and gave her those spiritual liquids. After returning that day, she felt something wrong with her body. Then, after she refined those pure and rich spiritual liquids, she suddenly broke through. It felt like a dream. Senior Bai, the junior Huashan sect Su Changsheng is also willing. At this time, a clear voice broke the silence. A young man from the Huashan sect wearing a blue robe and carrying a sword suddenly stepped out and bowed. Bai Yishan looked at him with a gentle gaze and said, Cha Sheng, what is your current level of cultivation? Su Changsheng said respectfully, I mainly cultivate my soul, and have fortunately broken through the middle stage of the spirit severing realm. My physical body is only at the early stage of the great martial master. Bai Yishan was silent for a moment and said, you must think it through. Su Chasheng bowed and said, I know that my level of cultivation cannot compare with those of the Piamu immortal sect. If I go up, I may just be slaughtered. But now that the country is in trouble, I must not be afraid of death and turn a blind eye. Don't worry, Senior. I will. Even if I risk my life, I will never let the other party have an easy time. Ma Chenzi, the head of Huashan sect, was silent for a while, and said, Senior Bai, let him go. His family died in the chaos when the foreign enemy invaded. In recent years, he has been traveling outside, seeing the suffering of many people, killing many demons and evil people, and always wanted to serve the country. This time he came here for this opportunity. Bai Yishan was moved by the words. Although he felt sympathy, he also knew what he needed most at this time. He nodded heavily and said, Cha Sheng, don't fight for your life. Staying alive is the most important thing. Only if you young people go back alive, there will be hope for Deyan. If you all die here, there will be no hope for Deyan. At this time, the two young monks from Jinshan Temple suddenly put their hands together and said, Senior Bai, we are wise and kind, and we are willing to fight. A pair of Taoist priests from Qingyan Temple also said, Juniors Yang Yi and Qinglian are also willing to fight. A young woman from Xianyan Pavilion also said, Junior Luo Yi is also willing to fight. Bai Wire also stood up and said, Aye. At this time, the three people from Dragon and Tiger Academy also immediately said, that's enough. The three of us still have to go. Bai Yishan looked at these determined young faces. His eyes gradually misted, and he said with relief, okay? Okay. At this time, Nan Gonghuiyue suddenly said, Dean, I also want to. Don't think about it. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly interrupted her. Nan Gonghuiyue glared at him fiercely and said, I didn't talk to you. Bai Yishan looked at her. You are the king of a country. It is impossible for you to go. Fei Yang has already represented you. Nan Gonghuiyue didn't say anything. Bai Yishan looked at the young people who took the initiative to fight in front of him. After a little consideration, he said, Fei Yang, Xinju, Cha Sheng, Huixin, Yani, Lui, and Wu Le, Liang Fuxing, and Pei Yi from my Dragon and Tiger Academy. The 9 of you will follow me. In this first competition, I will fight first. After that, he withdrew the formation and looked at the opposite side. At this time, The Piamu immortal sect was already prepared and waiting for them. And the island master Jia of Penglai Fairy Island also personally set up a ring in an open space and laid out a formation. When the people from Dian came out, all the cultivators around looked at them. Yu Yangla said, Dean Bai, can we start? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yishan led his people over and said, Master Yifeng, in this first match, Bai will fight first. Yu Yangla narrowed his eyes, glanced behind him, and smiled. If Dean Bai wants to fight, he must fight at the back. It was too exciting at the beginning, and everyone didn't want to watch it later. Others also echoed, Master Yifeng is right. Let the young people fight first. Dean Bai doesn't need to be anxious. It will be the same if he fights later. That's right. The exciting ones should naturally be left to the end. Jia Sun of Penglai Fairy Island also said, Dean Bai, let the young people fight first. Seeing this, Bai Yishan could only nod silently. Jia Sun took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, placed them on the temporary table, and said, disciples participating in the competition, please sign the life and death contract here first. The 10 disciples of Piamu Xianzong immediately walked over first, signed their names without hesitation, and pressed the blood seal. After they signed, Bai Yishan also walked over silently, with the young disciples behind him. Gong Yongyan of Piamu Xianzong suddenly said, Dean Bai, you seem to be missing one person. It is agreed that 10 disciples will compete. If you want to compete, you will naturally have to add another one. Bai Yishan's eyes suddenly looked at him. Gong Yongyan's expression was indifferent. The people of Piamu Xianzong behind him all had sneers on their faces. Silence in the field. No one spoke. Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and said nothing more. He turned his head, and looked at the other young people of Dian not far behind him. Huiran, Qingyan, Bai Wire and others were about to come over immediately. But for some reason, just as they were about to raise their feet, they suddenly found themselves fixed in place, and unable to move. No one performed any martial arts. They also could not feel any fluctuations in vitality and soul power, nor any fluctuations in the breath of treasures. But suddenly, no matter what they did, they could not lift their feet. At this moment, they felt as if they had suddenly entered another space, another world, and everything around them suddenly froze. But in the eyes of other people around them, they just stood there without moving, without any abnormality. A cold girl in a white dress walked out from behind them, walked in front of Bai Yishan, walked in front of him, then stopped in front of the table, picked up the life and death contract on it, and signed her name, Yu Yao. When Jia Sun, who was standing next to him, saw this name, he was stunned at first. Then his eyebrows jumped, and he looked at the cold girl in front of him in surprise. She stretched out her jade finger and slowly pressed the blood mark, then raised her eyes and looked at the people of Piamu Xianzong not far away. Her white dress swayed, her black hair fluttered, and her eyes were as cold as ice. And her voice was like ice and snow in the cold winter. Without any emotion, I, Yu Yao, am willing to fight on behalf of Dian. Chapter 878, Break your body and sacrifice your soul. Fight to the death. Yu Yao? As soon as this name came out, the whole place suddenly became silent, as if there was a kind of magic. At this moment, all the noisy sounds disappeared. All the people in Piamu Xianzong, from the elders to the disciples, looked at her in astonishment. The practitioners of other sects were also shocked. At the beginning, this name was resounding throughout the 3 major sects, and the area controlled by Piamu Xianzong. Her affairs with Piamu Xianzong were also known to everyone. Today, Piamu Xianzong came here not only to negotiate with Dian. It is said that this girl violated the contract signed with Piamu Xianzong. So today, Piamu Xianzong will take her back to the sect for punishment, or abolish her cultivation and imprison her for life. Or life and death are unpredictable. Ordinarily, she should find a way to avoid, or escape, or take the initiative to admit her mistakes and beg for mercy. But at this moment, she took the initiative to stand up and said that she would help Dian to fight against Piamu Xianzong. Therefore, all the practitioners were shocked. Of course, the most shocked were the people of Piamu Xianzong. They were not only shocked, but also very angry. Even the great elder of Piamu Xianzong, who had always been very calm, suddenly became gloomy at this moment. Some of the young disciples behind him had never seen this legendary saint of the sect. Seeing her suddenly at this moment, they all looked at her with complicated eyes. Lan Ling said with a cold and sarcastic face, she only came with her soul today, and she used someone else's body. Humph! I guess she is afraid of being embarrassed. She is really looking for death. She has already violated the contract signed at the beginning. And now she is taking the initiative to provoke our Piamu Xianzong. Dear elders, you must not forgive her this time. At this time, Xian Yuanyu, the saint of Penglai Xiandao, was also standing not far away, looking at the cold figure in the field. There was silence in the field for a few breaths. Lan Ling suddenly sneered. Yu Yao, you practice the skills of my Piao Miao Xianzong. But today you want to duel with my Piao Miao Xianzong disciples. You came here today using someone else's body. Did you forget to bring your face? Yu Yao stood there motionless, not speaking. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Baishan. Which eye did you see Miss Yu Yao using your Piao Miao Xianzong skills? She hasn't even started yet. And you know it? Did you see it with the dog eyes you just installed? Or with the eyes behind your buttocks? As soon as these words came out, the practitioners around couldn't help but burst into laughter. But thinking that the other party was from the Piao Miao Xianzong, they all covered their mouths immediately, but began to hold back their laughter and whispered. Lan Ling immediately looked at the place where the voice came from with a gloomy face, and said coldly, Who said that just now? Behind Baishan stood not only the 9 young disciples who were going to participate in the battle, but also other people. At this time, everyone in Dian looked at her with mocking eyes, and no one admitted it. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and said, You dare to speak, but you don't dare to admit it? No one paid any attention to her. Lan Ling's face turned blue with anger when she was about to continue looking for the person who had just scolded her. Yu Yangla next to her said in a deep voice, Okay, pay attention to your image. Business is more important. Zhou Yuanshan next to him whispered, When we get on the stage later, let them shut up completely. Lan Ling clenched his fists. Yu Yangla looked at the girl in white dress in the field and said calmly, Yu Yao, you are from Dian. You can go on stage to compete. But you have practiced in my Piamu Xianzong. And your cultivation and skills are all from my Piamu Xianzong. And you have signed a contract with my Piamu Xianzong. So you can't use any of my Piamu Xianzong skills. Also, the Yuanli and soul power in your body are all cultivated by me from Piamu Xianzong. No matter what skills you practice later, they should be indispensable. Right? So, no matter it is Yuanli or soul power, you can only use 50%. And you can only use it for a quarter of an hour at most. As soon as these words came out, all the practitioners in Dian changed their faces and were angry. Other practitioners around also whispered. Yang Tower paused and bowed to the fairies of Jiotian Yaotai and the people of Penglai Fairy Island, saying, I think these requests are not excessive. We have been magnanimous to those who betrayed our sect. We did not arrest her directly, but gave her a chance. The request now is also reasonable. I hope that the fairies and brothers can understand it. The people of the 2 major immortal sects were silent for a while. Fairy Luyan nodded first and said, Master Yu's request is not excessive. Jiasun of Penglai Fairy Island also said, A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Now that we have become enemies, Master Yu's request is indeed reasonable. Then he looked at the girl in front of him and said, Yu Yao, are you willing to comply with the requirements that Master Yu just said? If you can't comply, then retreat. Everyone's eyes were on the girl in white in front of him. Yu Yao's face was still calm, and her deep eyes were still as cold as snow. She nodded slightly. I am willing to comply. Yu Yangla narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Lan Ling behind him, whispering, Do you know what her current cultivation level is? Lan Ling's face was gloomy, and he said respectfully, When she left, she was in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. I don't know if she has made any breakthroughs in the past few years. Although she has a good talent, De Yen does not have any cultivation resources suitable for her. And the spiritual dew she relies on the most is even more out of stock. Moreover, she changed her cultivation method midway. And there was no precedent or guidance for practicing that kind of ruthless cultivation method. In addition, various resources were scarce. So I think she should still be stuck in the original cultivation method. Why, after a pause, she looked at the cold figure again and snorted. Even if she finds some opportunities to break through, she can only reach the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. She cannot use the skills of our Piamu immortal sect. And her main body has not come. She can only use 50% of her soul power, and can only use it for a quarter of an hour in this case. What use is she? Peak Master, I am willing to go on stage and fight her. At the beginning, whether in the sect or outside, she was suppressed by the other party's talent and cultivation, as well as the glory on her head and even her appearance. She was defeated in all kinds of competitions in the sect. Besides, she is still a senior sister. How can she not hate her? Now that she relies on the cultivation resources of the sect, her cultivation has made great progress. And naturally she is no longer afraid of her. If she could be defeated in front of so many people and made to lie at her feet in disgrace, I believe that the resentment she had been carrying for many years would be swept away immediately. Before Yu Yangla responded to her initiative to fight, the great elder Ganjianjian beside him said in a deep voice, Yu Yao is not an ordinary cultivator. Her talent in the past amazed everyone in the sect. Even though she has no cultivation resources now, and cannot exert her full strength, she still cannot be underestimated. In the competition with her, our Piamu Xinzong must not lose. We must be 100% sure. If we lose, we will become the laughing stock of cultivators all over the world. The other elders also nodded and said, what the great elder said is true. We really can't lose. No matter who we lose to, we must not lose to her. Ganjianjian looked at a young man in white behind him and said, Zhuiyang, you are the first on the Piamiao list this year, and your cultivation is the great perfection of the spiritualization realm. I heard from your master that you are about to break through to the next realm. Right? The young man in white named Zhuiyang said respectfully, yes. Gong Yangyan nodded and said, then you go on stage to fight her. Are you confident? Zhuiyang immediately bowed and said, disciple will never live up to the expectations of the elders. In a moment, the disciple has the confidence to deal with her. Life or death. It depends on the elder's orders. Gong Yangyan nodded with satisfaction and said, okay. When the time comes, you will decide for yourself according to the situation. If she is determined to die and fights with you, just kill her directly. If she has no intention of dying, you can spare her life. When the time comes, when Dian loses, we will take her back to punish her. Yes. Zhuiyang's eyes were shining. At this time, Bai Yishan and Zhou Yuanshan both signed the life and death contract and pressed the blood seal. The two looked at each other. Zhou Yuanshan sneered, Bai Yishan, I will learn from your Confucian and Taoist skills later. Bai Yishan looked calm and bowed. Brother Zhou, please show mercy. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes flashed coldly, and he turned and left. At this time, Jia's son looked around and said loudly, since everyone has signed the life and death contract, then the competition will officially begin. According to the previous rules, the two parties on the stage for the competition must go on stage together. And at the same time, both parties need to report their true cultivation first. But today is different. The overall strength of the two sides is somewhat different. So today the disciples of Piamu Xinzong need to go on stage first and report their true cultivation first. The disciples of Dian will go on stage according to the situation. If they feel unsure, they can directly admit defeat. Of course, they can also continue to compete. I have already said the rules before. When you go on the stage, your fists and feet are blind, and your life and death are at your own risk. Everyone must think clearly first. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. I guess everyone is already waiting anxiously. Piamu Xinzong will send one person to the stage first. As soon as the words fell, a tall young man immediately walked out of the crowd on the side of Piamu Xinzong. The young man was dressed in a blue robe and looked very imposing. After he stepped onto the stage, he bowed and saluted to the people around him. Then he said in a clear voice, I am Wang Yao from Piamu Xinzong. I mainly cultivate my physical body, and I am a mid-level grandmaster. As soon as these words came out, noisy discussions rang out all around. TSK. Piamu Xinzong is indeed worthy of being one of the three major Xianzongs in Jiuzhou continent. Any young disciple who comes out is actually a grandmaster. Hey, in our place, the grandmasters are all great figures who founded their own sections. Until now, our sect has only had 2 grandmasters. Dian is probably similar to our country. All the sects in the country together probably only have a dozen or 20 grandmasters. As for young grandmasters, there are probably even fewer. Everyone was talking, and their eyes were all looking towards Dian. Bai Yishan looked at the young disciples behind him and said in a deep voice, this first match is very important. It is related to everyone's morale and confidence. The disciple said by the other side may only be the one with the lowest cultivation among the 10 disciples. If there are only 3 or 5 matches, we can use the strongest to fight the weakest. But it is obviously not feasible now. Now there are a full 10 matches. We must win at least 5 games. And the weakest of the other side is also very powerful in our opinion. The one with the highest cultivation here is only in the late stage. If he goes up in the first game, he will not be able to fight from the second game onwards. So, if we want to win more than 5 games, strategies will not work, and we can only rely on our own strength and hard work. The other side has the cultivation of the middle stage of the Grandmaster. Now, we need to send a disciple of the same level to fight. As soon as the words fell, Su Chanshan of Huashan Sect, Huaxian of Jinchan Temple, and Louis of Xianyan Pavilion all stood up and said, "Juniors are willing to fight." Baishan glanced at the 3 people. His eyes fell on Su Chasheng, and said, "I just looked carefully. When that disciple came on stage, there was a sword intent on his body. He should be a swordsman. Chasheng, you are a swordsman. You can go up and fight him." Su Changsheng's eyes flashed with sword intent, and he bowed and said, "Yes." After that, he carried the sword on his back, walked out of the crowd, walked onto the stone platform with a firm look, and said in a sonorous tone, "I am Su Chanshan of the Great Yin Huashan Sect, with the cultivation level of the middle stage of the spirit separation realm. And I am willing to fight with Brother Wang." Wang Yao's blue robe fluttered, and 2 sword shadows appeared in the depths of his pupils, standing proudly. At this time, Jia Sun began to open the formation, and a thin light shield condensed and enveloped the 2 people inside. Baishan's eyes were solemn. Nandong Huiyue couldn't help but say, "Dean, the opponent is mainly cultivating the physical body. Su Changsheng may not be his opponent. In fact, I think Ling Hu Peak Master of Lingxiao Sect is more suitable than him." Baishan was silent for a while and said, "Ling Hu Peak Master is indeed very suitable, but our overall strength is far inferior to that of the opponent. Ling Hu Peak Master is cultivating both the body and soul. His physical body is in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, and his soul is also in the middle stage of the spiritual realm. Such strength cannot be wasted in the first game. The disciples who will fight in the second game will at least be in the late stage of the Grandmaster, or the late stage of the spiritual realm. That will be the best time for Ling Hu Peak Master to take action. Yes. Otherwise, we won't have any chance to win more competitions." And at this point, he looked back at the young man carrying a sword on the stage and said, "Although Changsheng is a soul cultivator, his willpower is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary soul cultivators. His willpower is very firm, and he is determined to sacrifice his life for the country. This willpower and passion can make his soul not afraid of the opponent's strong blood. Moreover, he is not afraid of death and fights with his life. But the opponent just wants to win this competition and has no intention of fighting to the death. Therefore, from the beginning, the opponent is actually at a disadvantage." Nandong Huiyue listened to his explanation and couldn't help but admire him. The dean still sees it clearly. Baishan suddenly sighed again and said, "However, the opponent is an elite disciple of Piamu Xinzong after all. The skills and magic weapons on his body should be stronger than Changsheng. So the outcome of this competition is still unpredictable." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 people had already started fighting in the light shield. Wang Yao really practiced swordsmanship. Suddenly, a long-handled blood-red sword appeared in his hands. With a swing of the sword, the stage was full of blood. The huge blood-red sword light instantly enveloped Su Changsheng on the opposite side. Zheng. Su Changsheng drew his sword and stabbed it lightly. The sword light was like cold stars, and hundreds of light holes were pierced in the blood light. The sword light was broken. Wang Yao put away the sword, spun his body, and the sword in his hand suddenly turned into a blood-red sword shadow all over the sky, slashing toward Su Changsheng like a storm. Su Changsheng's eyes sparkled. His figure flashed, and the sword in his hand stabbed out shua shua. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of swords had been stabbed out, and the silver sword light turned into light spots all over the sky, colliding with those knife shadows. Ding ding dang dang. The sword tip and the blade quickly touched each other in the sword light and knife light all over the sky, and there were bursts of crisp collision sounds, splashing sparks. The knife was fierce, and the sword was clever. Whenever the blade chopped down fiercely, the tip of the sword would touch it lightly, as if sticking to it, and lightly led it to the side. And Su Changsheng's figure was as clever as his sword, constantly dodging around Wang Yao. Wang Yao's fierce knife momentum lasted for a whole stick of incense before it gradually slowed down. He thought that the other party was mainly cultivating the soul, and would soon reveal flaws under his fierce attack and strong blood pressure. But the other party's defense and avoidance were watertight. But when his moves began to slow down, the opponent's sword moves suddenly started to speed up. Swish, swish, swish. Sword flowers bloomed in front of him, and in an instant, they were like 100 flowers blooming, surrounding him in the middle. Wang Yao roared angrily. took a few steps back for the first time, and then held the hilt of the knife with both hands and chopped it fiercely. The blood-colored blade light, like a huge crescent moon, chopped on the sword flowers. The sword flowers disappeared, but when the blade light fell to the ground, the sword flowers appeared again. Su Chongqing suddenly separated a wisp of soul, drove the flying sword to appear behind the opponent, and began to attack from both sides. The long sword in Wang Yao's hand suddenly became flustered. Su Chongqing held the sword and immediately launched a faster attack. The long sword in Wang Yao's hand defended back and forth, looking more and more flustered. But in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of sarcasm. Shua! He suddenly grasped the hilt of the knife with both hands, ignoring the sword lights in front of him, and turned around abruptly, slashing the flying sword and Su Chongqing's soul behind him with a long knife. Buzz! A deafening knife sound rang out. The blood-red knife light he slashed out not only accumulated all his strength, but also was filled with his powerful blood and qi, instantly covering Su Chongqing's soul. Su Chongqing's soul had no way to escape, but the sword in his main body had instantly stabbed out 101 times, all of which stabbed Wang Yao. If it was a battle between ordinary practitioners, it would probably be a situation where both sides would suffer losses, and even Wang Yao's body would be pierced with many holes immediately. However, he forgot that the opponent was a disciple of Piamu Xianzong. Even though the opponent's protective light shield had been pierced by his sword light, when his sword tip pierced the opponent's body suddenly lit up a layer of golden light shield and khaki light shield, two top-grade defensive magic weapons. Dang! His sword light was extremely sharp, and he stabbed out more than 100 swords in an instant. But he only pierced the opponent's first layer of light shield. When he wanted to stab out the second move, the opponent's sword light carrying terrifying blood power had already submerged his soul. Shua! His soul instantly disappeared in the powerful sword light and blood. Su Chongqing felt a sharp pain in his head, and then he groaned. His eyes went black, and he almost fainted. He staggered back a few steps, clenched his teeth in a hurry, endured the severe pain, and stabilized his soul. Go to H.L. After Wang Yao killed his soul with one sword, he did not stop. He suddenly turned his body and drew a semicircle with a long sword in his hand without stopping. With a swish, he slashed at him horizontally. The dazzling blood-red sword light with powerful blood and qi rushed to Su Chongqing's whole body. His injured soul was still trembling, but his strong willpower and endurance immediately made him sober. He flashed and avoided the sword light. He gently flicked the sword in his hand and pushed the fierce blade aside. Wang Yao's sword missed, and his feet landed on the ground. Suddenly, he jumped up again with another spin. The long sword in his hand suddenly raised to the sky, and then slashed down suddenly. Swish! A huge blood-red sword light instantly enveloped the pale Su Chongqing. The faces of the people in Dian changed drastically. Ma Chenzi, the head of Huashan sect, was even paler. Su Chongqing, whose soul was severely damaged, looked at the huge sword light falling down at this time, and two sword intentions shining like stars suddenly appeared in his pupils. At this moment, the sword in his hand seemed to be integrated with his whole body. Puff! He suddenly bit his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. His soul became more and more clear. His eyes became brighter. Zheng! A buzzing sound. The dazzling sword light lit up in the blood-colored sword light. In the light shield, there was a boom sound, and the airwaves swept around like a wave. The dazzling sword light and sword light exploded instantly, turning into countless sword and sword auras, impacting the light shields around. But the light shield only trembled slightly, and then recovered as before. Wang Yao's body shook. His palm suddenly split open, and the long sword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. His body was involuntarily thrown out, and hit the light shield behind him heavily. And then he fell to the ground in a mess. He immediately felt the blood in his body churning, and his hands and chest were in great pain. The two layers of protective light shields on his body were all broken at this moment. There were many holes on his clothes. There were even 2 blood holes on his arms, and blood was flowing out. He struggled on the ground for a few times, and finally stood up with difficulty. Looking up at the opposite side, Su Chongqing had already fallen to the ground. He didn't have that many magic weapons to protect his body. At this moment, his whole body was covered in blood. His hair was cut off by the sharp knife and sword energy. His whole body was full of blood holes, and blood was flowing non-stop. But the sword was still in his hand. Just when Wang Yao thought he could no longer stand up, he suddenly tightened his grip on the sword and slowly stood up from the ground. He was covered in blood, like a bloody man, and his appearance was no longer clear. But his eyes were still as bright as stars, and as blazing as flames. Swish! He suddenly had a soul out of his body. His soul, which had been severely damaged, suddenly came out of his broken body, without the soul guarding. The blood in the body suddenly flowed faster. But the body still stood there straight. His soul held the sword, and all his soul power began to rush into the sword in his hand. At this moment, Wang Yao was scared. He just wanted to win, but he didn't want to fight desperately. The opponent obviously wanted to integrate the last strength of his body and soul, even the last vitality, into this sword. At this moment, the knife in his hand suddenly began to tremble. Fear appeared in his eyes, and his lips trembled. He seemed to want to speak, as if he wanted to admit defeat, but he didn't dare to say it. Suddenly, he thought of a magic weapon that could save his life, as long as he could survive the opponent's last move. Then he would win. Shwa! He immediately took out a green jade pendant, and with a puff, he crushed it without hesitation. In an instant, a green light shield enveloped him. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the light shield. Changsheng. We admit defeat. Su Changsheng had already held the will to die, and at this moment, he could no longer hear any sound from outside. At this time, Suja from Pomlai Fairy Island suddenly said, Brother Jia, since the opponent has already admitted defeat, why not? Fairy Lianchua from Jiutianyao I also said, why kill them all? At this time, Gong Yen from Piamu Immortal Sect also took the opportunity to say, Master Jia, since the opponent has already admitted defeat, then remove the light shield. He naturally didn't care about the opponent's life or death, but the opponent's last blow. His disciple from Piamu Immortal Sect might not be able to take it. That disciple was one of the top 10 disciples on their Piamu list this year, and he was still very young with unlimited prospects. If he died here because of a mere big flame, it would be difficult for him to report to the opponent's master and sect master when he returned. Seeing this, Jiasun waved his sleeves, and the light shield covering the battle platform suddenly disappeared. At this time, Su Changsheng had already drained all his soul power, and was about to integrate all the remaining strength and vitality in his flesh into the sword in his hand, when a white light suddenly hit him. His soul trembled, and suddenly his eyes went dark, and he fainted, and then he flew back to the bloody body. Clang! At this time, the sword in his hand finally fell to the ground. Baishan's figure flashed, and he took his body and his sword off the battlefield. The surrounding practitioners saw this young man from Dian so tragic and heroic, and they all felt sympathetic. Cha Sheng, Ma Chenzi, the head of Huashan sect, came to Baishan and said in a choked voice, Senior Bai, is Changsheng still alive? Baishan frowned and did not answer. He took out a pill and fed it to Su Changsheng's mouth, and took out a wound medicine to help him stop bleeding. At this time, Jia Sun's voice sounded in front of the battle stage, in the first round. Piamu Xianzong won. As soon as this was said, there was a burst of boos from all around. Everyone knew it well. If it weren't for the fact that Piamu Xianzong was a big family with many treasures, the young man named Wang Yao just now would not have been able to compete with the disciples of Dian. But according to the rules, the other party did win. At this time, the young man named Wang Yao, his face flushed, lowered his head, and did not dare to face the eyes of the crowd. He no longer had the spirit and vigor he had when he just came on stage. Su Changsheng's desperate fighting style really scared him just now. Until now, his legs are still shaking. He really couldn't imagine that the other party was so stubborn and crazy. And in the end, he had to use all the strength and vitality of his body and soul to fight him. He was just a madman. At this time, Su Changsheng, who was lying on the ground, finally opened his eyes slowly. With tears in his eyes, he said with difficulty, Bai Senior, I'm sorry I lost. Bai Yishan looked at him gently and said, No. Changsheng, you didn't lose. Su Changsheng looked at him. Bai Yishan held his hand and said, It's me who lost. It's us seniors. Not you. I don't have good cultivation resources for you in Dian. It's the incompetence of us seniors. We lost. Changsheng, you have done very well. Don't feel guilty. We still have a chance. Su Changsheng's eyes were filled with tears. Other people around him also had wet eyes. At this time, Jiasun suddenly said in front of the battle stage, Begin the second match. A tall woman in a purple dress suddenly walked out from the crowd of Piamu Xianzong, walked onto the battle stage with outstanding temperament, and said with a bow, Junior Shangwan Ting. Middle stage master of physical body. Late stage of soul separation realm. Majoring in soul. Majoring in swordsmanship. As soon as these words came out, noisy discussions sounded again around. The disciples from Pyamyu Immortal sect have higher and higher cultivation. This woman mainly cultivates the soul, and her body is actually at the middle stage of the Grandmaster. The main thing is that she is still so young. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. I guess there are more powerful ones in Pyamyu Immortal sect. Isn't this nonsense? Do you know the identities of those 10 disciples? They are the top 10 disciples on the Pyamyu list this year. This woman is the top master in our country. But among those 10 disciples, she is probably only ranked 9th. They are competing with Dian this time. Not just for negotiation, but also to show off the strength of other people's disciples. So they start from the lowest cultivation and compete in turn. Hey, Dian is in trouble now. Jia Sun looked at Bai Shan and said, in the second competition, will anyone from Dian go on stage? Before Bai Shan spoke, a figure suddenly walked out from his side and walked directly to the battle stage without saying a word. She was wearing a green dress, tall and slender, with a cold face. A jade flute was pinned on her slender waist. There was only a simple wooden hairpin inserted in her jet black hair, without any other decoration. The green dress she wore was also simple, without any patterns or embroidery. Plain and elegant, like the green bamboo on the mountain. She walked up to the stone platform and said a few words lightly. Dian, Linghu Qingzhu, also use swords. Shangwan Ting, who was standing opposite, suddenly had a sword in her eyes. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the audience. Uncle Master, you forgot to bring your sword. As soon as the words fell, a pitch-black wooden stick was suddenly thrown up and landed in front of Linghu Qingzhu. Linghu Qingzhu reached out to catch it, glanced at the person who threw the stick, paused, and put it away. A burst of surprised and suspicious discussion suddenly sounded around. Hey, was I dazzled just now? What did the young man throw up? It doesn't look like a sword. It looks like a stick. Oh, it turns out to be a sword that looks like a stick. I heard that those who practice swordsmanship, when they practice to a high level, swords, guns, sticks and clubs can all become swords. While everyone was discussing, Jia Sun had already opened the formation. The light shield slowly closed, covering the entire battle stage. Nandong Huiyue was a little worried, looking at the person who had just thrown the stick next to him, and said, the opponent is a mid-stage physical master, and the cultivation of the soul is in the late stage of the spirit realm, and he must have a lot of powerful magic weapons on him. Your uncle's soul cultivation is one realm lower than the opponent. Luo Qingzhou looked at the figure on the stage, and his face was calm when he heard it. And he didn't say anything. He believed in his uncle. Of course, even if his uncle lost, it didn't matter. And him, and Sister Yu. When Nandong Huiyue was about to speak, there was a sudden clang on the battle stage, and a deafening sword sound rang out. Then, the noisy discussions around suddenly fell silent. The second duel began. On the battle stage, Shangwan Ting slashed down with the azure sword in her hand, leaving a dazzling sword light. Linghu Qingzhu stood in place, her green clothes fluttering, and she didn't take out her sword. But at this moment, she seemed to have suddenly turned into a sheathed sword, with unmatched sharpness. In her pupils, the sword light was flickering, and at the tips of her slender fingers, the sword light seemed to be flickering too. Strands of sword energy surrounded her. The blue sword light came towards her with a sharp sound that cut through the air, carrying terrifying sword intent and power. And she only raised one slender jade finger. Chapter 879. The Six Meridians divine sword shocked everyone, and the fairy was killed with 3 punches. Jade fingers are like swords. Shwa! A green sword of air suddenly shot out from her fingertips, condensing the void into reality. The sword energy is like a ray of light. The azure sword light slashed out by Shangwan Ting's sword was instantly pierced by this sword of air. It was as if she had used up all her strength. But it fell into the air. The practitioners watching from the audience were amazed at this scene. Even Jia Sun couldn't help but be surprised and said, condensing the air into a sword and sending it out with a finger. This skill has not been seen for a long time. Shangwan Ting also focused her eyes. But the sword in her hand did not stop at all, and slashed again. It looked like a sword, but there were sword shadows all over the sky, and I didn't know whether it was true or false. Shwa! Linghu Qingzhu's eyes clearly reflected 2 sword shadows, and he stretched out another finger, and a red sword of air shot out. Ding! A crisp sound like a bell rang, The red sword of air passed through the sword shadow and hit the real sword edge hidden in the sword shadow accurately. So, the sword shadows in the sky disappeared in an instant. Shang Wanting's arm shook, and she didn't dare to be careless. She gently spun the sword in her hand in the air, unloaded the force, and then stabbed forward suddenly. Stars! The dense sword light suddenly turned into a sky full of stars, covering Ling Huqingju in it. The sword shadow just now was false, but the sword light at this time was real. She seemed to have only stabbed once, but in fact she had stabbed hundreds of swords in an instant, and the sword light of each sword was aimed at one of the opponent's acupuncture points. There was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. See how you can resist with your finger sword? Ling Huqingju still only stretched out one finger. As soon as the purple sword of air came out, the sword energy surrounding her suddenly turned into a little sword light, like a moon surrounded by stars, and shot out quickly. Ding ding dang dang. A series of crisp sword-tip collision sounds rang out. The hundreds of sword beams that Shang Wanting thrust out instantly turned into flying sparks, blooming in front of the two people. Extremely gorgeous. Shua! Ling Huqingju thrust out another sword. Then, 10 slender jade fingers began to shoot out chi swords of different colors one after another. One after another. Chi swords shot toward Shang Wanting like gorgeous fireworks. This finger sword is so cool! Someone in the audience exclaimed. Baishan couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that Ling Hu Peak Master Sword Intent has been cultivated to the realm of no sword being better than a sword. I don't know what kind of sword technique this is, but it has such a variety of sword moves and power. At this time, Fairy Zixia said behind him, this sword technique is called Six Meridians Divine Sword. Oh! Baishan was slightly startled when he heard it, turned his head and looked at her and said, Six Meridians Divine Sword? I don't know where to learn it. Who created it? As far as I know, my great yin doesn't have this kind of sword technique. Even the 3 major immortal sects should not have it. Fairy Zixia said respectfully, I don't know. I only know that Qingju seemed to have practiced in the cave for several days and nights without sleep, and suddenly realized it at the last moment of coma. Someone standing next to him suddenly showed an unnatural look on his face. Baishan nodded slightly. Some sword techniques do need to be put to death before they can be realized. His eyes turned back to the stage. Fairy Zixia glanced at someone next to her and muttered in a low voice, Indeed. Every time she breaks through, she is desperate and reborn. And every time she breaks through after being unconscious. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from the light shield. Shang Wanting's test was over, and she immediately began a violent attack. The sword in her hand turned into a sky full of azure sword light, layer upon layer, like a wave, slashing towards Ling Huqingju wave after wave, continuously. At the same time, the power of the sword light became stronger and stronger. Ling Huqingju was dressed in green, like a leaf surrounded by a storm, swaying left and right, unable to control himself, about to be submerged. But he was able to move freely in it, unscathed. The azure sword light almost covered the entire battlefield. But in it, there were strands of air swords of different colors, crisscrossing, quietly weaving a large net, protecting Ling Huqingju inside. The energy in the bodies of the two people continued to flow out. One used the sword to release the sword light, forming a sword light storm, determined to strangle the other. One used the finger sword to form a chi sword net, defending and attacking at the same time, responding calmly. The two did not stop at all, and they both released all their strength continuously. After fighting for nearly half an hour, there was no winner. Everyone in the audience was dazzled and cheered continuously. The people of Piamu Xianzong all frowned. Shang Wanting's face became more and more gloomy, and she became more and more anxious. Her spiritual cultivation was obviously one level higher than the opponent's, and the swordsmanship she practiced was the most profound swordsmanship in this sect. She thought she could solve the opponent within 100 moves, but she tried her best and fought for so long, but still didn't get any advantage. Seeing that there was not much power left in her body, she didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and immediately swung a sword to repel the chi sword shot by the opponent. And then her figure flashed and stepped back a few steps. In this case, don't blame her for using other means. She suddenly took out a blood-red talisman and stuck it on the sword in her hand. At the same time, she lightly wiped the blade with her finger, and a few drops of blood splashed out. Shwa! The blood-red talisman suddenly burned into ashes. Then, the azure sword in her hand suddenly flashed with light and made a deafening buzzing sound. In an instant, the aura emitted by the sword suddenly surged many times, The azure sword light emitted from the tip of the sword also faintly added a touch of blood-red color. Like a spirit, bearing its fangs and claws. Top-grade treasure weapon spirit transforming talisman. Someone in the audience immediately recognized the blood-red talisman that had just turned into ashes. Someone wondered, what's the use of this talisman? It can transform magic weapons into spiritual treasures, which can last for half an hour. Humph. Piaomyu Xianzong is indeed rich and powerful. I'm afraid that I will never see such a high-quality talisman in my life. But their disciples can take it out at will. Ah. It seems that Piaomyu Xianzong will rely on financial strength to win this round again. When everyone in Diyan saw this scene, their faces changed. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but curse. Bai Yishan sighed secretly. On the battlefield, the sword in Sheng Wanting's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling blood-red light. And the whole person's momentum suddenly became unprecedentedly powerful. She looked at the woman opposite with sarcasm. Sneered. Just now I was just playing with you casually. Now it's time to end. After that, all the remaining strength in her body, with a boom, poured into the sword in her hand. Then, she held the sword with both hands and swung it out. A terrible sword light instantly enveloped the entire battle stage, crushing Linghu Qingzhu on the opposite side, like a mountain. She had no way to avoid it. In a blink of an eye, her thin green figure was submerged in this terrifying sword light and disappeared. At this time, no matter how powerful her finger sword was, it could not resist it. Everyone in the audience was silent. Zhuang Jian clenched his fists. His lips trembled, and his face was pale. The faces of the other people in Dian were also very ugly. But at this time, a voice sounded in a low voice, as thin as a mosquito's hum. It's time. Zheng. In the terrible blood-colored sword light, a deafening sword sound suddenly sounded. The sword in Sheng Wanting's hand, which had turned into a magic treasure, seemed to suddenly chop at something, causing her arm to go numb, her knuckles to crack, and the sword in her hand almost fell. Wow! The blood-colored sword light quickly dissipated. However, the green figure was still standing there intact. At the same time, in her hand, there was a black wooden stick. The wooden stick was ordinary, without any luster, and looked like a wooden stick picked up from the woods. However, the blood-colored sword light that she had tried her best to attack was actually blocked by it. Sheng Wanting's arm was numb, and she was stunned for a moment. When she was about to raise the sword in her hand to continue fighting, she suddenly heard a crisp sound. Caw! The sword in her hand, which had turned into a magic treasure, suddenly split in the middle, then bent down and broke. She was stunned, with her mouth open, and froze in place. At this moment, the audience was also silent. Shwa! At this moment, the dark wooden stick suddenly flew over and hit her abdomen heavily. Sheng Wanting flew out directly. At the moment she flew up, the broken sword in her hand fell to the ground. But the protective light shield on her body still protected her. The dark wooden stick seemed to be able to only fight head-on. When Sheng Wanting fell heavily to the ground, she woke up instantly, and hurriedly endured the severe pain and jumped up. Shwa! 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 But at this moment, hundreds of finger swords of different colors instantly came in front of her. The protective light shield on her body was quickly broken by the cutting of several air swords. But her chest suddenly lit up again with a blue light, instantly covering her entire body. More air swords fell on her blue light shield. Caw! After all, the blue light shield could not withstand the attack of so many air swords and broke open. She was knocked back by the huge force, hit the light shield behind her heavily, and then fell to the ground. Before she could get up from the ground, Linghu Qingzhu was already standing in front of her, with his slender index finger pointing at her forehead, and the green sword light on his fingertips kept flashing. The sword spirit was shrouded, and it was icy cold. Sheng Wanting raised her head with difficulty. Her face was pale. She opened her mouth, and was about to speak, but suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Then her body softened and she fainted. The green sword energy on Linghu Qingzhu's fingertips was still surging. Her face was as pale as paper. The soul power in her body had also been exhausted. At this time, a young man from the Piaomyu immortal sect hurriedly shouted, "She has fainted. Please show mercy." This young man was Sheng Wanting's Taoist partner Hui Yu, who was ranked 8th on the Piaomyu list. At this time, he ran to the light shield, his face full of anxiety and pleading. Linghu Qingzhu looked at him coldly, put away the sword light of the finger sword, shook his body slightly, then turned around and walked towards the bottom of the battle stage. At this time, Jiasun announced, the second round. Diyin, huh? Be careful. Baishan suddenly shouted. Shua. At this moment, a cold light suddenly lit up behind Ling Huqingzhu. And with a puff sound, it pierced from her back and directly penetrated her entire body. It was a sharp sword. Shang Wanting, who had fainted, had stood up, holding a brand new sword in her hand, with a ferocious look on her face. The entire blade of the sword had pierced Ling Huqingzhu's body, and the hilt in her hand had almost penetrated it. Ling Huqingzhu's body froze, and he stood still. Everyone in Dian was shocked, and their faces changed drastically. Luo Qingzhou stood still. His mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Everyone in the audience was also shocked by this sudden scene and fell silent. Go to H.L. Shang Wanting gritted her teeth, and the sword in her hand suddenly lit up, just as she was using the sword light to smash the woman's body that had been pierced in front of her. Ling Huqingzhu suddenly stretched out a finger, and with a swish, a green sword shot out. Shang Wanting's pupil shrank, and she had to draw out the sword with a swish and hurriedly blocked it in front of her chest. Dang! A crisp sound. She was shocked and stepped back, and the sword in her hand almost fell. When she stood up, the woman in front of her had turned around and looked at her with a pale and cold face. Shang Wanting felt cold in her heart, and the sword in her hand trembled for a moment, and her eyes looked at her abdomen. Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing her blue dress red. Her face was still cold and calm, but soon, she shook for a while, and then her body softened, and finally fell to the ground. Shang Wanting's eyes flashed coldly, and when she was about to hold the sword tightly and move forward, a series of curses suddenly came from the audience. Not only the yin, but also the practitioners of other sects couldn't stand it, and they all started to curse. She even heard that some disciples of Penglai Fairy Island were cursing. Her face flushed, but at this moment, she couldn't care so much. She gritted her teeth, held the sword, and continued to walk up. Everyone in Diyan rushed to the battle stage. Jiasun immediately shouted, "Stop!" Shang Wanting trembled and stopped. Jiasun glanced at her calmly, paused, looked at the people of Dian who had rushed to the light shield, and then looked at Baishan and said, "Dean Bai." Before he finished speaking, Baishan said in a deep voice, "We admit defeat." Jiasun said nothing more, nodded, waved his sleeves, and removed the light shield. Dian people immediately rushed to the battle stage. Shang Wanting saw this scene, and hurriedly flashed and fled, escaping into the crowd of Piamu Xinzong. Zhuang Jian stood on the battle stage, eyes wide open, and said, "The disciples of Piamu Xinzong are despicable and shameless. Did everyone see it? In this round? We de Yin will not accept it." The cultivators around who were still cursing suddenly fell silent at this moment. Just now, the incident happened suddenly, and everyone started to curse subconsciously. But now that they have calmed down, who would be willing to offend Piamu Xinzong at this time? De Yin is obviously doomed to lose. In the future, the entire De Yin will be enslaved by Piamu Xinzong. They don't have to offend the Super Xinzong for a little bit of injustice. Zhuang Jian's eyes were red, and he looked at Jiasun of Penglai Xiandao and said, "Master Jia, this round." Before he finished speaking, Jiasun said indifferently, "This round, you De Yin lost. There is no dispute." Zhuang Jian was so angry that he trembled all over, and his eyes suddenly looked at the people of Piamu Xinzong again. Gong Yanyan lowered his head slightly, and said nothing. Others were also silent. Shang Wanting looked at him without any guilt and said, "Senior Jia has already agreed on the rules. I competed according to the rules, and did not violate any rules. If you want to blame someone, blame her for not having any combat experience. My cultivation is higher than hers. How could I fall so easily? Losing is losing, and there is no point in quibbling." Yu Yanggu also said, "She is already at the end of her strength. Even if Shang Wanting does not use any tricks, she will lose in the end." Zhuang Jian gritted his teeth and said, "Bullshit! You are the master of a peak of the Piamu Immortal sect, but you dare to lie in front of so many sections. Aren't you ashamed?" Yu Yangla narrowed his eyes and looked indifferent, and ignored him. Fairy Zixia carried Ling Huqingzhu off the battle stage and placed him in an open space not far away. She immediately set up a formation and surrounded him. Luo Ling helped to treat the wound. Others stood outside the formation, with red eyes, clenched fists, angry and unwilling. In the red curtain, Ling Huqingzhu slowly opened his eyes, his face as pale as paper, and said, "He?" Luo Ling was helping her treat the wound. and was stunned for a moment. Fairy Zishu immediately understood and hurriedly shouted to the outside, Fei Yong. Come in. The curtain flashed. Luo Qingzhou walked in. With red bloodshot eyes. And it seemed like tiny lightning, beating in the depths of the pupils. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, his eyes trembling, and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry. Luo Qingzhou held her cold hand and whispered, It's okay. I'm still here. Don't worry. I will help you win. Two crystal clear tears suddenly slid down the corners of Linghu Qingzhou's eyes, and whispered, It's not me. I can't practice with you together. Luo Qingzhou slowly held her hand tightly, looking at her abdomen, his lips trembling slightly. It's okay. He still comforted softly, whispering, It will be fine. It will be fine. He didn't say anything else. Suddenly stood up and walked out. The practitioners from various sects outside were still whispering. The people in Yin looked ugly and depressed. After losing 2 games in a row, they no longer had any hope. The next opponent to appear will be at least in the late stage of the spiritual realm or the late stage of the Grandmaster. Moreover, the later the match went, the higher the opponent's cultivation level became. Among them, there was not even a late-stage Grandmaster disciple. So how could they compete? Jia Sun waited for a moment, and when he was about to announce the start of the third match, a figure suddenly passed through the crowd and walked onto the stage. Then, he looked at the purple-skirted woman from Piaomu Xinzong and said, Shang Wenting, I want to compete with you in this third match. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell silent. Jia Sun glanced at him, and his eyes also looked towards Piaomu Xinzong. Shang Wenting had already taken the elixir, and was holding a piece of energy-recovering yuanshi in her hand. She looked at him with a cold light in her eyes, and sneered, Why should I compete with you? I've already gone up. This time, it's my senior brother's turn. Luo Qingzhou stood on the stage, looked at her calmly and said, No reason. I just want to vent my anger for my uncle. Come up and compete with me. Let me hit you 3 times. And then you fight back. As soon as these words came out, Shang Wenting laughed out loud. Are you crazy? Or do you think I'm a fool? If you win, I will give you a spiritual treasure, 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit, and a blue spiritual flower. Shang Wenting's words suddenly stopped, and the sarcasm on her face froze. Luo Qingzhou's words immediately shocked the other practitioners around the stage. Even the people from Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island changed their faces. The temptation of the golden snake fruit is already very great. It is difficult for any woman to refuse it. Not to mention the blue spirit flower that can be used to refine spiritual elixirs and increase the success rate of alchemy. All practitioners who are stuck at the bottleneck want a blue spirit flower. Especially those high-level practitioners who have been stuck there for several years or even decades. Blue spirit flower can save their lives. The scene suddenly became silent for a few breaths. Even Jia Sun couldn't help but ask, Do you really have 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit and blue spirit flower? Luo Qingzhou raised his palm and swore, If you deceive, you will be pierced by thunder and burned by fire. And you will not die well. As soon as this oath came out, the audience was quiet again. Among the people of Dian, Nan Donghuyue and Yu Yao moved their eyes. At this time, Gong Longyan of Piaomu Xinzong suddenly said, Take it out and let me see it. His breathing was obviously a little faster. He has been stuck in this realm for more than 50 years. And there is no hope of breaking through completely. If he has the blue spirit flower, maybe he can use it to refine a spiritual medicine. And maybe he will have a chance. Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, Unless Shang Wenting agrees to compete with me on stage first, let me vent my anger. Gong Yongyan was silent for a while and said, Even if you have sworn, we don't know whether it is true or not. The 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit and the blue spirit flower are both such rare spiritual objects of heaven and earth. We have been searching for them for many years and have not found them. How can we believe that you have them? Luo Qingzhou said lightly. Forget it if you don't believe it. Just pretend that I don't have it. Gong Yongyan was stagnant. At this time, a girl's cold voice suddenly came from the Jiutian Yaotai flying boat not far away. Jiutian Yaotai Fanil can prove that he does have the 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit. Some time ago, I saw him picking it with my own eyes in an ancient ruins. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. And then they became excited. It's the fairy Fanyu of Jiutian Yaotai. It's the disciple of fairy Qin Yao. Could it be that Qin Yao is here now? At this time, Xian Yuanyu, the holy son of Penglai Fairy Island, looked over with a burning gaze. Unfortunately, The windows on the flying boat were covered by curtains, and nothing could be seen inside. Jiasun looked at the young man on the stage with a flickering gaze, and nodded. Since there is the proof of fairy fan you, and you raised your palm to swear, it will not be false. Then he looked at the Piaomyu immortal sect and said, Elder Gaonong, are your disciples willing to fight? Gaonong Yin looked at Shang Wanting. Shang Wanting's face kept changing at this moment, and she was thinking quickly in her mind. Of course she wanted those things, but she knew in her heart that even if she won, she would have to hand them in. But even if she handed them in, the reward would be extremely generous, even beyond her expectations. And most importantly, she had pleased the great elder of the main peak, and even the sect master. But she was a little uneasy. Did the young man on the stage really just want to punch her a few times to vent his anger when he took out such an important thing? At this time, Yu Yanglu suddenly looked at the stage and said, Tell me first, what is your cultivation level? Luo Qingzhou suddenly raised his fist and punched the air. With a bang, a fist light came out and said, Early stage of physical master. Middle stage of soul separation realm. Nandong Huiyue behind Bai Yishan under the stage suddenly twitched her mouth. But at this moment, the aura of the fist light suddenly dispersed. And it was indeed only the aura of the early stage of the master. Nandong Huiyue was slightly startled, and suddenly turned her head and looked at the girl in the white dress behind her. Yu Yao looked at the stage, her face calm. Early stage of physical master. Middle stage of soul separation realm. Everyone in Piaomyu Xianzong looked at each other and looked at Shang Wanting. Shang Wanting's cultivation is the middle stage of the physical master and the late stage of the soul separation realm. Even though she has just consumed too much physical strength and suffered some injuries, she should not have any big problems after replenishing with elixirs and yuanshi. Moreover, her cultivation realm, whether physical or soul, is one realm higher than the other party. Tinger. Yu Yanglu spoke softly. Shang Wanting was still a little worried. But at this moment, Luo Qingzhou on the stage suddenly said, My cultivation is lower than yours. I want to start first. You let me hit you 3 times first. And after 3 punches, you have to let me attack first. Also, I just want to hit you a few times to vent my anger. So even if you win, you can't hurt me, let alone kill me. If you do these, after you win, I will offer the golden snake fruit and blue spirit flower with both hands. Anyway, those things are useless to me. After these words came out, Shang Wanting sneered and ridiculed. But she felt relieved in her heart. The other party is afraid of her. At this moment, Ye Yanglu suddenly took out another blood-colored jade pendant, secretly put it into her hand, and whispered, This is the heavenly phoenix fire jade. If there is any danger, just crush it. It will condense into a shield, which can at least protect you from 3 full-strength attacks from the Grandmaster level. With these 3 chances, you can attack at will. Shang Wanting was immediately delighted. And now she was completely relieved. She quickly put away the jade pendant in her hand, and said with tears of gratitude, Thank you, Master Yu. Yu Yanglu nodded and said, Go ahead. Just win. Remember not to hurt him. And you must get the things back. Shang Wanting immediately held the sword and walked up to the stone platform with big strides. She looked at the boy opposite with a sneer on her face and said, Okay, since you want to waste the opportunity of the 3rd game, then I will play with you. At this time, Jiasun glanced at the 2 of them and said, Are you ready? The 2 nodded. Schwa. Jiasun waved his sleeves, and the formation around the battle platform was activated. A light shield slowly enveloped the entire battle platform, covering the 2 people inside. Shang Wanting straightened her chest, holding the sword in one hand and the blood-colored jade pendant in the other, just in case, and then looked at the opposite side proudly and said, Come on. 3 punches. After 3 punches, you, Schwa. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had already appeared in front of her like lightning, and boom punched out. Lightning crackled, and actually broke the protective light shield on her body in an instant, and then broke the layer of light that quickly condensed on her body surface, and then hit her chest heavily. Bang! Shang Wanting, who opened her mouth and had not finished speaking, was directly punched out, and her chest clicked and sank directly. Before she could react, another punch fell from the sky, and boom hit her sunken chest again. Bang! She fell heavily to the ground, and the sword and the blood-colored jade pendant in her hand also clanged and slipped out. She had no strength to crush the jade pendant. She hadn't even reacted yet. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a grandmaster in the early stage? How could he break the protective light shield condensed by our Grandmaster in the middle stage with just one punch? Bang! With a loud bang. Before she could make any sound, Luo Qingzhou's third punch had already hit her head hard. This third punch was accompanied by purple lightning. Bang! Shang Wanting's head turned into a puff of blood foam and disappeared. Then, her entire bloody body was shattered in the exploding fist light. At the same time, her soul just came out and instantly turned into ashes in the purple lightning. Just 3 punches. Her body and soul were all dead. The cultivators who were preparing to watch a unique competition in the audience were all open-mouthed and silent at this moment. At this time, on the stage, the young man who killed people with 3 punches suddenly took out the corpse powder from his body and poured it on the bloody corpse on the ground. Shoo! The corpse quickly turned into nothing. Then, he picked up the blood-colored jade pendant from the ground, glanced at the Yufeng master of Piaomu Xianzong below the stage, and then stuffed it into his sleeve. Everyone. Silence for a long while. Huayu, the Taoist partner of Shang Wanting of Piaomu Xianzong, suddenly said angrily with red eyes, "Little beast. You lied? You lied? You are obviously a late master." Then he hissed at Jia Sun, "Senior Jia. He lied. He lied." Jia Sun was silent. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly and said, "So what if you lie? Senior Jia has already made it clear that when disciples of your Piaomiao Xianzong go on stage, they must report their true cultivation level. And this does not include disciples of my Dian sect. Senior Jia did not say that you are not allowed to lie. Nor did he say that you are not allowed to destroy the body and soul after a person dies. Senior Jia also said that you can use various means." After a pause, he glanced at the people of Piaomu Xianzong again, and imitated Shang Wanting's tone just now. "I competed according to the rules, and there was no violation. If you want to blame someone, blame your disciples of Piaomu Xianzong, who have no combat experience. If you lose, you lose, and there is no point in quibbling." The practitioners below the stage, Huayu clenched his fists. His eyes were red. He was speechless, and his whole body was shaking with anger. At this time, Jia Sun waved his sleeves and removed the light shield, and said indifferently, "The third game, De Yen won." As soon as these words came out, the practitioners of De Yen all cheered excitedly, and then opened their arms, as if they wanted to hug the young man on the stage. But Luo Qingzhou did not step down from the stage. He looked at the people of Piaomu Xianzong again. "The fourth game. It's still me," he said indifferently. Chapter 880, I am invincible under the Grandmaster. It was noon. The sun was shining brightly, shining on the battle stage. The young man on the stage, bathed in the sun, had a calm expression and a flat tone, without showing any momentum. But at this moment, no one dared to underestimate him. The cheering people of Dian below the stage all quieted down. The practitioners of other sects around were also surprisingly quiet. The fourth match. Still him? To be honest, many practitioners have not recovered from the previous match. It was over after 3 punches. It was really too fast. So fast that they were not ready. So fast that their eyes did not have time to see clearly. Some people were even turning their heads to talk, guessing the process of the match. Some people lowered their heads, ready to take out snacks. Some people were still looking around, ready to find a good place to watch the show. As a result, it was over. When they looked up in astonishment, the female disciple of Piaomu Xianzong, who had just walked onto the stage with a proud face, was already lying on the ground. Then, her head was gone, and her soul was extinguished. In the end, even her ashes were blown away. It was so fast that it was ridiculous. It was like they had traveled thousands of miles and spent a lot of money to buy tickets to watch a show. But as soon as they bent down to pick up something, the show was over. So, at this moment, they were shocked, confused, and curious about the young man on the stage. "He is the husband of the first empress of the Yin," someone introduced in a low voice. Then, the discussion began below. "So the husband of the great Yin queen is so young. I thought that if he wanted to suppress the queen and those ministers, he must be at least a well-known figure in Great Yin. I heard that this young man was personally selected by the Great Yin Queen. He didn't have such a high level of cultivation at the time. He is so young. But he is already in the late stage of the Grandmaster. And his soul seems to be in the late stage of the spiritual realm. He is better than the masters and elders of the 5 major sects of Great Yin. The Great Yin Queen has a good eye. The most important thing is that his character is here. Look at this occasion. a battle for the survival of Great Yin. He directly stood up and fearlessly avenged the cultivators of Great Yin who were ambushed, and directly provoked the Piaomyu immortal sect. This loyalty and courage are not something that ordinary people can have. It's really amazing. This is a real man. Nangong Huiyue listened to these discussions with a calm face, but couldn't help turning his head and glancing at someone behind him. At this time, Jia Sun looked at the stage and said, "Are you sure you want to continue to participate in the fourth competition?" Luo Qingzhou bowed and said respectfully, "Sure." Jia Sun nodded, said nothing more, and looked at Piaomyu Xianzong. At this time, the faces of everyone in Piaomyu Xianzong were particularly gloomy. Shang Wanting's Taoist partner, Huiyu, clenched his fists and said with red eyes, "Grand Elder, I am willing to go up and avenge my junior sister Shangwan." Gong Yongyan did not speak, and his eyes were still gloomy as he looked at the young man on the stage. This is the first time someone dared to kill their disciples of Piaomyu Xianzong in front of him, and destroyed their bodies and souls, crushing their bones and scattering ashes. Zhou Yuanshan said hatefully behind him, "The boy's boxing method carries thunder and lightning, which should be the most rigid and yang method to overcome the soul. Huiyu happens to be a master of cultivation, and is at the peak of the master level. He is only one step away from entering the realm of the Grand Master, and he has a bronze skin and iron bones. There should be no problem." Wei Wuchang said in a gloomy voice, "In my opinion, we should send a disciple in the transformation realm or a disciple in the Grandmaster realm to kill him directly. Let's destroy his body and soul, grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and fight back with tooth for tooth." Other elders expressed their opinions. Gong Nongyan was silent for a while, and said, "He is in the late Grandmaster realm, and Dian is much weaker than us. In addition, Shang Wanting's actions just now have aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. If we send a Grandmaster to crush him in front of so many people now, don't you feel ashamed?" Wei Wuchang gritted his teeth and said, "That kid is so cruel and daring that he doesn't take our Piaomyu Xianzong seriously at all. What is there to be afraid of?" Yu Yangli suddenly looked at him and said, "Elder Wei, do you know why he is not afraid of us?" Wei Wuchang was stunned for a moment and looked at him in confusion. Yu Yangli did not speak again. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Yunzhou on Jiutian Yaotai not far away. At this time, everyone else suddenly understood. Just now, the disciple of Fairy Qin Yao of Jiutian Yaotai actually took the initiative to speak up for the boy. Obviously, the boy has a special relationship with Fairy Fenyo. Maybe he even has some relationship with Fairy Qin Yao. Thinking of this, several people fell silent. Gong Yongyan said calmly, "It should be a normal relationship. Otherwise, they would not have said nothing when we negotiated with Dian before. Or, it is only related to the young man on the stage, and has nothing to do with Dian. But even so, we still have to be careful." After speaking, he looked at Huiyu beside him and said, "You want to avenge Shang Wanting, right?" Huiyu lowered his head and gritted his teeth and said, "Yes. Junior sister Shangwan is my Taoist partner. We grew up together, came to Piaomyu Xianzong together, and this year we were on the Piaomyu list together. Originally, after returning this time, we were going to get married." Gong Yongyan nodded, pondered for a moment, took out a talisman from the storage ring, handed it to him, and said, "This is a top-grade Xingyuan talisman. After using it, it can instantly increase your strength to the level of a Grandmaster, and it can last for a stick of incense. Remember, use it in case you can't win." You took it quickly and said respectfully, "Yes. Thank you, Great Elder." At this time, Zhou Yuanshan suddenly took out another golden ball and stuffed it into his hand, snorting coldly, "This is the 9 poison flame ball. If the opponent uses tricks, you can use it too. Just throw it at him. He will immediately be unable to see anything, and even if he holds his breath, he will be poisoned. The poisonous mist that erupts inside is all living poisonous insects." After that, he stuffed another pill directly into his mouth and said, "Swallow it. You won't be afraid of this thing." Huiyu immediately swallowed it obediently and said respectfully, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Gong Yongyan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Go. Don't show mercy. To avenge your Taoist partner, and to save face for my Piaomyu Xianzong. Yes. Disciple will never let down the high hopes of all the uncles and uncles." After that, he immediately clenched his fists and walked towards the battle stage with red eyes. Piaomyu Xianzong's disciple Huiyu, at the peak of the physical master realm, and at the late stage of the spirit realm. Main training, boxing. After he got on the stage, He looked at the other side with hatred. After saying this, he gritted his teeth and added, Shang Wanting's Taoist partner. After listening to this, Luo Qingzhou's face remained calm as before. And he said lightly, oh. Jiasun glanced at the two of them, and saw that they were ready. He waved his sleeves, and a light shield appeared. The fourth match begins. He announced indifferently. All the practitioners under the stage did not dare to be distracted anymore, and immediately focused on the stage. Everyone in Dayan also clenched their fists, with a nervous look on their faces. Nandong Huiyue held his breath. His expression was extremely solemn. This match. Shua. On the stage, Huiyu's robe and long hair behind him suddenly fluttered up, and the strong wind swirled and rustled. He clenched his fist. The light flashed, and he looked at the other side with a cold look and said, she is dead. Now, I want you to be buried with him. If you have any last words, you can say them now. Luo Qingzhou heard this, thought for a while, and said, I want to say. Swoosh. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the other party. Huiyu roared angrily, and punched out with a swish, and his bones crackled all over his body. Then, the whole person suddenly became 2 feet taller, and the whole body became stronger. Bang! There was a loud bang. The two fists collided hard and hit each other heavily. A scene that shocked everyone happened. Huiyu's tall and burly body, which looked extremely powerful and strong, suddenly shook and flew backwards. Z. At the same time, a red lightning suddenly climbed up his body along his fist. The protective light shield on his body broke open instantly. Boom! 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 The moment he flew up, the opponent's boy actually threw hundreds of punches in a row. Before Huiyu could react, those hundreds of fists suddenly fell on him, like a strong wind and heavy rain. Moo! At this time, among the dense fist shadows, a deafening cow mooing sound suddenly rang out. A shadow of a demon bull suddenly appeared behind the boy on the opposite side. The black fist light flashed with red, purple and black lightning. At the moment when Huiyu was hit by hundreds of fists, and hit the light shield of the formation behind him. With a boom, it hit him heavily in the face again. Bang! Huiyu's head suddenly exploded. The headless corpse sprayed blood, slid down the formation shield and landed on the stone platform. His feet landed first. Then his legs bent, and he knelt there. And finally with a pop, he lay in a pool of blood, still twitching. At this time, the young man said indifferently what he had just said, I want to say since you are Taoist couples, then die together. Then, his eyes turned to the people of Piamu Xinzong under the stage. His face was still calm, and his tone was still as calm as before. The fifth game. It's still me. Under the Grandmaster. I am invincible. The voice was flat, without any internal strength and momentum. But it was resounding, making all the practitioners of Dayan, all the practitioners who had been oppressed and wronged, suddenly excited. Under the Grandmaster. I am invincible. These few words seemed to have a kind of magic, echoing endlessly on the top of the giant ape peak, and seemed to echo in the hearts of some practitioners for a long time. The fourth game. Dayan wins. Jiasun announced indifferently. Everyone in the audience was silent. Huiyu's headless body was still twitching in a pool of blood, but he had long lost his vitality. Even his soul was instantly destroyed in the thunder and lightning just now. He didn't even have time to take out the magic weapon on his body, as well as the talisman that Gong Yanyan had just given him, and the poisoned ball that Zhou Yuanshan had given him. After he came up, he said a bunch of nonsense, and then he threw a punch. Then, he died. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, and they die together when disaster strikes. Good job. Someone sneered in his heart. At this time, another scene that made everyone's mouth twitch happened. The young man on the stage walked to the corpse, picked up the other party's storage ring, and then took out 2 things from the storage ring and stuffed them into his sleeves. A talisman and a golden ball. Then, he didn't want the rest of the things and threw the storage ring away. The cultivators who just saw Gong Yanyan and Zhou Yuanshan give out the 2 treasures all had stiff expressions on their faces. This young man. Suddenly, they opened their eyes wide again. The young man on the stage suddenly took out a bottle of powder and prepared to sprinkle it on the corpse on the ground. It's corpse powder again. Are you going to destroy the corpse again? At this time, the people of Piamu Xinzong under the stage finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared with their eyes wide open, looking at their ferocious faces and murderous looks. It seems that they are about to rush to the battle stage. At this time, Jiasun also frowned and said, "Don't destroy the body anymore." The young man on the stage had to put away the porcelain bottle in his hand, and then took out another porcelain bottle, throwing powder on the stage, saying, "Junior can't smell the smell of blood. This is rouge powder. Should it be okay to sprinkle it?" Before Jiasun answered, he had already sprinkled one bottle, and then took out another bottle, covering his nose while throwing it. The corners of the mouths of the people below the stage twitched. "Can't smell the smell of blood? Then why do you beat the other party to a bloody mess and blood gushing out at any time?" Jiasun didn't say anything else, waved his sleeves, and removed the light shield. A figure from the Piao immortal sect immediately rushed onto the stage, took back Huiyu's body, and then looked at Luo Qizhou, who was still spreading pollen on the stage, with a cold look and said, "In the next game, I will make you die without a burial place." "Oh!" Luo Qizhou put away the empty porcelain bottle, and suddenly looked at the people of the Piao immortal sect and said, "I am only a master. If you want to send a disciple of a great master to kill me, then I will give up the next match." After that, he was ready to walk off the stage. Yang Tower suddenly shouted angrily, "Stop! You just said it on the stage. The contract has been established." Then he looked at Jiasun. Jiasun hesitated for a moment, and his eyes seemed to look at Yunzhou not far away. At this time, the fairy Luyan next to him suddenly said lightly, "According to the rules, the contract has indeed been established." Jiasun's eyes flashed, and he looked at the young man on the stage and said in a deep voice, "Since you just said it on the stage, then the fifth match will still be you. And you can't change people." Luo Qingzhou stopped where he was. Yu Yanglu's eyes flashed with coldness, and he looked at the disciples behind him. At this time, Bai Yishan suddenly said, "Master Jia, I remember that there was no such rule in the previous competition. The fifth competition has not started yet. He may have just said it impulsively. If he wants to regret it, it should still be in time. Right?" As soon as these words came out, Zhou Yuanshan of Piao Xianzong gritted his teeth and said with a grim face, "Bai Yishan, what do you think the battle platform set up by Master Jia is? Is it a vegetable market? You can say whatever you want when you stand on it? Since this kid has just said it arrogantly, then the next competition will still be him. It's too late to regret it." When Bai Yishan was about to speak, Jiasun said lightly, "The contract has been established. No need to say more." Bai Yishan frowned slightly, said nothing more, and looked at the young man on the stage. Luo Qingzhou also looked at him, paused, and said in a loud voice, "Senior Bai, don't worry. I have won 2 games in a row. Although this third game is difficult, I am not afraid. I have a passion to serve my country and a courage to serve my king. I am not afraid of anything, even if they send a disciple of a grandmaster. What can I do? Humph. At most I will surrender directly. Anyway, Senior Jia also said that as long as the other party surrenders, we can't fight again." Bai Yishan, the practitioners below the stage. "No. You were so passionate and fearless before, as if you were going to sacrifice yourself. But why did you suddenly surrender directly later?" The people of Piao Xianzong also froze for a moment, and then their faces became even gloomier. "Senior Jia, I have competed in 2 games in a row. Can I go off the stage and rest for a while?" Luo Qingzhou said to Jiasun. Jiasun paused after hearing this, and said lightly, "Okay." The other practitioners in the audience were muttering in their hearts. Both competitions ended in an instant. So we still need to rest? Luo Qingzhou immediately walked down the stage, walked through the crowd, and walked towards the red tent that his master had temporarily set up. When he entered the tent, he found Sister Yu was also inside. Yu Yao, wearing a white dress, was sitting quietly beside Ling Hu Qingzhu, with her slender fingers on her injured abdomen, as if she was exploring something. Ling Hu Qingzhu opened her eyes and stared at the tent above her head in a daze. It seemed that her soul had left. Luo Qingzhou stopped beside her, looking at her quietly, and slowly clenched his fist in his sleeve. Not enough. Not enough. Chapter 881 Above the Grandmaster. I poisoned. In the tent, there was silence. Fairy Zixia stood aside, seeming to want to speak, but held back. Nan Donghuiyue followed in, also without speaking. Luo Qingzhou stood by, waiting quietly, and after seeing Sister Yu's hand removed from Uncle's abdomen, he asked, "Where is the injury?" Yu Yao was silent for a moment, and said, "Stomach." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "I know it's the stomach. I'm asking." Ling Hu Qingzhu's eyes suddenly looked at him. The words in his mouth stopped abruptly, Yu Yao didn't say anything else. Got up and walked out quietly. Fairy Zixia and Luo Ning also followed out. Nandong Huiyue glanced at the two again. And then whispered, "You have won 2 games. Which is enough. The opponent will definitely send a disciple of the God Transformation Realm or a Grandmaster to play in the next game. The Dean asked me to tell you that you can admit defeat directly. And no one will blame you. And no one will laugh at you. Even if you lose this competition, you are still the hero of my great Yin. With your talent, as long as you can save your life, my great Yin has hope." Luo Qingzhou looked at the abdomen of his uncle and said calmly, "It's okay. I want to try again." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him again, said nothing, and turned away. There were only 2 people left in the tent. Luo Qingzhou paused, walked to the bed, held his uncle's cold hand, and comforted him softly. "It's okay. Sister Yu is very powerful. She is a master of alchemy. She will definitely cure you." Linghu Qingzhu looked at him quietly, without saying a word, and tears silently slid down from the corners of her eyes. Luo Qingzhou's lips trembled slightly, lowered his head, and kissed her on the cheek. Then, he let go of her hand, stood up and walked out of the tent. Fei Yang. The next game. Fairy Zixia. The old ancestor. Dean Bai. Etc. all seemed to want to talk to him and remind him of something. But he walked through the crowd and walked onto the stage, looking at the people from Piamu Xianzong. He just watched quietly and didn't say anything, seeing that he had rested well. Jia Sun also looked at the people from Piamu Xianzong and said, "The 5th game can begin." A tall young man in a blue robe suddenly walked out of the crowd from Piamu Xianzong. The young man had a calm face and did not exude any aura. He walked onto the stage slowly, looked at the opposite side, and said, "Xiao Yao from Piamu Xianzong. Early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Late stage of Grandmaster." As soon as these words came out, the practitioners below the stage immediately whispered, "Xiao Yao. It's him. I've heard of him. He's the most outstanding son of the Xiao family. The largest cultivation family in Xianghua. He's famous since he was a child. I heard that he was noticed by the senior elders as soon as he entered Piamu Xianzong and was directly accepted as a personal disciple." Sure enough, Piamu Xianzong couldn't afford to play anymore. So they directly sent a disciple in the God Transformation Realm, who is a whole realm higher than the disciples of Dian. Bullying the weak. Don't force yourself. This is naked revenge. You can't say that. Their 10 participating disciples are stronger than each other. It's probably his turn according to the order. After all, they are Piamu Xianzong, and their overall strength is very strong. It's a pity for the young man De Yin. If he was born in one of the 3 major immortal sects, he would be amazing. Discussions broke out from the audience. The people of Piamu Immortal Sect were gloomy and murderous. Zhou Yuanshan sneered, "Do you really think that he is invincible after winning 2 games? I can take out any outstanding disciple from Piamu Immortal Sect to make him understand how big the gap between De Yin and our Piamu Immortal Sect is. Starting from this game, we Piamu Immortal Sect will kill them all in the next few games." He gritted his teeth. At this time, Jia Sun waved his sleeves, and a light shield condensed, slowly covering the entire battle stage. "The 5th match begins," he announced indifferently. Everyone in the audience cheered up and looked at the stage with bated breath. 2 windows of Yunzhou not far away opened. Several pairs of eyes looked at the figure on the battle stage. The woman in the red skirt said, "Master, he is only at the late stage of the spiritual severing realm and the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. He is definitely not the opponent of the other party. The other party will definitely kill him for revenge. Let's go out and see. We can get closer to stop him." The woman in the purple skirt said, "He is not stupid. If he can't win, he may surrender directly." The woman in the red skirt frowned and said, "The key is that the other party may not give him a chance to surrender. After all, the other party is at the spiritual transformation realm, and his physical cultivation is the same as his. If the cultivation method is powerful, he may be killed directly. Hey, where is Fanfan? She has gone out. Look, we guessed it right. Fanfan is interested in that boy. Master, let's." At this time, a cold voice came from another window. "Let's take a look." The few people stopped talking. At this time, the battle on the battlefield has begun. This battle is obviously different from the previous ones. The young man named Xiao Yao from Piamu Xianzong said nothing and hesitated. The moment Jia Sun announced the start of the competition, he had already taken out his sword and slashed out a powerful sword beam. The young man from De Yin gave up the initiative to attack in this round. when the sword beam slashed over. He just relied on the fist beam and body movement to dodge, and did not dare to take a step forward. The people in the audience saw this scene and thought it was a pity. The realm is too different. Even if the young man has a lot of blood and courage, it is useless. Although his body movement and fist skills are powerful, dodging like this will eventually exhaust all his physical strength. If he makes a mistake, he will die. It seems that there is no suspense in this round. The people from Pyamyu Shinzong were completely relieved when they saw this scene. The people from the Yin looked ugly. Swish. Xiao Yao has slashed out the 22nd sword in a row. Luo Qingzhou is still dodging. But the entire battle platform was not big, and it was covered by the light shield of the formation. So the space for him to hide was getting smaller and smaller. Xiao Yao's sword light had blocked all his escape routes. Buzz. The sword in his hand suddenly hummed, and the powerful soul power in the body of the transformation realm began to be continuously input into the sword. The sword light on the sword became bigger and bigger, and there was a dragon roar in it. A terrifying breath suddenly emanated from the sword in his hand and his body. 24 swords to slash dragons. Below the stage, Jiasun's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This set of swordsmanship actually appeared in the world. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Not the competition on the stage, but he was stunned for a moment, and immediately retracted his gaze. The Yuanli in his body moved slightly, and suddenly his body trembled, feeling dizzy, and his body swayed, and he almost fell. Is this old man poisoned? His face was full of shock. Incredible and inexplicable. At this time, Ma Yin, an elder of Pomlai Fairy Island standing behind him, saw that he was in a bad condition, and hurried over to ask, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Jiasun opened his mouth, was stunned, and then looked at him and said, "You didn't react?" Ma Yin looked confused. What didn't react? Jiasun was stunned, and suddenly his heart was shocked, and his eyes immediately looked at the battle stage. The fragrance of flowers just now. Shua. On the battlefield, Xiao Yao's 24 dragon-slaying swords slashed out the first sword with amazing power. But he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he raised the sword in his hand and prepared to slash the second sword, he suddenly found that the meridians in his body seemed to be blocked, and the soul power could not flow at all. He panicked and hurriedly activated the internal skills, exerting his greatest strength to activate the soul power. But this time, the soul power stopped there completely. Motionless. What happened? Buzz. The sword in his hand suddenly wailed, because there was no soul power to replenish. The sword light on the sword edge suddenly began to tremble and shrink. His face changed, and he immediately tried to activate the Yuan power in the Danhai. But the Yuan power was also motionless. This shock was really extraordinary. He immediately held the hilt of the sword with both hands, roared in a low voice, and used all his strength again to activate the soul power in his body. However, puff, because he was using too much force, a fart suddenly blew out from behind his buttocks. This fart was so fierce that it actually blew his elegant blue robe behind him backwards, making a rustling sound. And the sound was really loud. Everyone in the audience, the muscles on Jiasun's face twitched continuously. He had already retreated several meters, and at this time, he retreated a few steps without making a sound. Holding his breath, Xiao Yao froze in place and suddenly turned into a wooden stake. At this moment, he wanted to die, but he finally reacted. He looked at the boy opposite with trembling lips, and his expression was particularly distorted. You actually poisoned? Luo Qingzhou suddenly held his nose and said angrily. After that, he punched him in the chest with a bang. Moo. A deafening cow mooing sounded. A shadow of a demon bull suddenly appeared behind Luo Qingzhou, and the black fist light with red lightning hit Xiao Yao's chest heavily. Xiao Yao no longer had any strength to resist, and his chest was hit with a click sound, and the whole person was directly hit and flew out. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou's fist instantly fell on his body and head like a storm. Stop! At the moment when Xiao Yao's chest was smashed, Wei Wuchang of Pyamyu Shinzong suddenly shouted loudly. Xiao Yao is his disciple, his most proud disciple, and he is the disciple praised by the ancestor himself. Nothing can happen. But his words are not as fast as Luo Qingzhou's fists. When he shouted this, Luo Qingzhou's hundreds of fists had already fallen on Xiao Yao like a storm. Of course, there was also lightning. Boom! Xiao Yao fell heavily to the ground. His head and body were all bloody, and he died on the spot. Z. At the same time, a purple lightning drilled into his body, instantly destroying his body and soul. The whole process was so smooth and terrifying. The funny thing is that until this time, the words that Wei Wuchang had just shouted loudly fell tremblingly. We admit defeat. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the dead body, looked up at the audience, looked at him and said, sorry. You shouted too late. Even if it was a little earlier, I might be able to retract my fists, and at least leave him a piece of intact meat. Wei Wuchang froze in place. His face was hideous. His whole body was trembling. And he clenched his fists. This time, Luo Qingzhou did not pick up anything on the ground. Nor did he sprinkle any powder. He just said lightly, under the Grandmaster. I am invincible. Above the Grandmaster. I poison. The sixth game will still be me. Off stage, the practitioners were speechless. Dian people. Chapter 882. 3 consecutive kills frightened the disciples of the immortal sect. Grandmaster versus Grandmaster. Under the Grandmaster. I am invincible. Above the Grandmaster. I poison. All the practitioners in the audience were shocked by these two sentences. The first sentence was so exciting. As a result, the second sentence. Well, the disciple of the God transformation realm of the Piaomu immortal sect was poisoned. No wonder he was about to exert his strength majestically, but suddenly stood there motionless, letting others slaughter him. But how could a practitioner of this level of cultivation be easily poisoned? What's more, he was protected by strong wind and protective light shield all over his body. What kind of poison could ignore the strong wind and protective light shield and get in? Everyone was confused and guessed secretly. Even the practitioners of the three major immortal sects and Dian were guessing in their hearts. After a moment, suddenly someone exclaimed, so that's it. I know. I know. Everyone's eyes immediately looked over. Some people immediately asked for advice humbly. Have you all forgotten? That young man from Dian sprinkled a lot of powder on the stage after the last competition. He said it was rouge powder. Maybe it was poison powder. When Xiao Yao from Piaomu Xianzong went up, Senior Jia hadn't said to start yet, and the formation shield hadn't been covered yet. So he was completely unprepared. The strong wind and shield on his body hadn't come out yet. So he couldn't isolate the powder at all. He might have inhaled a few times. So he was poisoned silently. When this young man killed the female disciple of Piaomu Xianzong in the third round, he used corpse powder. After killing the Taoist partner of the female disciple in the fourth round, he pretended to use corpse powder again, but was stopped by the people of Piaomu Xianzong and Senior Jia. Then he took the opportunity to say that he sprinkled some rouge powder. So he started to poison in public, blatantly, and logically. No one suspected that it was poison powder. One ring after another. One ring after another. So amazing. After hearing this explanation, the expressions on everyone's faces were all wonderful. The main thing is that the young man actually poisoned in front of so many people, and even sprinkled 2 bags in a row. But no one noticed. No wonder the young man practiced the magic bull technique. This is really awesome. Some people couldn't help but exclaim. Under the stage, Nan Donghuyu's mouth twitched slightly. At this time, Jia Sun's indifferent voice sounded, the 5th game. De Yen wins. After that, he waved his hand and removed the light shield. Everyone in De Yen cheered loudly. Zhuang Jian rushed up excitedly and hugged his own grandson, saying excitedly and proudly, win 3 games in a row. My De Yen won 3 games in a row. Fei Yang, you are the pride of our Lingxiao sect. You are our hero of De Yen. Other practitioners also ran up to the battle stage and cheered excitedly around them. And the people of Piaomu Xianzong had gloomy faces and looked particularly ferocious. Only one person went on stage to collect the body and left with an ugly face. Take a quarter of an hour to rest, Jia Sun suddenly said, then turned and left. Another elder from Penglai Island, Ma Yin, immediately followed him and whispered, Brother, were you also poisoned? Jia Sun's eye muscles twitched, and he said calmly, Do you think it's possible? I am immune to all poisons. How could I be poisoned by a mere young master? After saying that, he walked away quickly, saying, I'm going to go to the bathroom. The cultivators around were all talking about it. No one thought that De Yen could win 3 games against Piaomu Xianzong. No one thought that all 3 games were won by a young man. And the process was particularly easy. At this moment, the faces of the people in Piaomu Xianzong were as ugly as they could be, facing the gazes and whispers from all around. Gong Yongyan waved his sleeves and condensed a light shield, covering the people in Piaomu Xianzong inside, isolating the gazes and sounds from outside. How unreasonable. How unreasonable. That little beast is so despicable and insidious. Shameless. Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but curse. Others were silent. Those young disciples seemed to have not recovered from the blow just now. They, the dignified Piao Miao Xianzong, actually lost 3 games in a row in front of the world sex. And 3 consecutive disciples on the Piao Miao list were destroyed by the opponent. It was like a nightmare. Gong Yongyan's face was ashen. And he said nothing. The faces of Yayang Tower were also blue and white. Wei Wuchang, whose direct disciple was killed, had a ferocious face and gritted his teeth and said, I will cut that little beast into pieces, extract his soul and refine his spirit, so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart. Gong Nongyan was silent for a while, and finally said with a gloomy face, We can't lose the next game. At this time, Lan Ling suddenly bowed his hands and gritted his teeth and said, Grand Elder, I am willing to go on stage to kill that little beast and avenge my junior sister Shengwan, junior brothers Hua and Xiao. At this time, Shui Yang, who ranked first on the Piaomiao list, also bowed his hands and said, I am willing to go on stage to avenge my junior brothers and sisters. Then, the second, third, and fourth disciples on the Piaomiao list were all indignant and said, I am willing too. Only Zhu Yufeng, who ranked sixth, bowed his head and said nothing. Gong Yongyan glanced at them, was silent for a while, and said, If his cultivation is too high, he will admit defeat directly, and not even go on the stage. Who can do anything to him? In that case, not only will your 3 junior brothers and sisters die in vain, but the practitioners of other sects will also laugh at us behind our backs. So Zhuiyang, Fang Renjie, Zhang Wani, you 3 are not suitable to go, and I always feel that there are more powerful people behind them. Yu Yanglu also said in a deep voice, What the elder said is that we were too careless before, and didn't take Dian seriously at all. Now it seems that the other party still has some strength, and is full of tricks. I'm afraid that Yu Yao is not that simple. Zhuiyang, you just concentrate on waiting to deal with Yu Yao. Fang Renjie, Zhang Wani, first, you 2 should wait first, in case the other party has a grandmaster disciple. The 3 said respectfully, Yes. Yu Yanglu looked at Lan Ling and the other 2 disciples. And after a pause, he said, Lan Ling, you are in the middle stage of the God transformation realm, and there should be no problem in dealing with that kid. You just need to prevent his tricks. Then he looked at another young man, Zhu Yufeng. You are in the early stage of the God transformation realm. If you beat that kid... Before he finished speaking, Zhu Yufeng hurriedly lowered his head and trembled, Master Yu. That kid is despicable and insidious. And he can also use thunder and lightning. Junior brother Xiao and I have the same cultivation level. Both of them are in the early stage of the God transformation realm. But he was beaten to death. I am afraid that... Waste. At this time, Zhou Yuanshan on the side could not help but cursed. Coward. Xiao Yao was poisoned by that little beast. So he fell into his trap. If you were more careful, would you not be able to kill him? You are a disciple of my Piaomiao Xianzong, and the 6th disciple on the Piaomiao list. But you were frightened into such a coward by a mere grandmaster of the Yin. It's really shameful. Zhu Yufeng suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump. His face turned pale, and he cried, Uncle Zhou, that kid is really too despicable and insidious. And it's hard to guard against him. Junior sister Shengwan, junior brother Hua and senior brother Xiao were all killed by him. And even their souls were destroyed. Disciple is so scared. Waste. Wei Wuchang also gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Yu Yangli closed his eyes and said nothing. Gong Nongyan suddenly sighed and said, Yufeng, get up. If you don't dare, then retreat. I won't force you. Then he said softly, Don't blame you. You are still young. It's normal to be afraid when you see 3 junior brothers and sisters with similar cultivation as you being slaughtered on the spot. Thank you. Uncle Gong Nong Zhu Yufeng kowtowed with trembling hands and retreated in a hurry. Although he knew that his future in Piaomiao Xianzong might be completely gone, it was nothing compared to being killed by the kid on the stage and having his body and soul destroyed. At worst, he could leave the sect and practice elsewhere. Bah! Zhou Yuanshan glanced at him with disdain, spitted, and said, Grand Elder, let Fang Ming go. He mainly cultivates the body, and is at the early stage of the Grand Master. He is more suitable than junior brother Lan Ling. After all, the boy's lightning is specifically for souls, and it looks very powerful. Yu Yanglu also nodded and said, Fang Ming is indeed more suitable. We must win this game, and we must kill that boy. Otherwise, The face of my Pyamyu Shinzong will be completely lost. Donji Anjian looked at the tall and thin young man next to him, pondered for a moment, and said, Fong Ming, do you have confidence? Fong Ming bowed his head and said, Disciple will definitely bring back the boy's head to bury the 3 junior brothers and sisters. Save face for my Pyamyu Shinzong. Donji Anjian nodded and said, Okay. Then he narrowed his eyes, looked at the people of Dian outside with a gloomy look, and said coldly, Grandmaster versus Grandmaster. I don't believe that boy can still win with tricks. At the same time, in Dian, Bai Yishan was discussing the next match with Zhuang Jian and others. In the last match, the young poisoned her and won by surprise. I'm afraid this match will be difficult. The opponent will definitely be on guard. Unfortunately, we in Dian don't even have a disciple of a grandmaster. Alas, it's difficult for Fei Yang to compete in 4 consecutive matches. Dean Bai. What is Miss Yue's cultivation level? It's enough for us to win 2 more matches. I don't know either. She didn't say. Pyamyu Shinzong has given her too many restrictions. And the opponent will definitely send the most powerful disciple to compete with her. So I'm afraid it will be difficult for her in that match. Several people were discussing in a low voice outside the tent. Luo Qingzhou was in the tent, holding his uncle's hand and telling her about the previous match. But even if he exaggerated as much as possible, the emotion on the master's face remained unchanged. The snow-white gauze on the abdomen had been stained red with blood, which was shocking. Her face was as pale as paper. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. At this time, Jiasun's voice suddenly came from outside. Time is up. Luo Qingzhou paused and stood up from her side. At this time, she seemed to suddenly come back to her senses. Her eyes trembled, and she held his hand tightly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her eyes. His face was as gentle as water, and he said softly, It's okay. I'll go kill another person and come back to accompany you. Very soon. After that, he lowered his head and kissed the back of her hand, turned around and walked out of the tent. Fairy Zixia was standing at the door. Seeing him come out, she hurriedly said, Fei Yang, if the opponent's cultivation is too high, just admit defeat directly. There are also Miss Yao and Dean Bai. Others also looked at him. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and walked directly to the battle stage. When passing by Nangong Huiyue, the Queen of Great Yin suddenly grabbed his hand and whispered, I'll wait for you to come back. Luo Qingzhou paused, shook her soft jade hand, and said, Yes. After that, he walked onto the stage. At this time, a tall and thin young man from Pyamyu Shinzong also walked onto the stage and said, Fong Ming from Pyamyu Shinzong, majoring in physical body, early stage of Grandmaster cultivation, majoring in boxing. Luo Qingzhou stood opposite him and also said, Chu Feiyang from Great Yin, majoring in physical body, late stage of Grandmaster cultivation, majoring in boxing. The two looked at each other and stopped talking. When Fong Ming came up from the stage, there was always a strong wind around him, and he didn't even breathe. Jiasun glanced at the two of them, waved his sleeves, and condensed a light shield. Then he said lightly, The 6th match begins. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Fong Ming had almost no hesitation, and his fist, which had been full of energy, smashed directly towards the opposite side. The fist light was dazzling, like the scorching sun. The dazzling fist light also shone on Luo Qingzhou's fist, and he smashed it up without avoiding it. Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster. Head-on collision. Everyone in the audience held their breath and watched this wonderful scene motionlessly. Boom! There was a loud bang. 2 dazzling fist lights and 2 fists collided heavily with each other. The fist light burst out, and the air wave rolled. Fong Ming stopped in place, his robe fluttering. Motionless. Luo Qingzhou flew backwards directly, hit the light shield behind him heavily, and then slid down. Fong Ming looked at him calmly and solemnly, and did not immediately pursue the victory. He knew that this young man was full of tricks. So, he decided to play steadily, step by step, punch by punch, to defeat all his strength and tricks. Luo Qingzhou stood up from the ground, his blood and qi churning, his arms numb, his throat sweet, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This is the real gap between a master and a great master. If he was cultivating his soul, even if he was in the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm, he would not be so embarrassed by this punch. But the opponent is a great master of body cultivation. The strength of his flesh and the power of his strength are definitely not comparable to those of a master. But he was not afraid. In the Danhai, Yuanli continuously flowed into his arms, and then into his fists. The golden fist light turned into a black fist light. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his pupils. He was not afraid, because in this battle, he was fighting for the country, for his uncle and his majesty, and for his family. He could fight with his life. But the other party was just fighting for face, and to give an explanation to the sect. The other party would never dare to fight him to the death. Therefore, the longer he persisted, the more the other party's will would be shaken. And the more desperate he showed, the more panicked the other party would be. Of course he could persist, because he not only had the strength of a grandmaster who could maintain an instant stick of time, but also the strength of a real grandmaster. When he was practicing underground, he did not succeed in breaking through. Just one step away. It was not because he did not have enough energy in his body, nor because his body had not been tempered yet. Rather, he still needed some powerful external stimulation and training. Now, isn't it free? However, he did not want to waste his breakthrough on a disciple who was only a grandmaster in the early stage of cultivation. Bang! He punched out. The black fist light carried the shadow of the demon bull, and with a moo sound, rushed towards the young man opposite. The demon bull roared. Chapter 883, Killing the Grandmaster. The next one will still be me. Boom! The second punch. The powerful force cut through the air, and a sharp whistle was heard. The fists of the two collided again. The air wave was like a flood. Fang Ming's arm shook. His robe fluttered, and he still stood there without moving. And Luo Qingzhou couldn't help himself. And swoosh 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 retreated. Fang Ming still didn't rush to pursue the victory, and continued to move forward slowly while accumulating strength, as if taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. But the flashing fist aura in his hand has blocked all the space on both sides. The space where Luo Qingzhou is located is compressed step by step. Moo. Just as he stood firm, he rushed up again. The third punch. His fists became horns, and his body was like a fierce bull. Coming in an instant, the devil bull collides. Bang! This time, the combination of strength and speed finally made Fang Ming's body shake and retreat a few steps. His pupils shrank, and he seemed to feel his face was dull. He suddenly took a few steps forward, and then rushed forward. All the power of the Grandmaster was poured into his fist, and he attacked fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist light exploded like the scorching sun. Luo Qingzhou flew backwards again, and hit the formation light shield behind him heavily. When he stood up from the ground, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, the difference in cultivation is too big. After all, there is a big realm difference. The disciple of Piaomu Xinzong is very cautious. I'm afraid he won't give the boy any chance. A few more punches. I guess he can't stand it. The boy is already very good. He won 3 games in a row from Piaomu Xinzong, and now he is fighting against the opponent's grandmaster. Other practitioners don't have this strength. Indeed, I don't know who will be sent to play in the next few games of Dayin. Seeing that there seemed to be no suspense in this competition, the people under the stage all whispered. The people of Dayin were solemn and silent. Nangong Huiyue clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves, staring at the figure on the stage motionlessly. Fang Ming's test was over. He rushed forward directly, and the fist in his hand suddenly turned into a sky full of fist shadows, like a small mountain of fist shadows, crushing towards Luo Qingzhou. The true strength of the Grandmaster was fully demonstrated at this moment. Luo Qingzhou had no way to avoid it. Moreover, he didn't want to avoid it. Wow! A black fist light suddenly lit up on his fist, and a demon bull suddenly appeared behind him. Then, he rushed into the opponent's fist shadow. Explosive sounds rang around him. His whole body seemed to be heavily beaten by the opponent's fist shadow and fist light. Waves of pain came from all over his body. It was like a sword being hammered by a hammer, gradually beating away all the impurities in it. Bang! With a loud bang, the fist light disappeared. He flew backwards, and fell heavily in the corner of the battle stage. When he stood up from the ground, he uttered a wow, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was hit all over his body, in a mess and in pain. But at this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. The power that had been accumulated in his body for a long time had been stirring for a long time. Now he could finally release it without any scruples. At the same time, he could use this surging power and the opponent's power to start breaking through. Continue. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed forward again. Fang Ming's pupil shrank, and his fists suddenly roared like a beast. His fists suddenly grew several times larger, and smashed hard again. Luo Qingzhou was smashed away. But he was still fearless. And his body did not seem to be injured. He immediately stood up and rushed towards him. Boom! 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 Fang Ming gritted his teeth and fiercely released his Grandmaster's power. His fists smashed like a storm. He didn't believe that the other party could withstand his attack with a mere Grandmaster's body. Half an incense stick later. 1 incense stick later. Half an hour later. Fang Ming's attack was like a wave. One after another. And each punch was terrifying. The entire battlefield was almost covered by his fist light. Boom! There was a loud bang. He threw out another fist of terrifying power. Like a roaring beast. Swallowing the boy opposite. But when the fist light dissipated, the boy actually stood up from the ground again. I saw that the clothes on the opponent's chest had been stained with blood. And the skin everywhere seemed to have been torn. And the robe on his body was also torn a lot. Looking particularly miserable. But not only did the opponent not fall down, but he looked more energetic. And his eyes became brighter and brighter. After a full half hour of violent attacks, the opponent could still do this. Fang Ming clenched his fists. His chest heaving. His mouth panting heavily. And dense sweat oozing out of his head. Even a Grandmaster could not stand such continuous and fierce attacks. What's more, the opponent did not just stand there and let him hit him. The opponent's counterattack was equally fierce. Fang Ming clenched his fists and felt his fists and arms numb. At the same time, more than half of the Yuanli in the Danhai had been consumed. It is reasonable to say that since he had already consumed so much of his Grandmaster's Yuanli, the other party's Grandmaster's Yuanli should have been gone long ago. The other party should have been at the end of his strength. He thought so in his heart. Took a deep breath. And the Yuanli in his body rushed to his fists again. Do it in one go. Boom! He rushed up again. This time, it was still a continuous and fierce attack. The Yuanli surged out like a wave. And the fist light poured out like a storm. There were piercing screams in the air. The formation shields around him also flickered in this fierce attack. Nearly half an hour passed again. There was not much Yuanli left in his body. And he had to stop after throwing the last punch. At this time, his face was a little pale. His chest was heaving violently. The heavy breathing in his mouth was clearly visible. And his clothes were soaked with sweat. At the same time, the Danhai in his body was twitching slightly to warn the police. The Yuanli in the Danhai was almost exhausted. He panted and looked at the opposite side. The dazzling fist light dissipated. And the boy on the opposite side was knocked to the ground. Covered in blood. And finally seemed unable to get up. He was relieved immediately. Everyone in the audience was silent. Looking at the figure lying on the ground with complicated expressions. Being able to hold on for so long under the fist of the Grandmaster. Even making the Grandmaster almost fall down from exhaustion. This strength is really terrifying. What's more, he is only at the Grandmaster level. He was knocked down again and again. And stood up from the ground again and again. This is not only supported by strength, but also by terrible willpower. This young man fought for his country and was ready to die. At this moment, everyone's hearts were full of admiration and regret. And they sighed secretly. It's a pity that such a brave young man with passion, loyalty, and talent was born in the weak Dian. Not only did the people in the audience feel sorry, but the people of Penglai Fairy Island and Jiutianyao also felt sorry at this moment. On the cloud boat not far away, Fairy Qingyao had already come out of the room with several disciples and stood at the bow. At this moment, everyone in Diying clenched their fists and stared at the figure lying on the stage motionlessly. On the battle stage, Fang Ming calmed down the blood in his body a little, then took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and walked towards the boy opposite, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. This boy must be killed on the spot. In addition to avenging those junior brothers and sisters and giving an account to the elders of the sect, he also had to wash away his shame. Also, the strength and willpower of this young man frightened him. He must be killed. Shua! His fist shone with light again, and he walked over step by step. Off stage, among the people of Dian, Nandong Huiyue's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "Dean!" Baishan immediately looked at Jia Sun standing next to the battle stage. When he was about to admit defeat, the crowd next to him suddenly took a breath of cold air. "Stand up!" He stood up again. Baishan's heart was shocked, and he hurriedly looked at the stage. The figure of the young man who fell to the ground and was covered in blood stood up slowly from the ground again, and stood so straight, and even said, "Not enough. Continue." Fong Ming on the opposite side suddenly stopped and his heart suddenly shrank. At this moment, his fist with a gleam of light suddenly trembled a little. Grandmaster? It seems that the power is still not enough, Luo Qingzhou whispered again. And suddenly his figure flashed and rushed up. Mu the demon bull roared. At the same time, a red lightning flashed on his fist. The black fist light and the red lightning instantly enlarged in Fong Ming's pupils. Boom! He hurriedly threw a punch. The two fists collided heavily. But this time, his power as a grandmaster was completely defeated. He shook his body and was directly blown away by a huge force. At the same time, the protective wind and protective light shield on his body broke instantly. He no longer had enough energy in his body to help him continue to maintain and repair these defensive light shields. He hit the formation light shield behind him heavily and fell to the ground in embarrassment. When the dignity of the immortal sect disciple made him stand up from the ground despite the pain, he suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole process was just like the process of the boy opposite being beaten by him just now. This scene made all the practitioners in the audience silent. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's second punch hit again. The black fist light was accompanied by purple lightning. Fong Ming desperately used his last strength, with red eyes, and swung his fist. But this time, he was knocked out again. Boom! Luo Qingzhou threw a third punch. The black fist light, with black lightning. This punch directly dented Fong Ming's chest. Z! Three-color lightning suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's fist. Fong Ming lay on the ground, eyes wide open, blood gushing out of his chest and mouth. He seemed to want to admit defeat and beg for mercy. But he couldn't open his mouth. Streams of blood gushed out of his mouth. At this moment, the Grandmaster disciple of the Piao Immortal Sect felt fear and despair for the first time. Stop! We! Under the stage, Zhou Yuanshan shouted angrily and wanted to admit defeat. But as an elder of the Piao Immortal Sect, he couldn't shout those two words in front of so many people. He only hoped that if he shouted the word stop, the other party would really stop. Boom! Luo Qingzhou turned a deaf ear to the sound. And the black fist light with three-color lightning smashed directly at the great master of Piao Shinzong on the ground. There was a loud bang. Fong Ming's whole body was directly blown to pieces by the exploding fist light. At the same time, his soul was instantly annihilated in the roaring three-color lightning and turned into nothing. The practitioners below the stage were silent and watched this scene with wide eyes. Wow! On the stage, the dazzling fist light slowly disappeared. The figure of the young man standing upright slowly appeared in the light. On the ground, there was a pool of bloody flesh. The disciple of Piao Shinzong had died without a complete body, and his soul was scattered. There was a dead silence below the stage. Everyone in Piao Shinzong had an extremely ugly face and couldn't believe it, especially those young disciples. Their faces were pale. The young man standing at the back, Zhu Yufeng, who had just not dared to go on stage, was trembling with his teeth and shaking all over. He murmured tremblingly, fortunately. The people of Dine opposite the stage were also silent, with unbelievable expressions on their faces. One again. Grandmaster versus Grandmaster. Even Baishan, whose face was always calm, was stained with blood and became excited. Unbelievable. This time, Luo Qingzhou neither sprinkled powder nor took anything. He raised his head and looked at the people of Piao Shinzong under the stage. After a pause, he said in a light tone, "The next game will still be me." His tone was flat. But at this moment, all the practitioners under the stage felt a domineering aura of boiling blood. The third game was me. The fourth game was still me. The fifth game was still me. The sixth game was still me. The next game was still me. Winning 4 games in a row. The next game will still be him. Although his robes were torn, scarred, and covered in blood, and he looked shaky and miserable. At this moment, when he said this, almost no one in the audience dared to despise and laugh at him. This was a domineering and powerful aura that made people feel excited from the bottom of their hearts and souls. And for the Piao Immortal Sect, this young man finally made them feel fear. The fear of a mere grandmaster from a small country. It was really funny. Before coming here, even when the young man won 3 games in a row on the stage, they didn't feel this way. But now, they really felt it. The 6th match, De Yen wins. At this time, Jia Sun's indifferent voice finally broke the silence in the arena. Then, he waved his sleeves and removed the light shield on the stage. We won! We won again! The people of De Yen cheered like thunder, and rushed to the young man on the stage with a whoosh. The body behind the young man was still lying there coldly with blood and flesh. No one from the Piao Miao Xian Zone came up immediately to take him away. Grandmaster versus Grandmaster. Defeated miserably. Body and soul destroyed. All the practitioners in the world were watching. Who would have the face to come up? Chapter 884. The disciples of Piao Miao Xian Zone are scared out of their wits. Luo Qingzhou is hiding a thunder tribulation. The stage cheered. The cultivators below the stage also started to discuss excitedly. De Yin actually won 4 games in a row. At the beginning of the competition. Who could have thought of such a result? It was beyond everyone's expectations. I thought that under the crushing of such a behemoth like Piao Miao Xian Zone, De Yin could win 1 or 2 games by chance. Which was already very good. I never expected that he actually won 4 games in a row. What's more absurd is that these 4 games were won by one person. And there was a gap in cultivation. Win 1 more game. Win 1 more game. And De Yin will win this negotiation competition. No. We have to win at least 2 more games to be safe. Yes. It seems to be 11 games. Humph. As for what those people from Piao Miao Xian Zone said before, De Yin only needs to win 5 games to be the final winner. I guess they are already thinking about how to regret it now. That's what they said. Not what Senior Jia said. So De Yin naturally won't believe it. Yes. De Yin can only be foolproof if it wins 6 games. But that boy looks. While the practitioners below the stage were discussing, the boy on the stage, who was surrounded and cheered by the De Yin people, suddenly softened and fell down. Judging from his appearance, he should be seriously injured and exhausted. Winning 4 games in a row is already very good. After fighting a grandmaster for so long, he should not be good enough. Indeed, I think we need to change people for the next game. On the stage, Luo Qingzhou fainted. The De Yin people hurriedly carried him down and sent him into the tent. The space in the tent was too small, and Linghu Qingzhu was lying inside. So except for Bai Yishan, who followed him in, everyone else stayed outside. Fairy Zixia put him in another corner. Bai Yishan looked solemn and began to carefully check his injuries. Nandong Huiyue naturally followed him in. Linghu Qingzhu was covered with a quilt and had fallen asleep because of the effect of the medicine. In the tent, everyone held their breath and was silent. Bai Yishan first carefully checked the external injuries on his body. After checking, Fang was surprised and said, many parts of the skin were cracked, and the bones and flesh inside were also hit violently. But it seems that the meridians, bones and flesh, etc. are intact. Nandong Huiyue on the side hurriedly said, Dean, that means he is okay? Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and said, I don't know yet. I have to check his body again to see if there are any internal injuries. As he said, he stretched out his hand to put it on his chest. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his eyes and said, Senior Bai, there's no need to check. I'm fine. After that, he sat up, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid, and poured it into his palm. After the 2 drops of spiritual liquid disappeared from his palm, he explained, just now, I pretended to be unconscious to deceive those people. There is no damage in my body, but the skin and bones on the outside are a little painful. I will be fine after a rest. After that, he closed his eyes and began to slowly operate the internal skills. The spiritual liquid entered the body. A burning energy immediately rose from the abdomen. Then it began to flow to the whole body, repairing those places with minor injuries. Soon, the pain of his cracked skin began to ease. Bai Yishan stared at him in a daze, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. But he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded slightly and whispered to Nandong Huiyue beside him, let him have a good rest. Don't worry. I'll go out and take a look. Piao Miao Xian Zone has lost 4 games in a row, and it should be getting anxious. Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly and nodded. Bai Yishan looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated look, and then turned and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, when the practitioners saw him come out, they hurriedly asked about Luo Qingzhou's current situation. Bai Yishan paused and said in a deep voice, there is no worry about his life. But if you want to have the next competition, I'm afraid I can't do it. His eyes looked at the people of Piao Miao Xian Zone opposite the battle stage. There had already been a light shield covering all the people of Piao Miao Xian Zone. Obviously, they were discussing the next competition. Jiasim returned to the crowd upon Lai Fairy Island, sat down on a chair, drank tea, and waited indifferently. Everyone on Penglai Fairy Island was also whispering about the battle just now. The fighting power and willpower of the young man really shocked them. It's a pity. If such a disciple was in my Penglai Fairy Island, I'm afraid his current cultivation would be far more than a master. I didn't expect that such an excellent young man would come out of the small Dian. Humph. This time the face of the Piamio Fairy sect has been completely lost. The holy son Xianyuan Yu upon Lai Fairy Island remained silent. At this time, his eyes were looking at the woman in a white dress surrounded by several girls on the cloud boat not far away. That woman was the Qin Yao Fairy, who was famous and talented in Jiotian Yao Tai. Although she wore a veil on her face, her fairy-like figure and temperament were by no means comparable to ordinary women. Even the 5 young and beautiful girls beside her seemed to pale in comparison. At this time, on the cloud boat of Jiotian Yao Tai, Hong Yuan and the others were naturally talking excitedly with Fairy Qin Yao about the battle just now. Master, did you see that? He is not only talented and has a special physique, but also has a strong willpower, is brave, is loyal to his country, and can break the ancient formation. He is simply too perfect. If you don't accept him quickly, he will definitely be snatched away by others. Master, what senior sister said is right. It is better to decide early and accept him as a direct disciple, even if it is not for his thunder spirit root. Such a young man is rare. With his talent and willpower, he will definitely shine in our Jiotian Yao Tai in the future. Hong Yuan and Ziwei both persuaded. Lu He also said in a crisp voice with expectation, Master, don't be afraid of being embarrassed. No one dares to laugh at you. What's wrong with accepting a male disciple? It's not like there are no masters in the sect who have accepted male disciples. And we also want a little disciple. As for Fan Yu and Lan Yu, they stood aside silently without saying anything. Fairy Qin Yao was also silent. Hong Yuan hurriedly said, Fun Fun. Lan. What do you two think? Lan Yu said coldly, whatever. Fan Yu was silent for a moment, looked at her master, and said, if you really want to accept him into our Jiotian Yao Tai, let Uncle Lianxue accept him as a direct disciple. When this was said, everyone else was stunned. Fairy Qin Yao looked at him calmly, and continued to look at the crowd. Ziwei asked in confusion, Fan, why do you want to give him to Uncle Lianxue? Fan Yu said indifferently, Uncle Lianxue is also from our Yun Peak, and she is a sister of Master. There is no difference. Li said crisply, but Uncle Lianxue is a Confucianist. It's not appropriate. Right? Moreover, why not let Master accept him directly? Why bother? Fan Yu fell silent and didn't say anything. At this time, Hong Yuan, as the eldest sister, suddenly reacted, looked at her master, and said quickly, yes, let Uncle Lianxue accept him as a disciple. This is the most appropriate. Others looked at her. Hong Yuan coughed and walked to the railing behind. Several people understood and followed immediately. At this time, Hong Yuanfang whispered, Master has been stuck in the current realm for many years, and urgently needs the boy's thunder spirit to break through. Didn't you also read the information about the root of thunder spirit in the book last time? If Master accepts him as a disciple, then the two of them will be a master-disciple relationship in that case. Master. At this point, she glanced at the master in front of her again, and lowered her voice again, if it's a master-disciple relationship. Master can't do it. Several girls, Fairy Qin Yao seemed to hear their muttering, turned around and entered the room. At this time, Xianyuan Yu, who was standing in the crowd upon Lai Fairy Island not far away, slowly retracted his gaze. After a pause, his eyes looked at Dine again, but that cold figure was not standing in the crowd, and no one knew where he went. In his mind, he could not help but recall her white clothes like snow, ethereal like a fairy, and flawless figure and face when he first saw her. It's a pity after all. If she hadn't left, she would have been the saint of Jiotian Yao Tai now. He sighed secretly in his heart. At this time, in Dian's tent, Luo Qinzhou was quickly recovering the energy consumed in his body. The half of the remaining Yuanli in the middle-level Yuanshi given to him by Sister Yu was also quickly absorbed by him. The vast energy in his body began to stir and surge like a wave. This was another reminder that it was time to break through. Luo Qinzhou used his skills to suppress them temporarily, and continued to refine and absorb the energy brought by the spiritual liquid in his body. Nandong Huiyue sat next to him, holding a bottle of ointment in her hand, and carefully helped him apply it to the cracked wound on his skin. A trace of coolness melted on the wound. Luo Qinzhou could no longer feel the pain, but felt that all the acupoints and meridians in his body, even the Danhai, were suffocating. He took a deep breath and continued to suppress the restless energy in his body. Yu Yao had come in at some point and was standing beside him, watching him quietly. Nandong Huiyue helped him apply the ointment while glancing at her from time to time, as if he wanted to speak, but held back. Luo Qingzhou quickly opened his eyes, and looked at the two of them. Nan Donghuyue put away the medicine bottle, but did not leave. She looked at someone next to her and said coldly, "If you have something to say, just say it. I am his wife, not an outsider." Yu Yao was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, "You will have a thunder tribulation when you break through. But there is no need to use it this time. You can break through first, and suppress the thunder tribulation temporarily." After these words came out, Nan Donghuyue was stunned at first, and then her heart suddenly shook. She turned her head and looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, Are you going to break through, Grandmaster?" Luo Qingzhou nodded, looked at the cold girl in front of him and said, "Sister Yu, can the thunder tribulation also be suppressed?" Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, "Your thunder tribulation is because of the root of the thunder spirit, not the real thunder tribulation realm. So you only need to temporarily isolate the root of the thunder spirit from the breath in your body." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and said, "How to isolate?" Yu Yao did not answer, and looked at Nan Donghuyue next to him. Nan Donghuyue blinked her eyes, was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, and said angrily, "I am his wife." Yu Yao still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Your Majesty, you go out first." Nan Donghuyue narrowed her eyes, and was about to get angry. But Luo Qingzhou said again, "I don't have much time. The next competition should start soon." Nan Donghuyue stood up immediately after hearing this, looked at the two of them coldly, and left quickly. Fairy Zixiao was standing at the door, and when she saw her come out, she was about to go in immediately. Nan Donghuyue immediately reached out and grabbed her, whispering, "Don't disturb him. He is practicing martial arts." Fairy Zixiao was slightly startled when she heard this, and didn't dare to go in again. At this time, Zhuang Jian, Taoist Yunshang and others were worrying about the next candidate. Although Luo Qingzhou said before he stepped down that he would still be the next one, everyone knew that he had been seriously injured and exhausted, and finally fainted. He must admit defeat directly in the next game. Otherwise he would go up to die. Piaomu Xianzong lost 4 games in a row, and it is estimated that they will send out their most powerful disciples for this game. Although he won the last game against the disciple of the early stage of the Grandmaster, it was very difficult, and he won with all his strength. This game is definitely not okay. The difference in strength is too big. Even if he tries his best, it is useless. Except for Miss Yao. I'm afraid no one can go up. But Miss Yue's strength is restricted by the opponent. Bai Yishan stood aside, also frowning slightly. Even if the young man fully recovered, he probably had no chance in this game. Piaomu Xianzong will never care about face again, and continue to send disciples from weak to strong to the stage. That disciple is already at the early stage of the Grandmaster, and the stronger one is, I'm afraid it will be even more terrifying. Nan Donghuyue stood at the door, silent, at this time, on the side of Piaomu Xianzong. Whether it is the elders or the young disciples, their faces are very ugly. Grand Elder, let Shui Yang go and kill that little beast instantly. Zhou Yuanshan gritted his teeth. Gong Yongyan looked at him and said, "What if another Grandmaster appears on the other side? Or Yu Yao can still exert the strength of the spiritual transformation realm?" Yu Yonglu was silent for a while, and then said, "Let's stick with the previous selection. Shui Yan will be kept to deal with Yu Yao. Just in case. That kid is already seriously injured. Even if he is pretending, he must be injured and exhausted after fighting Fang Ming for so long. This fight is actually not difficult." At this point, he looked at Zhu Yufeng who was standing in the corner. When Zhu Yufeng saw his gaze, he trembled all over. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "Master Yu, disciple can't." Wei Wuchang on the side said angrily, "Useless thing. You are a cultivator of the transformation realm, and that kid is now useless. What are you afraid of?" Zhu Yufeng immediately bent his knees and knelt on the ground with a thump, crying, "Master uncles and uncles. Disciple really can't disciple. Disciple has a stomachache today, and is not feeling well. Also, yesterday's practice of the exercises broke the meridians, and now the whole body is weak. I can't lift any strength at all." Wei Wuchang was immediately furious, and raised his palm to slap him. Gong Yongyan frowned and shouted, "Brother Wei, no! You haven't defeated the enemy yet, and you start beating your own disciples. How can you be so shameless?" Wei Wuchang said angrily, "This useless thing. Okay, stop talking." Gong Yongyan's face was gloomy, and he said, "Everyone has their own ambitions, and you can't force him. since he is afraid of that kid and is timid. Even if you force him to go up, he will definitely lose. Why give up another life in vain? Wei Wuchang's eyes were wide open, and he clenched his fists and said, I wish I could go up and cut that little beast into pieces. My Piaomyu Xianzong is so embarrassed today. After these words came out, everyone was silent. Yu Yangla looked at the blue-skirted woman behind him and said, Lan Ling, didn't you volunteer to go up and kill that guy? You are in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, and you are very skilled in using the flying sword. That guy is now at the end of his strength. If you go up, you should be able to kill him without any effort. At this time, Lan Ling was particularly silent. He lowered his head and bit his lip, saying, Uncle Yu, I am indeed in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, but I am only ranked 5th on this year's Piaomyu list. Fong Ming is ranked 4th. And he is already. I am afraid that I can't do it besides. The opponent's lightning is specifically designed to overcome the soul. Yu Yangla looked at her guilty and evasive eyes, and was silent for a while, and didn't speak again. A mere boy in the late stage of the Grandmaster actually scared the best disciple of their Piaomyu Xianzong this year. If it were told to others, it would make other practitioners laugh. It's embarrassing. Really embarrassing. How will they explain to the sect master and the ancestors after they go back? They thought they could show off their talents and strengths to other Jiotianyao Tai, Palai Fairy Island, and all the sects in the world by coming to the border of the Yin. But they came to be clowns. Ah! An elder couldn't help but sigh. Gong Yanyan looked at the other 2 disciples, and said in a deep voice, Fong Renjia, Zhang Wani, you are the 2nd and 3rd on this year's list. And you are both in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Do you dare to go up? Fong Renjia immediately said respectfully, Disciple is willing to go up and kill this beast to wash away the shame for our sect. Avenge my junior brothers and sisters. Zhang Wani also bowed and said, Disciple is willing too. Gong Yanyan nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Zhang Wani suddenly lowered his head and said, But Disciple just found out that Disciple's stomach seems not to be feeling well. Everyone. The muscles on Gong Yanyan's face twitched slightly. There was a strange silence in the field for a moment. Gong Yanyan couldn't help but sigh, looking at one of the young men and said, Renjia, you should go. You are ranked 2nd on the Piaomyu list this year. You have good strength and combat experience. It is more than enough to kill the opponent. Fong Renjia said in a sonorous tone, The disciple will not disappoint the high expectations of all the uncles and uncles. At this time, Jia Sun's indifferent voice came from outside. The time is up. Fong Renjia's eyes condensed, and he immediately strode out. He is a late-stage cultivation of the spiritualization realm. How could he be afraid of a mere Grandmaster kid? What's more, the opponent is already injured. The reason why the opponent was able to win 4 games in a row before, except for the last game, he relied on conspiracy and tricks in the other 3 games. If the opponent really has the strength to defeat the cultivation of the Grandmaster or above, how could he try every means to play tricks? In the last competition, if junior brother Fong insisted a little longer, the opponent would definitely lose. What a pity. Junior brother Fong's willpower was not strong enough, and he was frightened by the opponent's desperate attitude. Once a cultivator has fear in his heart, he will definitely lose. And he is cultivating the soul with a firm will, so he can naturally control fear better than those who cultivate the body. What's more, he is 2 realms higher than junior brother Fong. Although at the same realm, the strength of the body cultivator is stronger than that of the soul cultivator. But he and that kid are not at the same realm. His transformation realm is the same realm as the Grandmaster, and his cultivation level in the late stage of the transformation realm must be at least the cultivation level of the middle stage of the Grandmaster to be on par with him. That young man is only a Grandmaster. What is there to be afraid of? As long as he wins this competition. Then after returning, he will become the hero of the sect, and he will also become the most valued disciple of the sect. The great elder and other elders will also be secretly grateful to him in their hearts. So he must go to this competition, and he must win. Thinking like this, he walked onto the stage with a resolute look and full of confidence. On the other side, it seemed that no one had come up from Dian. The practitioners below the stage began to discuss. Sure enough, the young man is seriously injured and can't fight again. Such an excellent disciple must not be allowed to come up to die again. I wonder who Dian will send up in this battle. Will it not be the girl named Yu Yao? Bai Yishan, Shuang Jian, and others also looked at the door of the tent. Nandong Huiyue stood at the door. Although anxious, she did not dare to go in and disturb. At this time, in the tent, Luo Qingzhou had tried several times, and could indeed temporarily isolate the thunder spirit root from the breath and connection in the body. As soon as the technique was performed, the thunder spirit root in the body suddenly disappeared as if out of thin air. No breath of it could be felt, and even the inner vision could not be seen. Sister Yu. Thank you. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, and looked at the cold girl in front of him. Yu Yao didn't say anything. Just as she was about to leave, he suddenly grabbed her hand, gently pulled her into his arms, and then hugged her, whispering, Sister Yu, can you encourage me? Yu Yao froze in his arms, and immediately struggled. Luo Qingzhou looked at her delicate face and watery eyes, suddenly lowered his head, kissed her little mouth, greedily bit her a few times, and then let her go, whispering, so sweet. Then he stood up and walked to the door, and then turned back at the door and said, Thank you for the encouragement of Sister Yu. With your encouragement, I can still fight 3 more games. After that, he lifted the door curtain and strode out. Yu Yao was motionless in the tent. After a while, her eyes suddenly looked at the bed not far away. Linghu Qingzhou had opened his eyes at some point, and now his eyes were looking at her quietly. In the tent, there was silence. At this time, Jia Sun's voice suddenly came from outside. Does Dian want to admit defeat in this game? It should be that Dian has not sent anyone to the stage. At this time, a familiar voice sounded outside. Dian will never admit defeat. If the opponent wants to admit defeat, the younger generation can spare his life. As soon as these words came out, the practitioners outside were in an uproar. The practitioners of Dian suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. In the tent, the two looked at each other, both silent. Outside, Luo Qingzhou changed into a clean robe and strode onto the battle stage. The noise around him gradually quieted down. Almost everyone looked at him. On the cloud boat not far away, Fairy Qingyao and her 5 disciples came out of the house again at some point, and all looked at him. Chapter 885 Breakthrough Grandmaster. I am invincible under the King of Martial Arts. On the stage, the two looked at each other. According to the rules, the disciples of Piaomu Xinzong should introduce their cultivation level first after coming up. However, Fang Renjie did not speak immediately. When Luo Qingzhou looked at him, he suddenly said, Fang Renjie Piaomu Xinzong. Late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Mainly practicing sword. His tone was sonorous and resounding, with a sharp and unparalleled momentum. At the same time, 2 sword shadows seemed to appear in his pupils. Shua! It seemed that 2 illusory sword intentions suddenly shot out from his pupils, pierced into Luo Qingzhou's eyes, and went straight into his soul. The sword intention took shape, shocking the soul. Luo Qingzhou's soul was slightly shaken, but it recovered instantly. However, he still pretended to be stunned for a few seconds. At this time, he suddenly clearly felt the hidden ancient sword intention in his body. Fang Renjie saw that his eyes were dull for a moment, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. The sword intent in his pupils became stronger. His long hair flew behind him, and his robe fluttered. The whole person seemed to have turned into a sword that was about to be unsheathed. The 7th match begins. Under the stage, Jia Sun waved his sleeves to condense the light shield, and spoke indifferently. As soon as the words fell, Fang Renjie did not move. But 2 sword shadows suddenly flew out of his eyes, and with a swish, as fast as lightning, they instantly pierced Luo Qingzhou's eyes. These 2 sword shadows were not the 2 empty sword intents just now. A cold sword energy suddenly rushed towards him. Luo Qingzhou immediately blocked his gaze, and a cold light flashed in his hand. A sword appeared, and his figure flashed back and slashed with a sword. Dang! The 2 sword shadows collided with the black and white sword in his hand, and sparks flew. At the same time, he shook his arm and took a few steps back again. The opponent stood still, just casually released 2 sword shadows, which had such power. This shows the terrifying state of the spiritual transformation realm. Fang Renjie glanced at the sword in his hand, suddenly raised a finger, lightly tapped, and a flying sword swooshed and shot out. The speed was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, Luo Qingzhou waved his sword to resist again. Dang! The flying sword was blocked, but under the drive of Fang Renjie, it immediately drew an arc in the air and shot towards him again. 2 sword shadows appeared in Luo Qingzhou's pupils, accurately captured the trajectory of the flying sword, and swung the sword again. Dang! The flying sword, which was too fast and almost disappeared in the air, was blocked by him again. Fang Renjie's eyes condensed, and he immediately continued to concentrate on attacking. The flying sword suddenly turned into a sky full of sword shadows, densely packed, overlapping and covering Luo Qingzhou, blocking all his retreat routes. Luo Qingzhou immediately used the black and white sword technique, and the sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sword shadow-like curtain, protecting himself in front of him, without any leakage. Ding ding dang dang. A crisp collision sound quickly rang out on the battlefield. At this moment, some practitioners, with insufficient cultivation under the battlefield, could no longer see the real flying sword and Luo Qingzhou's figure. They could only see dense sword shadows, and hear the sound of ding ding dang. That young man actually knows swordsmanship. Amazing. Some people were amazed. In the crowd of Dian, Baishan couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the young swordsmanship to have such a high level of attainment. It's rare. Rare. But the sword in his hand is probably not simple. If it was an ordinary magic weapon, I'm afraid it would have been cut off by the opponent's flying sword at this time. Fairy Zixiao explained on the side. The young swordsmanship should have been taught by Qing Ju. Baishan was slightly stunned, and looked carefully for a moment, and shook his head slightly. It doesn't look like it. Swish. At this moment, the battle situation on the stage suddenly changed. The flying sword driven by Fang Renjie suddenly became larger, and then he held the hilt of the sword and slashed forward lightly, and a huge sword light suddenly burst out. Luo Qingzhou waved his sword to resist, but was directly shaken away. When he fell to the ground and immediately got up, he found that the protective light shield on his body had been shattered, and at the same time, his robe was full of scratches. Swish. At this time, Fang Renjie's second sword came. It looked light and casual, but it carried a suffocating and terrifying aura. The cultivation of the spiritual transformation realm was fully revealed at this moment. Luo Qingzhou had no time to dodge, so he had to hold his sword horizontally to block it. At the same time, his body condensed a protective light shield again. Bang! The huge sword light slashed over. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt his arm shake, and his hands were pushed by a huge force and suddenly hit his chest. At the same time, a greater force rushed over. He flew backwards again and hit the last array light shield heavily. Before he landed, he felt sweet in his throat and spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the black and white sword in his hand was also shaken away. Pa! He fell to the ground in embarrassment, but he did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately stood up from the ground again. The protective light shield on his body had disappeared, and his clothes were full of sword marks. His shoulders, arms, and legs were all scratched by the sword light, and blood was overflowing. However, he did not have any time to pause. Fang Renjie's third sword, with a piercing whistle, slashed with a momentum that destroyed the world. This sword seemed to release the most powerful power of his late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Even the practitioners in the audience suddenly felt a terrible sword energy coming at them. Everyone in Dian changed their faces. Luo Qingzhou no longer hesitated, and immediately took out a talisman, input soul power into his palm, and gently pinched it. With a wow, the talisman suddenly burned into ashes. A powerful force immediately penetrated into his body from his palm. His aura suddenly changed. The aura of a grandmaster. Boom! Seeing the huge sword light slashing, he clenched his fist and punched it hard. The golden fist light exploded like a scorching sun. The sword light and the fist light collided violently, and a deafening sound broke out. Then, a terrible air wave swept out like a wave. The surrounding array shields were swollen by the impact, and the light was flickering. After the dazzling sword and fist light had all dissipated, the practitioners in the audience discovered that the young man from Dian was standing there with his fist clenched, intact, between his eyebrows. A glowing rune mark appeared. His robes fluttered, and his aura suddenly became unprecedentedly powerful. Top-grade yuan-enhancing talisman. Grandmaster's realm. Everyone was shocked. Everyone from the Pianmu immortal sect twitched their lips and glanced at their own elder. The muscles on Gong Yongyan's face twitched continuously, and his usually calm expression became particularly gloomy at this moment. At this time, Zhou Yuanshan snorted coldly. It's only the time of an incense stick. What's more, with the cultivation of that little beast, he can only exert the strength of the early stage of the Grandmaster at most. Moreover, the use of this talisman will consume Yuanli and soul power, which will increase exponentially. I don't think that little beast can hold on for long. Boom! At this moment, the battle situation on the stage suddenly changed. Luo Qingzhou, who was in an absolute disadvantage, retreating again and again, and almost being chopped and unable to fight back. suddenly clenched his fists and began to attack actively. The golden fist light and the black fist light continued to hit the opposite side. Fong Renjie didn't dare to be careless, and immediately swung the sword in his hand to chop. Just now, he was ready to split his soul out of his body and attack from the front and back. At this time, seeing that the opponent suddenly used the top-grade Xing Yuan Fu and became the strength of a grandmaster, he naturally didn't dare to let his soul out of his body again. The powerful blood of the grandmaster restrained his soul, and the opponent had lightning that specifically restrained the soul. So he naturally didn't dare to be careless. Moo. After Luo Qingzhou punched hundreds of fists, he suddenly used the bull demon fist, savagely collided, and directly turned into a violent bull, rushing up fiercely. Because he had the power of a grandmaster, the shadow of the demon bull behind him became more solid. His speed was faster, and the power of the explosion was more fierce. After all, Fong Renjie was a late-stage cultivator in the god transformation realm, and he was not afraid at all. The sword in his hand whooshed and a golden light flashed, and then he swung it violently, and a golden tiger transformed from the sword light roared and flew out. Boom! The bull and the tiger collided. The tiger's entire body suddenly broke apart, and Luo Qingzhou, who was wrapped in the shadow of the demon bull, also shook his body and flew backwards. Then, with a bang, his feet fell heavily on the ground, and he slid back a distance before standing firm. And Fong Renjie was also shaken back a few steps by the powerful impact. This was the first time he retreated. Buzz! A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the sword in his hand suddenly made a deafening buzzing sound. Then, he suddenly shouted angrily and rushed forward. Luo Qingzhou also clenched his fists and rushed forward again. The energy that had been suppressed in his body for a long time was now surging towards his fists like a tide. Boom! The two of them collided head-on again, using their powerful strength to collide with each other. Luo Qingzhou was ultimately outmatched and was shaken back again. But he, who possessed the strength of a grandmaster, was unscathed, and the endless and vast power in his body made him more and more excited. He took the initiative to rush forward again. Fong Renjie also rushed towards him with a powerful momentum and sword light. Boom! 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 One of them held a sword light, and the other held a bare fist light, and began to attack continuously and violently like a storm. Countless sword lights and fist lights turned into strands of broken starlight, blooming all around. Soon, it enveloped the entire battle stage. The crowd below the stage soon lost sight of the two people, and could only see the dazzling sword and fist lights constantly lighting up, and hear the deafening collision and explosion sounds, as well as the whistling sound of airflow. This fierce head-on battle lasted for nearly an instant's stick of time. The Yuan force and soul force in the bodies of the two were being consumed rapidly and in large quantities, and their movements began to gradually slow down. The crowd below the stage was dazzled, and cheered continuously. The people of the Yin had a solemn expression. As time went on, the expressions on the faces of the people of Piaomiao Xian Zone became more and more relaxed. That top-grade Yuan increasing talisman could only last for an instant's stick of time at most. Time is almost up. Humph! That kid will start to show his true form later. Zhou Yuanshan sneered. At this time, a disciple behind him asked in confusion, "Uncle, why does Brother Fong want to fight him head-on? He can completely avoid the opponent's fierce attack and delay time, which can not only consume the opponent's strength, but also save his own strength. When the power of the Xing Yuan Fu on the opponent disappears completely, he can concentrate all his strength and kill him with one blow." Zhou Yuanshan squinted his eyes and watched the battle on the stage, explaining, "Renjie practices the fierce sword art. Swordsmen need to be unmatched and move forward courageously. Only then can their momentum become stronger and stronger, and their sword intent will become more and more high, one wave after another. Once the heart has the intention to retreat, the momentum and sword intent will retreat with it, and it will be difficult to exert more and more powerful power. Moreover, for him, only this is the safest way. After all, the opponent is now a grandmaster, and his attack is extremely fierce, and his blood is extremely vigorous. Moreover, that little beast, and he slaughtered so many of our people in front of him. Although Renjie's cultivation is much higher than his, a soul cultivator must have a strong will and be brave and fearless to fight against the powerful blood. Once he shows cowardice, his soul will be enveloped by the opponent's vigorous blood, and then he may slowly develop a sense of fear. In that case, it will be troublesome. Therefore, you must rely on your own strong cultivation and momentum, and fight more and more bravely, so that your soul can maintain the best state, and slowly crush the opponent. After hearing this, the disciple showed a look of sudden realization, and then said, Brother Fang's fierce attack will consume the soul power in his body very quickly. Zhou Yuanshan snorted coldly and said, the opponent will consume faster. What's more, Renjia still has. Boom! At this moment, a more violent collision sound suddenly came from the stage. In the light and air waves of the explosion, a figure finally couldn't hold on and flew out backwards. When everyone in Piaomi Xinzong saw this scene, they all sneered. Look! That little beast finally couldn't hold on. The light on the stage faded. The crowd could see the situation on the stage clearly. Fang Renjia stood there with a sword in his hand, his chest heaving, breathing heavily, and his face slightly pale. Obviously, the fierce battle just now consumed a lot of his physical strength, but he was unscathed. On the opposite side, the young man of Deyin fell heavily to the ground. When he got up from the ground, everyone found that his clothes were torn. His whole body was covered with sword marks. The rune mark between his eyebrows had disappeared. His whole body was covered with blood, and he looked extremely embarrassed and miserable. The Grandmaster's strength blessed by the runes on his body has receded. Even though he just had the strength of a Grandmaster, he was unable to defeat the opponent. Moreover, he now only has the strength of a late Grandmaster. He stood there, clenched his fists, and his chest rose and fell. But the expression on his face seemed to be still calm. Everyone was guessing how he would deal with the attack of the late-stage wash-around disciple of Piaomi Xinzong next. The late Grandmaster was already vulnerable. Moreover, he was already injured, and had just fought for so long, and his physical strength and power were probably almost gone. If he wanted to live, he had to quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, when the disciples of Piaomi Xinzong took action, he would definitely be left with no body and soul. The people of Deyin under the stage were all solemn and extremely nervous at this moment. The abbot of Qingyun Temple, Taoist Junshang, could not help but say to Bai Yishan, Senior Bai, let Fei Yang come down. The opponent obviously has a trick up his sleeve and can't fight anymore. Zhuang Jian also hurriedly said, Fei Yang seems to be unable to hold on. If we don't let him come down, I'm afraid it will be too late. Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and looked at Nandong Huiyue next to him. Nandong Huiyue's eyes were motionless, looking at the figure on the stage, paused, and whispered, wait a little longer. At this time, Fang Renjia on the stage suddenly took out a pill from his body, and put it into his mouth. Then, he took out a golden talisman, tapped it lightly on his chest, and the talisman disappeared with a whoosh. Then, a golden light poured into his body. His momentum became stronger again. His tired eyes instantly became energetic again. Top grade Hui Yuan Fu. TSK. Piaomi Xinzong is so generous. With this talisman, the physical and spiritual power that the disciple just consumed will be restored by more than half immediately. The young man from Dian was already not good enough, and he actually wanted to waste such a treasure, which is simply a waste of heaven's gift. They are just being cautious. After all, the young man from Dian is cunning, and has killed 4 of the other party's disciples in a row. It is reasonable to be cautious. The cultivators below the stage whispered. The faces of the people from Dian became even uglier. Even Nandong Huiyue began to get nervous. Zhuang Jian hurriedly said, Your Highness, if you don't let him come down, there will be no chance. The other party will never show mercy. With the boy's stubborn temper, he probably won't take the initiative to admit defeat. Jinshan Temple, Huashan Sect, and Luo Shang from Xianyan Pavilion all tried to persuade him, all with anxious faces. The young man has won 4 games in a row. It would be a pity if he was killed by the disciples of Piaomi Xinzong in this game. Nandong Huiyue moved her lips, as if she wanted to speak, but at this moment, she suddenly remembered something, turned her head, and looked at the cold girl standing at the back. Yu Yao, wearing a white dress, was like a lonely and cold snow lotus. She was standing under a big tree at the back, looking at the stage quietly. Her face was still as cold as snow, and her eyes were still as calm as before. Bai Yishan spoke again, Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue's eyes suddenly looked at the stage and said, No hurry. Wait a little longer. Bai Yishan was slightly startled. When the others heard this, they all frowned. At this time, on the battlefield, Fang Renjia's momentum had returned to its previous peak state. He was surrounded by sword energy. Sword shadows flashed in his eyes, and the sword in his hand was emitting sword light, rapidly accumulating terrible power. He looked calmly at the young man with sword marks on his body, and said in a light tone, "Even if you have the blessing of Xing Yuan Fu, it is beyond my expectation that you can fight with me for so long. Whether it is swordsmanship, boxing, strength and willpower, you are the most powerful among my peers I have seen. Even in my Piamiaoxian sect, no one can compare to you. You can kill 4 of my junior brothers and sisters in a row, which is indeed your real ability. However, you are careless in this game. Or rather, winning 4 games in a row has made you arrogant and arrogant. Today I want to tell you that in the face of absolute strength, any means are useless. Of course, I am not talking about my personal strength, but about my Piamiaoxian sect. In front of my Piamiaoxian sect, you dine as like an ant. And now, in front of me, aren't you like an ant?" After saying that, he gently waved the sword in his hand, looking so lightly, as if he didn't use any strength, but the piercing whistle that cut through the air, and the flashing light of the surrounding array shields, let all the practitioners in the audience clearly know that this sword is the most powerful sword in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Even a true grandmaster in the early stage of the practice can never resist it. You are lucky. I only use one sword. He fell with a sword, his robe fluttering, his tone light, and the expression on his face was as calm as the sword he cut down. The huge sword light almost covered all the battle platforms, as if a scorching sun fell, with thousands of feet of light. The young man with scars on the opposite side had almost no power to resist, and was instantly submerged in the scorching sun and disappeared. The noisy discussions in the audience suddenly quieted down. At this moment, everyone in Diyin almost stopped beating. Nandong Huiyue's face was pale. Baishan's hand in his sleeve was trembling slightly. The people from the other 2 immortal sects also held their breath. The entire peak of the giant 8 peak suddenly became silent. Boom! Until the scorching sun hit the ground and exploded. The scorching sun shattered and turned into countless violent sword beams, rolling up the air waves and rushing to the surroundings. The light at this moment was so bright that everyone in the audience couldn't open their eyes. The huge explosion was deafening. The entire giant 8 peak seemed to be shaking. Many stones and soil on the edge of the cliff rolled down one after another. The entire battle stage was submerged. Even Fang Renjie, who was holding the sword, disappeared. After a while, the light began to gradually dissipate. Everyone's vision began to recover. Soon, everything on the battle stage became clear. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the place where the young men had just stood. They thought there was no one there, and nothing was left. But a scene that shocked and unbelievable to everyone appeared. The young man was still standing there, intact. This how is it possible? The practitioners were extremely shocked, and many of the practitioners in Diyin cried with joy. Nandong Huiyue's eyes were also red. On the battlefield, a blood-red light shield appeared around Luo Qingzhou, and above the light shield, there seemed to be a shadow of a phoenix flickering. At the same time, golden dragon scales condensed on his neck and arms, like armor, attached to his body. Phoenix fire jade? Dragon scale armor. Someone explained in the audience. Many people don't know the latter, but have only heard of it. As for the former, it seems to be something from the Piamiu Immortal Sect. At this moment, in the crowd of the Piamiu Immortal Sect, Yayang Tower looked at the blood-colored shield, and the muscles on his face twitched constantly. This Phoenix Fire Jade was the defensive treasure he gave to Shangguan Ting before. After crushing it, it can at least withstand 3 full-strength attacks from the Grandmaster level. At this time, Gao Mongyan couldn't help but glance at him. On the battlefield, Fang Renjie held a sword, and the calmness and understatement on his face disappeared. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist, and the violent power in his body surged towards his arm. He also looked at him calmly and said, "I hope you keep your word and only use that sword just now." After speaking, his figure flashed and rushed over. The rapidly growing fist light made a sharp whistle that burned the air. There was a flame burning in his pupils. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. The Yuanli and the Danhai and the vast energy accumulated in each acupoint, at this moment, gathered into a torrent, roaring and rushing upwards, rushing towards the pass, and also rushing towards his fist. Boom! A huge black fist light, like a small mountain, smashed heavily towards the opposite side. Fang Renjie roared immediately, and all the power in his body rushed to the sword in his hand. He gritted his teeth. His face was ferocious. He suddenly raised the sword in his hand, slashed forward with force, and chased and roared, "Go to HL!" The fist light and the sword light collided violently. Like before, a deafening sound and a terrible windstorm suddenly broke out. But this time, the situation of the two was the opposite. Fang Renjia's body shook, and he retreated involuntarily. And Luo Qingzhou stomped his feet on the ground, rushed up again, and punched the second time. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the fist light burst out. At the same time, there was a sudden boom in his body, as if something suddenly collapsed, like a dam under the impact of huge waves. It collapsed. Then, the flood was like a beast, rolling up huge waves, roaring and rushing out. Unstoppable. The breath of the fist light suddenly became terrifying. Fang Renjia stood firm, gritted his teeth again, and slashed with a sword. The huge sword light looked equally terrifying. But, boom! The two terrifying forces collided violently. Fang Renjia's body suddenly flew backwards, and hit the formation light shield behind him heavily. The sword in his hand also flew out of his hand. Wow! He suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground with a pop. He was in the late stage of the transformation realm, and he was blessed by the talisman. But he was defeated. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Suddenly, someone noticed something was wrong, that boy. Seems, Baishan's pupils were bright, and 2 traces of blood suddenly surged on his face, and his lips trembled slightly. Grandmaster. Fang Renjia endured the severe pain and hurriedly got up from the ground, looking at the opposite side with horror and disbelief. However, before he could see clearly, a huge black fist shadow suddenly enlarged in his 2 pupils. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's third punch hit his chest heavily. Crack! The protective light shield was vulnerable. The light shield that was urgently condensed on his body was still broken in an instant. His chest suddenly sank. The black fist light roared into his chest like a violent beast, instantly tearing all the organs in his body apart, and then pounced on his soul that was stunned in fear. No! A desperate and extremely shrill scream suddenly came out of his open mouth. But the next moment, it stopped abruptly. Boom! The black fist light exploded in his body. The powerful force instantly shattered his body, and his soul that had no time to escape. Since then, the 5th genius disciple of Piamyu Xinzong, the late stage of Huashi realm, the 2nd genius disciple on the Piamyu list, fell again. All of them died without a complete body, and their souls flew away. Everyone under the stage was dead silent. At this moment, it seemed that there was suddenly no sound between heaven and earth. Luo Qingzhou slowly put away the fist light, and also put away the surging breath of the Grandmaster, looking at the flesh and blood on the ground, imitating his expression and tone just now, and said calmly, "You are lucky. I only used 3 punches." Then, he looked at the people of Piamyu Xinzong under the stage again, with a calm face. From now on, I am still invincible under the king of martial arts. The next game, it will still be me. Chapter 886. Fight all the way through. The nightmare of the genius disciple of Piamyu Xinzong. The next game will still be me. Under the martial king, I am still invincible. On the giant A peak, the silence was terrifying. At this moment, everyone seemed to be hearing these 2 sentences. I just said that I am invincible under the Grandmaster. Now I am saying that I am still invincible under the martial king. Is this going to fight all the way through Piamyu Xinzong and become invincible in the world? Too perverted. It's simply outrageous. Winning 2 or 3 games in a row would be fine. But they actually won 5 games in a row. And every game was a blast, destroying corpses and souls. The most important thing is that the opponents are all disciples of Piamyu Xinzong. Moreover, they are all the best disciples. How can you embarrass Piamyu Xinzong, one of the 3 major immortal sects in the Jiuzhou continent? Where can you put your face? Grandmaster. That young man actually broke through to the Grandmaster level. No wonder his final strength was so strong. At this moment, someone in the audience finally reacted and exclaimed. The others were also shocked. Everyone in Dian was stunned at first, and then their faces were filled with disbelief. Senior Bai, did Fei Yong really break through to the Grandmaster level? Did he really break through? Everyone asked hurriedly. Bai Shan's eyes were always on the stage. He nodded slightly when he heard the words, and said with a complicated expression, "Indeed, he did break through." When these words came out, everyone was shocked and excited. Will Yan Tianzuan, you have actually broken through to the Grandmaster level. I just felt that the last second punch was wrong. Ba. Genius. Genius. My great Yan also has a young Grandmaster. Master Zixia. Congratulations. Congratulations. We are ashamed of your vision. Senior Zhuang. Congratulations. Zhuang Jian and Fairy Zixiao were both smiling, their mouths wide open, excited and proud. Ahem. At this time, Nandong Huiyue on the side suddenly coughed and said coldly, I just told you to wait. Don't be anxious. He is my husband. I naturally know that he will break through soon. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to her. Fairy Zixiao reacted and said with a smile on her face, Your Majesty. Congratulations on choosing a good husband. Your Majesty's vision is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Your Majesty. Congratulations. Congratulations. Others also hurried to congratulate. At this moment, the leaders of the 5 major sects, Jinshan Temple, Huashan Sect, Qingyun Temple, Xianin Pavilion and Lingxiao Sect, all changed their address tacitly and naturally, changing Your Highness to Your Majesty. When the people from other sects heard this, they immediately understood and called him His Majesty. At this moment, Nandong Huiyue's status as the Queen of Dehian was truly recognized by all the sects of Dehian. Nandong Huiyue looked reserved and looked at the figure on the stage. Fortunately, she acted decisively and took possession of him. Thinking of this, she turned her head again and looked at the back of the crowd. Under the big tree, the figure in a white dress was not looking at the stage at this time, but was actually looking at her. Nandong Huiyue was slightly startled. Then the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she hummed in her heart, Go and regret it. At this time, everyone in Piaomuxian Zone had an extremely ugly expression. Zhou Yuanshan and his companions had ferocious faces. Even the great elder Gong Yangyan had trembling lips and clenched his fists. Fang Renjia was the direct disciple of the sect master. On the Piaomia list, he was ranked 2nd. Now, his body is gone and his soul is scattered. The fifth one. 5 genius disciples on the Piaomia list were slaughtered in half a day. These are the efforts and hopes of the entire Piaomuxian Zone. How should he explain to the sect master, the ancestors, and the entire sect when he returns? This is an unforgivable crime. An unforgivable crime. He was desperate, and seemed to have aged by a dozen years in an instant. He swayed, and almost fell down. The other sect practitioners standing near them were all suffocated by the atmosphere, and quietly retreated. However, at the end of the crowd of Piaomuxian Zone, there were 2 young disciples who looked relieved. One of the young disciples was still stroking his chest and muttering to himself, I knew it. That kid is playing dumb. Another disciple looked at the young man on the stage with a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, both of them were famous genius disciples on the Piaomuxian Zone's Piaomia list this year. But at the last moment of going up to compete, they both retreated in fear. So, they all saved their lives. Zhu Yufeng retracted his gaze from the battle stage. His face turned slightly pale, and he looked at Zhang Wani next to him. Brother Zhang, I understand the truth today. Zhang Wani's eyes were still looking at the young man on the stage. His face was pale, and his body was still trembling. Because of this competition, he was almost sent up. Fortunately, Zhu Yufeng looked at the young man on the stage again, his eyes flashing. The truth I understand is that hiding is the kingly way. After a pause, he said, after returning, I must hide to the end. I will stay in the cave to practice every day, and never come out unless it is necessary. If I have to come out, I will also prepare all the means to save my life before coming out. After coming out, no matter who I meet, I will call him Dad. Even if I meet a mortal, I will never be careless. Who knows that the other party is not a powerful person who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger? If I meet a man, I will kneel down and call him Dad. If I meet a woman, I will kneel down and call her mother. Anyway, I will be a son after I come out. In one word, coward. Zhang Wani's mouth twitched, turned his head to look at him, looked at him for a moment, and nodded silently, agreeing with his approach. The 7th game. Dian wins. At this time, Jia Sun's indifferent voice sounded in front of the battle stage. Then, the formation light shield on the stage slowly disappeared. Everyone in the Yin cheered like thunder and rushed to the battle stage, surrounding their young hero, expressing the highest enthusiasm and respect. Below the stage, Bai Yishan also smiled. Nandong Huiyue still stood beside him reservedly, looking at the young man surrounded by everyone on the stage, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and said, Dean, what do you think of my decision on the spiritual mine? Bai Yishan smiled slightly and said, It's worth it. Nandong Huiyue finally smiled and said, with the word Dean, I am not afraid that my father will blame me in heaven. Bai Shan's eyes flickered slightly, as if he remembered something in the past. He sighed and said, "If your father were alive, he would be proud of you." Nandong Huiyue seemed to remember that tall and kind man. Her eyes were slightly red, and she said, "Then what do you think, Dean? If my father knew that I ascended the throne as the Queen of Great Yin, would he blame me?" Bai Shan was silent for a while and said, "As long as your majesty is devoted to the country and the people, even if the late emperor blames you. So what? Just have a clear conscience." Nandong Huiyue had crystal tears in her eyes. The dean is right. Even if my father will blame me, I have a clear conscience. Bai Shan looked at him and suddenly asked curiously, "How did your majesty know Fei Yang? How did he fall in love with him?" "According to my investigation, when he was in Maching before, his cultivation was only at the level of a martial artist." Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and couldn't help but think of the time he had been in Maching. Of course, he also thought of the disgusting Xiaoya and all the embarrassing and disgusting things she did. It's only been 2 years, and he has broken through from a martial artist to the level of a grandmaster. Even the 3 major immortal sects don't have such a genius. Bai Shan sighed, and at the same time, he became more curious about the young man on the stage. However, Nandong Huiyue did not say much to him, but said calmly, "We just met by chance. And then I think he is good, and he has always admired me very much. He once confessed to me in front of so many people in the hall. At that time, I was forced to marry by my mother, so I chose him reluctantly, not because I liked him." Bai Shan smiled slightly, and did not ask any more questions. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was surrounded by everyone and got off the platform. Fairy Zixia supported him, and said, "Fei Yang is injured and needs to go back to the tent to rest. Everyone, don't ask. If you have any questions, ask them after the competition is over." Everyone had to stop. When Luo Qingzhou passed by Bai Shan and the others, he hurriedly whispered, "Senior Bai, go to the tent with me. I have something to say to you." Bai Shan's eyes fixed, nodded, and followed behind. Nandong Huiyue also followed behind, snorting coldly, as if he was a little dissatisfied with his ignoring. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned around and said, "Your Majesty, you come in too." Nandong Huiyue's brows relaxed and she said coldly, "Oh, but soon." She frowned again. Luo Qingzhou said to the girl in white dress under the big tree not far away, "Miss Yao, you come in too." Several people entered the tent. At this time, Linghu Qingzhu was staring at the tent above her head in a daze. When she saw them coming in, she turned around and happened to meet Luo Qingzhou's eyes. Looking at the dense sword marks on Luo Qingzhou's body, there seemed to be a sword shadow flashing in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly told her the good news, "Uncle Master, I won this game again, and I have broken through to the realm of Grandmaster." Linghu Qingzhu was slightly startled when she heard the words. After a moment, she said softly in a daze, "Oh." Luo Qingzhou approached her and whispered in her ear, "Take good care of your injuries, and wait until Uncle Master is well again." After saying that, he turned around and walked to the door. "After sister you came in," he said. "Senior Bai, if it's not as I expected, I guess Piaomu Immortal Sect won't dare to let me compete on stage in the next round." When this was said, everyone else was stunned. Fairy Zixia frowned and said, "Didn't Senior Jia say the rules before? One person can always compete on stage." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Master, most of the rules are actually made for the weak. I have killed 5 elite disciples in a row, and all of them were destroyed and died. Even those in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm were killed by me. Even if they are willing to send more disciples, which disciple dares to go up again? If you win me, at most you will be praised and rewarded. If you lose, it will be your life. Of course, if there are really disciples who dare to go up, wait for them. I will make him regret it later." Speaking of this, he suddenly showed unprecedented confidence on his face. "If I go on stage again later, no matter if the opponent is in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, the peak of the spiritual transformation realm, the late stage of the Grandmaster, or even the return to one, I can easily kill him. What I said on the stage just now was to stimulate them, to make them send out the best, most talented and most promising disciples in their sects, so that I will kill them even more happily." As soon as these words came out, except for Yu Yao who was standing in the corner, everyone else was shocked and astonished. The late stage of the Grandmaster, even the return to one, Can be easily killed? Even Bai Yishan showed an incredible look on his face, and was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help asking, Fei Yong, what do you rely on? How can you be so confident? Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands and said, the junior will keep it secret for the time being, and the senior will know when the time comes. Let's discuss it now. If the next game, the Pyamyo Immortal Sect refuses to let me go on stage again, who should we send up? Chapter 887 Immortal Sect disciples are all terrified. The most crucial battle. Outside the tent. The practitioners of various sects in the Yin are still discussing excitedly. Some people are puzzled. Didn't they say that winning 5 games is enough? Some people sneered. They dared to say it because they thought that we in the Yin could not win 5 games. Now that we have really won 5 games, they naturally dare not mention it again. It seems that Senior Jia didn't mention this matter just now. People naturally favor Pyamyo Immortal Sect. The young disciples of the Yin are all a little indignant. Not only them, but also the practitioners of other countries around the battle stage are whispering. The Master Yu of Pyamyo Xinzong said that as long as the Yin won 5 games, the Yin would win this competition. I heard it, and many people heard it at that time. The Master Jia was also present. Humph. I told you. When the young man from the Yin won 4 games in a row, I guessed that the Pyamyo Xinzong would definitely regret it. How shameless. You are unworthy of being a Xinzong. Hush. Keep your voice down. Didn't you see the faces of those people? And the Master Jia of Penglai Xiandao is probably on their side. That's for sure. How can the Yin compare with the Pyamyo Xinzong? I heard that the cultivation resources that the Pyamyo Xinzong gives to Penglai Xiandao every year are so many that several spaceships can't hold them. Naturally, they are on the side of the Pyamyo Xinzong. And the 3 major Xianzongs have always had marriage alliances. So naturally they favor each other. Although the voices of the practitioners whispering were noisy, some of them still reached the ears of the people on Penglai Xiandao. Suzha, a Confucian and Taoist practitioner from Penglai Fairy Island, couldn't help but say, Brother Jia, a man cannot stand without faith. Everyone has heard what Master Yu Feng of Pyamyo Fairy Sect said before. The Yin has won 5 games in a row, and we must give an explanation to the Yin and everyone. At this time, the long-bearded old man Sun Ming on the side suddenly glared and said, what explanation should we give them? Just follow the rules. Can what Yang Tower said be used as the rules of the competition? And when he said that, Brother Jia did not agree. And Bai Yishan of the Yin did not respond. So naturally it can't be taken seriously. Suzha frowned slightly. And when he was about to speak, Jia-sun waved his hand and said, according to the rules of the competition, whether it is 10 games or 11 games, both sides need to win 6 games to be considered a victory. Junior brother Su. No need to say more. Suzha fell silent. Jia-sun looked at the people of Jiotian Yaotai not far away, pondered for a moment, and said, I will ask Fairy Luyan for her opinion. After all, we are the co-hosts of the negotiation between the Yin and Pyamyo Xinzong this time. Others nodded in agreement when they heard this. At this time, it is natural to see the attitude of Jiotian Yaotai. Although the disciple of the Yin seems to have some relationship with Fairy Qin Yao of Jiotian Yaotai, he is not the only one who has a relationship with Jiotian Yaotai. There are naturally more people who have a relationship with Pyamyo Xinzong and Jiotian Yaotai. It is said that the eldest disciple of Fairy Liyun is the granddaughter of the second elder of Pyamyo Xinzong. The relationship is naturally better. Jia-sun walked to the side of Fairy Liyun, greeted her first, and sighed, I really didn't expect that De Yin could win 5 consecutive victories. That young man is amazing. Fairy Liyun nodded calmly after hearing this and said, it is indeed unexpected. Jia-sun took a look at her face and then explained his purpose. Before, Yang Tower said in front of everyone that as long as the disciples of Dian won 5 games, Dian would be considered the winner. Now Dian has won 5 games in a row. But he dared not say anything. Fairy thinks that this matter Fairy Liyun said lightly. Master Jia will judge according to the rules of the competition. As soon as this was said, Jia-sun immediately understood and smiled. I also think so. Since we are on the stage to compete, we must follow the rules of the competition. We can't just say what anyone says. I will tell everyone now, so that everyone will not say that we are biased towards Pyamyo Xinzong. After speaking, he bowed and turned to leave. He walked directly to the battle stage, coughed first, and then swept his majestic eyes to the crowd below the stage. The noisy discussions around him immediately quieted down. When everyone's eyes were on the stage, he said indifferently, De Yin and Pyamyo Xinzong have a total of 11 competitions. According to the rules of the competition, Both sides need to win 6 competitions to win the final victory. As for what Yu Fengju of Piao Miao Xianzong said before, I also heard it. But what he said cannot be counted as the rules of the competition. Of course, if they want to admit defeat, I will not stop them. After a pause, he swept his eyes majestically and said, this competition is witnessed by my Penglai Xiandao and Jiuqian Yaotai, as well as the sex of the world. Naturally, it must follow the real competition rules. If anyone wants to change it, what is the use of these rules that have been formulated? The audience was quiet and silent, although the practitioners were still muttering and disdainful in their hearts. They did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on their faces. Jiasun said a few more words majestically on the stage, and then walked towards the battle stage with an indifferent expression. He glanced at Piao Miao Xianzong and did not immediately announce the start of the next game, because he knew that time was needed there at this time. Not far away, on the cloud boat of Jiuqian Yaotai, several girls were full of disdain. It's really shameful. They don't care about their face at all. It's still a dignified immortal sect. They were so arrogant and pretentious before. But now they have lost 5 games in a row and dare not say a word. Forget it. Don't say it. Don't let Uncle Liyun hear it. The island master Jia came over just now, probably to ask Uncle Liyun for his opinion. Humph. Birds of a feather. If our master hadn't given her the elixir and helped her break through. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the house. Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan quickly stuck out her tongue and dared not speak again. At this time, the Piaomio immortal sect was shrouded by a faint light curtain. From the outside, it was hazy inside, and nothing could be seen. At this moment, the atmosphere inside was particularly depressing. From the great elders to the disciples of Piao Miao Xianzong, everyone looked grim and was extremely silent. Only Zhou Yuanshan clenched his fists and cursed. Wei Wuchang also had a ferocious face. Yu Yangla was silent for a long time before he said, I was careless. If I had sent Shuiyang directly at the beginning, or sent Shuiyang in the 3rd game, the opponent would not have had time to advance to the Grandmaster level. Gong Ongyan shook his head and said, it's not your fault. Who would have thought that he would have such strength? If it were other practitioners, even if they were promoted to the Grandmaster level, they would not have been able to kill Fang Ming and Renjia. At this point, he sighed. The fighting scheming of that young man is also unmatched by ordinary people. Before the competition, he had planted a shadow in the hearts of our disciples, especially the soul cultivators. Once, the attack was not favorable for a long time. They began to panic. Yu Yanglu also said in a deep voice, brother, what you said is right. If Renjia had remained in his previous state and fearlessness in the end, he might not have lost. At least, he would not have ended up like this. His attack was not favorable in the end, and he suddenly became afraid in his heart. He probably thought of his junior brothers and sisters who were destroyed before. So he was completely terrified and collapsed. And all his fighting power was disintegrated. Gong Ongyan sighed. Once the sword heart is bent, it can no longer stab people to death. After the two finished speaking, they fell into silence again. At this time, another elder couldn't help but say, Brother Gonglong, what should we do in the next game? Send Shuiyang up? As soon as this was said, the eyes of several people all looked at the young man who ranked first on the Piaomio list this year. Shuiyang, who had been calm and confident before, trembled and turned pale when he heard the words. He lowered his head in a hurry, looked at the ground with guilty eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Disciple, disciple. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes suddenly widened, and he angrily said, You also have a stomachache? Shuiyang was panicking, and didn't know how to answer. He could only bite the bullet and nodded, Yes, disciple. Disciple's stomach is also uncomfortable. The field fell into silence again. Zhou Yuanshan was so angry that he trembled all over. One of the top 10 disciples on the Misty list was injured. 5 died, and now only 4 are left. However, these 4 disciples, including the genius disciple ranked first, were all frightened by the young man Diyin, and they didn't even dare to go up to the battle stage. Who would believe it if they told others? Shame! 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 Several elders sighed with bitter faces. There was silence for a long time again. Yang Lufang said in a deep voice, in the next match, our Piaomio Xianzong must win. But the current situation is that our disciples are frightened by the young men Dian. Even if they reluctantly go on stage, even if they bring more magic weapons, it is very dangerous. After all, the opponent is good at psychological warfare, and it is strange that the opponent did not use the 3-color lightning in the previous match. It is estimated that he is waiting for this match. As soon as this was said, the others also reacted. Indeed, even though the guy was forced into a desperate situation by Renjia just now, he did not use the lightning he used before. There must be a conspiracy. Lightning restrains the soul, and he is now a great master. The powerful blood and chi also restrain the soul. So even if Shuyan goes up, I am afraid it will be difficult to win. Then what should we do? Who should we send up? Gong Yongyan's eyes suddenly looked at Yang Tower, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. And he said, Master Yefeng, what do you mean? Yu Yangla narrowed his eyes and said, the kid has competed on the stage for 5 consecutive games. Just let him go down. In the next game, I will compete with Baishan. Only by winning this game can we turn defeat into victory. Boost morale, and let the disciples continue to fight. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several people lit up. Zhou Yuanshan clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and hurriedly said impatiently, Master Yefeng, you didn't sign a life and death contract before, so let me deal with Baishan. Before Yu Yanglu spoke, Ganji Anjian said in a deep voice, let Master Yefeng go. Master Yefeng's cultivation is 1 realm higher than yours, so he can fight without any mistakes. We must win this game, and there must be no accidents. At this time, Wei Wuchang suddenly said with a fierce look in his eyes, there is another point. Master Yefeng can take the opportunity to kill Baishan when he comes to the stage. Once Baishan dies, De Yin will be completely free of threats. At that time Humph, the entire De Yin, including that little beast, will be at our mercy? After these words came out, the eyes of several people moved, and they looked at each other without saying a word. Yu Yangla said calmly, I will deal with it according to the situation. The heavy hearts of several people relaxed a little. As long as they can win this competition, they can still get back some losses. As for the loss of those talented disciples, the entire De Yin will naturally pay for it from generation to generation. Several elders discussed for a while before withdrawing the formation. Yu Yangla walked out directly, bowed to Jia Sun who was not far away, and said loudly, Master Jia, in the next competition, you wants to go on stage to compete with Dean Byabdian. As soon as these words came out, the noisy voices around him immediately quieted down. Jia Sun heard this without any ripples on his face, as if he had expected this result long ago, and still said indifferently, but the young man from Dian has just said on the stage that the next match will still be him. Yu Yangla looked at the people from Dian opposite, and said indifferently, of course, I will not bully the weak and compete with him. He can take back what he said on the stage just now. He has competed 5 games in a row. According to the previous competition rules, there should be no such precedent. Right? Jia Sun looked at him expressionlessly and said, Master Yufeng means. Yu Yangla bowed again and said respectfully, what you means is that he can no longer continue to compete on the stage. This is against the rules. In the previous competitions, a person can only compete on the stage for 3 games at most. Today, he has been allowed to compete for 5 games. You thinks that it is enough. Paused. He then said calmly, of course. Yet he still insists on going on stage. Yu Mao naturally can't say anything. After all, Island Master Jia has already made concessions before. However, Yu Mao must first explain that my Piao Miao Xianzong has made a decision that Yu Mao will fight in the next match, no matter who the opponent is. After saying this, the surroundings were quiet for a few breaths, and then various whispers were heard. Sure enough, I guessed right. They are shameless again. They are already afraid of that young man De Yin. I am afraid that their genius disciples are still trembling now. Don't talk about them. I am still trembling. That young man De Yin is too abnormal. He killed 5 disciples in a row, and they were all genius disciples. Any one of them would be the top existence in our country. But he was slaughtered like a chicken by that boy. How can other disciples not be afraid? Destroying the body and soul. The means are cruel and cruel. I guess it is to deliberately scare the disciples of Piamu Xianzong. After all, most of those disciples are majoring in the soul. Humph! What a shitty one of the 3 major immortal sects. Today's phase is completely lost. Breaking the promise. Making people laugh. Yang Tower had a calm face, and was not affected by these discussions. He still insisted on his decision. This round was the one that their Piaomi Xianzong would decide the final victory or defeat. No matter what, they could not lose again. Even if they were ridiculed and despised by other practitioners now, they had no choice. As long as they finally won and finally demonstrated the strength of their Super Xianzong, those weak ones would naturally shut up. Jia looked at the people of Dian. At this time, Bai Yishan and others had already come out of the tent. They expected that Luo Qingzhou's competition would end. But they did not expect that the next competition would directly let Bai Yishan go. I thought it would be Yu Yao's. After all, Yu Yao's strength was restricted. And he looked easy to bully. The opponent lost 5 games in a row and urgently needed a victory to save the defeat and increase morale. So Yu Yao was the best to start with. Unexpectedly, the opponent actually went big directly. Moreover, wasn't it the elder named Zhou Yuanshan who went to fight? Why did it change to Yeyang Tower again? Yeyang Tower is one of the 7 peak masters of Piamu Xinzong, and is also famous in the 3 major Xianzongs. So its strength is naturally stronger. The other party is directly using a big move. Jia said, Dean Bai. What do you think? Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and arched his hands and said, Bai has no opinion. Since Master Yu is willing to come on stage to teach in person, Bai is naturally willing to accompany. Jia eyes moved, and he didn't say anything. At this time, Luo Qingzhou, who was standing behind Bai Yishan, suddenly said, Senior Jia, will I never be able to go on stage to compete again? Jia looked at him, paused, and said, You have already gone on stage for 5 rounds. Luo Qingzhou said, Then what? Didn't Senior Jia say before that if a person wants, he can go up to compete all the time? Jia narrowed his eyes, looked at him and said, I did say that. But I didn't guarantee who the other party would send to compete with you. If you still want to challenge Master Yu now, I will naturally not stop you. Everyone in Piamu Xinzong sneered. The eyes of Yeyang Tower also looked at him gloomily. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Junior understands. Jia looked at him coldly and said, What do you understand? Nothing, Luo Qingzhou said lightly, and bowed. Senior Jia, can you give us a moment? We and De Yin are not prepared for letting Senior Bai compete on the stage suddenly. Jia said expressionlessly, Okay. After half an instant stick, the competition will begin. At this time, the whispers around sounded again. The young men probably understood that the 3 major sects are all the same, and they are biased towards each other. There is no point in arguing. Hey, although Bai Yishan is powerful, he probably won't be able to take many moves against Yeyang Tower of Piamu sect. I heard that Yeyang Tower had already broken through to the Gi realm more than 10 years ago. Dian has long lost his literary spirit. I'm afraid Bai Yishan has made no progress in these years, and is still stuck in the original Huashan realm. Piamu sect is playing rogue, and the other 2 major sects are biased. I'm afraid that in the competition later, they will really turn defeat into victory. Dian is really powerful. He actually forced Piamu sect to this point. Before the competition, I didn't even dare to think about it. What a pity. When everyone was talking in low voices, Luo Qingzhou whispered to Bai Yishan beside him, Senior Bai, let's go into the tent. I have something to ask you. Bai Yishan glanced at him, but didn't ask any more questions. He followed him into the tent. Nandong Huiyue and Fairy Zixia also followed him in. After entering the tent, Luo Qingzhou asked directly, Senior Bai, I want to ask some questions about Confucianism. If it is really inconvenient to answer, you don't have to answer. Bai Yishan was slightly startled when he heard this, and said in a gentle voice, There are no secrets in Confucianism. Even if there are, you can speak freely to you. Just ask. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Your Majesty said that De Yin has no literary spirit. Senior needs to draw literary spirit from poetry and articles for cultivation. Right? Yes. Then what kind of poetry and articles can produce literary spirit? Naturally, good poetry and articles. Is it okay if it is not written by people who practice Confucianism? As long as the article is really good, it is naturally okay. Articles are naturally formed. When good articles are born, they naturally contain the literary spirit given by heaven. It just needs to be discovered by people. Luo Qingzhou listened carefully. After he finished speaking, he asked again, What about the Confucian and Taoist skills? Can poetry and articles be used? Bai Yishan nodded and said, Of course. Lip sparring, speaking like a knife, tongue thundering, writing into formations, and splashing ink into soldiers. These are the skills of Confucian and Taoist practitioners. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Senior, can you show me your articles with literary flavor, and articles that can be used as skills for cultivation? Bai Yishan's eyes flashed, and he looked at him and said, Of course. In fact, it was the first time that Luo Qingzhou saw him hesitate to speak, and he bowed and said, Sir, please go ahead. If it is inconvenient, just pretend that I didn't ask. Bai Yishan looked at Fairy Zixia and Nandong Huiyue next to him, and then looked at Ling Hu Qingju, who was lying on the bed in the corner not far away, looking at this sight quietly with his eyes open. He paused, and suddenly whispered, Fei Yang, do they know your other identity? Luo Qingzhou froze immediately. Seeing his awkward expression, Bai Yishan was also a little embarrassed, and whispered, sorry. I sent someone to investigate you. And? His Majesty also. Ahem. Nandong Huiyue coughed quickly. Bai Yishan stopped talking and did not continue. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear the queen's cough, and had to bite the bullet and said, Senior, don't worry. But it doesn't matter. In fact, they all know. Bai Yishan. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes. Her eyebrows twitched a few times, and her eyes suddenly looked at the other two. Ahem, since everyone knows. I have nothing to worry about. Bai Yishan coughed, and when he was about to speak, he suddenly saw another person walking in at the door. A white dress, with a cold face. Bai Yishan opened his mouth and suddenly closed it again. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and had to say awkwardly, Senior, Miss Yao actually also knows. Bai Yishan. Chapter 888 Literary Poetry. Yu Yao's Dao. The room was quiet for a while. Bai Yishan looked at him meaningfully, and without saying anything more, he took out a few scrolls from his sleeves and handed them to him, saying, take a look at these articles first. Luo Qingzhou took them quickly and unfolded them carefully. Bai Yishan took out a few more scrolls from his other sleeves and whispered, and a few poems you wrote. Luo Qingzhou was looking at the articles on the scrolls carefully, and was stunned when he heard the words. Bai Yishan unfolded one of the scrolls and sighed with a complicated expression. If I hadn't accidentally heard your Jiang Jinju in the hall, I'm afraid I would still be stuck at that bottleneck and unable to break through. Luo Qingzhou finished reading one of the scrolls in his hand and suddenly asked, it's useful only if it's the first draft of the person who wrote the article? Bai Yishan nodded and said, yes. The first draft is the most useful. Even if it is read in person, the audience cannot absorb the literary spirit and can only rely on it to feel it. When I listened to your Jiang Jinju, I suddenly felt quite enlightened, and I broke through after returning. Luo Qingzhou secretly said in his heart, no wonder Prince Duan and those people in the Jinshan temple were fighting for the first draft he wrote. Paused. He asked again, Senior, how confident are you in the battle against Yang Tower? Bai Yishan was silent for a moment, and said, if it is Zhou Yuanshan who signed the life and death contract before, he should have some confidence. As for Yang Tower, I am afraid it will be difficult. The other party had already broken through to the Gi realm more than 10 years ago. I am afraid that he is at least in the middle or even late stage of Gi now. My great Yan Wenqi is exhausted. In recent years, I have searched all over the Jiuzhou continent and found a few ancient books with literary energy to practice. With the enlightenment of your poem Jiang Jingjiu, I was lucky enough to break through to the Gi realm. Speaking of this, he sighed. The sudden collapse of Confucianism was unexpected for us. It is too late to switch to other cultivation. We can only bite the bullet and continue to go on with difficulty. Compared with the cultivation of warriors, the cultivation of the soul is naturally more difficult, and there is no future to speak of. As for our skills, although magical, many of them have become ineffective due to the lack of heaven and earth Wenqi. The other party is the peak master of Piamu Xianzong. Whether it is the skills or the magic weapons on his body, they are beyond my reach. So Luo Qingzhou nodded, saying, it is really difficult. Bai Yishan smiled suddenly again. His eyes were shining, and his momentum changed instantly. However, I would naturally not admit defeat this time. Nandong Huiyue frowned. Dean, we don't have to be. At a glance at someone at the door, saying, there are her. Then he said quietly, our comparison test is not only for the interests of Dan Yin, but also for her. She naturally wants some power, although someone has helped her a lot of power. When she mentioned someone, she glanced at another person who was looking at the scroll. Bai Yishan's eyes turned to the cold girl at the door. Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed with light, and said, Dean, don't treat her as a fool. Since she dares to fight, she will naturally not be afraid of the constraints imposed on her by Piamu Xianzong. If she fights, Piamu Xianzong will naturally send a disciple, not the most powerful big man like Yang Tower. In that case, we may still have a chance. Bai Yishan paused, looked at the girl at the door, and asked gently, Miss Yao, can you tell me what your cultivation level is now? Luo Qingzhou also raised his head and looked at the door. Yao was silent for a while and shook his head slightly. Nan Donghuyue frowned and said coldly, "It's already this time. Do you still want to hide it?" Yuya's cold cheek seemed to reveal a trace of discomfort. After a pause, she said, "I don't know either." Nan Donghuyue was stunned and said, "What is your cultivation level now? Don't you know?" Yuya was silent again. Baishan showed a hint of doubt on his face and said, "Miss Yuyao, can you release some aura? Aura technique, so that I can see it?" Yuyao paused, stretched out a slender jade finger, and pointed behind him. Then, she put it away. Baishan was stunned and said, "Is it over?" Yuyao nodded slightly. Baishan's face was full of doubt. He didn't feel any fluctuations of the technique just now, and he didn't even feel any aura. Any warrior and soul cultivator will have fluctuations of vitality or soul power when releasing a technique. And when they, the Confucian and Taoist practitioners, take action, there will be fluctuations of literary aura. At the same time, their aura will also be emitted. But this girl just, isn't she lying? In fact, she didn't release any aura of the technique at all? Baishan showed a look of doubt on his face. When he was about to ask again, Nan Donghuyue next to him suddenly pointed behind him and said, "Dean." Baishan was stunned, turned his head and looked, and suddenly froze. The young man standing behind him, who was originally reading the article on the scroll seriously, suddenly turned into an ice sculpture, standing there motionless. Only his eyes were still blinking. Baishan. Crack! A flame rose from inside, instantly melting the ice on his body. Luo Qingzhou held the scroll and asked at the door, "Miss Yuyao, am I easier to bully?" The cold girl at the door actually nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou had nothing to say. Baishan's heart was even more suspicious. He looked at the girl at the door again and asked, "What did Miss Yuyao use to activate the skill she just released? It shouldn't be soul power, right? Using soul power to activate the skills will naturally have soul power fluctuations." But there was no fluctuation just now. Yuyao was silent for a while, shook her head, and said, "I don't know either." Baishan was stunned when he heard this. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether she really didn't know or didn't want to say it. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly put away the scroll and said, "Senior, the time for the competition should be coming soon. I would like to write a few poems. Please give me some advice. Is that okay?" When these words came out, Baishan was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up and he said, "Please." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay, and returned the scroll to him. Then took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, walked to the table beside him, and spread out the rice paper. Nan Donghuyue immediately came over, picked up the ink block and said, "I will help you grind the ink." Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "If your majesty grinds the ink with your jade hands, I believe these poems will have a different style." Nan Donghuyue grinded the ink while curling her lips, flatterer. Luo Qingzhou picked up the wolf hairbrush, pondered for a moment, then dipped it in ink and began to write. A poem, finished in one go. He picked up the rice paper and handed it to Baishan, saying, "Sir, please take a look. I will continue to write the second one." Baishan took the rice paper, looked at it carefully, and his eyes lit up immediately. But after reading the whole poem, his eyes were shining. And then he slowly closed his eyes again, and the poem on the rice paper appeared in his mind word by word. "Senior, this is the second poem." At this time, Luo Qingzhou handed him the second piece of rice paper. Baishan came back to his senses, hurriedly and carefully took it in his hand, then held his breath and looked at it impatiently. Look up to the northwest floating clouds. Leaning on the sky for thousands of miles requires a long sword. Just the first sentence made his heart full of literary spirit, and his blood surged instantly. When he was excited and read the whole poem, he suddenly felt his heart full of lofty sentiments in an instant, and then full of melancholy in an instant, with complex emotions and unspeakable literary spirit. At this time, Luo Qingzhou finished writing the third poem and handed it to him. Baishan suddenly seemed to be lost, stunned for a moment, then reached out to take it and looked down. After seeing it, he immediately focused his eyes and woke up. At this moment, Jia Sun's voice suddenly came from outside, "Time is up. Both sides are ready to go on stage." Baishan quickly read the words on the rice paper that were not dry in ink, and it was deeply imprinted in his mind. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly finished writing the last poem in one go. Then, he put down his pen and ink, picked up the rice paper on the table with both hands, handed it to him respectfully, and said, "Senior, This last poem is specially written for you by me. Baishan took it solemnly, and looked at it intently. He was shocked after reading only the first 2 sentences. When he finished reading the last 2 sentences, the literary energy in his body seemed to be unable to be restrained suddenly. And with a boom, it began to surge like a wave. Good. 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 He actually said 3 good in a row, trembling with excitement. And then his aura changed again. He immediately put away the poems in his hand, and strode out the door. When he walked to the door, Yu Yao, who was standing at the door, suddenly handed him 3 scrolls, and said, "These 3 articles should be useful to you." Baishan was slightly startled when he heard the words, looked at her with doubtful eyes, paused, reached out to take it, and immediately opened it and read it. Nandong Huiyue's expression slightly changed, and she couldn't help but ask, "Miss Yao can also write articles?" Yao looked at her face still calm, and said in a cold tone, "I can't, but someone will help me write." Nandong Huiyue was stunned, then suddenly turned her head, and looked at someone beside her. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly lowered his head, and pretended to be very serious about tidying up the pens, ink, paper and inkstone on the table. At this time, Baishan's Confucian robe suddenly made a whoosh sound, and the whole person's temperament seemed to have suddenly changed drastically. The 3 of them hurriedly looked over. I saw him holding one of the scrolls, his hands trembling with excitement, and he murmured in a trembling voice, "The world has righteousness, the world has righteousness." Chapter 889 Peak Showdown. Declining Confucianism. New battle words. It was already evening. The setting sun was slightly drunk. The sunset glow filled the sky, and the giant 8 peak was reflected in a fiery red. The 8th match between Piamu Xianzong and De Yin officially began. Piamu Xianzong has lost 5 games in a row. This game will determine their final victory over De Yin. So, it is crucial. Yu Yanglu, dressed in a blue robe, has taken the lead on the stage. The master of Piamu Xianzong, who is also famous even among the 3 major immortal sects, stood on the stage at this time, with his hands behind his back, his face calm, and his aura like a mountain. The young practitioners below the stage, even if they just secretly glanced at him, felt a strong pressure suddenly hit them, which made their hearts tighten. This is the momentum of the strong. A moment later, Baishan, dressed in a snow-white Confucian robe, walked out of De Yan's tent as gentle as jade, and stepped onto the stage. This handsome middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples has an elegant temperament and a graceful demeanor, which makes people feel like spring breeze. Jia Sun and Fairy Luyun came to the stage together, and rearranged a more powerful formation. The battle between the strong is powerful. In order not to affect the practitioners around the stage, a more solid formation must be replaced. With the joint efforts of the 2 masters, the formation was quickly arranged. A golden light shield slowly condensed out, with a wider range, covering the entire stage. At this time, Yayang Tower on the stage bowed and said, "Yayang Tower of Piamu Xianzong, majoring in the soul, is in the middle stage of Gi." As soon as this was said, there was a burst of exclamations from the stage. Sure enough, he has reached the state of unity. TSK. Unity. In our country, even the state of transformation is unthinkable. This is the first time in my life that I have seen a master of unity. This trip is worth it. At this time, Baishan also bowed and said, "Dian, Baishan, majoring in Confucianism, the state of great Confucianism. That is, the initial state of unity of soul and spirit." As soon as this was said, there was another louder exclamation from the audience. TSK. Great Confucianism. I didn't expect that Dean Bai had also broken through. Didn't they say that the world lacks literary energy? And Dian has long lost its literary energy. How did he break through? Little Dian is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Yu Yanglu's eyes condensed, and he said lightly, "I didn't expect Dean Bai to break through to the state of unity. Congratulations. Congratulations." The faces of the people of Piamu Xianzong in the audience changed slightly. Especially Zhou Yuanshan, who was just about to go on stage, had his facial muscles twitching slightly. He was also in the initial state of unity. But the Confucian and Taoist skills are strange and unpredictable. If the 2 are at the same level, he really has no confidence in defeating the other party. And this battle is the only chance for their Piamu Xianzong to turn the tables. So, they must win. I didn't expect that Baishan actually broke through fortunately. Master Yafeng went up. His face was gloomy, and he was secretly glad in his heart. With Master Yafeng, it would be foolproof. At the level of Gi, let alone a small level, Even if the strength of the same level is, the difference will be huge because of who advances first and who advances later. What's more, Master Yefeng is said to be sprinting to the late stage of Gi. This Baishan is estimated to have just broken through Gi not long ago, so he is naturally not an opponent. The 8th match begins. At this time, Jia Sun's indifferent voice sounded. Everyone in the audience watched with bated breath. Two masters of the return to one realm fighting each other. It's rare to see in 100 years. On the battle stage, the two looked at each other, but they stood there without moving. Just when everyone was puzzled, someone suddenly found that there were two shadows in the pupils of the two people, as if they were fighting fiercely. It turned out that the souls of the two people had already fought together. It was just that the speed was too fast, and the souls were too strong. So many people didn't have time to find out. Boom! At this time, a huge air wave suddenly exploded between the two people, spreading around like a wave. The two people suddenly shook, and their scattered pupils regained their spirits. Yayang Tower stood there without moving. Baishan suddenly shook his body and retreated, retreating dozens of steps before he stood firm. And 2 traces of blood suddenly surged on his face. Obviously, he suffered a loss. A flash of light appeared in Yu Yangle's hand, and a 3-foot-long golden scimitar appeared. With a light stroke, a huge golden half-moon blade light flew out. Before everyone could see clearly, it had already arrived in front of Baishan. A scroll suddenly appeared in front of Baishan's chest, and the scroll unfolded instantly, and a white light flew out from it. Jung. A buzzing sound of metal collision sounded. Yu Yangle's half-moon blade light was blocked, turned into dots of light, and disappeared. The scroll disappeared in front of Baishan's chest, and a white sword appeared in his hand. On the sword body, golden fonts appeared, like golden runes, flashing continuously. The two did not communicate at all, and their figures flashed and stood together, and the knives and swords in their hands also fought hundreds of moves in an extremely fast manner in this instant. Most of the practitioners under the stage did not see the moves of the two clearly. Even the shadows of the two people could no longer be distinguished, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Too fast. If it weren't for the waves of air that rushed towards the surrounding formation shields like a tide, some practitioners would not even know that the two people on the stage were fighting fiercely. Jung. Another deafening buzzing sound rang out. The two figures suddenly separated. Baishan flew out backwards and hit the formation shield at the back, and then fell to the ground, and the sword in his hand broke into pieces with a click. Then, it turned into golden words. The light dimmed, and they all shattered and disappeared. At this time, the people in the audience could see the situation clearly. Sure enough, Dean Bai is no match for Yang Lu. The sword that was condensed from words has been broken. Yang Lu did not pause, and still did not say a word. He raised the scimitar in his hand lightly, and swung it lightly. With a boom, hundreds or even thousands of golden blade lights flew out, densely packed, and shot towards Baishan. Baishan's eyes condensed, and a white light suddenly condensed around him, covering his whole body. Then, he began to chant in a low voice. At this time, everyone was surprised to find that every time his lips moved, a golden font came out of his mouth and floated in front of him. Boom! At this time, the dense blade light swung by Yayang Tower had already shot over and fiercely chopped the white light shield around him, like a sudden rain hitting banana leaves. It continued. Soon, the white light shield made a whine and began to break apart. At this time, the golden characters on Baishan's chest suddenly condensed into a golden sun, and then with a whoosh, the light suddenly shone brightly, instantly melting away the dense crescent blade light that flew over. Sunny sky. Yayang Tower held the scimitar and said indifferently, I didn't expect that after so many years. You are still using this ancient Confucian and Taoist poem. It seems that Confucianism is indeed on the verge of extinction, and there will be no new skills and moves. What a pity. What a pity. After speaking, the scimitar in his hand suddenly swished and became larger. The blade light bloomed, swallowing 10 feet. Swish. A sharp whistle that cut through the air sounded. The huge crescent blade light instantly slashed down at Baishan. The golden sun in front of Baishan made a hum sound, and the light burst out, spitting to meet it. Boom! A loud noise. The entire battle platform, the entire giant ape peak, seemed to be shaken suddenly. The array shield covering the battle platform also suddenly hummed and flickered continuously, as if it was about to be unable to stop this terrifying explosive force. The faces of the cultivators under the stage changed, and they hurriedly retreated. But the array arranged by Jiutian Yaotai and Pengli Fairy Island was still indestructible. The terrifying power and air waves were blocked by the light shield, and they rushed back and forth on the platform for a long time before gradually dissipating. The crescent blade light disappeared. The golden sun was also chopped to pieces. Yayang Tower stood in place, holding the scimitar, his robe fluttering, motionless. Baishan had already retreated far away. His back was leaning on the light shield at the back. His Confucian robe was torn, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Those golden words had all vanished. Yu Yangli held the knife, raised his footsteps, and walked towards him step by step. A golden vortex appeared on the tip of the knife, and the energy condensed faster and faster. Confucianism has long collapsed, and these skills should also turn into the dust of history and go with it. And you, Baishan, have long lost the way to uphold the way. Just like you now, you are in your twilight years, and you should have died long ago. Buzz. He raised the scimitar in his hand, and the whole person was bathed in the golden blade light, like a god descending to the earth. And with a casual wave of his hand, he destroyed the world. The huge golden blade light instantly submerged Baishan in it. The storm transformed by the knife energy laughed wildly, spinning, baring its fangs and claws, and strangled madly on the platform, like a violent and bloodthirsty beast that has gone mad. The practitioners in the audience could no longer see the gentle and elegant figure of the scholar. Everyone in Deyang clenched their fists. But at this moment, a white light suddenly lit up in the storm of sword light. Then, a clear voice sounded, "Look up to the northwest. There are floating clouds, and you need a long sword to lean on the sky for thousands of miles. People say that this place can be seen deep in the night, and the light of the bullfighting." As this voice sounded, golden fonts suddenly lit up in the raging sword light. The figure in the snow-white Confucian robe suddenly became vaguely visible. "I feel the mountain is high. The water in the pond is cold, and the moon and stars are dim. When I look down, I am afraid to lean on the railing. The wind and thunder are angry, and the fish and dragons are miserable." Boom! When this sentence was finished, a terrible breath suddenly rose from the sword light. The figure in the snow-white Confucian robe, surrounded by golden characters, walked out of the storm of sword light step by step, as if strolling in the garden. The roaring sword light rushed towards him frantically, but was split by an increasingly powerful breath. Baishan walked out of the sword light, his long hair flying, his Confucian robe fluttering, and his eyes were bright. He walked directly to Yayang Tower step by step, and continued to recite, "The gorge is bound by the Sangjiang River," passing the dangerous building, wanting to fly but restraining the rise and fall of the ages, the sorrow and laughter of 100 years, a moment of climbing and viewing. Boom! When the whole poem was finished, he suddenly turned into a golden light, like a sharp sword out of the body, blooming with dazzling sword light, slashing forward. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded in the air. There was even a burning smell. Yu Yangli's pupil shrank, and he held the hilt of the knife with both hands and slashed it out suddenly. There was a loud bang. The sword light and the knife light collided with each other. The figures of the two were instantly submerged in the dazzling light and the howling storm. After a moment, the light and the storm gradually faded. The figures of the two appeared again. Baishan stood there, surrounded by golden fonts, his long hair flying, his eyes like torches, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth again. Yu Yangli took a few steps back, and the golden scimitar in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience was shocked. The Confucian and Taoist skills are indeed magical. Just a poem has such great power that it actually broke Yu Yangli's sword. Good. Very good. The indifferent expression on Yu Yangli's face turned into an expression of interest. The light in his hand flashed, and the broken knife suddenly turned into powder. "Since you have a new skill, I will no longer hide it." After saying that, his body suddenly flashed with red light, and a blood-red light shield condensed. Then, a layer of blood-colored scales suddenly covered his whole body. His body seemed to suddenly rise, and his 2 fists suddenly became as big as hammers. The whole person's momentum seemed to suddenly increase many times. Blood armor Qilin transformation. An elder of Pengli Fairy Island under the stage suddenly changed his face and exclaimed. The expressions of several people in Jiutian Yaotai also changed. It is said that this blood armor Qilin transformation is the secret skill of the blood void Taoist. After being used by a soul cultivator, one can even reach the blood and strength of a body cultivator of the same level. How did it end up in his hands? It is said that the blood void Taoist has already ascended to heaven. It is estimated that he found the cave and got the opportunity. While the people below the stage were discussing, the aura of Yang Tower had reached its highest point. He suddenly turned into a red shadow and came in front of Baishan. A huge blood-red fist, with a bang, hit the golden font in front of Baishan. Just one punch. Baishan was actually directly hit, and his body was shaken, sliding backwards. Bang! The second punch. The third punch. The huge blood-red fist suddenly hit Baishan like a violent storm. The powerful blood and chi made the golden characters on Baishan's body flicker continuously. Every time he punched it, blood and golden light exploded. Boom! 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 After 201 punches, the golden characters and light shield in front of Baishan were all shattered. He was directly knocked out. Before he landed, Yang Tower suddenly threw out a bigger blood-colored fist light. Bang! Baishan hit the light shield at the back heavily, and his chest clicked and sank slightly, and a mouthful of blood spit out of his mouth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the flying blood, fell to the ground, shook his body slightly, and leaned tightly against the light shield behind him. Then opened his palm, and a blood-condensed character suddenly flew out of his palm slowly. It looked slow, but it instantly stopped the huge fist that Yang Tower was chasing. Pa! The fist was stopped. The blood-condensed font suddenly burst out with a huge force, shaking Yangla's body and retreating. Then, the font seemed to have completed its task, and suddenly exploded, turning into a little blood, spilling all over the ground. Baishan got this opportunity to catch his breath, and a light flashed in his hand, touching his chest. The sunken area on his chest was instantly restored to its original state. But he suddenly turned pale, coughed a few times, and then spit out a mouthful of blood again, and his body shook and was about to fall. Seeing this scene, everyone in Dian felt depressed. Yangla stabilized the agitated blood in his heart, and the blood-colored fist light flashed on his fist again, and the power in his body quickly rushed to his arm. His eyes even turned blood red. The whole person looked like a bloodthirsty ancient beast. Dean Bai. Admit defeat. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from the audience. The eyes of the others next to him all looked at her, dressed in a white dress, with a noble and elegant temperament. She turned out to be the fairy Lianxue of Jiutianyao Tai. She also practices Confucianism and Taoism. At this moment, she ignored the surprised eyes around her and said again, "Your great Yin has won 5 games. And there is still hope. If you die on the stage, Great Yin will completely fall into darkness and will never see the future again." After a pause, she said again, "There are only a few of us Taoist friends in Confucianism and Taoism. I don't want to see you die." With this tone and demeanor, some people have begun to secretly speculate about the relationship between the two. Fairy Luyuan frowned slightly and said, "Junior sister Lianxue, pay attention to the impact." Fairy Lianxue suddenly looked at her and said, "What impact did senior sister ask me to pay attention to? You disregard justice and fairness, and favor Piaomia Xinzong in front of the world's practitioners. Have you ever paid attention to the impact?" As soon as these words came out, Fairy Liuyuan's face suddenly sank. The other women next to them saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly persuaded them. "Junior sister Lianxue, don't be rude to senior sister. Stop talking. Don't let other sects laugh at you." At this moment, a piercing scream suddenly sounded on the battlefield. Fairy Lianxue immediately looked at the stage. Her face turned pale, and the clenched fist in her sleeve trembled slightly. At this moment, the whole person in Yang Tower was shrouded in a blood-red light. When a punch was thrown, the sky and the earth changed color, and the blood-red fist light instantly covered the entire battlefield. It was as if blood was falling all over the sky, dyeing all the space in the light shield red. The faces of everyone in the audience changed. All the sight was blood-red. Baishan's thin figure was instantly swallowed by the surging blood and disappeared. Everyone in Dian was pale. Nandong Huiyue's body was trembling slightly. Luo Qingzhou stood beside her, gently holding her hand, staring at the place where the figure just disappeared. His heart tightened. He was too late after all. In such a short time. "I'm afraid." Suddenly, a white light lit up in the blood. Then, a clear and familiar voice sounded in the deafening sound of the fist light explosion. "The sky and the earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast. The sun and the moon are waxing and waning, and the stars are lined up." The voice was loud and clear, piercing the clouds and cracking the rocks. Boom! A golden sun suddenly rose slowly in the roaring blood-red fist light storm. Chapter 890 Righteousness surges into the heavens and earth. and the cultural vein is revived. Like warm sun melting snow, the blood-red sky was instantly dispelled and melted away. It was as if the sun had pushed away the dark clouds. On the platform, the light and clearness were restored. Clouds rise and rain falls. Dew turns into frost. Gold is born in Lishui. Jade comes out of Kumong. Baishan held the scorching sun in his hand and spoke one sentence at a time. His aura suddenly surged. Like the scorching sun in his hand, shining so brightly that people dared not look at him. A look of shock appeared in the eyes of the fairy Lianxue below the stage. Suja from Pomlai Fairy Island and several other Confucian and Taoist monks were all shocked and excited at this moment. Is this a new war article? Just a few words made their hearts surge with literary spirit and their blood boil. Why have they never heard of such a peerless war article? The sword is called Juk. The pearl is called Yiguang. The fruit is preciously nigh. The vegetable is heavy mustard and ginger. The scorching sun in Baishan's hand suddenly became bigger and bigger, and the aura of the whole person became stronger and stronger. The whole platform was shrouded in the scorching sun. The setting sun in the sky seemed to be eclipsed by it at this moment. The blood in Yu Yangla's body suddenly began to burn and wail, and even the blood armor on his body began to become hot. He roared angrily and rushed up again. The huge fist turned into a blood-colored fist shadow all over the sky, like a sea of blood, and once again enveloped Baishan. Bang! A loud noise. The fist light collided with the scorching sun, and a more terrible storm broke out. Both of them were shocked and retreated. But just as he stood firm, Yu Yangla clenched his fist again and rushed up again, as if he had suddenly turned into a blood-colored beast. And Baishan still held the scorching sun, and walked forward step by step. The sea is salty, and the river is fresh. Scales hide and feathers fly. Dragon Master Fire Emperor. Bird Official Human Emperor. Yu Yangla's fist smashed like a violent storm. The scorching sun in Baishan's hand soon trembled and cracks appeared. But when it was about to break, it suddenly began to heal gradually. The phoenix sings in the bamboo. The white colt eats in the field. It is transformed into grass and trees, and benefits all directions. The speed at which he spits out golden words from his mouth is getting faster and faster, and his voice is getting higher and higher. His whole cheeks are getting paler under the scorching sun. Boom! 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 Yu Yangla's aura is getting more and more violent, and his fists are getting more and more fierce. The blood-colored armor on his body seems to be melting. The scorching sun in Baishan's hand keeps cracking, but it keeps repairing as before. After hundreds of punches, Yu Yangla suddenly roared, and the whole person seemed to turn into a huge blood-colored fist, which hit the scorching sun heavily. A terrifying force exploded. Baishan's body shook, and he retreated backwards. The scorching sun in his hand cracked with a click. He couldn't help but spit out blood again. Yayang Tower fell to the ground, and the blood-colored armor on his body suddenly melted. With a swish, it all condensed on one of his fists. A rapidly rotating blood-colored storm suddenly appeared on the huge blood-colored fist. Powerful forces surged out of his body, and quickly entered this blood-colored storm. The blood in his eyes became thicker and thicker, and the blood in his body became more and more terrifying. On the other side, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Baishan stabilized his body, and the sentences he recited became faster and faster, and the divine light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Chunjin Wei. Fallen leaves fluttering. Yufeng alone. Ling Mo Jiang Shao. The scorching sun in his hand, which was about to break, was repairing quickly again. When he finished reciting the last sentence, the scorching sun in his hand suddenly wowed and burst into brilliant light again. At this time, the fifth storm of Yayang Tower, which concentrated all the blood and energy, was already roaring. The power was so great that it seemed to destroy the world. Baishan did not avoid or give way. The divine light in his eyes burned like the scorching sun, and his figure flashed and rushed up. Boom! The blood-colored storm and the golden scorching sun collided in the most violent way. The sound shook the world. The entire giant ape peak was shaking, and the crowd watching around was terrified. The light of the explosion made everyone on the top of the peak close their eyes. The terrible air waves and storms made the array shield set up by the ferry of Pomlai Fairy Island and Jiasun wail and almost break. Jiasun, who was standing nearby, hurriedly cast a few more spells. After a long time, the light slowly faded, and the air waves began to calm down. The terrifying aura receded like a tide. The scene on the battlefield began to gradually become clear. The blood color on Yayang Tower's body had disappeared and returned to its original appearance. But there were many broken marks on his blue robe, and a blood mark on his forehead. His face was also slightly pale, and the fist in his sleeve was trembling slightly. And Baishan on the opposite side looked even worse. He leaned on the array shield at the back. The clothes on his chest had been stained red with blood. The golden words in front of him disappeared. His face became paler, and his body looked shaky and almost unstable. In this round, Yang Tower still had the upper hand. However, being able to injure Yang Tower, and even breaking his blood armor Qilin transformation surprised all the practitioners in the audience. Baishan really has some real skills. He can fight to this extent with a realm difference. Today is the first time I have seen Confucian and Taoist skills. It is so magical, and it seems to be much more powerful than ordinary skills. Even the people from Pumlai Fairy Island and Jiotian Yaotai were whispering. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this competition should have been settled. Baishan was already at the end of his strength. The opposite Yang Tower still seemed to have strong fighting power. The audience was discussing. On the stage, Yang Tower calmed down the disordered blood and chi in his heart after a short pause, and his face returned to normal. He looked across, his face still gloomy, thinking of the fight just now. He couldn't help but say, Baishan, you are really strong to be able to fight with me until now. I have to admit that your Confucianism is indeed magical and powerful. If it weren't for the decline of Confucianism and the disappearance of the literary spirit, I'm afraid your current cultivation and strength would be stronger than mine. It's a pity, of course. In addition to practicing the wrong Confucianism, you were also born in the wrong place. De Yen, with its poor cultivation resources, is not worthy of accommodating someone as talented as you. After saying that, he took out a green scimitar. A green light flashed, and a shadow of a green dragon appeared on the blade. A powerful breath emanated. Yu Yangla held the knife horizontally in front of his chest, slowly stroking the mirror-like blade, and said indifferently, this kind of spiritual treasure, I alone have 5. And you? He raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man opposite, who looked like a down-and-out scholar, and said, what do you have besides a few pieces of paper? Of course, you still have a heart of blood and a belly of sour Confucianism. After saying that, he slashed the scimitar lightly, and a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then, a green dragon carrying a dazzling blade light shot out from the blade, and pounced on the thin figure covered in blood on the opposite side with its fangs and claws. The power of the middle stage of Gi, and the power of the spiritual treasure burst out, allowing all the practitioners below the stage to clearly feel the terrifying pressure. A scroll appeared on Baishan's chest. The scroll unfolded, and a painting appeared inside. The mountains and flowing water in the painting suddenly turned into a golden shadow and flew out. The green dragon was blocked, but the huge force still made Baishan's body tremble, and blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. What's the use? Yu Yangla held the knife, walked step by step, and slashed again. The second green dragon. The third. The fourth. The dragon roared continuously and rushed towards Baishan. The shadow of the mountains and flowing water in front of Baishan soon shattered, and at the same time, the scroll on his chest suddenly flashed and shattered into powder. After all, there is a difference in realm. One realm. The difference between life and death. Several old men from Pumlai Fairy Island sighed, with some regret under the stage. Suja stood aside, looking gloomy. Baishan's 2 scrolls were shattered again. His figure flashed and retreated to another direction, but was soon knocked out again. The knife in Yang Tower's hand seemed to have locked onto his aura, and could find him accurately no matter where he was. One after another, the green dragons with terrifying power pounced on him again. Baishan spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly stood up from the ground, and suddenly there was a moment of trance in his eyes. In his mind, the words about Confucianism and Taoism emerged clearly. Confucianism? What is Confucianism? It is the discarded garbage. The dark night where there will never be hope. Flowers will bloom again, but Confucianism will never come again. He suddenly thought of the half-saint of Confucianism and Taoism, who shouted hoarsely before his death, I sacrifice my blood to heaven and earth, hoping that heaven and earth will open their eyes again. When the spirit of literature is born, the world will be clear and bright. When the spirit of literature is gone, the sky will be turbid and the earth will be dark. In his mind, some other words suddenly emerged. A man of letters has a backbone, a heart of justice, a righteous spirit, and is immune to evil, and the world does not deceive. Confucianism is not sour Confucianism, and literary spirit is not literary spirit. All the great spirits of heaven and earth can be literary spirits. I have a spirit that can cut the darkness of heaven and earth. and can cut the reversal of the sun and the moon. It is called upright spirit. The world has righteous spirit, which is mixed and flowing. Below it is the river and the mountain, and above it is the sun and the stars. Boom! At this moment, it seemed as if something exploded in his mind, in his soul, and in his literary heart. In the eyes of the audience, he had been submerged by the green dragon. His protective light shield disappeared in an instant, and his entire body was swallowed up in an instant. Even his breath suddenly disappeared. His entire person, all traces, all the fluctuations of his spirit, seemed to disappear in an instant. Is this directly swallowed? The power of the middle stage of Gi, plus the power of the spiritual treasure. It is estimated that the body and soul have all been wiped out. The cultivators in the audience were secretly shocked. The face of Fairy Lianxue turned pale, and the jade hand in her sleeve trembled slightly. Lu Yan next to him glanced at him with an indifferent expression. Gan Jianjian and others from Piamu Xinzong, seeing this scene, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of relief on their faces. This round was won. So next, they will win to the end. At this moment, everyone in Deyin was pale. Nandong Huiyue's body was trembling slightly, and crystal tears had overflowed from her eyes. Not far away, Luo Ling's tears had already fallen from the corners of his eyes. But at this moment, Yayang Tower on the battlefield suddenly shrank his pupils, and the green scimitar in his hand even trembled. Boom! In the storm of sword light formed by the green dragon, a white figure suddenly flew up. The figure was shrouded in a layer of faint white light, with long hair flying and sleeves fluttering, and began to walk towards the air step by step. With every step he took, his momentum suddenly rose. At the same time, strands of golden light began to surround him. The sun sets behind the mountains, and the yellow river flows into the sea. When he walked to the formation light shield in the air, he suddenly spit out a golden font from his mouth, and those golden fonts suddenly turned into more dazzling golden light, surrounding him. If you want to see 1,000 miles away, go to a higher level. When he finished reading the last two sentences, he suddenly stepped out of the light shield and stood high in the sky, with a boom of golden light all over his body, shining brightly. Everyone in the audience was stunned. The Fairy Lianxue of Jiutian Yaotai, Suzhou of Penglai Fairy Island, and several other Confucian and Taoist monks were all stiff at this moment. The literary spirit and spiritual consciousness in their bodies suddenly rumbled like thunder. Literary spirit is armor. Golden sun is clothes. This breath, middle stage of Gi. He actually broke through. No. This breath seems to be this. How is this possible? At this time, Jiasun also looked up at the sun-like figure in the sky, with a complex expression on his face, and couldn't help sighing. This is not the middle stage of Gi. It is obviously a breakthrough to the semi-saint realm, and he has advanced 2 levels in a row, comparable to the late stage of Gi. Semi-saint realm. Gi late stage of Gi. Advanced 2 levels in a row. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators around were shocked, with faces full of shock and disbelief. Fairy Lianxue and Suzhou were trembling all over, and their heads were rumbling. At the Piamu Immortal Sect, everyone who had just shown a relaxed look and smile on their faces, now all trembled in their hearts and were stunned. As for the people of Dian, they also stood there motionless. At this time, the tall figure in the air, which was as bright as the golden sun, suddenly spoke loudly and said, "The heaven and the earth have righteousness, which is mixed and flowing. Below is the river and the mountain. Above is the sun and the stars." Boom! At this moment, the whole world seemed to resonate. A terrifying white beam of light suddenly shot up from the ground below the giant A peak, piercing through the clouds and shooting into the sky. The whole land rumbled. It is called Howren in people, and it is so abundant that it fills the dark. The imperial road should be clear and peaceful, and it should be harmonious and bright. Boom! When he said this, the white beam of light that pierced through the sky and connected the world suddenly turned into a vast gas, broke open, rolled like a tide, and merged into the world of the yin. The whole sky of the yin seemed to be suddenly bright. The spirit of literature is born, and the world is clear. The yin is the cultural vein is revived. Chapter 891. A battle decides the outcome. The thunder tribulation is hidden in the body. The sky is clear, and the sound is endless. It seems that there is suddenly another breath in the world of the yin. The hearts of all the literati in the yin were shocked. They looked up at the sky blankly, not knowing what happened. Under the battle stage, Luo Qingzhou's feelings were particularly clear. A thought suddenly arose in his heart, and he was ready to move, as if he was seduced by the strange breath between heaven and earth. Above the light shield of the battle stage, Baishan's long hair was flying, and his whole body was blooming with golden light like the scorching sun. He spit out the last golden font from his mouth, and then stretched out 2 fingers and gently slashed down. I have a sword from the west, named Zhengyang Heranki. Boom! A golden giant sword suddenly flew out from the setting sun in the west, and instantly came to the midair and fell down. On the battle stage, Yang Lu raised his head. His face was hideous, like a dying patient, and suddenly roared and swung the green scimitar in his hand. The huge blue dragon sword light was instantly cut off by the golden giant sword. Boom! There was a loud noise. On the battlefield, the golden sword light and the green sword light turned into countless fragments, which flew everywhere with the surging air waves. The formation light shields around were wailing. After the light on the stage dissipated, the practitioners below the stage found that the Yefeng master, who was originally standing upright on the stage, was now disheveled, hunched over with blood on his face, supporting the ground with a broken sword in his hand, trembling and about to fall. In the air, in front of Baishan, a golden giant sword appeared again, and Yang Lu on the stage couldn't even raise his head. At this time, Gong Yangyan, who was standing in front of the crowd of Piamu Xinzong, suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Master Jia, we admit defeat." Then, he raised his head again, looked at the figure bathed in golden light in the air, and shouted, "Dean Bai, we Piamu Xinzong admit defeat." Stop it! As soon as these words came out, there was silence all around. Yang Lu on the stage suddenly raised his head, his face covered with blood, and roared, "No! I will never admit defeat." Snap! Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook, and the broken knife supporting the ground suddenly slipped away. His legs softened, and he actually knelt on the ground. Everyone in Piamu Xinzong closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Gong Yangyan's face turned pale, and he said again, "Master Jia, announce it. We admit defeat." Jia glanced at him, and then he announced, "In the 8th match, Dian won. In the 11 matches, Dian won 6 in a row. Therefore, the final result of this negotiation match is that Dian won." As soon as the words fell, everyone in Dian cheered excitedly. Many young practitioners cried with joy, their faces full of tears. When Baishan heard the news, his light faded, and he floated down from the air. As soon as he landed on the battle stage, his body suddenly swayed, and he almost fell. 2 traces of blood surged on his pale face, and a stream of blood suddenly surged in his throat, which he suppressed. He stabilized the breath in his body, paused for a moment, and then bowed to the opposite side in a gentle and elegant manner. "Master Yefeng, I give in." Yang Lu held the handle of the broken knife with both hands, supported the ground, and stood up from the ground tremblingly, slowly raised his head, and his eyes were full of blood red. Jia waved his sleeves and removed the light shield of the formation. Baishan bowed to him again, then turned around and prepared to walk off the stage. At this time, an angry shout suddenly came from the crowd of Piamu Xinzong. "Baishan! Stop!" Baishan paused and turned to look. The burly Zhou Yuanshan walked out of the crowd, clenched his fists, looked at him with a ferocious face, and suddenly shouted, "Master Jia." Baishan just took out the light shield. This time, he lost. As soon as these words came out, the noise that had just arisen in the field suddenly quieted down. Baishan was also slightly startled when he heard the words. The people of Pengli Xiandao and Jiutian Yaotai were also stunned. Indeed, Baishan just took out the light shield of the formation. Fairy Lianqiu of Jiutian Yaotai suddenly said in a cold voice, "So what if the light shield is out? The rules of the competition never say that if the light shield is out, it means you lose. The light shield of the formation is to protect the practitioners below the stage, not to distinguish between winners and losers. If you lose, you lose. Why are you so shameless as a dignified immortal sect? You dare not admit your defeat?" Suja also said indignantly, "Before, you, the Piamu immortal sect, had already bullied the weak and brazenly drove the disciples of Dian off the stage, and did not allow them to compete. Now that Dean Bai has won, you are making excuses like this, which is really shameless." Everyone in Dian also immediately cursed angrily. Zhuang Jian's eyes widened with anger, and he cursed, "Shameless! Shameless! Shame on you! Unworthy of being a sect!" Zhou Yuanshan's face was full of gloom, and he sneered, still saying, "According to the rules of the arena, if you leave the arena, You lose. He left the formation shield. Why doesn't he lose? Island Master Jia. Please deal with it impartially. At this time, the practitioners around were all whispering, looking at him with contempt. Even the young disciples of Pyamyu Immortal Sect behind him lowered their heads. Bai Shan looked at Jia Sun and said with a bow, Master Jia, the light shield of the formation was set up by you and Fairy Luyuan. You should know its use best. Bai did leave the light shield, but did not go out to the arena. All the practitioners in the world are watching. Please judge whether Bai violated the rules or not. Zhou Yuanshan sneered, of course you violated the rules. At this time, Jia Sun said indifferently, Dean Bai did not violate the rules. Then he said indifferently, Fairy Lianchua is right. The light shield of the formation is to protect other practitioners under the stage. Not like the arena. Like a railing. It distinguishes the winner. Besides, Dean Bai did stand above the battle stage and did not walk out of the battle stage. So, in this competition, Dian won. And there is nothing wrong with it. Zhou Yuanshan's face changed. And he immediately said, Master Jia, we shut up. At this moment, Gong Yanyan beside him suddenly shouted, looking at him angrily and said, you still dare to quibble. Don't you know how to lose face? Losing is losing. All the practitioners in the world are watching. Why are you still dissatisfied? Zhou Yuanshan immediately lowered his head and kept silent. Gritted his teeth secretly. Gong Yanyan slowly closed his eyes. Sighed again. Opened his eyes. And said, my Pyamyu Xianzong was defeated today. And lost face in front of the practitioners in the world. It is my fault. And it has nothing to do with you. After returning, I will personally ask the master for punishment. As for today's competition, the result is already determined. And there is no need to say anything more. Several elders bowed their heads and said nothing after hearing this. Wei Wuchang walked up to the battle stage silently and helped Yu Yangla down. Ganjianjian paused, walked out of the crowd, and bowed to Bai Shan, saying, Dean Bai, congratulations on entering the ranks of semi-saints. Today, you're great Yin One. So the conditions we discussed before will be signed according to your opinion. Let Dean Bai sign the contract. We will resolve this conflict with the contract under the witness of the fairies and brothers of Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island. Bai Shan bowed and said, Thank you, Elder Gong. After speaking, he walked to the battle stage, walked to the table where the life and death contract had just been signed, took out the pen and ink, and wrote the contract. The compensation he promised before was not less than a cent. Those that were not promised were naturally skipped. Finally, a treaty was added to let Yu Yao regain her freedom. After writing everything, he read it carefully several times before signing it with blood. Then, he handed it to Jia Sun who was beside him to read, Master Jia, please take a look first to see if there is anything wrong. Jia Sun took it, glanced at it roughly, and handed it to Gong Yanyan, saying lightly, the treaty you agreed on is naturally up to you. Gong Yanyan took it, looked down, nodded slightly, then put it on the table, picked up a pen, signed his name, and pressed a blood seal. 2 copies. Each party held a copy, and Jia Sun and Fairy Luyun signed their names. Since then, the contract has been completed. At this time, the sunset had set and the night fell quietly. Gong Yanyan took the contract, bowed to everyone, turned around and left without saying a word. At this moment, he seemed to have aged many years. The whispering and discussion around him kept coming into his ears, but he seemed not to hear it. Let's go back. He walked into the crowd of Pyamyu Xianzong, said lightly, and walked towards the spaceship not far away. Everyone from the Pyamyu Immortal Sect lowered their heads and followed silently. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Before coming, no one had expected that this would be the result. They came here in glory and glory, but returned in disgrace. The low, sarcastic voices around were endless. The young disciples of the Pyamyu Immortal Sect all lowered their heads tightly, clenched their fists, and were ashamed. From the time they joined the Pyamyu Immortal Sect until this competition, they had never encountered such humiliation. It's embarrassing, isn't it? After getting on the spaceship, Gong Yanyan looked at them and asked in a gentle voice. But he didn't dare to answer. Gong Yanyan laughed at himself and answered himself, of course it's embarrassing. In today's battle, all the face of my Pyamyu Xianzong was torn off after a pause. He suddenly raised his head and said, but the shame is only temporary. As long as we have the strength, we can still regain our face. It's just I came here today And 5 of my Piao Miao Xian Zong's best disciples died. Even if a few of us old guys died here, I wouldn't feel bad. Those few were the youngest and most promising disciples in our sect. At this point, his voice suddenly became hoarse. When I came here, the sect master also reminded me a few days ago. The ancestor praised them one by one. They are the future and hope of our Piao Miao Xian Zong. But here, they were slaughtered by a teenager in front of so many practitioners. His eyes turned red, and his voice suddenly became a little sharp. Don't you hate it? Are you willing? After these words came out, several elders and young disciples all looked up at him. Gong Yongyan's tone slowed down again, and he shook his head slightly. I am not willing if we go back like this. How can we explain to the sect master, the ancestors, and everyone in the sect? How will those sects and countries that depend on us look at us? The spaceship has already flown into the sky and flew towards the direction of Piao Miao Xian Zong. Wei Wuchang stood at the side of the ship, looking down at the crowd below, his face hidden in the night, full of ferociousness. Zhou Yuanshan came to his side. His eyes also looked down. His fingers stroked the ring on his thumb, and laughed in a low voice. Half saint? After a while, in the cabin, several people gathered together. When? Wait a little longer. At least let the people from Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island leave first. Don't leave any of them. Maybe we can leave one. At least we should take that boy back and treat him well. Indeed, we should treat him well. At the same time, on the top of Giant A Peak, the people of Dian were celebrating today's victory. The fairy Lianxue of Jiutian Yaotai, Suzhou of Penglai Fairy Island, and several other Confucian and Taoist monks came to congratulate Baishan on his promotion to the semi-saint realm. At the same time, several people asked him about the powerful poems he had just recited on the battlefield, especially that the sun sets behind the mountain, and we go up to a higher level that helped him successfully advance 2 levels, and the last song of righteousness. Baishan bowed and said, these poems were accidentally discovered by Bai in an ancient ruins. As for the specific situation, I'm sorry that I can't tell you for the time being. When they heard this, they were all envious. Although they were eager to try, they didn't ask any more questions. After all, it is someone else's cultivation method. Several Confucian and Taoist friends exchanged greetings again, then bowed and said goodbye, leaving with their respective sects. Fairy Lianxue waited for everyone else to leave before returning, and said somewhat embarrassedly, Dean Bai, if it is convenient, can I go to Dian to practice for a while? I have been stuck in the current bottleneck for many years. Although there is still cultural energy in the sect, I always feel that something is missing. Now your country's cultural energy is revived, and the cultural heritage has been established. So, Baishan pondered for a moment, bowed and said before, Bai was competing on the stage. Thank you for your righteous words. But my Dian is now in internal and external troubles, and the cultural energy has just been established. Bai doesn't know the specific situation yet. I need to go back and check it out before I can know clearly. Fairy is willing to go. Bai is naturally very welcome to be my guest in Dian, and I am also honored to be here. But can you wait for a while? Fairy Lianxue smiled slightly and said, with Dean Bai's words, I would like to thank you first. If Dean Bai does not take the initiative to invite me, I will come here by myself. After saying that, when she was about to say goodbye, she suddenly approached him again and whispered, there is one more thing. My junior sister Qin Yao has taken a fancy to the young man named Chu Feiyang in your Dian, but she is embarrassed to come here. So let me talk to you. If he is willing to come to our Jiutian Yaotai, my junior sister is willing to accept him as her close disciple. As soon as these words came out, Baishan was shocked. Fairy Qin Yao? Fairy Lianxue nodded and said, Dean Bai should also know that this opportunity is rare. Baishan's expression was slightly condensed, and he nodded. Fairy, please thank Fairy Qin Yao on behalf of Bai. For this matter, Bai needs to go back and ask Feiyang first, and will give you a reply as soon as possible. Yes. Fairy Lianxue smiled lightly, ready to leave, and whispered, next time I send a message, I hope Dean Bai will not ignore it. After saying that, she smiled and turned to leave. Baishan looked at her beautiful and elegant figure, and was stunned. Not far away, Luo Ling watched this scene silently. On the other side, Zhuang Jian looked at Luo Ling silently, sighed secretly, and his face was full of frustration. In the tent, Luo Qingzhou was sitting on the bed, talking to his uncle about the wonderful competition just now. Senior Bai only used a few poems to make Yang Tower kneel down and spit blood. This is the first time I have seen Confucian and Taoist skills. It is really exquisite. Has Master Uncle seen it before? Ling Hu Qingju looked at him quietly without saying anything. At this time, Nandong Huiyue walked into the tent, glanced at the two of them, and said, "It's time to go back." Her tone became relaxed, but when she saw the two holding hands, she frowned again. At this time, Yu Yao also walked in. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly stood up and congratulated with a smile on his face. "Sister Yu, you are finally free again. Congratulations." Then he said, "But I still feel a little sorry that you didn't go on stage today. In fact, I have always been very curious about your cultivation and skills." Yu Yao didn't say anything, and looked at Ling Hu Qingju on the bed. Luo Qingzhou smiled slightly, paused, and asked, "My master uncle?" Yu Yao said in a light tone, "She is fine." As soon as this was said, several people in the room were stunned. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Nothing?" Ling Hu Qingju on the bed also sat up slowly. Yu Yao looked at her and said lightly, "There is a Jiang Lei Lingdan in her body to protect her and help her block the sword." Jiang Lei Lingdan? Several people in the room were stunned, as if they had never heard of it. At this time, Nandong Huiyue frowned and said, "Jiang Lei Lingdan? So familiar, I seem to have read it in a book." She thought about it carefully and suddenly said, "I remember it. But what I read is called Jiang Dan. The book says that Jiang Dan is very strong and young, very rare. And it is said that it can only be produced in women with a certain physique. Its essence is men's." At this point, she suddenly stopped talking and her face froze. Luo Qingzhou was listening curiously and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, continue. What is a man's?" Nandong Huiyue suddenly stared at him with cold eyes. "Murderous? Luo Qingzhou?" At this time, Yu Yao said calmly, "With the heavenly thunder Jiang pill, the power is even greater. In the future." She looked at Ling Hu Qingju on the bed and said, "In the future, you don't have to be afraid of thunder tribulations, and you will continue to draw energy from them and integrate them into your swordsmanship. Your cultivation speed will be faster." Ling Hu Qingju was stunned for a few seconds and said, My stomach, is it really okay?" Yu Yao nodded slightly. "It's okay." Luo Qingzhou suddenly said faintly, "Why didn't you say it before? When I asked you, you looked solemn and said nothing, as if you were seriously injured." Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, "If I didn't lie to you, could you be so powerful on the stage?" Luo Qingzhou. At this time, Baishan said outside, "It's time to go back." Luo Qingzhou immediately helped his uncle get off the bed. When several people walked out of the tent, they found that most of the people around had dispersed. A silver moon hung in the night sky. On the giant A peak, the moonlight was like water, and the night wind was cold. Fairy Zixia closed the tent and said with a smile, "Fei Yang, you are a great contributor to our great yin. When you go back, remember to ask His Majesty to promote you." Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly and said coldly, "I will appoint him as the chief eunuch." As soon as this was said, everyone else around laughed. Baishan's flying sword couldn't hold too many people, so the people from other sects all went down the mountain on their own. The people from Jinchan Temple, Qingyan Temple, and Huashan sect were also preparing to say goodbye and leave. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Senior Bai, the people from the 5 major sects, please go with us." Everyone looked at him. Luo Qingzhou looked in the direction where the Piaomu Xianzong spaceship left, and 2 lightning flashed in his eyes, saying, "Today, we and the Yin have made the Piaomu Xianzong lose face, and I have killed so many of their talented disciples. So, if I am not wrong, they will come back again." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Master Ning Yuan, the abbot of Jinchan Temple, put his hands together and said, "Amitabha. Today, Piaomu Xianzong and our great Yin have signed a contract in front of the other 2 major Xianzongs and the world sections. It shouldn't be so, Master." Luo Qingzhou interrupted him. "Any contract is based on the strength of each party. Without strength, the contract is just a piece of paper. Besides, the contract does not say that they will not come back for revenge. Nor does it say that they will not kill all of our great Yan's 5 major sects, leaving no one alive. This, kill them all, leaving no one alive?" Everyone was even more shocked. Luo Qingzhou added, "They all know that Senior Bai has been injured, and we are very weak to them. If they don't kill us, they can't vent their shame and resentment, and they can't go back to their sect to explain. Dear seniors, although I am just guessing, this guess should not be wrong." Baishan looked solemn and nodded slightly. "In fact, I also have this worry. After the island master Jia announced the result, Gong Onyan agreed to readily, and the other elders of Piaomu Xianzong were also unusually quiet. So this matter is probably strange. Hearing Fei Yong say this, I think it is very likely. Seeing him say this, everyone believed it about 70% and was a little panicked. If the other party returned with hatred to slaughter them, with their strength, they would not be able to resist at all. Nandong Huiyue immediately said, I will call the army back immediately. They just left not long ago. With the warrior army here, it is not that easy for them to kill us. As he said that, he immediately took out the communication treasure. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, Your Majesty, no need. Nandong Huiyue was stunned and looked at him. Other people also looked at him. A cold light flashed in Luo Qingzhou's eyes, and he said, We can't hide in the army forever. If they can't kill us, they will naturally look for practitioners from other sections. It's better to prevent future troubles than to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. At least, we should kill this wave first, and let them suffer a great loss of vitality. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him in doubt. Fei Yong, Dean Bai is injured now. If the other party wants to come, it will not only be those disciples, but also the elders. How do we deal with them? Zhuang Jian said solemnly. Luo Qingzhou did not reply, and looked at the cold girl standing alone not far away. Yu Yao's eyes were also looking at him quietly. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt that Sister Yu's intelligence was completely different from him and the people here. Could it be that she had anticipated this situation before? So she taught him the skills in advance, allowing him to temporarily hide the thunder spirit and the thunder? If it is true, Sister Yu is so smart. The daughter she gave birth to should also be very smart. Right? How can I have wild thoughts at this time? Killing the enemy is important. Daughter. Ba. Miss Yu Yao. Come here. Let's discuss something. Chapter 892, Breaking the Agreement to Destroy the Clan. Thunder tribulation all in one pot. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. In the night sky hundreds of miles away from the border of Deyan, the spaceship of Piaomiao Xianzong was parked in the thick clouds. After a while, a figure came flying on a sword and whispered, They're all gone. Where are those Confucian and Taoist monks? They're all gone too. Baishan was seriously injured, and he probably didn't want anyone to know. So he wanted to go back and heal quickly. Where are the warriors of Dayan? They've already left the ground. That's no problem. Let's kill Baishan's group first, and then go after the other sections. With their speed, they can't run far. Brother Wei, I always feel that this matter is not too after all. We just signed a contract. No need to say more. We must avenge this grudge. If we don't wash away this shame today, we will be ashamed to see people when we go back. And we will be so depressed that we can't make any further progress in the future. Which is a big deal. Don't worry. Do it cleanly, and won't leave any evidence. Even if other sects suspect it. What can they do? Will they turn against our Piaomu Xianzong for Dayan? After Wei Wuchang finished speaking, he went into the house. In the hall, 6 elders, a peak master, and more than 20 disciples of Piaomu Xianzong gathered. Wei Wuchang recounted the situation he had just heard. Zhou Yuanshan immediately gritted his teeth and said, Let's go! I can't wait any longer. Gong Yongyan frowned and said, Brother Zhou, please be patient. With their flying speed, they can't run far. Then, he swept his eyes to the other people in the hall and said, We will not force anyone in this operation, except for the injured peak master Yu and Wang Yao. If anyone else doesn't want to go, just say so. The room was quiet for a moment. Yang Lu, who was sitting on the side and recuperating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said, Brother Gongong, you don't have to go either. Elder Wei and the others can go with the disciples. The other party, Baishan, is already injured, and the others are not to be feared. No matter how powerful that young man is, he is only a great master. Any elder can kill him. Wei Wuchang also said, Master Yefeng is right. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Brother, just continue to drive the spaceship forward, lest the people from Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island suddenly come back. Others also said, It's enough for us to go. Gong Onyan pondered for a moment, nodded, looked at the disciples, and asked, Is there anyone who doesn't want to go? It doesn't matter. Just say it. More than 20 young disciples all lowered their heads and didn't speak. Who dares to say no at this time? Didn't you see that the elders were staring at them with gloomy eyes? If they really didn't want them to go, They wouldn't discuss these things directly in front of them. This kind of murderous activity. In front of them. The intention is already very obvious. At this moment, even Zhu Yufeng, who wanted to hide to the end, lowered his head and dared not say a word. In this case, let's go! Gong Yongyan said nothing more and gave an order in a deep voice. Cover your faces and don't let people recognize you. If this matter is leaked, none of us will have to return to the sect. Zhou Yuanshan immediately put on the mask and sneered, Brother, don't worry. Anyone who can see our faces will not survive tonight. Wei Wuchang took out a flying sword, landed outside the spaceship, and rapidly grew larger. Everyone immediately followed. Yu Yangle followed out with a pale face, holding a railing and said, Brother Wei, if you kill Bai Yishan, remember to take back the articles on him. The revival of De Yan's literary energy should be related to his newly published articles. Wei Wuchang nodded and said, okay. Zhou Yuanshan grinned and said, Master Yefeng, don't worry. When those people die, De Yin will be completely useless. At that time, their revived literary energy and that spiritual vein will naturally be ours. When we support another puppet, their warrior army and people will naturally all be ours. Yu Yangle glanced at him and said nothing. Although this is indeed the case, and although he has been doing this for a long time, but as an elder, isn't it embarrassing to say it in front of these young disciples? Gong Yongyan's face darkened and he shouted, Brother Zhou, don't talk nonsense. Your action this time is to avenge the disciples of my Piamu Xianzong and seek justice for them. Not for anything else. Zhou Yuanshan grinned and bowed his head and said, Yes, brother. Let's go! Wei Wuchang stood at the front of the flying sword. With a thought, the flying sword swished and disappeared into the sea of clouds in the distance. Gong Yongyan and Yu Yangle stood at the side of the ship, looking at the place where the flying sword disappeared. After a while, Gong Yongyan frowned and suddenly said, I always feel uneasy. Ye Yanglu retracted his gaze and looked at him and said, Doing this kind of thing will naturally make you feel uneasy. But don't worry. With Elder Wei and the others here, there will be no problem. In the entire Great Yin, only Bai Yishan has broken through the Gi realm. Gong Yongyan suddenly sighed and said, I didn't expect that our Piamu Xianzong would fall to this point today. We can't afford to lose. A sneak attack afterwards if the sect knows about this. And if other outsiders know about it. I'm afraid, hey. Ye Yanglu was silent for a while and said, Brother, don't feel ashamed. I feel guilty and uneasy. This is the world. The weak are the prey of the strong. And the strong are right. If you are kind, you will be eliminated. A small De Yin has made us lose face in front of the world sects today. If it is not destroyed, those countries and forces that rely on us and provide us with cultivation resources will only look down on us and then defect to other sects. We can be kind and tolerant to our own people, but we must be tough and ruthless to outsiders. Otherwise, it will be difficult to convince the public and even more difficult to gain a foothold. Gong Yongyan was silent for a while and nodded slightly. You are right. The flying sword broke through the air, 100 miles away. Just a moment. Wei Wuchang drove the flying sword and soon returned to the sky above the giant 8 peak on the border of the Yin. He looked down and immediately urged the flying sword to chase forward. He did not meet anyone else along the way. The Yin has scarce cultivation resources, and few people own spaceships. As for the flying sword, only the cultivators in the late stage of the spiritual separation realm can fly with the sword. And only the cultivators in the spiritual transformation realm can fly high in the sky with the sword. How many cultivators in the spiritual transformation realm are there in De Yin? So, the journey was smooth. Soon, they saw a huge flying sword flying quickly under the clouds in front of them. There is a house above the flying sword. It is Bai Yishan's flying sword. Although the speed of the flying sword seems to be very fast, it is far behind them. Catch up. Zhou Yuanshan clenched his fists, stared at the flying sword in front of him with a cold look, and said with a grim smile, I can't wait to twist off the head of that little beast. The young disciple standing behind immediately became nervous. Zhu Yufeng looked at the flying sword in front of him. His face turned pale, and he quietly touched Zhang Wani standing next to him, whispering, Brother Zhang, are we really going to go? Zhang Wani had regained his courage at this moment, and said, Brother Zhu, don't be afraid. There are several elders here. We just need to follow behind to clean up the mess. No matter how powerful that young man is, he is only a grandmaster. And Elder Zhou will deal with him. Zhu Yufeng's face was still full of fear. But he is very insidious. Maybe he is hiding on purpose and attacking us by surprise? Zhang frowned, turned his head and looked at him, and said, "You also watched the previous competition. With our cultivation? Even if a sneak attack is impossible to succeed in just a few moves. If you are really scared, just follow me. When we join forces, we will not be afraid of him anymore." Zhu Yufeng's face turned pale and trembled. "But I am still afraid." "Useless thing." Zhang Wani looked disdainful at once. "I really don't know how you are ranked 6th on the Piamia list." "Shame," Zhu Yufeng said with a sad face. "That kid killed 5 people in a row. And those 5 were ranked in the top 10 on the Piamia list. Even the 4th and 2nd were destroyed by him. I am only the 6th. What is that?" At this time, the flying sword in front seemed to suddenly discover them, and immediately flew towards the mountains below. "Chase!" Wei Wuchang immediately drove the flying sword to follow. Since it has been exposed, there is no need to hide anymore. And a quick battle is a quick decision. Listen, everyone. You will follow us later. Don't leave too far. And don't chase those who escape. After we kill Bai Shan and the main personnel, we will naturally chase them. We have lost too many excellent disciples. We can't lose more. This time, I brought a few people out, and I have to take a few people back. Otherwise I can't explain to the elder. Did you hear it clearly? 20 young disciples. All murderous, said in unison, yes. Hey, they landed on the mountain below. Humph. They should know that they can't escape. I guess they want to see who we are before responding. Everyone put on the mask, and don't let anyone see it. Wei Wuchang ordered sternly, and immediately drove the flying sword down. On the flying sword, everyone was murderous. At this time, Bai Shan's voice came from the top of the mountain below. Who are you? Why are you following us? Wei Wuchang sneered, and didn't answer. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a sword appeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The flying sword carried a group of people, and it rushed down to the mountain below at lightning speed. Just as it was about to fall, a figure suddenly jumped out from the flying sword. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. The disciple named Zhu Yufeng stepped on his flying sword, staggered, covered his stomach, and said with a painful face, "Dear uncles and uncles, I seem to be going to the toilet. I have to go to the bathroom first, and then I will help you kill people." Useless thing. Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help cursing. The others also twitched their mouths. But at this moment, they couldn't think too much. The flying sword fell to the ground with a swish. Wei Wuchang jumped off the flying sword with the sword in his hand, looked at the middle-aged man in a snow-white Confucian robe opposite him, and then looked behind him. Behind Bai Shan, there was only a girl in a white dress with a cold temperament. The others were all missing. Wei Wuchang was stunned for a moment, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes, and looked around. But the surroundings were empty and silent, and he still didn't find other practitioners of the Yen. He suddenly clicked in his heart, feeling something was wrong. But at this time, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Kill him first. Zhou Yuanshan was the first to rush up. The others followed and rushed over. Bai Shan's figure flashed, swept back, and then stepped on the flying sword and shot away. When Wei Wuchang was about to fly the sword to chase, he suddenly felt a terrible breath wave coming. Then, a light suddenly flashed above his head, and a light shield appeared, which was like a big bowl, trapping the entire peak of the mountain and them all inside. Formation. He reacted immediately. His face changed, his figure flashed, and he rushed up with the sword in his hand, and suddenly slashed at the light shield above his head with a sword. The power of the Gi realm plus the power of the sword is extremely powerful, but there is no trace of slashing on the light shield that looks as thin as a cicada's wing. Seeing this scene, his heart sank immediately, but he did not panic. It's just a formation. How can it trap them? At this time, Bai Shan had already left the light shield and flew away without looking back. The girl in the white dress, with a cold temperament, suddenly disappeared. Break the formation first. Wei Wuchang raised the sword in his hand and began to accumulate strength. The other elders also took out their weapons and started to break the formation with brute force. Zhou Yuanshan flew directly into the air and punched the light shield above with a boom. At this moment, someone suddenly found that something seemed wrong in the sky above. The entire sky facing the mountain was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and at the same time, a huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the rolling clouds. There seemed to be lightning in the huge black vortex. A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire peak. Thunder tribulation? Wei Wuchang held the shining sword and looked up at the scene in the night sky with a stunned expression. Others suddenly panicked. Heavenly thunder! Heavenly thunder is coming down! Those young disciples felt this terrifying aura that destroyed the world. And their faces changed drastically. They all focused on the soul, and were even more afraid of the heavenly thunder. Seeing this terrifying picture and feeling this terrifying aura of heavenly thunder. Naturally, the souls trembled and were scared. At the same time, not far outside the light shield, Zhu Yufeng, who was fleeing in the face of danger, was still hesitating and struggling in his heart whether to follow him. At this moment, seeing this horrific scene, he was so scared that his soul flew away, and he turned around and fled on his sword. He fled for several miles. He stood on the hill over there, his face pale, looking at this place with fear and trembling, and said in a trembling voice, sure enough, I said. That kid is very insidious. Boom! At this moment, a thunderclap frightened him so much that he trembled all over. He looked up in horror. In the sky, a thick purple lightning bolt suddenly flew out from the huge black vortex, instantly passing through the gap in the light shield above the mountain over there, and fell towards the people on the top of the mountain. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came from the top of the mountain over there. The voice was very familiar. It was the scream of senior brother Zhang Wan. Zhu Yufeng's legs suddenly softened, and he peed himself in fear with a puff. His face was pale, and he trembled all over and said, it's over, senior brother Zhang. Why don't you listen to me? In another direction, on another mountain 7 or 8 miles away from the mountain covered by the thunder, Bai Yishan and other practitioners from the 5 major sects of Dian were all standing there, looking at the thunder phenomenon in the sky with shock on their faces. Boom! 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 Suddenly, more thunder and lightning roared and flew out from the huge black vortex, like ferocious dragons, rushing towards the top of the mountain. Everyone's face changed. This thunder, can Fei Yong withstand it? Fairy Zixiao was in high spirits and full of pride, of course. For him, it's a piece of cake. Everyone's mouth twitched. Thunder. A piece of cake. What about Miss Yao? Can she withstand it? Fairy Zixiao was stunned when she heard this, thinking of the thunder tribulation in her cave, and blurted out, of course. Fei Yong can just hold her, or be on top of her. When Fei Yong encountered the thunder tribulation while practicing in my cave, he was on top of me. She suddenly stopped talking. At this time, everyone was silent and looked at her strangely, including the Queen of Dian and her ancestor. Chapter 893. The thunder of heaven showed its might and destroyed the villains. It came like a wolf and returned like a dog. Boom! Thunder rolled in the night sky. More dense and thick lightning appeared in the huge black vortex, roaring down towards the mountain. In a blink of an eye, the whole mountain was submerged in the terrifying sea of thunder. A gap appeared on the array light shield, as if it was specially opened for these lightning. But no one on the top of the mountain dared to face the thunder, because one of the elders, after discovering the gap above, flew into the air first and wanted to escape from the gap above, but was instantly beaten to ashes by a purple lightning, leaving no clothes. The others were so scared that they had to flee along the ground. What about the return to the realm? Without being promoted to the realm of thunder tribulation, their bodies and souls were still fragile under the thunder. What's more, this was not an ordinary thunder. The 3-color thunder tribulation, each one thicker than the other, became more and more powerful, and the number of them increased. Even if a thunder tribulation cultivator came, he would lose a layer of skin, let alone them. Zhou Yuanshan and his companions, who were murderous and grinning just a moment ago, were now terrified and fled in panic. Ah! Another scream. One of the old men in the early stage of Gi was directly hit by a black lightning and turned into nothing. More than 20 young disciples. In a blink of an eye, only 7 or 8 were left. Wei Wuchang ran to the edge of the cliff with a sword in his hand, roaring and slashing at the light shield in front of him frantically. Zhou Yuanshan and the other 2 elders were also desperately attacking the light shield. The remaining 7 or 8 disciples fled behind them in fear, all of them pale and trembling. But at this time, the lightning in the night sky suddenly shifted again and continued to pounce on them. One of the old men suddenly trembled and said, "No! We seem to be being watched. If this is a thunder tribulation, then that person must have been following us." When several people heard this, they immediately reacted. Wei Wuchang looked around with a pale face, and suddenly a cold light flashed in his eyes. The sword in his hand boomed and inserted into the ground. A golden sword light instantly drilled into the ground. At this time, the lightning above their heads had already pounced down. They hurriedly fled in all directions. Boom! The lightning struck the ground, Two of the disciples had weak legs and were too slow. They were directly hit by lightning and turned into nothing. Who? Who? Come out for me! Zhou Yuanshan fled not far away. Suddenly clenched his fists and beat the ground frantically. Fist lights drilled into the ground like thunder. At this time, a figure suddenly flew out from the ground in front of him, looking at him and said, I came out. So what? The remaining people of Piamu Xianzong looked at it immediately, and their faces were suddenly stunned. The person in front of him turned out to be the young man who had killed 5 of their talented disciples on the battlefield. Zhou Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fist and gritted his teeth and said, You little beast. With only the Grandmaster realm, are you qualified to survive the Thunder Tribulation? I will settle all the new and old grudges with you now. After that, he roared and rushed forward. Boom! Who knew that just as he rushed forward, before he could raise his fist emitting fist light, dozens of thick lightning bolts suddenly fell from his head and directly submerged him in them. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. His body and soul were instantly burned to ashes in the thunder and lightning. The dignified elder of Piamu Xianzong, a master of Gi realm, died without any resistance. The other people in Piamu Xianzong were all terrified. Boom! 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 At this time, more thunder and lightning rolled down from the night sky, rushing towards the young man standing proudly in front, and instantly submerged him in it. But he still stood there, and did not turn into ashes in the thunder and lightning. He was wrapped in ferocious 3-color lightning, like a lightning monster, and walked towards the remaining people of Piamu Xianzong step by step, saying, Come on! Keep going! I killed so many of your disciples. Come and kill me! Wei Wuchang and his companions were already scared at this moment, seeing him covered with lightning, with a thick lightning from the night sky connected to his head, and countless lightning that were about to fall from the air, walking towards them. They immediately trembled and retreated, screaming in fear. Several young disciples were crying and begging. Wei Wuchang shouted, We are just passing by. What are you doing? Don't come over. Another elder said in horror, Little friend Chu, you are still young. Don't do stupid things. Let's just pretend that nothing happened tonight. Okay? Boom! 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 Seeing more lightning falling from the night sky, one of the female disciples had no choice but to cry. Don't come over. Please, don't come over. We are from Piamu Xianzong. If you kill us, no one in your Dehian will survive. Oh! Luo Qingzhou said oh, and didn't continue to play with him, and rushed over directly. Ah! Lightning exploded around him. The few remaining disciples of Piamu Xianzong died on the spot and turned into ashes. Wei Wuchang and the remaining elders flashed and fled to the cliff not far away in fear, and once again desperately hit the thin light shield. He used all his magic weapons and tried his best to finally break the light shield. However, at this moment, the largest wave of lightning in the sky has locked them. Boom! With a loud bang, the sea of thunder swooped down from the air like a giant beast and swallowed them in an instant. The two of them had almost no power to resist, and before they could even scream, they completely disappeared from this world. Zhu Yufeng, who was watching this scene from a distant hilltop, trembled and fled in fear while controlling the flying sword. It's over, it's really over, even Elder Wei is dead. Sure enough, no one will be left. The funny thing is that when they came, they were the ones who said murderously that they would kill all the people from Dian, leaving no one behind. But now, it's them who leave no one behind. No, there's still me. Zhu Yufeng ran away trembling, and secretly said in his heart, It seems that all the top 10 disciples on the Piamia list are dead except me. And even the injured junior brother Wang went to die. No. Senior sister Lan and senior brother Zhuo didn't come either. And Uncle Yu asked them to monitor the people from the other 2 major immortal sects, so I didn't do anything, but suddenly became the 3rd on the Piamia list? Sure enough, it is the best way to survive. Boom! The thunder tribulation behind him seemed to have reached its final moment. Who is going through the thunder tribulation? Is there anyone so powerful in Dian? Just now, it looked like a monster from a distance, with lightning all over its body, and it even pounced on Elder Wei and the others. Could it be an ancient spirit beast? He struggled for a long time in his heart and decided to go back to the sect. If he didn't go back, he would be killed if the sect knew about it, and he might even be charged with treason. He should go back. The worst thing he would get is some punishment. The sect suddenly lost so many talented disciples, and his talent was considered the best in the sect. The sect leaders would definitely not be willing to do anything to him. Thinking of this, he immediately sped up. At this time, The thunder tribulation in the night sky had begun to slowly disappear. Luo Qingzhou stood on the top of the peak, looking up at the lightning that was disappearing quickly in the sky. His whole body was full of strength, and he felt that he was still not satisfied. In his body, the thin golden arc on the root of the thunder spirit had grown a little bigger. I wonder what this golden lightning is for, he thought to himself. At this time, Baishan flew over with everyone on his flying sword, and on a mountain farther away. On the top of the mountain, there was a cloud boat parked there silently. On the cloud boat, Fairy Qingyao, dressed in a white dress, and her 5 disciples were looking at the mountain in the distance, which had gradually returned to calm. In silence. Master, did you see it? After a long time, Hong Yuan couldn't help but ask. Fairy Qingyao was silent for a long while, then nodded slightly. It should be. The purple-skirted girl next to her said, I didn't expect that he would hide there to survive the tribulation, deliberately luring the people of Piaomiao Xian Zone over there. Too mean, too smart. We were originally going to save him, but we didn't expect that we wouldn't have to do anything at all. Master, should we go over now? Then Yu, who was standing next to her, suddenly said lightly, we can't go over now. Hong Yuan also said, we really can't go over now. Don't let others misunderstand. Anyway, Fanfan has his contact information here. Master, just let Fanfan send whatever you want to say. Fairy Qingyao glanced at the hill over there again, turned into the house, and said, let's go. The cloud boat suddenly flashed with light and flew up. She stood in front of the window, looking at the hill in the distance, and said coldly, Senior Sister Lianchua should have told him that if he is willing, he will naturally contact us. Master, why don't we take the initiative? Such a good disciple. Don't let others get there first. Fairy Qingyao didn't say anything else. At this time, a voice whispered, Senior Sister, we are girls. We should be reserved. Master should be more reserved. 100 miles away, on a spaceship flying to the direction of Piaomiao Xian Zone, Gong Yongyan and Yu Yanglu were sitting in the hall, talking with heavy faces. When we return to the sect, tell the truth. If there is any punishment, I will bear it alone. After all, I am the leader this time. Senior brother, we still need to find another reason to attack Baishan and others. Let's discuss it after Junior Brother Wei and others come back. If we can take Dian. At this time, Lan Ling flew back and reported at the door. The cloud boat of Jiutian Yaotai has flown out of the Black Cloth Mountains and will not come back. Not long after, Shui Yang also flew back and reported, the divine tortoise of Pengwai Fairy Island has gone out to sea. Gong Yongyan nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. You two go to the room to rest first. When your Uncle Wei and others come back, we have other things to discuss. Yes. The two respectfully entered the room next door. Who knew that at this moment? A panicked cry suddenly came from not far away. Uncle Gong Yang. Uncle Yu. It's not good. It's a big deal. Gong Yongyan and Yu Yangla heard the sound. Their faces suddenly changed, and they rushed out in an instant. Shui Yang and Lan Ling, who had just entered the room, also rushed out in a hurry. Under the night sky not far away, Zhu Yufeng drove the flying sword and staggered to catch up with horror. He looked pale, like a dog that had lost its home, and his pants seemed to be wet. Gong Yongyan's heart suddenly sank, and he immediately stopped the spaceship and asked in a trembling voice, what happened? Zhu Yufeng cried, Uncle Gong Yang. Uncle Wei. They. How are they? Tell me. Gong Yongyan's face suddenly changed, and his body began to tremble. Zhu Yufeng flew over and landed on the spaceship. Suddenly, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground, trembling all over, crying, They all died, not one left. As soon as these words came out, the 4 people on the spaceship all had a buzz in their minds, and their minds were blank, and they were stunned. Zhu Yufeng knelt on the ground, lowered his head and cried. Gong Yongyan was trembling all over. His face was as pale as paper, and he was stunned for a while before he asked in a trembling voice, How could this happen? Your Uncle Wei and the others are all masters of the return to one realm, and your fellow disciples are also of high cultivation. How could this happen? Zhu Yufeng had a lingering fear on his face, and said in a trembling voice, Heaven thunder, it was thunder, we were ambushed, and the other party was hiding a spirit beast that was about to pass the tribulation. That spirit beast was so scary. It was as big as a mountain, and its head alone was bigger than our spaceship. It had 7. No. It has 8 legs, 4 eyes, 5 ears. It is not afraid of thunder and lightning. It not only swallows the thunder, but also spits it out. When I followed Master Wei and the others there, we were surrounded by the formation. In the end, Master Wei tried his best to rescue me, junior brother Zhang, and junior sister Lu from the formation. But he was killed by the Thunder Wu and his soul was scattered. Woohoo! The disciple hurried back to report junior brother Zhang and junior sister Lu ran in another direction. After he finished crying, the 4 people on the spaceship all turned pale, and there was a dead silence. After a while, Gong Yongyan's body suddenly shook and almost fell down. Dead, all dead? Even junior brother Wei and the others are dead. Yu Yanglu also slowly closed his eyes, his hands trembling. Zhuoyang and Lan Ling were so scared that their legs became weak and they could hardly stand. Zhu Yufeng was still kneeling on the ground, crying with tears and snot. The top 10 disciples of Piamu Xianzong, plus other disciples and elders, totaled nearly 40 people. And now, only 5 of them are left. There are 5 elders in the Giyi realm alone, not to mention their Piamu Xianzong. Even Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Xiandao can't afford such a loss. That is a peerless powerhouse that has been supported by countless cultivation resources. What's more, there are so many young disciples with promising futures. They are the future and hope of Piamu Xianzong. It's over, it's all over. Gong Yongyan trembled, knelt on the ground, his face full of tears, and suddenly cried loudly, I am a sinner of Piamu Xianzong. 2 days later, the spaceship returned to Piamu Xianzong and stopped outside the mountain protection formation. Gong Yongyan and Yeyang Tower, as well as Shuiyang, Lan Ling, and Zhu Yufeng, all knelt on the hillside outside. Many disciples soon gathered on the hillside. When the top leaders of Piamu Xianzong rushed over after hearing the news, Gong Yongyan suddenly burst into tears again, pouted and cried, Master, all 32 people in my Piamu Xianzong have died in Dian territory. You have to take care of them. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Piamu Xianzong changed their expressions. Chapter 894 Fight for the Country. A Harbor for Soldiers. After dawn, the sky of Dian is as blue as a mirror, and it looks cleaner and clearer than ever before. The flying sword shuttles through the clouds. In the room, everyone is discussing the upcoming consequences and preparations after the massacre of those people from Piamu Xianzong last night. The other party is guilty, and their faces are covered, so they must not dare to speak out. We just don't admit it. Or, we think they are from the demon sect. Humph. The other party has suffered heavy losses, and it is a dignified Xianzong. I'm afraid they won't give up. What if they won't give up? Could it be that they will bring people to destroy our Dian? The Zhozhou continent is not decided by their Piamu Xianzong alone, and they have signed a contract with the other 2 major Xianzongs. Of course they dare not do it in public. But behind the scenes? Indeed, they have done a lot of despicable things behind the scenes before. The people from the 5 major sects are all a little worried. Bai Yishan sat aside, resting and listening, occasionally saying a word or two. Nandong Huiyue sat aside, frowning slightly, saying nothing. The consequences of this matter may be very serious. But in the situation last night, it was either you die or I die, and there must be no mercy. Bai Yishan was silent for a moment, and said, Your Majesty, please call back Yu Ying's 8,000 warriors, and put them in the Imperial City. Just in case. There are still 6,000 Imperial Guards in the Imperial City, plus the 8,000 troops, who have been tempered by life and death on the battlefield, and tens of thousands of soldiers near Kyoto. Even if the enemy invades, they will have the strength to fight. Nandong Huiyue nodded, took out the communication treasure, and sent the order directly. Bai Yishan looked at Master Ning Yuan of Jinshan Temple and said, Master Wukong of your temple has not come out yet? Master Ning Yuan put his hands together and said, Ba. If the country is in trouble, my uncle will definitely come out. Bai Yishan looked at Taoist Yunshang of Qingyun Temple and said, Has Zhu Yan's temper been restrained? Taoist Yunshang sighed and said, It's still as irritable as before. But, he glanced at the people of Lingxiao sect opposite, smiled slightly, and said, There is a young man who can communicate normally with Senior Zhu Yan, and he has already called Senior Zhu Yan a brother, and Senior Zhu Yan even obeys him in everything. If it is released, it will inevitably be restrained by that young man. Oh! As soon as this was said, everyone else was surprised and curious. Bai Yishan's eyes moved, but he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, Then I'll trouble Master Yunshang to go back and test the waters first. The Taoist said, It should be fine. Bai Yishan looked at Ma Chenzi of Huashan sect. Just as he was about to speak, a touch of blood suddenly surged on his face. His blood and chi surged. And he suddenly vomited blood with a wow. Then his face turned pale as paper. Dean Bai. Quick. Go back to the room and rest. We'll discuss this matter after Dean Bai's injury is healed. Everyone hurriedly got up to persuade him. Bai Yishan waved his hand, stabilized his blood and chi, and sighed. I'm afraid that Bai's injury this time will not heal in a few months. But this matter is imminent. If we are not prepared, I'm afraid that the entire Diyan is in danger of overturning. Everyone's heart suddenly sank. The other party has just signed a contract with our great yin. And it was signed in front of the other two major immortal sects and the world's practitioners. Naturally, they dare not openly attack our great yin in the face of the world's disapproval. But the other party will definitely not swallow this breath. Or secretly take action themselves. Or secretly instruct other sects or countries to take action against our great yin. Many of the forces affiliated with their Pyamyu immortal sect are stronger than our great yin. So during this period, everyone must be extremely vigilant. Temporarily restrain the disciples under the sect. And not go out. The border needs to be patrolled frequently. Such discussions have lasted from morning to afternoon. Everyone's heart is heavy and worried. After all, the other party is one of the three major immortal sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Not to mention that they cannot compete with their own strength. Even the countries and sects controlled by them are not comparable to them. But even so, they can only fight bravely. In the face of aggression. What else can they do besides bravely fighting and defeating the other party? Surrender? Absolutely impossible. As practitioners of the yin, they would never surrender. Because they knew that once they surrendered, the practitioners and people of the entire Diyan would be in dire straits and enslaved. The entire Diyan would exist in name only and cease to exist. So, they must fight. In a life and death battle on the border. No sect or force was optimistic about them. But didn't they still win? So, as long as they unite, there is still a chance. The revival of Diyan's literary spirit is a sign of the country's rise. They must not let this blue sky be covered by dark clouds. Dean Bai. When we go back, we will definitely summon all the disciples of the sect, regardless of gender, age or young, to fight for the country. If they dare to come, we will dare to fight. Even if the blood dyes the earth red. Even if the bones are piled up in the mountains and rivers. We will not hesitate. We must not let the invaders trample on an inch of our Diyan. Everyone shared a common hatred and high morale. In the evening, the flying sword stopped at the outskirts of Kyoto. Everyone said goodbye and left. Bai Yishan was seriously injured and could not see everyone off. After saying goodbye, he first took Nandong Huiyue back to the imperial city, and then went back alone to recuperate. Yu Yao also left alone. Luo Qingzhou accompanied his uncle back to Lingshao's sect first. After confirming that his uncle was fine, he talked with the ancestor and the master for a while, and then said goodbye and left. Although he had advanced to the realm of the Grand Master, he still needed to continue to rely on the spirit mineral heart to practice. Now that the situation in Diyan is critical, he naturally cannot slack off. From the day he married the Empress and consumed the spirit mineral heart to practice, his fate was tied to the fate of the entire Diyan. He must continue to work hard to practice and protect Diyan. Protect his home. After entering the inner city, he returned to the Qin mansion first. Although he had not been away from home for a long time, he had experienced a series of thrilling things. At this time, he was particularly eager for home. No matter how brave and fearless a warrior is, he needs the comfort of home. Quietly returned to Meixiang Garden. The courtyard was empty, and the house was quiet, as if no one was home. However, there was obviously someone in Shutia's room. He quietly walked to the door of the room, listened carefully, and then gently pushed the door open. Xiao Dai was standing alone in front of the mirror, trying on a set of underwear that seemed to be newly made. Her snow-white and petite body was graceful and had developed quite perfectly. Who? The little girl suddenly heard the sound of the door opening, and hurriedly covered her chest and turned to look. There would naturally be no one else in the house except Chior and Jur, who would suddenly come in. So she was not actually panicked. After seeing that it was her own young master, she smiled sweetly and said, "Young master, why did you come back suddenly? I thought it was Jur who came to make trouble again." Then she continued to try in front of the mirror. Before, she would be a little shy in front of Luo Qingzhou. But now she has become much more natural. After all, the two of them have been together day and night for so long. Is it new? Luo Qingzhou walked behind her, took a closer look, and reached out to help her tie the ribbon behind her. Xiao Dai looked at the mirror and said, "Well, what do you think?" "Sir?" After Luo Qingzhou helped her tie it, he looked at the mirror again and said, "It's just SOSO. Who designed it?" Xiao Dai laughed and turned her head and said, "It was designed by the madam." "You are so bold to slander the madam with her catchphrase." Luo Qingzhou reached out to help her untie it again and said, "Is this called slander? This is called telling the truth. How is the store business recently?" Xiao Dai leaned on his arms obediently and said, "Business is good. There are a lot of orders. And we do. But here little order. The quality must be good. Is it good to take the sun? Xiao Tao is very good. And it is particularly smart and very beautiful. The sun will like it." When the little girl turned around, she was trembling. Inside, when the sky was about to be dark, Luo Qingzhou went out of the courtyard and came to the Lingchan Moon Palace next door. In the small courtyard, Bailing and Miss Qin Air came from. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and knocked on the door. The voice inside stopped. Bailing's crisp voice sounded, "Who?" "Second, miss. It must be some bad guy knocking on the door." Squeak. The courtyard door opened and Chior poked her head out. The two looked at each other. Chior smiled Pucci. Opened the courtyard door with bright eyes and white teeth. Luo Qingzhou entered the small courtyard. Bailing was wearing a pink dress, holding a blooming flower in her hand, standing under the flower tree next to her, looking pink, tender, sweet and cute, looking at him in surprise and said, "Ah, it's the son-in-law. I thought it was that annoying bad guy." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "He is not a bad guy. The son-in-law is a bad son-in-law. And the stinky son-in-law is naturally a bad guy." Bailing smiled Pucci. Her smile was like a flower, and said crisply, "Son-in-law, you forgot to say the lecherous son-in-law." Hee. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and walked to Miss Qin Air, holding her cold little hand, saying, "Why don't you go in and see Miss?" Miss Qin Air was wearing a plain white dress and sitting softly in front of the stone table. She frowned and said, "My sister is in the room and hasn't come out for 2 days." Bailing said she was not feeling well. Waymo wanted to go in and see her, but Bailing said my sister wouldn't let her. Luo Qingzhou said, "Is it Miss or Bailing who wouldn't let her?" Bailing quickly explained, "Sir, I dare not stop Miss Air. It's my miss who won't let me. If you don't believe me, go ask Chan Chan. She's practicing swords in the back." Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Air up and said softly, "Let's go. Let's go in and see Mississippi." Miss Qin Air nodded softly. "Yes." Bailing quickly stretched out her arm to stop her and said, "Sir, my miss is sleeping. You can't go in." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and helped Miss Qin Air pass by and went into the room. Bailing hurriedly chased in and said, "Uncle! Uncle! My young lady is really sleeping. You can't." Luo Qingzhou walked to the door of the room and was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, when the door suddenly opened with a creak. A familiar fragrance came to his nose. Miss Qin, with her long black hair and a thin white dress, appeared in the door with sleepy eyes. Under the hem of the skirt, a pair of bare white feet were looming, and the thin skirt in front of her chest was also held up very high. That flawless face, without any makeup, was still breathtakingly beautiful. Stared at by her beautiful and cold eyes, Luo Qingzhou immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Miss, the second young lady is worried about you, so she wants to come and see you." Miss Qin stared at him with cold eyes and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that she would ask him to sing Little Donkey again, so he quickly let go of Miss Qin Air's hand, walked to the backyard, and said, "You guys chat. I'll go see Chan Chan." After that, he hurried to the backyard. As soon as he entered the backyard, he heard Chan Chan practicing sword. Under a big tree not far away, a delicate girl in a light green dress was dancing with a sword in her hand. Her movements were light and graceful, like a dancing butterfly. But the sword in her hand was particularly sharp and frightening. Even though Luo Qingzhou has now been promoted to the realm of a grandmaster, he couldn't help but feel a little palpitated when he saw her sword moves and the sword energy she released. Chan Chan's swordsmanship has become more and more powerful. When I first met her, although her swordsmanship was powerful, she didn't even have sword energy, and she didn't even practice internal strength. Now, her internal strength and sword energy have merged with the sword moves in her hand and even her body. Even the uncle master might not be able to resist it. This girl seemed to be born for the sword, with an unbelievable talent. Luo Qingzhou walked over, suddenly took out his black and white sword, and stabbed her in a flash. The girl who was dancing with the sword hardly paused, as if the next move was to stab him. With a flick of her wrist, the tip of the sword in her hand had already accurately touched the tip of his sword. The two of them were facing each other, with their swords pointed. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, looked at her dark and pure eyes and her youthful and beautiful face, and whispered, "Chan Chan, if you beat me, I will be your donkey tonight." When Xia Chan practiced sword, her face was particularly cold, just like the sword in her hand. When she heard the words, her expression did not change, and she still said coldly, "What if you lose?" Luo Qingzhou said, "If you lose, of course you will be my donkey. And it's the kind with 2 ponytails. How about it?" Swish. Xia Chan did not answer, and suddenly stabbed him with a sword. "You are a little donkey," she said coldly, and her whole body and sword suddenly turned into a sword shadow and stabbed at him. Chapter 895 The Eldest Lady's Resentment. The Pyamyao immortal sect comes to Dian. The night was quiet and silent. In the flower garden in the backyard of the Qin mansion, 2 figures walked hand in hand sweetly in the flower path. The moonlight was bright, and the evening breeze was gentle. The 2 whispered little love words, and their figures soon disappeared in the dense flowers. The sky was the quilt, and the flowers were the bed. Luo Qingzhou lay in the flowers, looking at the bright moon in the night sky, and then at the pretty girl in his arms, gently stroking her hair, and said, "Chan Chan, do you think your son-in-law is better? Or your young lady is better?" The girl in his arms whispered, "Young lady." "Good." Luo Qingzhou said dissatisfiedly, "What's good about her?" "Everything is good." "Then what's bad about the son-in-law?" "Everything is bad." Luo Qingzhou pinched her little nose and said, "Little girl who can't be fed, what did the son-in-law do to you badly? Tell me." "Humph. What are you humming?" "Say it." "No. Don't want to say it. Or can't say it at all." "I don't want to." "Say it." "Humph. If you don't want to say it, then let's start. Little donkey. You lose. So, isn't your uncle going to be your little donkey now? You can sit up. By the way, remember to tie your hair up." "No. You are? Little donkey, you tie it up. Uncle looks ugly when he ties it up. Chan Chan is cute when she ties it up. Whether your uncle is lying, standing, kneeling, or sitting, I love to see it. Woo. Hurry up and tie it up. Don't make your uncle angry. If your uncle is angry, you will be in trouble later. Woo woo. Tie it up." Under the moonlight, the girl pouted her lips, but did not resist. She lowered her head. Her eyelashes drooped, bit her lips. Her cheeks were flushed, and she shyly took out the red rope that had been prepared long ago. Chan Chan is so cute. Looking at her shy and cute appearance, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but feel moved. He stood up and hugged her in his arms and kissed her little mouth. Lingshan Moon Palace. In the room, a girl in a snow-white dress was hugging her knees and sitting quietly in the corner of the bed. Her black and smooth hair fell from her shoulders and fell under the soft skirt, making her delicate and beautiful feet under the skirt look even whiter and more attractive. Her flawless face seemed to still have no expression, but her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her beautiful and pure eyes revealed her uneasy emotions at the moment. Too many can't take care of them? Scumbag. In the next room, in front of the table, a little lark in a pink skirt was pouting, holding a pestle in her hand, and pounding the medicine angrily. Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. As soon as you come back you threaten me and ask me to make medicine for you. I'm not afraid of you. Come if you have the guts. But you only dare to talk and make me wait for you all night. Hateful. Pound. 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 I'll pound. 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 Pound to death you. Bad son-in-law who doesn't keep his word. In the medicine pot, the pestle was used hard, making a puffing sound, and the flower juice splashed. The little lark became more and more angry as he pounded. It was early in the morning. Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps was heard outside. Bailing immediately stood up, looked through the gap at the door of the room, and suddenly said, "Chan Chan, where have you been?" Xia Chan did not answer, lowered her head, staggered into her room, and then locked the door. Bailing suddenly moved her nose and said, "Huh." Then, her face changed drastically, and she immediately went out and went to the flower garden behind. A moment later, a burst of heartbroken crying suddenly came from the flower garden. Woo woo. My flower. Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. Lecherous son-in-law. Little Bailing will never be done with you. Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden, took off his clothes directly, and took a cold bath next to the well in the courtyard. Shuer was originally practicing flying knives in the courtyard, and saw this and hurriedly hid in the house. Shuer came up quickly, holding a towel in her hand, and walked to the well naturally and said, "Sir, the well water is very cold. I'll keep hot water in the pot for you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "No, I'm not afraid of the cold. It's quite convenient this way." Shuer looked at his fit body and whispered, "Do you need me to help you massage your back?" Luo Qingzhou poured the water in the basin directly on his body, wiped his face and said, "I've finished washing." Shuer hurriedly walked over and wiped the water stains on his body with a towel. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "It's so late. Why haven't you slept yet?" Shuer smiled again and said, "You're not waiting for Sir, are you?" Shuer stopped, smiled, and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Yes, I'm waiting for Sir. It's a pity. Sir, I'm afraid I want to sleep." "Right." After that, she smiled and wiped him. Luo Qingzhou looked at the pretty little girl in a light yellow dress, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Shuer, you underestimate your son-in-law too much." Shuer smiled and didn't say anything, helping him dry his body. Luo Qingzhou changed into a new set of Confucian robes, helped her to pack up the things in the courtyard, and suddenly picked her up and said, "Little girl, you have successfully provoked the son-in-law's fighting spirit and anger. You are finished." Shuer laughed in his arms, stretched out her white and tender arms, hugged his neck, and said in her little mouth, "Oh, as you wish." Luo Qingzhou carried her directly into the house, and walked into another room. The night in Qin's mansion was particularly quiet. Soon, Shuer's pleading voice came from the room, "Son-in-law, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again." A night passed quietly. Luo Qingzhou accompanied Miss Qin Air to sleep for an hour. After she woke up, he talked to her in bed for a while, then got up and went directly to the palace to start practicing. A night of tenderness filled him with fighting spirit again. If he didn't practice hard, how could he protect such a beautiful life? The queen went to the morning court. He went to the practice room by himself, and then went underground from the practice room. The heart of the spiritual mind underground was still flickering. It was like the heart of the body, beating non-stop. He is now a great master, and he needs to consume more vitality when practicing. I think the life of this spiritual mind will be consumed faster. But there is no way. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He must use the heart of the spiritual mind to practice quickly. If he had not cultivated here before, he would not have been able to break through to the Grandmaster realm so quickly. And naturally, he would not have been able to win the border negotiations. So, as long as he can become stronger quickly, everything is worth it. Isn't it just a spiritual mind? The subordinates of the three major immortal sects control so many spiritual minds. And they are all very good spiritual minds, which are obtained by strength. As long as he has enough strength, he can naturally help the yin to win some spiritual minds. It is said that every 10 years, the three major immortal sects will hold a competition. All countries and sects in the Jiuzhou continent can participate. In addition to discovering outstanding disciples, some newly discovered or ownerless spiritual minds will also be disposed of, and their ownership rights for decades will be determined. As long as you can get a good ranking in the competition, you will naturally have a chance. So, when he heard the news, he naturally had some ideas in his mind. The lifespan of the Yan's spiritual minds is rapidly decreasing, and this spiritual mind is too small to cultivate too many excellent practitioners. So, if you can help the Yan get a few good spiritual minds, then the Yan's strength in the future will naturally become stronger and stronger. Looking at the spiritual mind in front of him, Luo Qingzhou's thoughts drifted for a while, and then he walked to the heart of the spiritual mind and sat down, ready to practice. He first took out the body judging stone, held it in his palm, and checked the current data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 2. Divine separation stage, progress 90. The progress of soul cultivation has reached 90. And there are only 10 points left to start the breakthrough. When he reaches the spiritualization stage, his strength will naturally be further improved. And at the same time, he can fly directly in the sky with a sword. The progress of the Grandmaster is only 2 points. So he naturally has to continue to practice and speed up the progress. From this border competition, the strength of body refining is indeed stronger. His strength at the beginning of the Grandmaster can already fight against the late stage of the spiritualization stage. Most of the cultivators of the three major immortal sects focus on soul cultivation. Although the cultivators of body refining are very strong, it is difficult to make progress. And if they do not have enough talent and resources, it is difficult to keep breaking through. Relatively speaking, soul cultivation is naturally simpler. Therefore, most cultivators give up body refining after becoming grandmasters and start focusing on soul cultivation. Of course, for him, body training is not much more difficult than soul training. And Sister Yu also told him to continue to practice both body and soul. Thinking of Sister Yu, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yu's problem was finally solved. At least Piaomio Xianzong would have no reason to bother her again in the future. Of course, the tight spell imposed on Sister Yu by the other party is probably still there. I'm afraid it's not that simple to help Sister Yu completely get rid of it. Unless a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he didn't think about it anymore. He closed his eyes, calmed his emotions, emptied his mind, and began to concentrate on practicing. Any problem is not a problem in front of a fist. At noon, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a golden crown and a fiery red long skirt, came to the underground, looked at him quietly at the door for a while, and then left silently. At night, she changed into plain clothes and came again. Luo Qingzhou was still practicing selflessly. Although he felt her coming, he did not open his eyes. Although he didn't dare to use his full strength last night, he had indeed worked hard many times. Now, he was short of money, and had not recovered yet. In the early hours of the morning, he opened his eyes, took out the message, and sent messages to Sister Yu and Longer. Longer replied quickly, and the words were full of longing. Jiuhuan. Sister Yu did not reply. He sent a message to the princess again, and briefly told her what happened at the border. The princess replied, His Majesty has already told me that this time it is all up to you to turn the tide. His Majesty also said that he would reward you with both me and Shui. Do you want it? Luo Qingzhou would not be fooled, and replied, I only want you. The princess said again, but His Majesty said that you prefer sisters. And Shui also agreed. Luo Qingzhou, nonsense. No more jokes. I want to practice. The princess, no joke. Shui and I. Just ask if you want it. If you don't want it, we sisters will marry someone else. Luo Qingzhou still said, I only want you. The princess, no. It must be two. I ask you again. Do you want it or not? Shui is right next to me. She is very sad, and has already cried. I will take a photo of her for you to see. Soon. Luo Qingzhou received a photo. The content of the photo was only a pair of snow-white and beautiful jade feet. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Princess. I want to sleep. No more words. After replying, he stared at the message and admired it seriously for a while before putting it away. Take a short break. He took out the jade bottle, dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid on his palm, and continued to practice. The energy contained in the mutated spiritual liquid is even stronger. Once it enters the body, it turns into a vast hot current and falls into his Danhai. He began to run the exercises and refine it quickly. Soon, a strong energy rose in the Danhai and began to flow along the meridians to his limbs. At the same time, the spiritual mind heart on the top of his head was still emitting pure yuanli. This practice lasted for 3 days. The energy in the body was overflowing. Next, he needed to go to Lingxiao sect and continue to practice with the bull demon fist. The practice of body refining naturally cannot rely solely on absorbing vital energy. The matching exercises will allow the body to be tempered faster and to a greater extent, so that it can accommodate more and more powerful forces in the future. So that when sprinting and breaking through in the future, it will not tear the meridians and acupuncture points. So that all previous efforts will be wasted. When he closed the exercises and opened his eyes, he found that Her Majesty the Queen was standing silently at the door looking at him. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, a pair of bare white jade feet, and long hair, had been standing there for a long time. I thought he would not wake up tonight, and was about to leave. Seeing him wake up, I hurriedly whispered, Are you hungry? Luo Qingzhou did not answer immediately, but slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up from under the spirit mind heart, and found that his clothes were soaked and a thick layer of dirt had condensed on the surface of his skin. I am indeed hungry, but I need to take a shower. This smell is really pungent. Nandong Huiyue didn't show any disdain. She walked over with lotus steps, took his hand and said, Let's go. Go upstairs and take a shower first. I'll ask Yuewu to prepare more food for you. Luo Qingzhou held her soft jade hand, looked in her fair and beautiful face and her sudden gentle girlish appearance, and wanted to kiss her, but found that he was terribly dirty at this time. So he had to give up and asked, "Is there any news outside recently?" The two walked out of the underground secret room, talking as they walked up the stairs. Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly, and said solemnly, "The dean came to the palace, and he told me that someone from Pengli Fairy Island and Jiutian Yaotai informed him that people from Pyami Fairy sect might come to our Great Yin in the next few days. And there will be many people. People from Pengli Fairy Island and Jiutian Yaotai were also invited by them, and will come together." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Why are you here?" Nandong Huiyue's cold eyes flashed, and said, "Of course they came to find trouble. They said that their 5 elders and more than 20 disciples died in our Great Yin territory for no reason. I guess they want us to give them an explanation. Because of the contract, it is not convenient for them to come alone. So they invited the other 2 major fairy sections." Luo Qingzhou immediately sneered. "Is this a vicious dog barking first and then biting back?" Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, "The dean said that the situation is not optimistic. The other party seems to have instructed the Great Mongolia Empire to station troops on our border, using the military power of neighboring countries to threaten us. Threaten us." Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists and said, "What did Senior Bai say?" Nandong Huiyue frowned and said, "The dean asked me to withdraw all the troops that can be withdrawn from Kyoto and put them in Kyoto, just in case. The other party seems to bring people directly to Kyoto." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Since they came with such a big fanfare and invited people from Jiutian Yaotai and Pengli Fairy Island, I guess they are not here to fight, but to threaten us so that they can put forward some conditions." Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, "The dean said the same thing." Luo Qingzhou thought about it again, took out the communication treasure, and said, "How about this? I'll ask the people from Jiutian Yaotai to see if they know some other situations, and then confirm whether they will come together. If they will come together, then we still have a chance." Nandong Huiyue suddenly looked at him, squinted her eyes, and then looked down at the communication treasure in his hand. At this time, the two had arrived at the training room. Luo Qingzhou did not shy away from it. He took off his clothes and entered the bathtub. He leaned on the smooth rock behind him and began to send messages to the pink fairy. Plop. At this time, water splashed everywhere. A tall, snow-white figure suddenly jumped into the bathtub, swam over from the water, and stuck to him. "I want to see it too." Chapter 896, The Fairy's Imitation. Confucianism, Taoism, and martial arts? In the bath, the mist was thick, petals were floating, and the water was rippling slightly. Luo Qingzhou looked at the person beside him. The red dress on her body had been taken off at some point, and her black hair was scattered, which made her skin look even whiter and more tender. Her body was slender, delicate and white as jade. The girl's face, which was already beautiful, became even more beautiful and attractive under the steaming of the warm mist. Her pair of majestic and cold eyes were now full of jealousy and coquettishness of a girl, and there was no dignity of an empress at all. "Why are you looking at me?" "Hair." The girl's beautiful eyes were slightly glaring. Her red lips were slightly pouted, and the resentful expression on her face was particularly cute. Waves of fragrance came to my nose. Luo Qingzhou swallowed his saliva, suddenly put away the message, looked at her watery eyes and said, "I will send it later. Now I am hungry." After that, he pressed her down. Outside the house, a bright moon hung in the night sky, cold and lonely, without any company of stars. On the east lake outside the palace, a small boat swayed with the wind. A girl in a crystal gauze skirt was sitting alone on the side of the boat, with 2 snow-white and slender jade feet gently swaying in the water. One of the red rope bells on the ankle of the jade foot kept ringing in the silent night. Ripples in the water, just like her heart that was constantly rippling at this moment. "Sir, don't you come to see longer when you come back?" Sure enough, Daddy is right. Men, once they get it, they start to dislike it. Sister is still smart. The girl sighed slightly, continued to shake her feet, and was in a daze. I don't know how long it took. The palace, the training room, in the bath. Luo Qingzhou leaned against the smooth stone wall behind him and took out the message. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to the fairy Fan Yu. "Fairy, are you there?" After sending it, he glanced at the jade stone beside him. Her Majesty was lying there with a blank look in her eyes. She was probably thinking about national affairs, and seemed to have no interest in seeing his privacy. The message came back quickly. "Yes." "What's the matter?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, I heard that the people of Piamu Xianzong will come to my Diyan in a few days. According to the contract and rules that you three major immortal sects have made, they should not have the right to come. Right? Fan, I heard that they came to our Jiotian Yaotai a few days ago and said that many of their elders and disciples were killed in your Diyan. So they wanted to apply to us to go to your Diyan to investigate the situation. Luo Qingzhou, they are slandering. The thief is crying thief. Fan, did you Diyan people kill those people? Luo Qingzhou, of course not. Their elders and disciples are so advanced in cultivation. How could we, a mere great yin, kill them? It was a complete frame-up. Fan, then do you know who killed them? Luo Qingzhou, how should I know? They have bad behavior and have done so many bad things. So naturally they have enemies all over the world. Fan, oh. Luo Qingzhou, fairy. They bully the weak and deliberately frame us to plunder our great yin cultivation resources. Don't you two great immortal sects care about this despicable behavior? Fan, this is the sect's business. I don't know. But I heard that this time, the sect will send people, and people from Penglai Island to go with them to your great yin. Luo Qingzhou, fairy. Do you know what the purpose of Piamu Xianzong is? Fan, I don't know. But since they have informed us and Penglai Xiandao, they should not dare to do anything too extreme. Luo Qingzhou, fairy thinks they are too kind. Fan, did Dean Bai tell you? Luo Qingzhou, have you joined your Jiotian Yaotai? I did. But I can't go for the time being. The country is in trouble. Of course I can't just leave. Unless, after I join your Jiotian Yaotai, the fairy can guarantee that the people of Piamu Xianzong dare not invade our great yin again. Fan, I can't guarantee it. My master has never been involved in the sect. The power of the sect is complicated, and our words don't have much effect. But if you join our Jiotian Yaotai, we can at least guarantee the safety of you and your family. We can make an exception and let your family come with us. Luo Qingzhou, fairy. You should know that the Queen of Dian is also my family. Do you think she will abandon her country and leave with me? Fan, aren't you in a political marriage? Luo Qingzhou, no matter what kind of marriage it is. She is indeed my family now. So, no matter what, I will stay here to protect her. Also, I am from Dian, and everything I have now comes from Dian. So I can't just watch Dian being invaded by foreign enemies and ignore it. Fan, well, I will tell Master what you said. In fact, I admire you very much. Luo Qingzhou, thank you. Fairy. Then I won't disturb the fairy's rest. Fan, by the way, can I ask Miss Yao for my junior sister? Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Does your junior sister know her? Fan, well, Miss Yao saved her at the beginning. Also, if Miss Yao hadn't been so stubborn, maybe she would have become the saint of our Jiotian Yaotai now. Luo Qingzhou, is she that powerful? Fan, of course. She is the best wherever she is. I want to ask, is she doing well now? Luo Qingzhou, very well. Fan, I heard that she got married after she returned. Married an ordinary person. Luo Qingzhou, sorry. I can't reveal too much. Fan, yeah. I understand. Also, please tell her that Piamu Xianzong will not pursue it this time. But the previous contract is still there, and she can never regain her freedom, unless she joins our Jiotian Yaotai. No matter when, our Jiotian Yaotai welcomes her to come, even if she has to practice from the beginning. Luo Qingzhou, I will tell her. Fan, thank you. Luo Qingzhou, fairy. I feel that you are suddenly easy to talk tonight. Before, you were cold and indifferent. Fan, really? If you have any questions in the future, just ask me. Don't be afraid. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Thank you, fairy. Good night. Fan, yes. Good night. Luo Qingzhou looked at the conversation between the two, thought for a while, and sent a message to Sister Yu, telling her that Jiotian Yaotai wanted her to go back. After a while, Sister Yu replied, oh, Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu is willing to go back? Actually, I personally think that if Sister Yu joins Jiotian Yaotai, it should be the best choice. They value Sister Yu very much. Sister Yu, what do they think of you? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, they want to invite me, but I can't leave for the time being. Sister Yu did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou suddenly had an idea. Sister Yu, you are not going to wait for me to join you. Then we will join Jiotian Yaotai together, and then become senior brothers and sisters? He deliberately said senior brothers and sisters. Sure enough, Sister Yu refuted. What did you call me? Of course it's Sister Yu. However, Luo Qingzhou decided to tease boldly. Yao Yao. Or yeah. Okay? The other party did not reply again. While Luo Qingzhou was feeling anxious, Longer suddenly sent a message. Sir, sister said she is waiting for you in Dragon Palace. Luo Qingzhou. Longer. I still need to practice, so I won't go. Good night. Longer hurriedly said, Sir, Longer misses you. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the side again, and had to say, Tomorrow. I will find you tomorrow afternoon. Longer, sir. You are not allowed to lie to Longer. Luo Qingzhou, putting away the communication treasure. He thought about the matter of Piamu Xinzong for a while, and then looked at the side and said, Your Majesty. It seems to be true. The people of Piamu Xinzong should really be coming. Nandong Huiyue was still lying on the jade stone next to him, with his eyes wide open, staring at the cave ceiling above in a trance. Motionless. Luo Qingzhou added, I just checked. My soul progress has reached 97. And there are only 3 points left before I can start sprinting to the God Transformation Realm. By then. A cold light flashed in his eyes. And he said, by then, if the other party bullies too much, I don't mind taking him down again. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Why don't you speak? Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Shut up. Your Majesty? You? Go away. I want to be quiet for a while. Your Majesty? Are you thinking about national affairs? Or are you reminiscing about the joy of flying into the sky just now? Strangle you to death. Ah, Your Majesty is strangling the wrong place. After dawn, Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion, accompanied Miss Qin Air for breakfast, and went for a walk in the flower garden behind. Hand in hand, the two bathed in the morning sunshine, walked in the flower path filled with the fragrance of flowers, whispered sweet words to each other, and loved each other, just like a couple of gods. Unfortunately, someone soon destroyed this beautiful and sweet atmosphere. Son-in-law, little Beiling, wearing a pink dress, came to the flower bed like a cute little animal that was angry. She was angry and glared at him. Pay me back for the flowers. Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her, saying, I didn't step on your flowers. Beiling pointed to a collapsed flower bush in the corner and said angrily, Didn't you do this? Luo Qingzhou said without blushing, Of course, it wasn't me. It was you. Beiling said fiercely. Luo Qingzhou said, Do you have evidence? Beiling immediately snorted and said, Of course I have evidence. As she said that, she took out a porcelain bottle from her body, and immediately walked in front of the two of them, and complained angrily, Second miss. Look, it's full of my pink and tender petals, and it's full of the dirty things that son-in-law left there that night. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was stunned at first. Then his face changed, and he hurriedly snatched it away, raising his hand to throw it out of the courtyard wall. Brother Qingzhou. Miss Qin grabbed his hand and pouted, Weimo wants to see it. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Slander. She is slandering. How does she know it's mine? I didn't tell her. Bai Ling immediately snorted, It smells like my son-in-law? I smell it every day. How can I not know? Luo Qingzhou? He was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked, What's inside? Bai Ling crossed her waist and said, Of course it's sweat. My son-in-law's sweat is very smelly. It even turns the petals black when it gets on them. But fortunately I saved it. Otherwise my son-in-law would cheat and quibble again. Luo Qingzhou. Bai Ling immediately said, Miss Qin, smell it quickly. You will know once you smell it. It's the smell of my son-in-law. Miss Qin let go of her hand and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, throw it away. Weimo doesn't want to smell sweat. It's so smelly. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and threw it out. The porcelain bottle drew an arc and flew outside the courtyard wall. Ah! My bottle. Bai Ling hurriedly ran out of the back door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly pulled Miss Qin Air away to prevent the girl from coming back to bother him. It's just a few flowers. Why make a fuss about it? Brother Qingzhou, Beiling is not here to ask you to pay for the flowers. She just wants to talk to you. Every time you go to Lingshan Moon Palace, you only play with Chan Chan and ignore her. Right? Why not? She is the first person you see every time you go. Did you play with her? What did you play? What did you play? You play whatever she likes. She stays at home every day. And besides planting flowers, she is in a daze. In fact, she is as bored as her sister. She has a cheerful personality and likes to play. Why doesn't she go out for a walk? Weimo also asked. She said she is too cute and is afraid that she will be kidnapped by bad guys on the street and will never come back. She said it very seriously. Waymo thinks it should be true. Do you believe all this? Does Brother Chinjo think that little Bailing is cute? She. Okay. Just make do with it. Just be SOSOL. It's pretty cute. That's right. She's pretty and cute. It's dangerous to go out. It's safer to stay at home with Brother Chinjo. Waymo. I feel like you have something else to say. What do you mean by something else? Brother Chinjo is overthinking. Waymo just wants Brother Chinjo to go to Lingshan Moon Palace more often. Waymo. I'm leaving in the afternoon. Going to Lingshao Sect to continue practicing. Brother Chinjo is so busy. There's no way. The situation in Dian is not good now. I have to work harder to have enough strength to protect you. Well, Brother Chinjo has to protect His Majesty. Uncle Master. Master. Xiao Dai. Chior. Jur. Chan Chan. Xiao Bailing. And by the way, Sister Yu. And Sister. Right? At noon, Luo Chinjo went to the front hall with Miss Chin Air and had lunch with his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law was in a good mood today and talked to him a lot. Miss Chin Air explained in a low voice, Dad and second brother wrote to say that it's good over there. And there's no war for the time being. So Mother is in a good mood. Luo Chinjo nodded and said, That's good. The three of them had lunch and were about to leave when Chiner suddenly came in from outside and reported, Madam, Lady Yuewu is here. She said that His Majesty has an order to summon the son-in-law to the palace. Oh! When Luo Chinjo heard this, he was secretly puzzled. He quickly explained to his mother-in-law and Miss Chin Air and walked out. Why summon him to the palace at this time? Could it be that His Majesty wanted to wash away the shame of last night and deliberately use his role to punish him? When he walked out of the door, Yuewu, wearing a white snow-white palace dress, was waiting for him at the steps at the door. Seeing him come out, she hurriedly said, Mr. Luo, His Majesty is waiting for you in the study. It seems that there is something urgent. When Luo Chinjo heard this, he immediately got on the carriage. Yuewu also followed. When the carriage started, Luo Chinjo said solemnly, Do you know what it is? Yuewu whispered, Dean Bai of Dragon and Tiger College is here too. I heard from His Majesty that Dean Bai wants to accept young Master Luo as his disciple and let him practice Confucianism. Luo Chinjo was a little confused when he heard it. But soon, he reacted. Chu Feiyong practiced martial arts. Luo Chinjo practiced Confucianism. Chu Feiyong was a murderer. Luo Chinjo was a chivalrous man. In this way, he can go out as a Confucian disciple in the future. This can not only better hide his identity and deceive people, but also achieve many unexpected results. For example, I am Luo Chinjo, a scholar, a disciple of Dean Bai of Dragon and Tiger College, and I have just started practicing Confucianism. Please give me some advice. The other party immediately took it seriously, staring at his mouth, ready to listen to him recite poems. As a result, he flashed and punched the opponent's head, then said, Sorry, I also practice martial arts. I am a weak scholar. It is reasonable for me to know some fancy moves. Right? Thinking about it carefully, the effect seems to be quite good. Chapter 897 Role-Playing with the Queen. Confucian and Taoist books for the second young lady. The carriage drove slowly. In the carriage, Luo Chinjo was thinking about random things, and his expression kept changing. Yuewu sat opposite him, looking at him quietly, her eyes full of tenderness. She naturally knew what happened at the border this time. This young man single-handedly turned the tide, helped His Majesty, and saved the entire Great Yen. Your Majesty was right. She of course was not wrong. The carriage quickly entered the imperial city. Luo Chinjo came back to his senses, looked into her gentle eyes, paused, and whispered, Last time, are you okay? Yuewu was slightly startled, and then understood what he was talking about. Her cheeks immediately blushed, and she lowered her head and said shyly, No, it's okay. Luo Chinjo said, It's good that you're okay. The carriage was quiet again. Yuewu lowered her head, her face full of shyness, and she didn't dare to look at him again. The journey was smooth. The carriage carrying the two of them quickly stopped in front of Yanghua Palace. Luo Chinjo got off the carriage first. When Yuewu came out of the carriage with her head down, she found that he had not left first, but was waiting below. Come, I'll help you. Luo Chinjo stretched out his hand. Yuewu was stunned and couldn't help but think of the past scene. When he got off the carriage, she stretched out her hand and wanted to help him down, but he refused. Thank you, sir. Her eyes were misty. and she slowly stretched out her slender jade hand. Luo Qingzhou held her soft and boneless little hand, directly hugged her slender waist, carried her down from the carriage, and even spun her on the ground for a circle before putting her on the ground, praising, "Miss Yuewu is indeed worthy of being a dancer. Her body is soft and gentle, as if she has no bones." Yuewu felt sweet in her heart, and looked at him with affectionate eyes and said, "Sir, do you want to watch Yuewu dance?" "No time for the time being." Luo Qingzhou let her go and said, "Let's go. National affairs are important." Yuewu nodded seriously. The two entered Yahua Palace one after the other. Luo Qingzhou entered the palace, and went directly to the study room with ease. When he was about to push the door and enter, he suddenly thought of his current identity, and had to stop there. Yuewu followed and said respectfully to the room, "Your Majesty, young Master Luo is here." The queen's majestic voice came from the room. "Let him in." Squeak. Yuewu gently pushed open the door, and said respectfully, "Young Master Luo, please." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head slightly, and walked in. When the door was closed, he raised his head. The queen was wearing a fiery red dragon embroidered dress, and a golden crown on her head. She was sitting behind the table with a dignified and imposing manner, looking at him majestically. Luo Qingzhou looked at her dignified and majestic queen now, and her coquettish begging for mercy last night, and then motionless and soul-losing appearance appeared in his mind again, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But there were other people in the room, so he didn't dare to show any strange color. "Your Majesty, your servant Luo Qingzhou greets your Majesty." He bowed his head and bowed his hands. Respectfully, Bai Yishan, wearing a white Confucian robe, stood in front of the window, looking at him with a half-smile on his face. The room was quiet for a while. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said in a cold voice, "All right, stop pretending." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and had to bow to Bai Yishan again and said, "Hello, Senior Bai." Bai Yishan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Wearing a warrior's outfit. He looks heroic and arrogant, wearing a scholar's robe. He looks elegant, refined and humble. Not bad, not bad." Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed. Bai Yishan smiled, and didn't mention his identity anymore. He walked over, sat down at the table, and said, "Qingzhou, sit down. I came here today to discuss something with you." Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate anymore, walked to the table and sat down, listening attentively. Bai Yishan's eyebrows showed a solemn expression, and said, "Your Majesty should have told you that the Piamu immortal sect has turned against my great yin, saying that their elders and disciples were innocently killed in my great yin, so they may bring people to my great yin to cause trouble in the next few days. As for what they want to do specifically, we don't know for the time being. However, we are also ready. If the other party wants to take action, we will not sit and wait for death." Luo Qingzhou said, "How is the injury of the senior?" Bai Yishan sighed and said, "The internal injury is quite serious and cannot be healed for the time being. If the other party wants to take action this time, we can only rely on our great yin warrior army." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then the senior will let the younger generation come." Bai Yishan looked at him and said, "Now that my great yin culture has revived, and you have extraordinary talent, I want to take you as my disciple, and teach you some Confucian and Taoist cultivation methods." "Senior, Luo Qingzhou was about to speak. Bai Yishan waved his hand and said, "Listen to me first. I know that you don't have enough time to practice both body and soul. And for any practitioner, practicing too many things will affect the speed and quality of the main practice, and eventually become mediocre. In fact, my opinion is the same as your Majesty. I hope you continue on your current path. As for Confucianism and Taoism, you can just take a look at them, and you don't have to practice them. The reason why I want to take you as my disciple is also, it's for your sake. The main reason is that you have two identities now, which is not convenient at times. If you can become my Confucian disciple as Luo Qingzhou, you will have an explanation if you are forced to reveal your cultivation in the future. And in this way, no one will doubt your two identities." After a pause, he continued, "Also, I want to find someone to continue to pass on my Confucian skills. The situation in Diyin is unclear now, and I don't know when I will die. So I want to pass on everything I have learned in my life to you. If you find a suitable candidate in the future, you can pass it on to that person, so that our Diyin Confucianism will not be cut off. Of course, if we can survive this disaster, I will set up a special Confucianism and Taoism course in Longhu College, so that all scholars in the world have the opportunity to practice Confucianism and Taoism." "Qingzhou, I believe that Confucianism and Taoism will continue in our great yin. In my heart, you are the fire of Confucianism and Taoism. After you become my disciple, your status and position will change in the future, and the inheritance of Confucianism and Taoism will naturally be easier to develop. You are the hope of our great yin, not just Confucianism and Taoism. His Majesty has high hopes for you and has entrusted the future of the entire great yin to you. Although the responsibility is heavy, we all believe that you can definitely protect great yin and continue to lead great yin. He sighed again. So, if Piamiya Xianzong wants to kill you this time, you must survive. Only if you survive, there is hope for our yin. They hate Chu Feiyang to the core. So Chu Feiyang can't go out that day. But Luo Qingzhou can go out as my disciple. Luo Qingzhou listened quietly. His heart was surging. After he finished speaking, he stood up and bowed without any hesitation. Student Luo Qingzhou. Meet the teacher. In the academy, the teacher is the master. Bai Shan was full of satisfaction. Nodded slightly and said, Okay. Okay. Bai is in his twilight years, and I have no regrets to have a student like you. After that, he took out a few books from his sleeves and handed them to him, saying, This is a book introducing my Confucianism and Taoism. One of them is a basic practice method, which introduces the identification of literary articles, the perception of the literary spirit of heaven and earth, and the condensation of literary mind and courage. Take it back and read it carefully several times. If you don't understand, you can ask me. If it were someone else, I might have to face explain and teach word by word. But you don't need to. You are practicing both body and soul, and you are talented. The contents of the book are easy to understand. I believe that with your wisdom, you can understand it at a glance. The reason why I don't explain it to you is that my Confucianism and Taoism are actually articles. Everyone who sees the articles has their own opinions and insights. I don't want to impose my own opinions and insights on you. I believe that with your talent, what you perceive will definitely be better than mine. Luo Qingzhou took the book respectfully. Bai Shan carefully reminded them of the most critical pages of knowledge in the book, and then said, Don't feel any pressure. Just remember the content. The most important thing for you now is to practice your own martial arts and soul. You can show these books to anyone, as long as you think the other party is qualified to read. Not limited to the people of Yin. As long as the other party has a talent for Confucianism, it's fine. Luo Qingzhou put away the book solemnly and nodded. Bai Shan discussed the distribution of troops in Kyoto with the two again, and then got up to say goodbye. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Huiyue sent him to the corridor, outside. After the other party flew away on a sword, the two returned to the room. Luo Qingzhou sat down at the table again, took out one of the books, and read it carefully. Nandong Huiyue sat aside and looked at him quietly. The afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, the communication treasure on Luo Qingzhou's body suddenly vibrated. He remembered that he forgot to go to Longer. He quickly took out the communication certificate and replied, Longer. Sorry. I encountered some things in the afternoon. I will come to you in the evening. Longer didn't say much, and replied, Oh, if you are too busy, forget it. Now Zai Longnu is particularly gentle and considerate. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication certificate and continued to read the third book. Yuewu brought a sumptuous dinner. After he finished reading the third book, Nandong Huiyue said softly, Eat something first. Luo Qingzhou put down the book and came back to his senses. Looking back, the sky outside the window had darkened. Well, thank you, Your Majesty. He walked to the stone table next to him and sat down. Nandong Huiyue knelt beside him, holding the wine pot with her jade hands, and personally helped him pour wine, saying softly, Fruit wine can relieve fatigue, but it won't make you drunk. Luo Qingzhou picked up the wine glass and turned his head to look at her. Her Majesty the Queen still wore the crown and the wide red dragon robe, but her demeanor at this moment was particularly gentle, and her fair face was also particularly beautiful and moving under the light. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, Your Majesty is so beautiful. Nandong Huiyue looked at him quietly. After a few breaths, she suddenly put down the wine pot with a dong sound. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and her pretty face regained the majesty and coldness of the queen. She said coldly, Sir, please respect yourself. I am the king. You are the minister. Not to mention that you have a beautiful wife and concubines at home. Moreover, I am also a married woman. If my husband hears it, Sir, be careful of his fist. Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Huiyue looked at him seriously with a cold face. But soon, she couldn't hold it anymore. and moved her mouth, saying, "Sir, why are you looking at me like this?" "Nothing." Luo Qingzhou picked up the wine glass, raised his head, drank it all, and then took out the mask in front of her, put it on his face, and instantly turned into Chu Feiyong. Then looked at her and said, "Madam, are you hungry? Come here and kneel down. Your husband will feed you." Nandong Huiyue. The room was silent for a few seconds. Both of them couldn't help but move their mouths. "Rebel minister. How dare you? You should kneel down for me and beg me to feed you. Kneel down. Isn't this minister kneeling?" Nandong Huiyue chuckled, showing her charm. Picked a grape from the fruit plate next to her, stuffed it into his mouth, and stuffed her fingers into it. "So sweet." "Where is it sweet? Grapes?" "Of course. Your Majesty." "Slippery tongue." "Your Majesty. Don't you like it?" "I like it." Luo Qingzhou hugged her. Nandong Huiyue hurriedly pushed him and said, "No. Don't. Wait a few days. You last night." Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, "As a dignified queen, you are so useless. It's shameful." "Say it again." Nandong Huiyue was immediately angry and began to pinch him. The couple made a fuss on the ground for a while, and then got up to continue eating dinner and talking about business. "Is your soul really going to break through again?" "Yes. It's coming soon. It should be in the next few days." "Are there any thunder tribulations?" "There should be. I hope it will be in time. I hope it won't come to that. Although you are powerful, you can't compete with the entire Piamu immortal sect." "I know. I will only use it when I have no choice. I have to go back later. And then I will go to Lingxiao sect to practice." "Well, thank you for your hard work." "For your Majesty? This little hard work is nothing, all." "Your Majesty, why are you pinching me again? I said you are tired of flirting with women everywhere. Your beautiful master and fierce uncle are still waiting for you." "Right. Your Majesty. You misunderstood." "Humph. Don't think I'm stupid." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything more. After dinner, he said goodbye and left. Nandong Huiyue sent him to the outside of Yelhua Palace. After watching him get on the carriage, he said, "Sir, I'm waiting for your good news." The carriage drove slowly away surrounded by guards. Luo Qingzhou went back to Qin's house first. The spiritual liquid in the porcelain bottle seemed to be insufficient, so the second lady collected it for him every day and placed it in the corner of the table. He would probably need a lot for this breakthrough, so he should take it all. When he returned to Meixiang Garden, the second lady Qin had not yet gone to bed. She was wearing a snow-white fox fur and sitting on the couch, reading a book quietly. When Luo Qingzhou entered the room, she immediately took off her fox fur coat, put on a plain white dress, ran over happily, threw herself into his arms, and said softly, "I thought Brother Qingzhou had left." Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, stroked her hair, and said with guilt, "I'm back to get some spiritual liquid. I still have to go. I'll be back in a few days." Miss Qin Air left his arms, raised her beautiful face and said, "It doesn't matter. Cultivation is important. Waymo will wait for Brother Qingzhou at home." Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly in his heart, rubbed her head gently, and then went to the window to collect the spiritual liquid. He glanced at the books on the table and said, "Are there any books that interest you recently?" Miss Qin sighed softly and said, "Compared to the stories that Brother Qingzhou told, they are far inferior." Waymo was drowsy after reading them. Luo Qingzhou stroked her delicate face and said, "When I have time, I will write more stories for you." "Yes." Miss Qin looked at him softly, like a little girl waiting for candy. Luo Qingzhou thought about it and looked at his storage ring, wanting to find a few interesting books from it, but found that in addition to some pharmacopoeias, there were books such as jade foot illustrations and erotic pictures that were not suitable for girls. Just when he was about to give up, his eyes suddenly looked at the books that Mr. Jean had given him. Confucian and Taoist books? For some reason, when his eyes fell on them, his heart suddenly trembled. Now that the literary spirit of De Yen has revived, there is more literary spirit between heaven and earth. Those scholars, especially talented scholars, may be able to perceive the literary spirit of heaven and earth in practice, no matter men or women, regardless male or female. Thinking of this, he looked at the weak girl in front of him. Miss Qin Air saw that he looked wrong and asked in confusion, "Brother Qingzhou, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at Waymo like that?" Then she bit her pink lips again and said shyly, "Brother Qingzhou, don't you want to let Waymo?" As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head, and her body slowly lowered. Luo Qingzhou quickly pulled her and said, Wei Mo. I have a few good books here. I'll leave them at home. You can take a good look. If you don't understand, tell the princess and let her send me a message. As she spoke, she took out the Confucian and Taoist books and placed them on the table very solemnly. Then she warned him seriously, these books are very precious. You can only read them in the room. You can't take them out, let alone show them to other people. Do you understand? Miss Jean Eyre was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered what Mei Jiao had said to her quietly. She blushed and said coquettishly, Brother Qizhou, you are so bad you actually showed them to me. To others? To those books. Humph. I want to take them to read with my sister, and let my sister punish you. Luo Qingzhou? Chapter 898, If God doesn't take him, he will. Sprint to the God transformation realm. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. After leaving the Qin mansion, Luo Qingzhou did not leave the city directly, but turned to East Lake. Long Air was still waiting for him. Long Air played a great role in this breakthrough to the Grandmaster level, so he couldn't be ungrateful. Just now, he left those books on Confucianism and Taoism to the second miss, and briefly introduced them to her. Even if there is no effect, it can be used as an ordinary book to relieve boredom. If there is an effect, it will be better. I don't expect to cure the second Miss's illness. At least the literary energy in her body can make her health better and resist some common colds and diseases. That's enough. When he arrived at East Lake, Long Air had already been waiting on the boat. Today, Xiaolong Nu, wearing a snow-white gauze dress decorated with crystals, was sitting on a small boat playing in the water. Her pair of snow-white and attractive jade feet were gently moving in the water. The red rope on her ankle was particularly bright and eye-catching against the snow-white jade feet, and she even wore a silver crystal chain on the ankle of her other jade foot. As the two jade feet swayed gently, a clear and pleasant sound of ding-ding-ling-ling was made, which was particularly clear in the silent night. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, swept across the lake, and landed on the boat. Young master. Long Air immediately got up and happily threw himself into his arms, saying faintly, I thought you wouldn't come tonight. Luo Qingzhou held her delicate body in his arms, gently stroked her soft long hair, and said, Sorry. I've been busy recently, and I finally took some time to come. I thought you had already started to dislike me. Long Air hugged him tightly, saying aggrievedly. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her, saying, How could it be possible? Long Air is so beautiful. How could I dislike her? Then he said, By the way, I have to go to Lingxiao sect to practice tonight. Is it so urgent? Hearing this, Long Air looked reluctant. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, De Yen may be in danger recently. I must hurry up to practice. Long Air said, Can I practice in Long Air's Dragon Palace? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, It is safer to go to Lingxiao sect. There may be enemies hiding in Kyoto. I am now a Grandmaster and the late stage of the distraction realm. If I practice with all my strength, I am afraid that my aura will be exposed and cause trouble for you. If I break through, there may be strange phenomena. In Lingxiao sect, there are ancient mountain protection formations and Yuwu mountains to cover it, and there are other people to help me confuse the audience, so that I can quietly advance, and no one knows it is me. After listening to this, Long Air said a little disappointedly, Okay, Long Air, I can accompany you for another hour. You? Sir, Long Air wants it. No, I'm asking you. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you ask. Long Air wants it. The moonlight tonight is particularly bright. The night wind blows across the water, sparkling, like a starry sky falling on the earth. The two had just entered the Dragon Palace. A moon-white figure had stood on the boat where they had just been. The night wind was cool, and it blew the wind chime somewhere, which kept ringing. Half an hour later, Luo Qingzhou came out of the Dragon Palace and flew onto the lake. On the boat on the lake, the moon-white figure disappeared without a trace. Luo Qingzhou immediately rushed to Lingxiao sect, took out the message and sent a message to Sister Yu, telling her that he was about to break through the God transformation realm. However, the other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou used the earth walking technique to travel underground, sighing as he traveled. Compared with the others, Master Uncle was still the best. I don't know what kind of physique Master Uncle has, but he always recovers quickly after being injured. Moreover, he is getting stronger and stronger. His cultivation is growing rapidly, and Master Uncle is also growing rapidly. It seems that the sword and the scabbard have always been a good match. It's amazing. When he left the city and arrived at Yungu River, Long Air suddenly sent a message. Young master. Are you leaving? Luo Qizhou, you just woke up? Longer, well, young master. Longwei doesn't miss you anymore. I will miss you again in a few days. Luo Qizhou, how many days? Longer, at least 10 days. Luo Qizhou, that long. Longer, well, Longer has to practice in seclusion. Otherwise my body will be too weak, and I won't be able to serve you in the future. By the way, young master. Longer's feet hurt. Luo Qizhou, remember to wear shoes and socks. The lake bottom is very cold. Take them off when I go there. Longer, oh. When Luo Qizhou was about to reply again, someone suddenly sent a message. Clicking it. It was from Fairy Fanyu. We have set off. This time, Piaomyu Xinzong has sent a total of 3 peak masters, 15 elders, and more than 300 disciples, all of whom are masters and above the realm of distraction. It is said that they also ordered the 200,000 troops of the Great Mongolia Empire to station troops at the border of Great Yin. And the practitioners of various sects of the Great Mongolia Empire also gathered at the border of Great Yin. This time, we only had more than 20 people from Jiutian Yaotai and Penghuai Fairy Island. The people from Piaomyu Xinzong argued that they were going to dine to find out the truth about the deaths of those elders and disciples. So our 2 major Xianzongs could not intervene and only sent people to supervise together, if they really want to take action at that time. I am afraid we will not be able to stop them. You should be careful. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank, and he immediately sent the message to His Majesty and Dean Bai. When he was in the palace today, he had already added Dean Bai as a friend. After all, the 2 of them were already a master and apprentice relationship. Dean Bai quickly replied to the message. I also received the message. You should practice well. Nandong Huiyue also replied to the message. I know. Luo Qingzhou knew that they were not calm at the moment. There were more than 300 people from Piaomyu Xinzong, all of whom were masters above the grandmaster level. The cultivation of the 3 peak masters was estimated to be masters of the return to one realm. Such a team would be a disaster to any country. His heart was heavy and very angry. Obviously, the other party couldn't afford to lose. So they suddenly returned and wanted to slaughter their Great Yin practitioners. They were just defending themselves. But the other party bit back and took this as an excuse to find fault. It was extremely despicable and too much bullying. In the final analysis, it was because they were too weak. If they were a little stronger, with a few more masters in the return to one realm, or 2 masters in the Martial King realm, or even masters in the Thunder Tribulation realm, the other party would never dare to bully them so wantonly. Dean Bai is already injured. If the other party suddenly attacks, they can only rely on the warrior army to fight them. By then, the whole of Beijing will probably be a river of blood. If the Great Mongolian Empire on the border takes the opportunity to invade again, I am afraid that the whole of Deyin will be shaky. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists. Sects like Piaomyu Xinzong should not exist, let alone be called Xinzong. Although the 2 sects of Jiutian Yaotai and Penghuai Xiandao may also rely on their own strength to plunder a lot of cultivation resources, they are not as shameless as them. They just lost the competition and signed the contract. And they turned against each other and slaughtered them. They did not follow the rules. They were even more insidious and disgusting than the demon sect. No wonder sister you wanted to leave that sect even if she paid such a great price. It is said that the reason why sister you entered Piaomyu Xinzong was that she was forcibly abducted. Why didn't such a disgusting sect be struck by lightning? No. A few days ago, the elders and disciples of Piaomyu Xinzong were all killed by lightning. Although it was the thunder he had brought down, he was about to break through again. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be another thunder tribulation. If the other party really went too far, then he would do as they wish and let them taste the feeling of being struck by thunder again. If God doesn't take it, then let him take it on behalf of God. Practice hard. Must break through. He clenched his fists and quickly climbed up the Jianfeng from the back mountain. The entire Jianfeng was pitch black and quiet, as if no one lived there. He came to the cave of his uncle with ease. The cave was also quiet. He ignored the restrictions and opened the cave door and walked in. In the practice room, the mist was thick, and a faint smell of medicine floated in the air. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green and with long black hair, was sitting alone in a corner quietly, practicing with her eyes closed. Her face looked much better than before. Even the loose dress could not cover the majesty of her chest. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door quietly for a while. then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Ling Hu Qingju's eyelashes moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at him expressionlessly and said, "I am not well yet." Luo Qizhou walked over and said, "I know. I just came to see my uncle. Not to do anything." Ling Hu Qingju lowered his head slightly and stroked his abdomen. Luo Qizhou whispered, "Does it still hurt?" Ling Hu Qingju shook his head slightly and whispered, "I don't know what medicine Miss Yao used, but the wound has healed, and there is no scar." Luo Qingzhou said, "For her, many injuries are minor injuries." Ling Hu Qingju raised his head and looked at him and said, "She is very powerful, right?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes, she can do everything. She taught me how to make pills, refine weapons, and many exercises before." Ling Hu Qingju looked at him and said, "Why is she so good to you?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said seriously, "She should like me." The air suddenly became quiet. Ling Hu Qingju looked at him quietly and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou could only say, "I knew her when I was in Mo City before. I can say that the reason why I can have my current cultivation is all thanks to her. She is both a teacher and a friend to me, and she is like a family member. She is very important." Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a moment, then said, "You like her, right?" Luo Qingzhou said frankly, "Yes." Ling Hu Qingju said again, "Then did you do that with her?" Luo Qingzhou, "No." "Why?" "It hasn't reached that stage yet." "Do you want to?" "Uncle Master, lift up your clothes. I'll see if there's really no scar on your belly." "No." "Then you're lying to me. You must have scars on your belly." "No." "Then let me see." Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a moment, then looked at him and said, "In 2 days, when we practice." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, "2 days? Isn't that too short?" Ling Hu Qingju didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou sat with her for a while, and when he saw that she was indeed fine, he got up and walked to the next room, saying, "Uncle Master, I'll go practice. My soul is about to break through, and it should be in these 2 days." Ling Hu Qingju was slightly startled when he heard this. After he left, she was stunned for a long while before she murmured, "So fast? I thought I was the fastest." Boom! Soon, the sound of boxing came from the next door practice room. 2 hours later, Luo Qingzhou took a bath, changed his clothes, and sat cross-legged on the futon. Then, he calmed his mind, and his soul left his body. First, he absorbed 2 drops of black liquid. Then, he passed through the cave ceiling, sat outside, bathed in the moonlight, and began to breathe in the moonlight. When the spiritual liquid entered his body, a strong heat flow quickly rose in his soul and began to flow to his entire soul. A transparent vortex above his head began to rotate rapidly. Luo Qingzhou's soul flickered non-stop. A night passed quietly. After dawn, Luo Qingzhou's soul did not return to his body immediately, but continued to practice facing the rising sun. It was almost noon when his soul returned to his body. The energy transformed from the spirit liquid in the body was too powerful and had not been fully digested. But the effect was obvious. He took out the body-checking stone and checked the data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 5. Divine separation stage, progress 99. The progress of the physical body was extremely slow. In the past few days of cultivation, it only increased by 2 points. However, the progress of the soul has reached 99. He is just a little short of it, and can start to sprint to the spiritual transformation stage. It will probably be tonight. The energy brought by the mutated spirit liquid has obviously become more powerful. He put away the body-checking stone and left the training room. Sister Su Feng and Su Yu had already brought a sumptuous lunch. Physical cultivation requires a lot of physical strength and energy, so hunger will come quickly. He was not polite. Soon, he ate up the whole table of food. When Ling Hu Qingju came out, there was only a pot of fruit wine left. Luo Qingzhou picked up the wine pot, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed her a glass. Ling Hu Qingju shook his head slightly. Luo Qingzhou drank it all by himself. After finishing the whole pot of fruit wine, he stood up and said, "I'm going to the bamboo forest to practice boxing. It might make a lot of noise. Don't let the 2 senior sisters get close. Be careful not to hurt them." Ling Hu Qingju said, "I'll go with you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her face and nodded. Okay. He was not worried about hurting his uncle. Although his uncle's current strength was not as good as his, it should not be underestimated. The 2 of them left the cave, and soon came to the dense bamboo forest. Sister Dao's small house was located in the innermost part of the bamboo forest. But it was finally collapsed when he and Chan Chan were riding horses. And then they moved to live somewhere else. I don't know how Sister Dao is doing at the border. He thought so in his heart, and soon came to the deepest part of the bamboo forest. Uncle, stand farther away. My bull demon fist is very powerful. Be careful not to knock you away. It's not like thunder and lightning. After it electrifies you, you can actually absorb it for your own use. Luo Qingzhou deliberately teased. Ling Hu Qingju glanced at him, lowered his head, turned around, and left quickly. Boom! Soon, bursts of boxing sounds rang out in the bamboo forest. Layers of air waves quickly surged around like waves, and the lush green bamboos around were soon bent and trembling. Squeaking, falling leaves. Moo! A loud cow moo sounded in the bamboo forest. A shadow of a demon bull suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's back, and the fists turned black, quickly covering his entire body. Demon bull charge. Demon bull raises his hoof. Demon bull wags his tail. At the same time, thousands of miles away, 3 spaceships slowly flew up from a light array. On the leading spaceship, the top leaders of Jiutianyao, Paulai Fairy Island, and Piamu Xianzong gathered. On the 2 spaceships behind, all were disciples of Piamu Xianzong. Let's go! With an order, the 3 spaceships quickly flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Chapter 899 Meijia's Marriage. Uncle is going to be promoted again? The sun sets. In the bamboo forest, Luo Qingzhou, who has been practicing intensively for an afternoon, is already soaked and exhausted. In order to let the overflowing energy in his body temper his body better, every move of his bull demon fist outputs the greatest power and has the greatest effect. And it is continuous. For a whole afternoon, he has not stopped for a breath. Now there is a burning pain in the meridians and acupoints in the body, as if they are about to be torn apart. This is the effect. Just like refining iron, repeated tempering can produce the final essence. After dark, he finished his practice, took a short rest, and returned to the cave. Then he went directly to the bathhouse to take a bath. When the warm pool water, with the fragrance of flowers, wrapped his entire tired body, he couldn't help but moan comfortably. Leaning on the jade behind him, he rested for a while. He took out the communication treasure. While practicing boxing in the afternoon, someone sent him a message, but he didn't have time to check. 2 messages. One was from Fairy Pink, arrived in 2 days. The other was from the Queen, I miss you. Luo Qingzhou looked at the Queen's message and was slightly stunned. Why was it so cheesy all of a sudden? This was not the style of Her Majesty the Queen, who was high above. Could it be that something happened in the palace? He first thanked Fairy Pink, and then replied to the Queen, Your Majesty. What's wrong? The message came back quickly. Nothing. How are you? Luo Qingzhou, starting tonight to break through the barriers. There should be no problem. I just got the news that the people from Piamu Xianzong will arrive in 2 days. Her Majesty the Queen. Oh. Luo Qingzhou, is there something going on in the palace? Or something happened at the border? Her Majesty the Queen. No. I just miss you. Luo Qingzhou, Your Majesty is suddenly so gentle. I was a little flattered and at a loss for a moment. Her Majesty the Queen. Rebel. When you come back, I will punish you. Luo Qingzhou, hearing Your Majesty say this, I suddenly feel relieved. As expected, I still like Your Majesty, who is high and mighty. Her Majesty the Queen. Contrast. Right. Perverted. Luo Qingzhou, Your Majesty feels worried today. Can you tell me? It is my duty to help Your Majesty solve problems. Her Majesty the Queen. It sounds good. But every time you come here, you don't solve my problems. Every time you come, you leave your bad things to others, making their bodies full of your troubles. This is not enough. And you have to electrocute them in the end, which is too much. Luo Qingzhou, Your Majesty. Are you really okay? Her Majesty the Queen. It's okay. My troubles are not national affairs. Luo Qingzhou, it's the matter of Piamu Xianzong. Right? Your Majesty. Don't worry too much. When water comes, earth will cover it. And when soldiers come, generals will stop them. Although my great yin is small, it is not an ant that can be trampled on by others. Leave this matter to us. Your Majesty. Don't worry too much. Her Majesty the Queen. Well, then you practice well. I won't bother you. Luo Qingzhou thought about it and sent a message to the princess. What are you doing? The message came back quickly. Bathing. With Shui Yi. Do you want to see it? Luo Qingzhou. No. Princess, if you have time, go see His Majesty. It seems that His Majesty is worried today. Xiao Meijiao, humph. What do you think of me? You didn't come to see me after entering the palace. You left immediately after making love with His Majesty. You didn't think about me at all. Now you think about me? Luo Qingzhou felt a little guilty and explained, Princess, I thought about going to see you. However, first, I don't have much time. And you are in the palace. And you have the princess and the snow-clothed princess there. So I don't feel comfortable. Second, I thought I could help your father get revenge and kill the murderer at the border this time. But unfortunately I didn't have the chance. So I feel a little guilty. In fact, there were 2 chances. But the other party escaped. One was in the competition on the battlefield. The other time was when the thunder tribulation was used to destroy the enemy. Both times, I thought the other party would definitely be there. But in the end, he was not there. But if the other party comes this time, there should be a chance. Xiao Meijiao, who is the murderer? Luo Qingzhou, a woman from the Piaomu immortal sect, named Lanling, with the cultivation level of the middle stage of the god transformation realm. I didn't tell you at the beginning because I thought there was no chance to kill her. But now, don't worry. I will definitely find a chance to kill her. Xiao Meijiao, thank you. Luo Qingzhou, it should be. We are a family. Xiao Meijiao, next time you come back, notify me in advance. I will go to Qin's house. Or go to meet you somewhere else. So you won't be embarrassed. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Xiao Meijiao, do you want to bring Xue with you? Luo Qingzhou, no. Xiao Meijiao, actually, I have figured it out. A man as outstanding as you is naturally qualified to marry any woman. A few more is not too much. And I don't feel comfortable handing Xue over to others. So I am willing to be with her and secretly be your lover. When you come back, Xue and I will secretly go out of the palace and date you secretly. Your Majesty and your other wives will not know. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, Princess. If I am not mistaken, you should be with His Majesty now. Right? Imperial Palace? Yaohua Palace? In the study, Nandong Meiju, who was wearing a purple dress, was sitting with Nandong Huiyue, who was wearing a fiery red dress. The two of them put their heads together and were looking at the message in Nandong Meiju's hand. Seeing the message, the two looked at each other. Imperial sister, he has been deceived by me and is now very alert. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, looked at her and said, but this time you are telling the truth and did not lie to him. Nandong Meiju was slightly startled and looked at her. Nandong Huiyue held her hand and said, after this incident is over, I will hold a wedding for you. Meiju, I promised you. What's more, he was originally yours. I just used my status and power to take him before you. Nandong Meijiao lowered her head slightly and said, but you can marry you with any status you want. If you want to marry the son-in-law of the Qin family, it doesn't matter. You are marrying down. With me as the matchmaker. No one dares to say anything. If it's Chu Feiyang, it's also okay. Although he is my husband, you are my sister. Who dares to say anything about our family's affairs? What's more, his Luo Qingzhou's identity has been announced. He is the disciple of Dean Bai. So he is naturally qualified to marry you. And no one dares to say anything about his Chu Feiyang's identity. He is a grandmaster. In my great yin. Except for Dean Bai. He is invincible. Nandong Huiyue said this. Seeing that she was still frowning and worried, he understood in his heart, paused, and said, as for your mother, I will find a time to talk to her properly. You don't have to worry. Nandong Meijiao then whispered, thank you. Sister. Nandong Huiyue stroked her hand, with a light in her eyes, and said, actually, I am also thinking about myself. When he comes to the palace again in the future, you will help me serve him. Nandong Meiju was slightly stunned. Nandong Huiyue showed a complicated expression on her face. I feel a little unwell afraid of him. Lingxiao sect. Luo Qingzhou finished his bath and left the training room. A table of sumptuous meals was already placed on the stone table outside. Linghu Qingzhou sat aside, closing his eyes to rest. Luo Qingzhou was not polite. He walked over and immediately gobbled it up. Soon, the whole table of meals went into his stomach. He took a short break and was about to get up to practice when Linghu Qingzhou opened her eyes and looked at him coldly, saying, I'm about to break through again. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. The cave was silent for a moment. Luo Qingzhou looked at her in astonishment and said, is it true? The physical body or the soul? Linghu Qingzhou said, The physical body. The late Grandmaster stage. Luo Qingzhou's face was full of disbelief. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, stretched out her slender jade finger, and gently pointed at the wall next to her. With a swish, a green finger sword shot out and instantly pierced through the wall in front. In her other hand, she took out a body-judging stone and said, "The soul is almost there." Luo Qingzhou. He froze for a few seconds and immediately went over to look at the body-judging stone in his hand. Mid-Grandmaster stage, progress 100. Mid-Spiritual stage, progress 99. The cave was silent again. After a while, Luo Qingzhou looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Uncle Master, how did you practice? Why do you feel faster than me?" Linghu Qingzhou said expressionlessly, "You know it in your heart." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he looked at her with envy and jealousy. "You can advance so quickly just by lying in the cave. This is two against the sky." Linghu Qingzhou glanced at him for a few times and said lightly, "Isn't it not as fast as you?" Luo Qingzhou said speechlessly, "But Uncle Master has it much easier than me. I still have to go out and experience life and death trials. And I have to go everywhere to find spiritual medicines to refine pills and take them. While Uncle Master doesn't have to do anything. Just lie in the cave to practice. And continue to advance." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, was silent for a while, and said coldly, "How do you know that I haven't experienced life and death trials? How do you know that I haven't taken pills? My trials are no less than yours. And I have taken more pills than you. Much more." Luo Qingzhou. The air suddenly became very quiet. "That Uncle Master. I should go practice. I want to break through to the spiritual transformation realm tonight. So, I'll wait for you." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, nodded silently, and entered the practice room. For the breakthrough of the soul, the spiritual liquid is enough. After entering the practice room, he immediately sat down in the corner, took out the spiritual liquid, and poured 2 drops of the black spiritual liquid. Then, calmed down first. Then, the soul left the body, passed through the cave roof, and sat cross-legged on the outside cave roof. Then, bathing in the bright moonlight, he began to prepare for the breakthrough. The spiritual fluid in the body quickly turned into a burning energy and began to surge. Not long after, a transparent vortex began to appear above his head. First, the moonlight power of the entire sword peak began to surge towards the vortex above his head. And then, the moonlight power above the entire Lingxiao sect quickly gathered. Crocodile Tyrant, who was sleeping in the pond of the main peak, suddenly felt the fluctuation of the breath, thinking that there was another enemy invasion, and immediately surfaced with a start, ready to escape. But after a closer look, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and there were no enemies. It was relieved and continued to sink to the bottom of the water to sleep. The last wave of powerful enemies almost scared it half to death. It came to Lingxiao sect to enjoy, not to die. It can help to eat a few of the enemy's weaknesses. If the enemy is too strong, I'm sorry. Its eyesight is not very good and it didn't see it. Even dogs try to survive, let alone Crocodile Tyrant. Speaking of which, it is about to be promoted, and there will definitely be a thunder tribulation at that time. I wonder if the young master will come to help him. Alas, it's a pity that it is not a female and doesn't look good. If it was a little beauty like Sister Long, the young master would probably be eager to send thunder spirit energy to it. Even if he doesn't want it. It thought about it for a while. It quickly closed its eyes and fell into a sweet dream. Hey, someone is gathering the power of the moonlight. Is he going to break through? At this time, people on other peaks of Lingxiao sect all noticed the fluctuation of the breath. Which peak? It should be the main peak. Right? The elder said last time that his soul. It's Jianfeng. What? Jianfeng again? Impossible? Didn't Linghu Peak Master just break through not long ago? It's Jianfeng. This is too outrageous. It's Jianfeng. Oh my god. What great opportunity did that girl get? How come she breaks through every few days? She advances every few days? Will we, the old guys who have been stuck in the bottleneck for so many years, live? Let's go and see. The Peak Masters and Elders were all in mixed feelings and rushed to Jianfeng together. In the Zixiao Ferry mansion behind the main peak, Zixiao Ferry was originally concentrating on practicing in the cave, and suddenly came out of the cave. A hint of suspicion appeared on her face, and her eyes followed the fluctuations of the breath and looked at Jianfeng. Her face froze, and she was dazed for a while. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed, and she rode on the white crane that had just flown from the cliff and rushed to Jianfeng. That girl is going to break through again? No way, no way. Isn't Fei Yong in Kyoto? How come she is? She was the first to arrive at Jianfeng. The other elders and peak masters naturally didn't dare to break into Jianfeng directly like her, but stood at the entrance, waiting for the report from the sisters Su Feng and Su Yu. The current Linghu Peak Master is not the Linghu Peak Master of the past. He is now a master of the middle stage of the physical master and the middle stage of the soul in Lingxiao sect. Except for the ancestor and the sect master, how many people can compare with him? And judging from the situation, he is going to advance again. Therefore, they naturally did not dare to be rude. Fairy Zixia had just come down from the white crane when she ran into Su Feng and Su Yu rushing over. The two sisters bowed quickly. Fairy Zixia immediately asked, "Is your master going to advance again?" Su Feng and Su Yu were both stunned and shook their heads in confusion, saying, "We don't know." The master didn't say. Fairy Zixia looked at the tightly closed cave door suspiciously and suddenly asked, "Is Fei Yong here?" The two sisters nodded immediately. "He is here." Fairy Zixia's eyebrows jumped, and she looked at them and said, "How many days have you been here?" Su Feng thought about it carefully and said respectfully, "It seems to be 2 days, but we don't know exactly when junior brother Chu came." 2 days. Fairy Zixia looked back at the cave in front, and then fell on the blooming flower next to the cave. With a complicated expression, she murmured in a low voice, "No wonder 2 days Qingju must be very happy." "Master, the elders and peak masters are here. Do you want them to come up?" Su Yu asked respectfully. Fairy Zixia was silent for a moment, and said, "Let them go back, and tell them that I am here to guard, and you can go back to practice." "Yes." The two bowed and left. Outside the cave, it was quiet. I don't know how long it took. Fairy Zixia suddenly sighed with a melancholy face. "Oh, I am so envious. So regretful." Chapter 900 Luo Qingzhou breaks through the spiritual transformation realm. The master soul and body are both promoted. In the early morning hours, Luo Qingzhou's soul cultivation process finally reached 100. He absorbed 2 drops of spiritual liquid again. Then, he began to break through the barrier. The vast energy, with a scorching breath, rushed to the pass leading to the spiritual transformation realm. Countless moonlight powers surged towards his head. His soul flickered continuously. In the soul, the rhythm of the soul heart beat faster and stronger. Once, twice, 3 times. After the impact of 101 times, the scorching torrent finally boomed and broke through the pass and rushed to a farther place. A roar seemed to sound in his entire soul. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his consciousness became stronger, and his soul suddenly became more solid. His various perceptions also became more acute. His soul heart became stronger. The soul power in his body also became more refined and more powerful. He broke through the state of transformation. There was almost no obstacle, no pain or difficulty, and it took less than 2 hours. He broke through easily after only sprinting more than 100 times. Compared with the previous physical sprint to the Grandmaster, it was so easy that he was a little unbelievable. He urged the soul power in his body and tested his strength. That's right. He really broke through. Now, his soul realm is already the state of transformation. The breakthrough was so easy and simple that he felt like a dream. The vortex above his head had disappeared. The moonlight power around him and the fluctuations of the breath gradually receded and calmed down. He stabilized the surging soul power again, and then his soul returned to the body. Swish! The flying sword shot out. His figure flashed, and he jumped on the flying sword. He flew a few circles in the training room and found that compared with the previous flying with the sword, it was simply a world of difference. In the late stage of the spiritual division realm, flying with the sword consumed a lot of soul power, and the speed was very slow, and it was impossible to fly high. Now, everything feels so simple. The power of the spiritual transformation realm is indeed extraordinary. He put away the flying sword, took out the message treasure, and told Sister Yu the good news first. "Sister Yu, I broke through." Then, he sent a message to the Queen. "Your Majesty, I broke through the spiritual transformation realm." The Queen quickly replied, proud and complacent, "Oh, expected. After all, he is my husband." Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and sent another message to Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, my physical body has broken through to the Grandmaster, and my soul has just broken through to the spiritual transformation realm." After a while, "Xiaoya, brother, you are too awesome. Sister loves you. Good brother. Sister has fallen in love with you. Luo Qingzhou said, good sister. Let's meet tonight. Brother wants to see how you love me so much. After a while, the message came slowly, good brother. I'm really sorry. Sister is in seclusion recently, and can't go out for the time being. To express my apology. Sister can send you a few photos of your feet? By the way, can you leave a few pairs of socks for brother? Luo Qingzhou ignored her. He put away the communication treasure, and felt the power in his body again. It was surging. He took out the body-checking stone, and checked the data again. Grandmaster's early stage, process 5. Spiritual transformation early stage, process 1. Sure enough, the progress of the physical body has not changed. Compared with soul cultivation, body cultivation is indeed more difficult. Huh? He suddenly remembered something and looked inside. The root of the thunder spirit was still covered. When he broke through to the Grandmaster before, although he used the skills taught by Sister Yu to cover up the root of the thunder spirit, he could clearly feel the breath of the thunder tribulation in the sky. But now, it seems that there is no feeling. Could it be that there is no thunder tribulation in this soul breakthrough? He was secretly puzzled. He closed his eyes again and carefully sensed the sky, but still could not feel any breath of the thunder tribulation. Is there something wrong with the cultivation? He suddenly became a little worried. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu, raising his own questions. This time, the message came back quickly. Not every promotion will have a thunder tribulation. It is related to your thunder spirit root. I don't know the specific situation. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. If there is no thunder tribulation, wouldn't he lose a big killer this time? He immediately said, then can I remove the cover and take a look now? If there is a thunder tribulation, can I still interrupt it? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, then is there any other way to know if there is a thunder tribulation? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, what method? Sister Yu, investigate. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and immediately reacted. Is Sister Yu convenient now? I will go there right away. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou thought that it should be almost dawn outside. And Sister Yu rarely went out during the day. So he had to say again, it's almost dawn. Is tomorrow night okay? After a while, the message came back, okay. Luo Qingzhou thanked him, and put away the communication treasure. He tried to sense the thunder tribulation outside again, but there was still no response. Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow night. He took another look at the situation in the storage ring. The little fire fox and the two little white rabbits were still living a leisurely life, jumping around, chasing each other, and playing everywhere. The little green snake with transparent wings was running around alone. In the medicine garden, the mysterious little tree has grown a lot taller, and the buds on the branches and leaves have bloomed. The petals are actually light golden, which looks extraordinary. I don't know what kind of fruit it will bear. After thinking about it, he took out the spiritual liquid again and poured 2 drops on the roots of the little tree. For this little tree, he has wasted a lot of precious spiritual liquid, and he hopes that the other party will not let him down. Even if it grows a fruit that increases lifespan, it will be fine. Then I can give it to the second lady. At the very least, it wouldn't be too much if it could produce a fruit that could be used to refine high-quality elixirs. After all, this little tree was an ancient spiritual object, and the spiritual fluid he had consumed for it was even more than the spiritual dew of the 9 heavens Yao Tai. If it only produced a useless fruit, it would be a big loss. Just as he was thinking about it, the stone door suddenly opened slowly. Linghu Qingzhou stood at the door, looked at him and said, have you made a breakthrough? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, yes. Then he looked at her again and asked knowingly, Uncle Master, are you okay? Linghu Qingzhou's face was cold, and he said indifferently, your master is outside, and the other people in the sect are also at the entrance of Jianfeng. Luo Qingzhou said, then what? Linghu Qingzhou said coldly, you don't want the news of your breakthrough to be known to them so soon, right? Luo Qingzhou, Zhu Zhu. So what? Linghu Qingzhou said expressionlessly, help me break through, and help you hide it. Luo Qingzhou looked embarrassed. But Uncle Master, I just broke through. I'm so tired. Linghu Qingzhou didn't say anything else, and turned to go into his own practice room next door. Ah! Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to sigh, got up and followed him out. Fortunately, he had rested for a few days, and now he has broken through to the spiritual transformation realm, full of energy, and can still help Uncle Master practice. Uncle Master is right. The news that he has now broken through to the spiritual transformation realm cannot be spread for the time being. Who knows that there are no spies among the disciples of the sect? He has never taken out all his chips, so that he can achieve a surprising victory at many critical moments. Just like the competition at the border that day. He showed weakness and went on stage, and beat the woman with 3 punches to avenge his uncle. If the other party had known his true strength, he would naturally not go on stage again. In that case, it would be difficult for him to avenge his uncle. Therefore, showing weakness is the kingly way. When he came to the next training room, his uncle had disappeared. However, in the misty pool where petals floated, there was a snow-white jade-like beauty who looked fierce and seductive. "Uncle, where are you?" he shouted deliberately. No one responded, but the stone door behind him suddenly closed. Then, a green ribbon suddenly flew out of the bath, instantly wrapped around his waist, and then pulled him down. Ah! Water splashed and petals fluttered. Outside the cave, the morning sun quietly revealed its red cheeks from behind the green hills, shyly peeking at the world. On the petals, the dewdrops were crystal clear, reflecting the brilliant light. The morning breeze blew, and the fragrance of flowers was everywhere. Fairy Xixia, dressed in a red dress, was still standing on the cliff outside the cave waiting. I don't know why. At this moment, she suddenly felt like playing a song. So, she took out a jade flute. Puff, puff, puff. Unfortunately, she was so tired that her face turned red, and she didn't blow out a tune. Only the unpleasant sound of air flow came out from the hole of the jade flute. My junior sister taught her. But, it's really hard. Sure enough, there is a reason why my junior sister can have the luck she has now. She sighed secretly, put away the jade flute, and looked at the cave again. Haven't you broken through yet? For the middle to late stage of the spiritual severing realm, it will take at least 3 to 5 days for others. But what junior sister said. The sun rose from the east, and before we knew it, it was already at the zenith. Then before we knew it, it was evening. Then, it fell into the west mountain and disappeared. Night fell suddenly, just when Fairy Xixia was worried about something going on inside. The cave door suddenly boomed and slowly opened. Fairy Xixia turned around immediately. Luo Qingzhou was standing in the doorway, looking at her. When the master and the disciple met, they were particularly. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed. Fairy Xixia looked at him dimly. Master. Don't call me master. I've already told my uncle that you should call him master from now on. How is Qingzhou? Breakthrough. There was a moment of silence in the room. Fairy Xixia said dimly, breakthrough again? Late stage of spiritual division. Right. Luo Qingzhou said, the soul has broken through to the late stage of spiritual division. And the body has also broken through to the late stage of Grandmaster. Fairy Xixia was shocked. There was silence again in the room. Luo Qingzhou felt very uncomfortable with her look, and hurriedly said, Master, then I'll leave first. I have something else to do, and I'll come back next time when I have time. After that, he was about to leave. Fairy Xixia suddenly flashed a red shadow and blocked him in front of her. Her resentful eyes looked at him silently. Her red skirt fluttered, and the fragrance of flowers on her body was fragrant. Master, is there anything else? Nothing. I just want to see you by the way. I want to ask. Are you brave? Luo Qingzhou was stunned and wanted to nod, but felt that there might be a trap. After thinking for a while, he could only say, sometimes big, sometimes small. It depends on the situation. Fairy Xixia said seriously, Master thinks you are very brave. So I want to ask, do you dare to betray your master and destroy your ancestors? Master, I have something very important to do. Let's talk next time. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, his figure flashed, drilled into the ground, performed the earth-walking technique, and fled. What the H.L.? Defrauding the master and destroying the ancestors? That will be struck by thunder. Fairy Xixia stood there for a while, then sighed inaudibly, and then walked into the cave. When she came to the practice room, she immediately smelled a strong breath. After the breakthrough, Linghu Qingzhou seemed to have exhausted all her strength. At this moment, she was lying quietly beside the bathtub, motionless. Her slender body, perhaps because of the breakthrough to the late Grandmaster stage, looked whiter and more delicate than before. At the same time, a stream of powerful energy seemed to have filled her meridians and acupoints, and was now overflowing. The whole cave seemed to be filled with that powerful energy. The late stage of the soul separation realm. The late stage of the physical master. This cultivation has surpassed her. The useless grandmaster. Fairy Zixiao walked over and slowly squatted beside her. She stared at her for a long time with complicated eyes, and then slowly stretched out her hand, stroking her cheek that was still delicate and attractive with hair on it, and whispered, "Senior sister is so envious of you." Luo Qingzhou went down the mountain and came out from the ground. Swoosh! He took out the flying sword, and then his figure flashed and jumped on it. With a thought, the flying sword immediately flew into the night sky. Then, it rushed into the sky again and began to fly forward. Looking at the tiny scenery below, Luo Qingzhou stood firm and began to speed up gradually. Everything in the world, in full view. He felt proud and continued to speed up. In a blink of an eye, he had already reached the outskirts of Kyoto. The speed of flying was indeed much faster than running on the ground. He was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so he landed after reaching the outskirts of the city, and then entered the city from underground. After entering the city, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, I'm waiting for you at Donghu."